Chapter 2449. To Yang Kai's slight disappointment, the two supreme sources only collided for less than a cup of tea's worth of time before they suddenly stopped and retreated. However, he could feel that although the collision just now seemed to be evenly matched, in fact, it was the Phoenix True Fire that was slightly inferior. His golden divine dragon source seemed to be slightly stronger than the Phoenix True Fire. This discovery excited Yang Kai. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and urged his golden divine dragon source to wrap around the Phoenix True Fire. The Phoenix True Fire was caught off guard and was engulfed. It screamed in anger and struggled madly, its violent power terrifying to the extreme. Yang Kai quickly formed a seal with his hands and summoned the sealed world bead. The sealed world bead opened leisurely and directly sucked the Phoenix True Fire into the sealed world bead. Then he mobilized the power of the sealed world bead to suppress the Phoenix True Fire. After doing all this, Yang Kai staggered a few steps with a pale face. He was sweating profusely, as if he had just been fished out of water. He hurriedly immersed his consciousness into the sealed world bead and checked the current situation of the Phoenix True Fire. He found that although it was struggling fiercely, it could not escape from the sealed world bead. Only then did he feel relieved. A feeling of exhaustion washed over him as Yang Kai fell to the ground on his butt. Taking something like the Phoenix True Fire into the small sealed world almost drained his spiritual energy all of a sudden. The consumption was even greater than taking 100 embodiments into his small sealed world, which showed just how heaven-defying this Phoenix True Fire was. It was just that things went so smoothly that he was a little surprised. He was just giving it a try just now. He did not expect to succeed so quickly. The credit for this was probably due to his golden divine dragon source. Without it suppressing the Phoenix True Fire, Yang Kai estimated that even if he had the sealed world bead, he would not have been able to take it away. How could one of the top supreme sources in the world be so easy to take away? A figure suddenly appeared from somewhere not far away, looking at the person sitting cross-legged on the ground with a pale face. Yang Kai, who was also pale, had a look of disbelief on his face. Chi-hai. No one had expected that while everyone was chasing after the mountains and rivers Bell, Chi-hai would actually use a concealment secret technique to quietly hide. However, when the two origin forces collided with each other, he was also slightly affected. Judging from his complexion, he seemed to have suffered some minor injuries. He probably knew that his whereabouts had been exposed, so he decided not to hide anymore. Instead, he revealed himself openly. He looked at Yang Kai with a complicated gaze, but he didn't step forward immediately, nor did he show any hostility. He just stood there quietly. Although Yang Kai was meditating to recover, he was still paying attention to Chi-hai's movements. Chi-hai's slyness was refreshing to him. If it wasn't for Chi-hai's groan when he was injured, Yang Kai didn't expect that there was someone else here besides himself. The reason why Chi-hai had secretly stayed behind was obviously because he had some unknown plans. Yang Kai guessed that it was most likely related to the Phoenix True Fire, or that Chi-hai already knew that the Phoenix True Fire was suppressed under the mountains and rivers Bell, so he didn't chase after it. For a time, the two of them were speechless. The temperature of the dark red stars seemed to be dropping rapidly because the Phoenix True Fire had been taken away, and because of the difference in temperature, there was a continuous crackling sound. Half an hour later, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. After half an hour of meditation, although it wasn't enough for him to fully restore his spiritual energy, at least he wasn't as exhausted as before. Yang Kai still had the 7-colored soul-warming lotus which was constantly nourishing his soul, so there was no need for him to deliberately restore his spiritual energy. He turned his head and gave Chi-hai a meaningful look. This guy had been standing here all this time, not disturbing his recovery, and had no intention of leaving. Yang Kai didn't know what he wanted to do. However, Yang Kai could see that he really didn't have any hostility. On the contrary, because of his shocking actions just now, there was a strong sense of dread in his eyes. Seeing Yang Kai looking at him, Chi-hai's expression became solemn as he cupped his fists carefully and said, "This one is Chi-hai. I think this friend should know this one. May I know this friend's name?" Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't hide his name because he wasn't very famous right now. He couldn't compare to the fame of the top disciples of the great sects, so it didn't matter if he reported his real name. So, it's Brother Yang, nice to meet you. Chi Hai cupped his fists again, puzzled in his heart. He kept recalling the names of the elite disciples of the great sects in the 4 territories of the star boundary, but he found that none of them matched Yang Kai's name. Brother Chi Hai, is there something you need? Yang Kai asked lightly. Chi Hai smiled awkwardly and said, there is indeed something. This Chi has a presumptuous request. Yang Kai snorted and said, since it's a presumptuous request, don't bother. Chi Hai was suddenly choked speechless. He had only said that out of politeness, but he didn't expect Yang Kai to give such an unreasonable answer, leaving him helpless. I'm a little curious. Yang Kai looked at Chi Hai calmly. Everyone else has gone after the mountains and rivers Bell, so why did Brother Chi Hai quietly stay behind? Could it be that you already know something? Now that he thought about it, Chi Hai was knowledgeable and knowledgeable. He knew many secrets that others didn't know. He was the one who had revealed the information about the great emperors, so it was understandable that he didn't say anything despite knowing some inside information. Chi Hai raised his brow and instead of answering he asked, what about Brother Yang? You left and came back. Do you know something? Yang Kai said lightly, I just suddenly had a stomachache, so I came back to go to the toilet. Chi Hai's face darkened when he heard this. Yang Kai continued, Brother Chi Hai has been hiding nearby all this time, so didn't you see that I made a big hole in the ground as soon as I came back? I was going to take care of it there, but I didn't expect something like that to happen. Chi Hai's mouth twitched. Brother Yang is really lucky. He had a look of disbelief on his face, but Yang Kai didn't mind at all. He grinned and said, Brother Chi, if you know something, why don't you tell me? It's already like this, so there's no point in continuing to hide it. Chi Hai's face darkened slightly, looking a little lonely. After a long time, he sighed and nodded, I do know something. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. This one is listening. Chi Hai said, I know that the Phoenix True Fire is suppressed under the mountains and rivers Bell. Yang Kai asked curiously, this matter puzzles me. Didn't the Yuanding Great Emperors and the Yenwu Great Emperors join forces to deal with the heaven-devouring Great Emperor? Why did the Yuanding Great Emperors use the mountains and rivers Bell to suppress the Yenwu Great Emperor's Phoenix True Fire? Could it be that they are enemies? Chi Hai shook his head and said, Brother Yang is wrong. The Yuanding Great Emperors and the Yenwu Great Emperors are indeed companions, and they joined forces to deal with the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. There is actually another reason why they used the mountains and rivers Bell to suppress the Phoenix True Fire. May I hear the details? Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. Chi Hai pondered for a moment and said, the heaven-devouring Great Emperors are omnipotent, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the strongest person in the star boundary. However, although he is one of the great emperors, he is not immortal. In his era, no one could surpass his cultivation, but he wants more. Brother Yang, take a guess, with his strength and status, what does he want? Yang Kai was not a fool, so how could he not guess after hearing Chi Hai's words? His eyes flashed and he exclaimed, eternal life? Chi Hai nodded and said, yes, the heaven-devouring great emperors want to live as long as heaven and earth, and shine as brightly as the sun and moon. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. What a big appetite. Chi Hai chuckled, you and I have not reached this realm yet. If you and I had the ability of the heaven-devouring great emperors, perhaps we would also consider this matter. However, how could it be so easy to achieve an immortal and indestructible body? It is said that there is a kind of treasure in this world that was formed at the beginning of heaven and earth before the chaos separated. That thing is called the immortal tree. Yang Kai's eyelids twitched slightly. Chi Hai continued, according to ancient legends, if one can obtain the immortal tree, they can achieve immortality. Yang Kai laughed loudly. Could it be that Brother Chi actually believes this kind of rumor? Chi Hai looked at him with a solemn expression. Why wouldn't I believe it? Yang Kai said in a deep voice, a tree can make a person immortal? This is only a lie to deceive children. Brother Chi Hai is a master, so don't believe such nonsense. Chi Hai shook his head. In this world, there are very few treasures, and every one of them has an incomprehensible and unimaginable effect. The immortal tree can indeed make a person immortal. Yang Kai put on a surprised look and said, "Is this true? Then does Brother Chi Hai know how to use the immortal tree to achieve immortality?" Chi Hai smiled bitterly, "I don't know. How can the immortal tree be so easy to see? Since ancient times, there have been no more than 5 people who have seen it." Yang Kai thought to himself that this was nonsense. When he obtained the immortal tree, at least 6 or 7 people had seen it. However, Chi Hai actually didn't know how to use the immortal tree, which inevitably disappointed him. He had thought that with Chi Hai's profound knowledge, he might be able to inquire about some information about the immortal tree from him. After he obtained the immortal tree, Yang Kai had tried to refine it to achieve an immortal and indestructible body. But no matter how hard he tried, he found that he couldn't refine the immortal tree at all. At that time, he was only an origin returning realm master, so it could be said that his strength was too low, but now that he was in the 3rd order Dao Source realm, he still couldn't refine it. The biggest role of the immortal tree today was to bring vitality to the small sealed world, allowing the spirit herbs in the medicine garden to grow faster and shorten their growth cycle. Yang Kai could occasionally use the rich vitality emitted by the immortal tree to heal himself, but other than that, it had no other effect. As for how to achieve an immortal and indestructible body, Yang Kai had no clue. Chapter 2450. Back then, for the sake of immortality, the heaven-devouring great emperor had once sought out the immortal tree. He had even broken through the passageway between worlds and visited countless star domains in the lower planes. Every time he visited a star domain, he would devour countless cultivation stars and plunge all living beings into misery and suffering. It was precisely for this reason that he had incurred the wrath of both man and God. Chi Hai said leisurely, "But unfortunately, even the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor couldn't find the immortal tree." Yang Kai felt a lingering fear after hearing this. He was sure that the heaven-devouring great emperor had never been to the Hung Luo star field. If he had been there, he might have been able to find the immortal tree. However, his arrival would definitely bring an indelible disaster to the Hung Luo star field. Chi Hai continued, "Since the immortal tree couldn't be found, the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor could only think of another way. It is rumored that the reason why the great emperors besieged the heaven-devouring great emperor in the Shattered Star Sea was because his actions were intolerable to the great emperors of the world. In fact, this is only part of the reason." Yang Kai's expression changed and he asked, "What other reasons are there?" "There is another biggest reason, which is that he wants to attack another great emperor and steal something from that great emperor." Hearing this, Yang Kai's mind turned sharply, and as if he suddenly thought of something, he exclaimed, "Could it be?" Chi Hai nodded and said, "Yes, it's exactly what Brother Yang thought. Great emperors would never fight if there was no irreconcilable enmity between them. However, the actions of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor had undoubtedly touched the bottom line of all the great emperors. If they didn't pay attention to this kind of thing, then the next unlucky one might be them. Therefore, they joined forces and declared war against the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. That battle was earth-shattering. The universe collapsed, and that was the Shattered Star Sea. And what the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor wanted was the true phoenix fire of the Yenwu great emperor." Chi Hai's expression was solemn. "The phoenix true fire is the inheritance of the fire phoenix. The fire phoenix will die, but the phoenix true fire will never be extinguished. It even has the heaven-defying divine technique of nirvana reincarnation. Therefore, the true fire of the phoenix was also known as the true fire of nirvana. It was the number 1 heavenly flame. The heaven-devouring great emperor wanted to obtain the true fire of the phoenix in order to comprehend the mystery of eternal life. If the heaven-devouring great emperor of the great emperors really got it, then he might really get what he wanted. In that battle, the Yenwu great emperor, who was heavily favored by the heaven-devouring great emperor, was the first to fall, and the true phoenix fire was also beaten out. In order to prevent the heaven-devouring great emperor from obtaining the true phoenix fire, the Yuan Ding great emperors used their mountains and rivers bell. Suppressing it was also a helpless move. Without the mountains and rivers bell, the strength of the Yuan Ding great emperors fell sharply, and they followed in the footsteps of the Yenwu great emperors. However, the mountains and rivers bell and the suppressed true phoenix fire were sent away by another great emperor in the chaotic battle. Since then, no one knows where they went. Over the years, countless cultivators have entered the Shattered Star Sea in search of the treasures left behind by the great emperors, but very few people know that the true phoenix fire is suppressed under the mountains and rivers bell. After listening to Qi Hai's words, Yang Kai immediately understood why he had secretly stayed behind. He could not help but grin and say, "Brother Qi Hai really knows a lot." Qi Hai said, "This Qi has been paying attention to the news of the true phoenix fire for some special reasons, and has even looked up countless ancient books for this reason." Special reasons? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Qi Hai cupped his fists and said, "To be honest, this Qi's wife was seriously injured 20 years ago. She is unconscious, and although this Qi has tried his best to prolong her life, it is not a long-term solution. If you want to save her, in this world, apart from the immortal source liquid on the immortal tree, there is only the true phoenix fire." Yang Kai's face sank and he coldly snorted, "Brother Qi Hai, are you looking for me to ask for the true phoenix fire? If so, then this Yang has misjudged you. I had a good chat with you just now, but I didn't expect Brother Qi to have such intentions. Farewell." Brother Yang misunderstood. Qi Hai hurriedly waved his hand. "Can you listen to me one more time?" Yang Kai looked at him coldly and said, "I am not related to you, so why should I care about your trivial matters?" Qi Hai was so anxious that sweat appeared on his forehead as he said, "If Brother Yang is willing to help me, then this Qi is willing to pay any price. As long as Brother Yang asks, this Qi will definitely do it for you." "Even if you have to die?" Yang Kai grinned, revealing an evil smile. Qi Hai's expression changed slightly, but he soon smiled freely. "If Brother Yang really saves my wife, this Qi will kill himself in front of you." Yang Kai was slightly moved, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "You're crazy." Qi Hai smiled and said, "I wonder if Brother Yang has ever met a woman that he could rely on in life and death and never leave. If you have, then you will definitely understand this Qi's feelings." A few beautiful figures suddenly flashed in front of Yang Kai's eyes, and he couldn't help but feel a little touched. He was thinking, if those people encountered such a situation, what would he do? Suddenly he somewhat understood Qi Hai's feelings. "Although it's a pity, I can't give you the true phoenix fire." Yang Kai shook his head. The true phoenix fire was too precious, and he wanted to leave it for Lu Yen. He couldn't give it to him just because of Qi Hai's words. Who knew if Qi Hai was telling the truth? Even if it was true, he had no friendship with him. Qi Hai said, "Brother Yang, you misunderstood. I don't want your true phoenix fire." Yang Kai frowned and said, "Then what do you want?" Qi Hai replied, "I just want to know if it's convenient for Brother Yang to come with me. You only need to use the Nirvana divine technique of the true phoenix fire to save my wife without any loss to you." "That's all?" Yang Kai was surprised. "That's all." Qi Hai nodded seriously. Yang Kai pondered for a while and said, "What kind of injury did your wife suffer? Why does it have to be the true phoenix fire to save her life?" Qi Hai's expression darkened and said, "Rather than an injury, it's better to say that she was poisoned by a cold poison. Outside the borders of our eastern territory is a vast, desolate, ancient land. Very few people set foot in that desolate, ancient land, so opportunities and dangers coexist. Many masters in the eastern territory like to explore the desolate, ancient land. My wife went there alone 20 years ago, and after a month, she returned with serious injuries and has been in a coma ever since. According to the diagnosis of my Qi family fort's alchemist, my wife was poisoned by the heavenly frost earth rain." Heavenly frost earth rain. Yang Kai's face changed and he cried out, "One of the 10 great poisons?" Qi Hai looked at Yang Kai in surprise and said, "Brother Yang knows about the heavenly frost earth rain?" Yang Kai gently nodded, "I've heard of it." Qi Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Since Brother Yang has heard of it and knows that it's one of the 10 great poisons, then you should know that there's basically no cure for it. That's true. Yang Kai sighed. One of the 10 great poisons, if there was no cure, then it was basically waiting for death, unless one encountered some kind of treasure, such as the immortal tree. However, the Phoenix True Fire with the Nirvana Divine Technique may bring my wife a chance of survival. Chi Hai looked at Yang Kai with burning eyes and said, "My main purpose in entering the Shattered Star Sea this time was to find the Phoenix True Fire. I originally wanted to bring it back to Chi Family Fort, but, after seeing what happened just now, this Chi realized that I was too naive. With my current strength, let alone subduing the Phoenix True Fire, I can't even get close to it." Chi Hai had naturally seen Yang Kai's golden divine dragon source power erupting and fighting with the Phoenix True Fire, and that terrifying battle had made him tremble all over. "Brother Chi thinks too highly of me. I haven't subdued it, so I'm just temporarily suppressing it," Yang Kai explained lightly. Suppressing? Chi Hai gulped. This sounded even more unbelievable than Yang Kai subduing the Phoenix True Fire. He murmured with admiration, "Brother Yang is really a god." Yang Kai frowned and said, "Although Brother Chi's feelings for sister-in-law are touching, please forgive this Yang for not being able to help." Chi Hai's expression darkened. He knew that this kind of thing couldn't be forced. Yang Kai hadn't subdued the Phoenix True Fire yet, so even if he wanted to help, he couldn't. This was the truth. If Yang Kai wanted to save his wife, he had to refine the Phoenix True Fire first. Otherwise, once the Phoenix True Fire was summoned, not to mention saving someone, it would burn them to ashes in an instant. Then when Brother Yang has refined the Phoenix True Fire, can you go to Chi Family Fort in the Eastern Territory? Chi Hai looked at Yang Kai with a pleading expression and said earnestly, "Now, this is the only way for my wife to survive. Brother Yang, rest assured that this Chi will never spread what I saw, or I will be struck by lightning." Chi Family Fort in the Eastern Territory? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "If it's the Eastern Territory, then I may make a trip there." Yang Kai nodded. This time, whether or not he could inquire about Xiao Xiao from Yin Lusheng, he had to make a trip to the Eastern Territory because Xiao Xiao was most likely in the Eastern Territory. "Really?" Chi Hai was overjoyed when he heard this and said somewhat helplessly, "That's great. Right, Brother Yang, if you go to the Eastern Territory, just ask about the ancient wildlands. My Chi Family Fort is nearby. We'll talk about it when the time comes." Yang Kai didn't immediately agree. This kind of thing wasn't easy to promise, otherwise, if he didn't fulfill his end of the bargain, Chi Hai might hold a grudge against him. Chi Hai obviously understood this, but now that the initiative was completely in Yang Kai's hands, he couldn't force him. He could only take out a communication bead from his space ring and carefully hand it to Yang Kai. "Brother Yang, this is this Chi's communication bead. It may be useful in the future." Yang Kai took it and threw it into his space ring, cupped his fists and said, "Then let's part ways here." Chi Hai nodded with a complicated expression. Before Yang Kai could leave, Chi Hai suddenly said, "Brother Yang, wait." "What's wrong?" Yang Kai looked back at him. Chi Hai said seriously, "Brother Yang, do you want to chase after the mountains and rivers bell?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "How could I miss the treasure of the great emperors? I should at least give it a try." Chi Hai said, "The Yuan Cauldron Great Emperor's Mountains and Rivers Bell is infinitely powerful. Basically, no one in the Dao Source realm can successfully subdue it unless they gain the approval of the artifact spirit and have it choose a master." Yang Kai heard this, flicked his hair, and said confidently, "I'm so handsome, it should take a liking to me." Chi Hai's face darkened. Chapter 2451. "Brother Yang, you are a dragon among men, but if you want to subdue the mountains and rivers bell, you can't just rely on your handsomeness." Chi Hai braced himself and said, now that he had a favor to ask of Yang Kai, he couldn't speak too bluntly lest he upset Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression changed as he asked, "Does Brother Chi mean that you know how to subdue the mountains and rivers bell?" "I naturally don't know how to subdue it, but this Chi has a piece of information that I can provide to Brother Yang." "Oh? Let's hear it." Yang Kai immediately became interested. Chi Hai said, The world only knows that the Mountains and Rivers Bell is the natal emperor artifact of the Yuan Ding Great Emperors, but they don't know that the Mountains and Rivers Bell is actually not the Yuan Ding Great Emperor's artifact, but an ancient exotic artifact. Ancient exotic artifact. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed when he heard this. Indeed. Qi Hai nodded and said, the Yuan Ding Great Emperors were able to become Great Emperors because they obtained the Mountains and Rivers Bell. It can be said that the Mountains and Rivers Bell made them famous as Great Emperors. There's such a thing? Yang Kai was surprised when he heard this. This was really a secret. If Qi Hai hadn't told him, he wouldn't have known about it. Otherwise, how could the Mountains and Rivers Bell suppress the Phoenix True Fire? After suppressing it, even the heaven-devouring Great Emperor couldn't break its defenses. If it were an ordinary Emperor artifact, it would be impossible to suppress such a divine fire for tens of thousands of years. When Yang Kai heard this, he felt that this made sense. The Phoenix True Fire was extremely overbearing, but it was still suppressed by the Mountains and Rivers Bell for tens of thousands of years. If the Mountains and Rivers Bell hadn't flown away on its own this time, the Phoenix True Fire might not have been able to see the light of day again. Then what is the information Brother Qi is talking about? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Qi Hai's expression turned solemn as he said, according to ancient records. Back then, the great emperors of Yuan Ding had ventured deep into the savage, desolate ancient lands of the Eastern Territory. At that time, the Yuan Ding great emperors were only ordinary people in the emperor realm. They wanted to subdue the Mountains and Rivers Bell, but they didn't know how to do so. In the end, they had to endure the 81 bell rings to gain the Mountains and Rivers Bell's approval and bring it out of the savage, desolate ancient ground. The Mountains and Rivers Bell actually came from the savage, desolate ancient ground. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Previously he had heard Qi Hai mention the savage, desolate ancient ground, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. However, now that he heard that the Mountains and Rivers Bell actually came from the savage, desolate ancient ground, he realized that it was an incredible place. He secretly decided that if he had the chance, he would go there and take a look. However, the great emperors of the Yuan Cauldron realm had actually withstood 81 rings of the bell to obtain the recognition of the Mountains and Rivers Bell spirit. It was truly amazing. Yang Kai had also experienced the power of the Mountains and Rivers Bell. When the cultivator of the Third Order Dao Source realm came into contact with it at close range, he was shocked to death on the spot. He wasn't confident that he could withstand 81 rings of the bell. Qi Hai's words undoubtedly provided Yang Kai with a way to subdue the Mountains and Rivers Bell, but it was also extremely dangerous. Brother Yang, if you don't have the confidence and opportunity, I advise you not to pay attention to the Mountains and Rivers Bell. There are still many good things in the Shattered Star Sea. You and I can travel together. Not waiting for him to finish his words, Yang Kai interrupted him. I still want to go and have a look. Qi Hai's face darkened. He said, in that case, this Qi won't persuade you anymore. Brother Yang, be careful. Many thanks, Brother Qi. Until we meet again. Yang Kai grinned, and as he spoke, his figure leapt up into the sky. Qi Hai stood in place, staring at Yang Kai's back with a complicated expression. After a long time, he sighed heavily, found another direction, and left alone. He didn't have much of a friendship with Yang Kai. Yang Kai promised him that he would go to the Qi family fort in the Eastern Territory to take a look if he had the chance. If it were someone else, not only would they ignore him, they might even kill him to silence him. After all, Qi Hai had just witnessed Yang Kai suppressing and subduing the Phoenix True Fire. If this kind of thing were to spread, Yang Kai wouldn't have a good time in the future. It was because of this concern that Qi Hai took the initiative to swear that he would not tell anyone what he saw. However, he had no confidence that Yang Kai would go to the Qi family fort to find him. If Yang Kai didn't go, his wife would undoubtedly die, but even if Yang Kai went, his wife would only have a slim chance of survival. Yang Kai chased in the direction of the Mountains and Rivers Bell for half a day before suddenly sensing the soul imprint he had planted on Lan He. When Lan He had passed by him earlier, Yang Kai had deliberately patted her on the shoulder in order to plant a soul imprint on her so that he could track her. As for causing Lan He's displeasure and suspicion, that was unavoidable. Without this soul imprint, Yang Kai certainly couldn't track the whereabouts of the mountains and rivers bell. Flying in the direction of the soul imprint, Yang Kai finally saw Lan He somewhere in the void after another hour. However, what surprised him was that Lan He was fighting with someone at this time and was being besieged. Yang Kai fixed his eyes and found that the two people besieging her were from the Third Order Dao Source realm. Their cultivations were quite good. Lan He was fighting against two people by herself and looked quite embarrassed. She had suffered a lot of injuries and was stained with blood. Glancing around again, Yang Kai found that almost all of the dozens of cultivators who had appeared in the dark red stars were here. The mountains and rivers bell stayed in the void, motionless. Everyone looked at the mountains and rivers bell with greedy and covetous eyes, but no one came forward to compete for it, which made Yang Kai feel very strange. He didn't know what was going on. However, what made him feel a little relieved was that Yin Lusheng of the Netherworld sect was also here and hadn't left. This discovery made Yang Kai feel a little relieved. The Shattered Star Sea was extremely vast. If he lost Yin Lusheng here, he really wouldn't know where to find him. Almost everyone was waiting quietly in the void. Only Lan He was fighting with the two opponents, so as soon as Yang Kai came over, he attracted a lot of attention. Yin Lusheng also glanced at him faintly, but because Yang Kai was wearing a mask, he wasn't worried about being recognized. "Don't come over." Just as Yang Kai rushed over, Lan He, who was fighting someone and had fallen into a disadvantageous position, suddenly shouted in Yang Kai's direction. Because of this distraction, two wounds immediately appeared on her body, causing blood to spurt out. Yang Kai looked at her in amazement. He didn't know why this woman had stopped him from approaching, especially when she was besieged. If it was because of his previous actions that made her feel disgusted, then it was a bit too sensitive. But soon, Yang Kai understood her intentions. As soon as he rushed over, he noticed the abnormalities around him. There was a natural spirit array hidden in the void, and it was extremely well hidden and dangerous. From the outside, he couldn't detect it at all. But as soon as he entered, he felt a sense of crisis and couldn't find a way out. No wonder no one acted rashly even though the mountains and rivers bell was right in front of them. The place where the mountains and rivers bell was located seemed to be the most dangerous place in the entire natural spirit array. After understanding this, Yang Kai's face darkened. Glancing around, Yang Kai saw that the several dozen cultivators around him were all looking at him with gloating expressions, their faces filled with ridicule. Yang Kai coldly snorted and shouted, "What are you looking at, a bunch of trash? Do you believe this young master won't gouge out your eyeballs?" He had accidentally rushed into this natural spirit array, so he was somewhat annoyed. Although it was normal for those people not to remind him, it was infuriating for them to take pleasure in his misfortune at this time. As soon as this remark came out, dozens of eyes were fixed on Yang Kai. Murderous intent instantly filled the air, causing the surrounding space to freeze. Which of the cultivator who came here wasn't an elite from a great sect? They had always thought highly of themselves, but now they were being called trash by Yang Kai. Who could bear it? What's more, Yang Kai had cursed everyone with just a few words. This was too lawless and didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Many people looked at Yang Kai as if they were looking at a dead man. Yang Kai curled his lips, looking as if he didn't put these people in his eyes. He turned to Lan He and asked, "What kind of enmity do these two have with you? Why do you have to fight here?" Previously, only Lan He had warned him not to come over, and she was besieged, which made Yang Kai feel slightly moved. Naturally, he couldn't just sit back and watch. Lan He snapped, "Sex enmity has nothing to do with personal enmity." The reason why she had called out to Yang Kai before was actually not to save Yang Kai's life. She just wanted Yang Kai to pass a message to her sect, informing them of her situation. If she died here, at least someone would know. But this idiot had actually rushed in. Now, he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. Lan He found that ever since she met this guy, everything had gone wrong. It was as if he had cursed her. One of the two people besieging Lan He shouted, "Bitch, our sect's big brother has been castrated by you. From now on, this person is neither human nor ghost. How dare you say it has nothing to do with personal enmity?" As soon as he said this, everyone's expression became brilliant. They secretly sympathized with that inexplicable eldest senior brother. A man being castrated was such a tragic thing. Just thinking about it made people feel a chill in their crotch, and a cold wind blew past them. Lan He said coldly, "He used that thing to commit crimes, so he should be punished." The man said angrily, "With your appearance, no man in the world will be interested in you. I think you are jealous, so you did this to Big Brother." Another person also hooted, "That's right. As a woman, you don't have anything. I'm afraid you won't be able to taste a man for the rest of your life. If you don't believe me, you can try taking off your clothes now and see which man here is willing to take a second look at you." "This is a woman?" Among the surrounding cultivators, one of them widened his eyes and asked in amazement. "I must have been blind. I thought she was a man. Tisk kiske, this woman is really interesting. Could it be that she was born in the wrong body?" "Ha, you don't understand. The more this kind of woman is, the more interesting it is to play with her." "Hiss. Brother, you have such a strong taste." Chapter 2452. The noisy discussions coming from all directions made Lan He's face turn red, either from anger or something else. Although she was carefree and had a neutral appearance, she was still a woman after all. Being said such words in front of her, she was naturally very embarrassed and angry. Even if her temperament was not bad, at this moment, she was disturbed to the point that her mind was in chaos. Seeing this, the two cultivators besieging her looked happy and became even more ruthless. Lan He's strength was good, and although the two of them had the absolute upper hand, they still had to pay a certain price if they wanted to take her down. But at this moment, Lan He's state of mind was in chaos, and it was only a matter of time before she was defeated. At this moment, another person laughed and said, "Who in the entire Eastern Territory doesn't know the name of Heavenly Wolf Valley's big brother Lan He?" "Oh, sorry, I misspoke. It's Big Senior Sister. Ha." This person's voice sounded familiar to Yang Kai. He turned his head and saw Brahma Holy Land's holy sons, Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian. The one who spoke was Zhang Hao, who had exchanged a blow with Yang Kai before. Listening to the meaning of his words, it was obvious that he knew Lan He, but he didn't have any friendship with her. They even had some disputes, so he decided to add insult to injury at this time. "Heavenly Wolf Valley?" Yang Kai raised his brow. He felt like he had heard the name of this great force before, but when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't remember. Then is she a man or a woman? Hurry up and let us see. Someone shouted and immediately echoed. "Shut up." Yang Kai looked around coldly and sneered, "A group of men. Is it fun to watch a woman being bullied?" The person who had shouted angrily immediately shouted, "Boy, who do you think you are? You were so arrogant just now, and now you dare to be so condescending? Do you dare to tell us your name?" The others also glared at Yang Kai, extremely dissatisfied with his arrogant attitude. Yang Kai coldly snorted and ignored that person. Instead, he took a step forward and floated towards Lan He. Halfway there, he waved his 10 fingers and summoned hundreds of golden blood threads. In an instant, a golden light burst forth as the golden blood thread cut through the air. Although the two people besieging Lan He had not relaxed their attacks on Lan He, they were also vigilant of Yang Kai's movements. After all, this guy seemed to have some friendship with Lan He. Therefore, as soon as Yang Kai moved, the two of them reacted. One of them slashed towards Yang Kai and shouted, "Boy, you're courting death." This saber strike was absolutely stunning. It was as if it was going to shatter the sky. The incomparably ferocious blade light made the world dim. The expressions of the onlookers changed one after another. Suddenly, the golden blood threads transformed into a giant golden net that enveloped the world and directly enveloped the saber wave. Hissing sounds could be heard incessantly. Although the saber light was powerful. However, it was unable to break through the golden blood thread's defense and was immediately suppressed. On the contrary, the giant golden net did not give up. It pounced in front of the cultivator and slowly closed, as if it was going to wrap him up. The cultivator's expression changed greatly. Although he did not know what was strange about this golden net, the terrifying power fluctuations coming from it were not fake. How could he dare to let it touch him so easily? His figure flickered as he retreated. But in the next moment his eyes suddenly widened, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Because Yang Kai, who was originally a few dozen meters away, had suddenly appeared in front of him. He actually approached him like a ghost and revealed a sinister grin. His white teeth glowed with a cold light, causing his hands and feet to turn cold and his entire body to shiver. He did not notice how Yang Kai had approached him. It seemed that in the blink of an eye, the two of them were already face to face. When their eyes met, the cultivator only saw the image of a white lotus bud suddenly appear in Yang Kai's left eye. The bud was spotless, pure and flawless, and disappeared in a flash. In the next moment his knowledge shook violently, causing him to feel dizzy and almost lose his footing. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and punched, causing a burst of fist force to erupt. Kacha. At the same time, the sound of ribs breaking rang out and blood splashed out. The cultivator stood in place in a daze, his eyes bulging as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. Gasps could be heard from all around, because everyone saw Yang Kai pounce in front of his opponent. They did not know what kind of secret technique or divine technique he used, but his opponent's expression instantly became pained. And as Yang Kai's punch blasted a large hole in the cultivator's chest, his arm going straight through. The eyelids of the people standing behind the cultivator twitched wildly. At this moment, Yang Kai was still holding a beating heart in his hand. It was so bloody that no one dared to look directly at it. He exerted a little force and the heart suddenly burst open. As the sound was heard, the cultivator whose chest was penetrated by him also tilted his head and stopped breathing. Gulping sounds could be heard, and many people finally looked at Yang Kai with a different expression. Even the strongest people present, who thought highly of themselves, had a serious expression on their faces. Killing a cultivator of the same level in the blink of an eye, and it seemed that he did not use his full strength, was something that few people present could do. Even if they could do it, they would need to use a powerful secret technique that also consumed a lot of energy. On the other hand, Yang Kai seemed to have just summoned a large golden net and then swung his fist. It was as simple as killing a chicken. It was not until this moment that everyone realized that the reason why Yang Kai was so arrogant and condescending was because he had the capital to back it up. It's him. Zhang Hao's eyes narrowed as he stared closely at Yang Kai, seemingly having discovered something. Who? Zhang Xian asked in a low voice. Zhang Hao said with a sullen face, if I'm not mistaken, this guy is the one who was with Yu Ying before. Zhang Xian was shocked. How is that possible? Wasn't that guy injured by you in one move? How can he be so strong? What's more, the two of them look different. He had a look of disbelief on his face. Zhang Hao said, the appearance can be changed, but the aura can't be changed. I felt it as soon as he attacked. This kid hid his strength well, and he definitely hid it before. But now that he is here, where is Yu Ying? Zhang Xian said with a sullen face, this boy is so ruthless. It seems that Yu Ying's fate is grim. Zhang Hao said worriedly, I hit this boy before, and I don't know if he will bear a grudge. If he attacks me... Speaking of this, his face turned slightly pale. As the holy son of Brahma Holy Land, he was not afraid of anyone in the Tao Source realm, but now that he saw Yang Kai's decisive and ruthless attack, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Zhang Xian's expression changed as he said, if Yu Ying really dies at his hands, we can send a message to Netherworld sect. Yin Lixing is not an easy person to talk to. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up when he heard this and he nodded, good, that's a good idea. While the two were secretly communicating, the battle on Lan He's side was also over. Although Lan He's appearance and figure were not very good, her strength was not to be underestimated. Previously she was besieged by two people and was at a disadvantage, but now, Yang Kai had killed one of them with lightning speed, causing the other to be shocked and lose his mind. Lan He took the opportunity to counterattack and killed him quickly. Two rays of star seal light flew up, one for Yang Kai and Lan He, and the other two space rings were quickly divided up. After surviving a disaster, Lan He glanced at Yang Kai gratefully. No matter what reason Yang Kai had to help her, he had saved her life. If Yang Kai hadn't taken action, she would have died here sooner or later. At most, she would have dragged someone down with her before she died. Who was the one who asked this young master what he was before? Yang Kai turned his eyes and looked around, arrogantly shouting, "Come, come, come, this young master will tell you now." The person who had spoken before didn't dare to stand up and had long since hidden behind the crowd, his eyes flinching as he trembled with fear. "Friend, shouldn't you keep a low profile?" Zhang Hao suddenly sneered, looked at Yang Kai, and said, "Could it be that you think you are invincible and don't put anyone here in your eyes?" His words dragged everyone in, causing many people to be unhappy and glaring at Yang Kai. Although Zhang Hao was suspected of sowing discord, Yang Kai's attitude was really too much. "So what if I don't put you in my eyes? Bite me if you have the guts." Yang Kai looked at Zhang Hao coldly, not knowing what he meant by jumping out at this time. Zhang Hao snorted coldly, but he didn't get angry. He just looked at Yang Kai with a cold smile. "Where is my junior sister Yuing?" Someone suddenly asked. Yang Kai frowned and looked at the speaker with a strange expression. Because the person who spoke was actually Yin Lisheng. "This is interesting, I haven't gone to him yet, but he actually came to me first and asked about Yu Ying as soon as he opened his mouth. How did he know that Yu Ying was with me? After all, he had changed his appearance." But soon, Yang Kai reacted and glanced at Zhang Hao meaningfully, realizing that Zhang Hao should have recognized him when he made a move just now. "I haven't seen you for many years, I didn't expect you to have grown to this extent." Yin Lisheng looked at Yang Kai with some shock. Obviously, he already knew his true identity. After all, Zhong Jinyong had sent him a message before, revealing some information to him. It was precisely because of this that Yin Lisheng was shocked. He could cultivate to the third order Dao source realm because of the strong cultivation of his sect and the guidance of a good master. He didn't believe that Yang Kai also had such good fortune. If Yang Kai didn't have such conditions but still cultivated to the same level as him, it meant that Yang Kai had a great opportunity. "You're not bad either." Yang Kai sneered. Now that his identity had been exposed, there was no point in hiding it anymore, so he simply reached out and took off the mask from his face, immediately restoring his original appearance. Chapter 2453. "Sure enough, it's you." Yin Lisheng's expression suddenly changed, as if he had just met an enemy, his eyes turning red as he gritted his teeth and said, "You're really lucky, not only did you survive that disaster, but you even managed to come to the Shattered Star Sea." Yang Kai looked at him coldly and quickly said, "Yin Lisheng, I will only ask you one question. You'd better answer honestly, where did the puppet that was with me go?" Yin Lisheng heard this and smiled slightly. "Who knows? Since it's your puppet, why are you asking me?" Sure enough, he knows about Xiao. Yang Kai's heart moved. Although Yin Lisheng did not answer Yang Kai's question directly, Yang Kai could still see this from his tone and demeanor. Yang Kai's mind suddenly became fiery as he stared at Yin Lisheng with scorching eyes. "It looks like you're not going to tell me." Yin Lisheng grinned. "Since you know, why bother asking for a rebuff?" "Very good." Yang Kai nodded, his aura becoming extremely dangerous in an instant, like a cheetah ready to pounce on its prey, making people shudder. "Since you don't want to say it, this young master will beat you until you do." Yin Lisheng's face sank as he said, "Do you really think you are invincible?" "I dare not call myself invincible, but I have no problem pinching you to death." Yin Lisheng laughed angrily. "Why? Because you are a star master?" "What? Brother Yin, what did you just say? This boy is a star master? Aren't star masters only those cultivators who come from the territory of the lower planes? Could this boy be one?" "Hiss. It is said that star masters possess complete star's star source. They have a unique advantage in martial Dao cultivation. I don't know if the rumors are true or false." Upon hearing that Yang Kai was actually a star master, the surrounding cultivators suddenly burst into an uproar, all of them looking at him with fiery eyes, as if they were looking at a huge piece of delicious meat. After coming to the Shattered Star Sea, everyone had gone through untold hardships to search for source strength, but all they could find was some broken source strength. Although absorbing and refining it would be beneficial to one's cultivation, it was only a broken source after all. How could it compare to the complete source of stars? The complete source of stars allowed one to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth in a more comprehensive manner. This was something that a broken source of power simply couldn't compare to. It was said that a long time ago, there were also some complete stars in the Shattered Star Sea, but with the passage of time and the opening of the Shattered Star Sea over the years, those complete stars had long been taken away by the ancestors, leaving behind some broken origin powers. Perhaps after a few more years, even the shattered source strength in the Shattered Star Sea would no longer exist. At that time, the Shattered Star Sea would lose its current purpose and attraction to the cultivator. This was why everyone reacted so strongly when they heard that Yang Kai was the Star Lord. Yin Luxing laughed and said, "This boy is indeed a Star Master. This Yin can guarantee this." Hearing this, everyone looked at him strangely. Lan He coldly snorted and said, "It's really funny, the people of the Netherworld sect actually still have integrity." Previously, Yang Kai had saved her life, and now that Yang Kai was about to be targeted, she couldn't help but speak up. Naturally, she stood up and spoke up for Kai Yang. It seemed that she wanted to advance and retreat with him. Yin Luxing's face sank as he looked around and said, "If you don't believe me, you can ask him what his cultivation was 7 years ago." A tall and sturdy man immediately looked towards Kai Yang and said in a booming voice, "Little brat, if you hear this, then quickly answer." Although Yang Kai had killed a cultivator of the same level with a single move, which was very frightening, he was still alone. At this moment, with so many people staring at him, no matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't be able to make any waves. Yang Kai heard this and glanced sideways at the burly man. He coldly snorted and said, "It's none of your business." He didn't put the burly man in his eyes, which made the burly man's face turn livid. Yin Luxing smiled and said, 7 years ago he was just a second-order origin king. Brother Yang, do I remember him clearly? Second-order origin king. How is this possible? Cultivating from the second-order origin king to the third-order Dao source realm in 7 years? Ayaya, how could such a thing be possible? Brother Yin, you're not lying to us, are you? In 7 years, a person could cultivate from the second-order origin king to the third-order Dao source realm. Such progress was simply terrifying. With so many people present, compared to their current cultivation 7 years ago, it was at most a small improvement or no improvement at all. Yin Luxing said, "What good would it do me to lie to you? He may have had some other opportunities to reach this level, but his status as a Star Master is his greatest advantage. I've long heard that the warriors from the lower star fields are all geniuses, especially the Star Lords. Their cultivation speed is as fast as flying. If Brother Yin is right, then I've really learned something today. You believe the words of a Netherworld sect disciple?" This Yin Luxing clearly has a grudge with that guy, so he deliberately pointed out that he is a Star Master. He clearly wants to borrow a knife to kill him. Then I'll admit it. Who doesn't want a complete star source? If one can obtain it, whispers could be heard all around. Yang Kai sneered and glanced sideways at Yin Luxing. "Why are you only talking about me? Why don't you talk about yourself, Brother Yin? 7 years ago, you were just a third-order origin king, right?" Yin Luxing smiled lightly and said, "So what if I was?" As soon as this statement came out, many people were shocked and turned to look at Yin Luxing. Yang Kai had cultivated from the second-order origin king to the third-order Dao source realm in 7 years, which was amazing enough, but Yin Luxing's progress was not much worse than his. Compared with these two, everyone felt that they were simply mediocre. Yin Luxing said generously, "There's no harm in telling you that this Yin is actually a Star Master, so I can deeply understand how fast a Star Master can cultivate." As soon as his voice fell, everyone turned to look at him with fiery eyes. Yin Luxing coldly snorted and said, "But I am different from this little brat. This Yin is the legacy disciple of my sect's sect master. If you want to touch me, you should think twice." Hearing this, many people's expressions flickered, but after a while, many slowly shook their heads and looked away from Yin Luxing. Yin Luxing was indeed very attractive as a Star Master, but he was the legacy disciple of the Netherworld sect's sect master, so he must have a lot of life-saving cards in his hands. If they really fought a life-or-death battle with him, it was likely they would go for wool and come home shorn. On the contrary, Yang Kai seemed to be easier to deal with. However, it was also because Yin Lusheng admitted that he was a star master that his previous words were more convincing, and the eyes of these people looking at Yang Kai became more and more fiery. Yin Lusheng laughed and said, "Yang Kai, there is a path to heaven but you don't want to walk, there is no door to hell but you insist on barging in. Today, with so many heroes here, let's see where you can run." Yang Kai's face became sullen as he scolded, "You want to kill with a borrowed knife? Shameless. Who told you to have a complete Star Master's star source?" Yin Lusheng didn't care and shouted, "Everyone, my Netherworld sect has a secret technique that can completely strip a Star Master's star source from a Star Master without the slightest loss. If any of you can capture this person, you can ask this Yin for help to strip his star source. This Yin promises to do his best and will not have the slightest selfishness." How, with Brother Yin's words, I can rest assured. I was just thinking about how to snatch this boy's star source even if I killed him, but it turns out that the Netherworld sect has such an amazing secret technique. The big man who had been scolded by Yang Kai earlier laughed loudly. Yin Lusheng said, "This person's strength is extraordinary. If you want his Star Master's star source, it's best to join forces." He was blatantly encouraging everyone to join forces to deal with Yang Kai. Although everyone present didn't like his approach, with the temptation of star source in front of them, they couldn't help feeling a rush of excitement. What's more, Yang Kai's previous arrogant and domineering attitude was really infuriating. In an instant, dozens of auras locked onto Yang Kai, and the pressure was almost suffocating. Lan He, who was standing next to Yang Kai, turned pale and frowned. Although she was also quite strong, she had never been enemies with so many people before, so she couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. Feeling that her future was uncertain, she quietly glanced at Yang Kai. Looking around, Lan He couldn't help feeling surprised. Because Yang Kai was standing there calmly, without the slightest fear or timidity. The dozens of auras that had locked onto him were like a spring breeze, not deterring or affecting him in the slightest. This person's mental fortitude is quite strong. Lan He was secretly horrified. Previously, she didn't like Yang Kai very much. She always felt that this guy was strange and wasn't a good person, but after Yang Kai saved her life, her impression of Yang Kai somewhat changed. After all, so many people were just watching the show, but only he had pulled out a sword to help. She was also not related to him, so for him to do this, it was obvious that he was a warm-hearted person. Now that the situation had changed, and it was Yang Kai's turn to be targeted, Lan He naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. Just as she secretly made up her mind to help Yang Kai suddenly whispered, "Miss Lan, you leave here first." Hearing this, Lan He frowned and shouted, "What's wrong? Brother Yang, are you looking down on me, Lan He?" Yang Kai was stunned and looked at her. "When did I mean that?" Lan He snorted and said, "Then what do you mean by driving me away? Since you pulled out a sword to help before, I, Lan He, naturally can't just sit back and watch. Don't worry, if they really dare to bully you with numbers, I will help you. I will never hold you back." Yang Kai looked at her in a daze and said, "You will die." Lan He's tender body trembled slightly, but she still firmly said, "If I die, then I die. In any case, I'm not leaving." A strange light flashed in Yang Kai's eyes as he looked Lan He up and down a few times, as if he wanted to get to know her all over again. Suddenly, he showed a look of realization and said, "Miss Lan He is from Heavenly Wolf Valley?" Lan He nodded and replied. She didn't know why Yang Kai was asking this at this moment of life and death. This person was strange enough. Chapter 2454. I remember Heavenly Wolf Valley. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "When this matter is over, I have something to ask of Sister Lan. I hope Sister Lan won't refuse." "Lan," he said bitterly, "if I can survive, as long as it's not too excessive, I will promise you anything." "Don't worry, I won't die," Yang Kai laughed. Lan He looked at him strangely, not knowing where he got the confidence to say such big words. Was he blind? Couldn't he see that he was surrounded by dozens of Dao Source Realm cultivators? These Dao Source Realm cultivators were not ordinary cultivator, they were all elite disciples of great sects. If they joined forces, the average cultivator from the Emperor Realm would not be their opponent. Did he think he was more powerful than those from the Emperor Realm? Little brat, you still dare to boast shamelessly. The big man suddenly shouted angrily. With a flick of his wrist, an axe suddenly appeared in his hand. Energy surged, and his imposing manner was extraordinary. He said, "If you know what's good for you, obediently surrender and we may leave your corpse intact. If you dare to be stubborn..." Yang Kai opened his mouth and spat at the big man like an arrow from a bow. The big man, who was clamoring, changed his expression drastically and quickly dodged to the side. Although this spit was not very lethal, it would be too disgusting if it hit him. After regaining his footing, the big man said with an ashen face, "Are you a child? How dare you spit at me? Do you have any shame?" Yang Kai sneered, "So many of you are eyeing me covetously. You don't even have to talk about shame, but I just spat at you and you think I have no shame? Ridiculous." Yin Luxing snorted, "Don't talk nonsense. You will die today." "Is that so?" Yang Kai looked at him coldly. He lifted his foot. Taking a step forward, he said majestically, "Then this young master wants to see which blind fool dares to make a move against me. This young master will tell you first, if anyone dares to make a move, I will make you all die here." As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression changed and they all looked dignified. The amazing cultivation that Yang Kai had displayed before was still vivid in his mind. Therefore, at this moment, although his words were somewhat alarmist, it still made people somewhat fearful. They were afraid that this guy would risk his life and fight to the death. For a moment, the dozens of people were all stunned in place. They were not willing to be the ones who stood out. They only wanted to wait for others to make the first move and then reap the benefits. Yin Luxing also saw this and his face sank as he shouted in a low voice, "Since all of you are so cowardly and afraid of getting into trouble, why don't all of you take action?" Then after this Yin snatches his source energy, "Don't be jealous." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly waved his hand and shouted, "Netherworld Purgatory Hand." A gust of cold wind blew, and a burst of ghastly wails and howls suddenly sounded, and a huge ghost shadow suddenly appeared. He rushed towards Yang Kai with a ferocious expression. The ghostly figure had yet to arrive. Kai Yang felt a chill run down his spine, as if even his blood had been frozen. Before he had time to make a move, Lan He, who was standing beside him, suddenly shouted, "Heavenly wolf howls at the moon." A wolf's howl suddenly rang out, accompanied by Lan He's finger pointing forward. A vigorous silver wolf figure appeared out of thin air. It was huge, like a heavenly wolf, and it opened its bloody mouth and bit towards the ghostly figure. In an instant, these two strange creatures collided, setting off a frenzy of battle. At the same time, Yin Luxing made his move. Several Netherworld sect disciples around him also took action. Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian of Brahma Holy Land glanced at each other and quickly formed hand seals, seemingly using some kind of secret technique. When the others saw that someone had taken the lead, they no longer just watched from the sidelines and summoned their artifacts, cast their secret techniques, and bombarded Yang Kai. For a moment, the void lit up with colorful lights as energy fluctuated wildly. Lan He's face suddenly turned pale as she stood in place in a daze, her eyes dim as if they had lost their luster. With so many Dao Source Realm masters attacking at the same time, she could not resist no matter what. What awaited her was only the call of death. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly let out a long roar. With a flash of brilliance, a large long sword appeared in his hand as Emperor aura filled the air. He stood in place, as firm as a mountain, as he slowly rotated the long sword while chanting, "A million swords. One man holds the pass." Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk countless sword waves burst out, like a swarm of locusts, heading towards the opposite side. Rumbling sounds rang out incessantly as the scene of energy colliding was shocking, causing everyone's heart to tremble. An Emperor artifact. Where did this boy come from? He actually has an Emperor artifact in his hand. Don't let him go, kill him. Although many of the cultivator who entered the Shattered Star Sea were the elite disciples of various sects, or even the descendants or direct disciples of sect masters and elders, Emperor artifacts were still rare for them. Except for a few people who had Emperor artifacts, no one else was qualified to possess one. At this moment, seeing that Yang Kai actually took out an Emperor artifact, the dozens of cultivators suddenly became excited. In their opinion, Yang Kai was simply a huge treasure trove. Not only did he have a complete star source, but he also had an Emperor artifact. If they could kill him and snatch his things, they would become rich overnight and become someone with an Emperor artifact. For a moment, everyone's heart was burning with excitement. After a series of collisions, Yang Kai also staggered back as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Although he relied on the power of Myriad's sword to barely resist the joint attack of the dozens of cultivators, he was only one person after all. How could he compete with so many people? To be able to do this, it was all thanks to those people not using their full strength at the beginning. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have suffered more than just minor injuries. Damn it, you really dare to attack together. Yang Kai looked forward with a pale face as he gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Yin Luxing snorted, "It's too late to beg for mercy now. You will die today." Zhang Hao hurriedly said, "Quickly hand over that Emperor artifact." Although the others did not speak, the greedy light in their eyes had already explained their thoughts. Yang Kai grinned ferociously as his figure flickered and suddenly appeared in front of the mountains and river's bell. Yin Luxing's face changed as he cried out in shock, "What are you doing?" Yang Kai laughed, "What am I doing? Isn't it obvious? I told you before that if anyone dares to attack me, I will make you all die without a burial place." His cold eyes swept across the crowd as a crazed look appeared on his face. "Are you crazy?" Yin Luxing seemed to be aware of Yang Kai's intentions and his face suddenly turned pale. The others also turned pale with fright as their legs went soft. Yang Kai's face was cold and his eyes were cold as he said in a cold voice, "You forced me to do this." Saying so, he suddenly raised the Myriad's sword in his hand high. "Wait, if you have something to say, we can talk it out. Why do you have to do this?" Zhang Hao shouted in horror. "It's too late to say anything now. Die for me." Yang Kai shouted as the Myriad's sword in his hand smashed down on the mountains and river's bell. "It's over." Seeing this, Yin Luxing's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he turned around and rushed out without looking back. "Run!" Zhang Hao also shouted. "This brat is crazy." Kong. The Myriad's sword slammed into the mountains and river's bell, causing a dull bell sound to explode as a sound wave visible to the naked eye swept out in all directions. Yang Kai was the first to bear the brunt. Even though he desperately circulated his source chi to protect himself, he could not help but sway and almost fainted on the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The dozens of Dao source realms who had their backs to Yang Kai and wanted to escape from this place did not fare any better. This place was a natural spirit array, so after falling into it, they could not find a way out at all, so even though they desperately tried to escape, it was useless. When the sound wave hit them, they were immediately sucked into it. Previously, on the dark red stars, a young man was killed on the spot just by touching the mountains and river's bell lightly. Now, Yang Kai was using an Emperor artifact to strike the mountains and river's bell, causing an incomparable backlash. After the sound wave, everyone coughed up blood, and even the light of their defensive artifacts dimmed a lot. Not only that, the sound wave seemed to have a suppressive and sealing power. After it swept out, everyone was frozen in place, as if they had fallen into a swamp, unable to move at all. Kong. Before they could catch their breaths, another loud sound rang out. Everyone's heart trembled as they turned their heads to look, only to see Yang Kai actually holding the Emperor artifact and striking the mountains and river's bell again with a ferocious look on his face as he laughed maniacally. "Are you happy? Are you happy? Tell me loudly, are you happy or not?" This guy has already lost his mind. You bunch of trash, how could you think of provoking him? Now, you're all going to be buried with him. Stop, let's talk nicely, don't do this, I beg you. Brother Yang, It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Instead of everyone dying together, why don't we sit down and talk? Seeing the terrifying sound wave sweep over again, everyone cried for their fathers and mothers. All of them were filled with hatred in their hearts, but they had no choice but to say something against their will with a smile on their faces. I won't listen, I won't listen, I won't listen. Yang Kai coughed up blood and shook his head, raising the myriad sword for the third time and declaring, I've made a profit by dragging so many of you down with me. Today, none of you will leave here alive. Lord Yang, I'm willing to offer you my space ring. Please spare my life. Someone suddenly shouted. Yang Kai's hand movement paused as he sniffed and shouted righteously, Do you think this young master is the kind of person who only cares about money? Don't look down on me and humiliate this young master's character. The person was stunned, not knowing how to respond. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, What good things are in the ring? Everyone. The person who spoke was also stunned, not knowing what Yang Kai meant. It was only when a cultivator next to him quietly kicked him that the person realized and hurriedly said, There are many good things, a lot of them, I guarantee that Lord Yang will be satisfied. Yang Kai immediately beamed and said, Wouldn't it have been better if you said that earlier? Why did you have to suffer? Tell me, aren't you a cheap wretch? Yes, 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 I'm a cheap wretch. The corner of the person's mouth twitched. Chapter 2455. Since that's the case, I'll spare your dog life. Yang Kai coldly snorted before turning to Lan He and saying, Sister Lan, go and get his space ring. Lan He was taken aback. Although she felt that this was not a good idea, she also knew that Yang Kai was in some inconvenience now, so she could only nod and fly to the cultivator and extend her hand to him. The cultivator took off the space ring with a pained expression and reluctantly handed it to Lan He. Yang Kai shouted with a sullen face, Who still wants to buy their life? If you want to buy it, hurry up, you won't have this chance anymore. Isn't this looting a burning house? Boy, don't go too far. There are several dozen of us here, so we may not be afraid of you. I advise you to quit while you're ahead. Yes, Brother Yang, you should be lenient when possible. Leave some leeway so that we can meet again in the future. Be lenient when possible? Yang Kai sneered and said contemptuously, I didn't see any of you sparing me just now, but now you're talking nonsense, what's the use? I'll say it one last time, whoever wants to buy their life, hurry up and cooperate, otherwise, don't blame this young master for being ruthless and killing all of you here. Saying so, he raised the myriad sword high again, as if he was about to strike. The several dozen Dao Source Realm cultivators all had ugly expressions on their faces. Yang Kai had only rung the mountains and rivers bell twice just now, but most of the cultivators had already been injured. Unfortunately, inside this natural spirit array, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. If Yang Kai had rung the mountains and rivers bell a few more times, they might really all die here. Don't compromise. The weaker you are, the more he will take a yard after taking an inch. Never compromise with him. Everyone, join hands and fight him, we may not necessarily lose our lives. Yin Lisheng suddenly shouted. Among everyone, he didn't want to see Yang Kai show off like this, so when he saw that someone wanted to compromise, his eyes immediately turned red. Brother Yin, you're really unyielding, Yang Kai looked at him and sneered. Then this young master will wait and see. Let's see how long you can be so stubborn. Yin Lisheng's face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped off from it. Changing the topic, Yang Kai said in a low voice, I will only count to 3. After 3, if you still don't cooperate, then all of you can go to hell. 2. Not waiting for Kai Yang to count out 3 words, someone had already shouted out. Brother Yang, I'm willing to hand over my space ring. Please let me live. Very good. Yang Kai's eyes turned to the person who spoke and said, Take out your ring and stand aside. Lan He silently walked in front of that person and stretched out her hand. After the man handed over his space ring, he immediately flew to the side. I'm also willing to hand over my space ring. Me too. Fine. There was nothing good anyway. It's better than dying here. In an instant, Taking out space rings to buy their lives became the general trend. Soon, more than half of the dozens of cultivators chose to hand over their space rings. Lan He's mood was extremely complicated. She thought she was going to die this time. After all, she had to fight against dozens of Dao Source Realm cultivators. How could she have a chance to survive? But the situation turned around. She and Yang Kai, who should have been at an absolute disadvantage, were now leading the dozens of cultivators by the nose. All of this was too sudden. It was all thanks to Yang Kai alone. In the face of dozens of Dao Source Realm cultivators, being fearless was a sign of bravery. Cleverly using the power of the mountains and rivers bell to deter the enemy, making the enemy unable to advance or retreat was a sign of strategy. It was the first time Lan He had encountered such a brave and resourceful person. In a short while, she had collected more than 20 space rings. Even though she was the great senior sister of Heavenly Wolf Valley and had seen a lot of big scenes, at this moment, she was trembling with excitement. The more than 20 space rings were heavy and extremely heavy. These were the space rings of the elite disciples of various sects. Each of them was extremely rich. She could hardly imagine how much wealth would be gathered from more than 20 space rings. After a while, the originally hesitant cultivator did not dare to delay any longer. The Emperor artifact in Yang Kai's hand had been placed in front of the mountains and rivers bell. Who knew when he would strike it again? One by one, they could only take off their space rings in humiliation and hand them to Lan He. They secretly swore in their hearts that they would teach Yang Kai the consequences of offending them one day. The dozens of Dao Source Realm cultivators who had gathered together were now divided into two groups. One group was those who handed over their space rings, while the other group was still stubborn. There were not many stubborn people in the group, only 5 or 6. Yang Kai looked around and found that these people were from Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land. He sneered at Zhang Hao. It seems that Holy Son Zhang Hao wants to die here. Zhang Hao frowned and said, Brother Yang, how about we make a deal? If you let me and Zhang Xian go, we will remember today's kindness and repay it generously in the future. In the future? Yang Kai sneered and said with a cold face, we can talk about the future. Today, I only want your space rings. Zhang Hao said, Brother Yang, why do you have to do this? You have offended at least 20 sects. Will you still have a foothold in the star boundary in the future? Yang Kai heard this and nodded deeply. Brother Zhang Hao is right. I haven't thought about this yet. Zhang Hao was overjoyed, but before he could say anything, Yang Kai said, You mean, you want me to kill them after I take their things? Pity, Brother Zhang Hao is so vicious. You really can't judge a book by its cover. As soon as he said this, the faces of the cultivator who had handed over their space rings changed drastically and they glared at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and hurriedly said, Brother Yang, you misunderstand. How could I encourage Brother Yang to do such a thing? Wouldn't that ruin Brother Yang's good reputation? I just want to say that having more friends is better than having more enemies. Brother Yang, what do you think? You want to be friends with me? Yang Kai smiled slightly. Zhang Hao cupped his fists and said, Brother Yang, if you don't mind, I don't, and you don't have the qualifications. Yang Kai's face turned cold as he stared at him. The smile on Zhang Hao's face suddenly stiffened and his face turned red. He was embarrassed to the extreme. He was the holy son of Brahma Holy Land. Even in the entire star territory, he was a leader of the younger generation. Who didn't he have the qualifications to be friends with? Yang Kai was just a Dao Source Realm cultivator, yet he dared to boast so shamelessly. What's more, he was spitting on him in front of so many people. How could he step down from this? He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Zhang Xian, who was standing to the side, also had an ugly look on his face. He and Zhang Hao were both holy sons, so when Yang Kai slapped Zhang Hao's face like this, he also felt his face burning as if he had been slapped hard. Brother Yang, do you really have to be so stubborn? Zhang Hao said coldly. Yang Kai snorted and said, If you keep talking, this young master will take your dog life first. Good, we will remember today's matter. I hope you can still be so arrogant when we meet again in the future. Zhang Hao threw down these words fiercely before he and Zhang Xian took off the space rings on their hands and threw them to Lan He. Then, they turned around and walked towards the crowd. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "What's the use of only talking tough? If you have the guts, come and fight with this young master. Let this young master teach you how to behave properly." Zhang Hao's figure paused. He was almost provoked by Yang Kai to turn around and attack. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he suddenly remembered the scene of Yang Kai instantly killing a cultivator of the same level. He knew that he was no match for such terrifying strength. Even if he joined forces with Zhang Xian, they would only be able to maintain a stalemate at best. Another cheap bastard who wants to be humiliated by this young master before he is willing to cooperate, Yang Kai sneered. Zhang Xian suddenly turned around and looked at Lan He. "Sister Lan He, although I don't know what your relationship with Brother Yang is, you have to be careful. Before, Zhang Hao and I saw him in a room with Netherworld sects Yuing. That Yuing came out of a flight-type artifact in disheveled clothes. I think you know better than me what kind of woman Yuing is. We are all disciples of the Eastern Territory sects, so I don't want you to become the demon race's pawn." Yang Kai heard this and his face sank. "You dare sow discord. This young master and that Yuing are pure and innocent, so don't ruin my reputation." Zhang Xian chuckled and said, "That's what Yuing said before." After saying so, he walked into the crowd without looking back. Lan He frowned slightly and glanced at Yang Kai with a strange expression. Yang Kai said, "Sister Lan He, you don't believe it, do you?" Lan He said, "Brother Yang's matter has nothing to do with me as long as he has a clear conscience." Yang Kai thought for a moment and nodded, "That's true." After saying so, he turned to look at Yin Lisheng and said with a fake smile, "Brother Yin, now there are only a few of you left. Do you want to cooperate, or cooperate?" The remaining 3 people were all disciples of Netherworld sect. Yin Lisheng's status in Netherworld sect was extremely high. After all, he was the sect master's direct disciple, so even though he had only been in the sect for a short time, he was still the one in charge. Since he didn't express his position, the remaining 2 couldn't make a decision. Yin Lisheng smiled proudly and said, "This Yin hates it when others threaten me. Anyone who threatens me doesn't have a good end." Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he said, "What a coincidence, Brother Yin and I are the same in this regard." Yin Lisheng said, "Arrogant people always have many things in common. Yang Kai, if you really want my space ring, then fight me. If you can beat me, this Yin will hand over the space ring with both hands." "You want to fight me one-on-one?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at him. "Brother Yang, you don't dare?" Yin Lisheng sneered. Yang Kai snorted and said, "Since Brother Yin is so refined, then this young master will give you a chance." As soon as this remark came out, Yin Lisheng's face lit up. Although the strength Yang Kai had shown before was extraordinary, Yin Lisheng had full confidence that he could remain invincible. This was why he could speak so confidently when facing Yang Kai, and even when falling into this natural spirit array, he didn't panic. If he wanted to leave here, he could do so at any time, but the price he would have to pay was a bit high. Unless it was a last resort, he wasn't willing to do so. Chapter 2456. Yin Lisheng had thought that a treacherous person like Yang Kai would definitely not agree to his challenge, and at that time, he would be able to ruthlessly humiliate Yang Kai and vent the resentment in his heart, but he hadn't expected Yang Kai to actually agree. This made him ecstatic. In a head-on fight, he wasn't sure if he was Yang Kai's opponent, but he still had a trump card. Once he used it, Yang Kai would die without a doubt. Yin Lisheng secretly made up his mind that when he fought Yang Kai, he would directly use his trump card and not give Yang Kai the slightest chance to resist. Just as his mind was racing, Kai Yang suddenly pointed his finger towards the several dozen people beside him and said, "Since Brother Yin likes to fight alone so much, then why don't you challenge this group of friends? I believe they will definitely accompany you to have some fun." Yin Lisheng was stunned when he heard this. The dozens of cultivator also looked stunned. Lan He was also stunned. Zhang Hao's face turned cold as he quickly said, "Yang Kai, don't go too far. We even gave you our space rings, what else do you want?" "That's right, you should settle your grievances with Yin Lisheng yourself, Why involve us in this? Xianxia also shouted, "We will never help you." Yes, yes, don't treat us as fools. The group of people suddenly clamored and accused him. Yin Luxing sneered, "Brother Yang doesn't have the guts to fight with me, so just say it. No one will laugh at you, so why beat around the bush?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, "Brother Yin is the direct disciple of the Eastern Territory's Netherworld sects sect master. I, Yang Kai, am just a loner, so of course I don't have the guts to fight with you. What if I accidentally kill you? Wouldn't that be a disaster? You don't have the guts to fight with Yin Luxing. Why should we fight? We won't fight. Yes, we won't fight. If you want to fight, go fight yourself." He really thinks we're idiots. This brat actually wants to drive the wolf to devour the tiger. How laughable. Everyone was extremely dissatisfied with Yang Kai because they had reluctantly handed over their space rings, but now that he wanted them to deal with Yin Luxing, how could they be happy? All of them were shouting at the same time, filled with indignation. Lan He looked at Yang Kai with a worried expression, fearing that he would make things out of hand. Now that he had used the mountains and rivers bell to threaten everyone, it was already a miracle that he had plundered so many space rings. If he did something excessive, it would likely cause some unnecessary trouble. She secretly winked at Yang Kai, hinting him to stop while he was ahead, lest he go too far. Yang Kai ignored her. With a cold face, he said, "You probably didn't hear what I said at the beginning." "What did he say?" "Kid, why don't you tell me what you're trying to do?" Yang Kai snorted, "This young master said that whoever doesn't hand over their space ring will die." "Yes, you did say that, but we have already handed over our space rings. What else do you want?" Yang Kai said, "Now Yin Luxing is unwilling to cooperate. This young master wants him dead. Do you have any objections?" Zhang Hao said, "Naturally, we have no objections. You and Brother Yin can solve your own grievances, there is no need to involve us." "That's good." Yang Kai grinned and shouted, "This young master is going to ring the mountains and rivers bell now and kill that little bastard Yin Luxing. If you still want to live, leave this place quickly, this young master will not stop you." "What? You still want to ring it?" "Don't, Brother Yang. Calm down." As soon as these words came out, everyone paled in shock. Yang Kai sneered, "Since you have handed over your space rings, this young master will also keep his word and let you live. This young master only wants to deal with Yin Luxing now, so if you don't want to die, scram." Zhang Hao angrily said, "The situation here is complicated. If we could leave, how could we have been threatened by you before? Yang Kai, aren't you lying through your teeth?" Xianxia also said, "You can't be shameless to this extent." Yang Kai calmly said, "I don't care. If you don't have the ability to leave and are killed by the mountains and rivers bell, then you can only blame your bad luck. It has nothing to do with this young master." Changing the topic, he shouted angrily at Yin Luxing, "Believe in Yin, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Have a good trip to the Yellow Springs." Saying so, he swung the myriad sword in his hand towards the mountains and rivers bell. Lan He's eyelids twitched when she saw this, and she quickly pushed her source chi to protect herself. Many martial artists also turned pale with fright as they cried out one after another. "Stop it, stop it. Damn it, stop. If you have something to say, we can help you persuade Yin Luxing." "Yes, we can have a good chat with Yin Luxing and make him hand over his space ring." Amid the chaos, Yang Kai's myriad sword stopped less than an inch away from the mountains and rivers bell and looked at everyone. "You want to talk to Yin Luxing?" Everyone broke out in a cold sweat and nodded their heads repeatedly. Yang Kai said with an embarrassed expression, "Believe in Yin is a proud man and won't give in easily. If it's just a chat, I'm afraid it won't be of much use." "Brother Yang, don't worry, if this Believe in Yin doesn't know what's good for him, we will use other methods to talk to him," someone said with a ferocious expression. Yang Kai said, "Oh, that's not good. You have already handed over your space rings. Logically speaking, what happens next has nothing to do with you. This is a grudge between me and Yin Luxing. How can you be involved in this?" Everyone's faces darkened as they looked at his hypocritical appearance, cursing Yang Kai in their hearts, but no one dared to show it. "Brother Yang, you don't have to mind, this belief in Yin is so untactful and should be taught a lesson. Young people only understand how high the sky is and how deep the earth is when they encounter some hardships. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this and said, "What this friend said is right. In that case, I will have to trouble you with this matter. I didn't force you. This matter is voluntary." As soon as these words fell, the several dozen cultivators turned their heads and looked at Yin Lisheng. Yin Lisheng's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and the two Netherworld sect disciples standing next to him were also pale and confused. For some inexplicable reason, they'd actually stood on the opposite side of everyone, and it simply caught them off guard. "Yin Lisheng, if you know what's good for you, quickly hand over your space ring, otherwise everyone will die here. Yes, if you don't cooperate, don't blame us for being impolite. Quickly hand it over." Everyone seemed to have been implicated because of Yin Lisheng's unwillingness to cooperate, or perhaps because they were unlucky and wanted to see others suffer, so at this moment, their attitude towards Yin Lisheng was not good, and they all shouted at him. Yin Lisheng was so angry that he seemed to be on fire as he said with a sullen face, "You are all elite disciples of your respective sects, the pride of your sects, yet you are willing to be driven by one person. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" With this sentence, many people's expressions darkened and they looked embarrassed. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, "Yin Lisheng means that you should silence him so that no one will spread what happened today." Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, secretly thinking that this was a good idea, and a few people's eyes flashed with fierce light. Yin Lisheng said with a black face, "Yang Kai, you are such a despicable person, this Yin really misjudged you." Yang Kai snorted and said, "When you tried to kill me in the Starlight Corridor, you should have thought of the consequences." Yin Lisheng clenched his teeth and said, "Don't force me. If you push me too far, none of you will have a good end." Yang Kai jumped back and said with a glare, "Oh, I'm so scared." He turned his head to look at the dozens of cultivators and said, "This guy actually dares to threaten you. I don't know if you can tolerate it, but I can't. If I were you, I would rush over and tear him apart." Even though Yang Kai was adding fuel to the fire and sowing discord, everyone was still a little unhappy, feeling that Yin Lisheng's words were too big. Zhang Hao pondered for a while and said, "Brother Yin, a wise man submits to circumstances. I know you have means and trump cards, but do you really think you can be an enemy of so many of us?" "Zhang Hao, you are also forcing me." Yin Lisheng's eyes spat fire and his voice was cold. Both of them were disciples of great sects in the Eastern Territory and had known each other for a long time. Although there was no friendship between them, they were both from the Eastern Territory after all. It was one thing for others to join forces to force him, but even Zhang Hao was doing the same, which made Yin Lisheng extremely uncomfortable. Zhang Hao quickly said, "Brother Yin, it is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. This is the Shattered Star Sea, there are many opportunities." He didn't use divine sense transmission, but openly said these words in front of Yang Kai. Obviously, he also bore a grudge and wanted to find an opportunity to take revenge. Kai Yang curled his lips in disdain, as if he didn't care. Yin Lisheng's face was calm, and after thinking for a while, he nodded and said, "Good, this Yin will remember today's matter. Yang Kai, I will make you pay back 100-fold in the future." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Brother Yin, you are the meat on the chopping block, and I am the knife. Is it really okay for you to say such harsh words?" Yin Lisheng stared at Yang Kai without saying a word. Yang Kai snorted and said, "Miss Lan He, take their space rings." Lan He nodded, walked over to Yin Lisheng, and stretched out her hand. Yin Lisheng said, "Heavenly Wolf Valley, this Yin will also remember this. I will definitely pay you a visit in the future." Lan He's complexion changed slightly, but at this time, she knew that it was useless to say anything, so she just took the space rings of the 3 Netherworld sect disciples, turned around, and left. After a while, she came to Yang Kai's side and said, "There are a total of 46 space rings here. Brother Yang, please count them." Yang Kai happily took them and said, "Miss Lan He should also pick some." Lan He shook her head and said, "I don't need it, I didn't do anything." Yang Kai was about to say something when his complexion suddenly changed, and his source qi fluctuated violently. Lan He also looked surprised, not knowing what had happened to Yang Kai. Looking around, she saw a black qi appear on Yang Kai's wrist, and this black qi was like a spirit snake, spreading towards Yang Kai's arm. Wherever it passed, Yang Kai's flesh and blood would turn into a bloody mess, revealing his white bones. The corroded parts of his body emitted a sizzling sound that made one's scalp tingle. A fishy smell instantly filled the air. "Azura Earth Demon!" Lan He exclaimed. Chapter 2457. Yang Kai's complexion was ashen as he constantly formed seals with his hands. His source qi surged endlessly, and it took him a lot of effort to stop the black qi. However, looking around, the front right arm had been corroded into a horrible state, dripping with blood. The black qi that had been stopped was like a living creature, struggling and wriggling desperately towards Yang Kai's shoulder. Yang Kai raised his head, glared at Yin Lisheng, and said fiercely, "You dare plot against me?" Yin Lisheng's expression was also sluggish at this moment. The Azura Earth Demon was a secret technique of the Netherworld sect. Only the top and most outstanding disciples of each generation could cultivate it. Moreover, when cultivating it, one had to connect to the real Netherworld purgatory and condense the Yin Qi of the Netherworld into Earth Demon power. However, once successfully cultivated, the power of this secret technique was infinite, and no one below the Emperor realm could resist it. Yin Lisheng had quietly hidden this wisp of Azura Earth Demon in his space ring, and after Yang Kai took it, he suddenly stimulated the power of this secret technique, and sure enough, Yang Kai was hit. But what shocked Yin Lisheng was that Yang Kai was actually able to stop this Azura Earth Demon. Although he seemed to be seriously injured, none of his vitals were injured, so there was no danger to his life at all. After a moment of shock, Yin Lisheng immediately recovered, and his figure flickered as he pounced towards Yang Kai like a great prung spreading its wings, roaring with a ferocious expression. "This Yin can only seize the moment for revenge. 10 years is too late. Yang Kai, die." At the same time as Yin Lisheng made his move, Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian also attacked together. The source qi of the two surged, and using some kind of secret technique, they merged into one and turned into a stream of light that shot towards Yang Kai. Their momentum was peerless. The others also reacted quickly. They all shouted as they rushed towards Yang Kai. Previously, they were forced to hand over their space rings, so they had long been suppressing their anger. Now that they saw Yang Kai being attacked by Yin Lisheng and seriously injured, they naturally wanted to take this opportunity to take revenge. "Yang Kai, run!" Lan He was startled as she watched the situation change. He hurriedly shouted at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face was distorted. It was unknown whether it was because of the pain or something else. A hint of madness flashed in his eyes as he said, "You can't escape." He could not see through this natural spirit array at all. Unless he had time to calm down and study it slowly, there was no way he could escape from here. Raising the myriad sword in his hand, Yang Kai slammed it towards the mountains and rivers bell and shouted, "You want to take my life? I'll let you all die first." Boom! Along with the strike of the myriad sword, a halo of light suddenly swayed out from the mountains and rivers bell, and a terrifying sound wave swept out. Everyone's eyelids twitched, and in an instant, they cried for their parents. However, to everyone's surprise, the sound wave didn't spread too far. Instead, it directly exploded. Yang Kai was sent flying with a bang. "Ha! You can forgive the sins of heaven, but you can't live with the sins of your own making." Zhang Hao was overjoyed when he saw this. Although he didn't know why the sound of the mountains and rivers bell being struck this time was different from before, this was the best opportunity to kill Yang Kai. He shouted with all his might, "Everyone, let's attack together and let this surnamed Yang die without a burial place." The rest of the people also looked refreshed and rushed forward. Yang Kai's head was dizzy and he couldn't tell north from south. The change of the mountains and rivers bell this time was also beyond his expectations. He never expected such a thing to happen. He didn't know if it was the work of the artifact spirit. But at this moment of life and death, the mountains and rivers bell suddenly shook slightly on its own. Along with this vibration, the void suddenly collapsed. This natural spirit array that shrouded such a large area of the void collapsed and disappeared in an instant. Looking around, a black hole the size of a house appeared out of thin air. The mountains and rivers Bell turned into a stream of light and rushed directly into the black hole, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The next moment, the black hole expanded at an extremely fast speed, and at the same time, a huge suction force came from the black hole, pulling in all the cultivators' bodies. What's going on? What's going on? Not good, let's get out of here. The space here is collapsing. Surnamed Yang, you're not human. Everyone shouted and panicked. Even Yin Lisheng, who was determined to kill Yang Kai, had a change of expression at this moment. How could he care about Yang Kai's life and death? He turned around and tried to escape. But the suction force from the black hole behind him was simply too strong. No matter how hard he tried, he could only hover in place, unable to leave at all. As the black hole rapidly expanded, the suction force also became stronger and more terrifying, making every cultivator feel desperate and powerless. Yang Kai and Lan He, who were closest to the black hole, were the first to be sucked in and disappeared. After a while, one cultivator after another screamed miserably and made strange postures as they were swallowed into the black hole in a panic. In less than 10 breaths of time, none of the several dozen cultivator could escape the suction of the black hole and were all swallowed up. And the black hole was still expanding. It wasn't until a certain moment when the black hole seemed to have expanded to a limit that it suddenly shrank towards the center and disappeared in an instant. The void returned to calmness, leaving behind a rich fluctuation of space force, indicating that there had been a change here. In a daze, Yang Kai woke up, and the first thing he heard was Lan He's call. The pain in his arm was still unbearable. It was a pain that touched his soul, as if his soul was about to be torn apart. He vaguely knew what had happened just now, but because he had been blasted by the sound waves of the mountains and rivers Bell at close range, his mind was shaken and he was not in the mood to investigate the situation around him. He only saw the formation of a black hole and felt a huge suction force pulling him in. Then he arrived here. If it weren't for a supreme treasure like the soul-warming lotus, that shock alone would have been enough to shatter his soul. As the shouts in his ears became clearer and clearer, Yang Kai shook his head and finally recovered some of his spirit. He turned his head and looked around, but he couldn't see anything at all. There was no light in this place, only chaos and nothingness. A familiar feeling suddenly lingered in his heart. A void corridor. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in surprise. This was clearly the interlayer between the cracks of the void, a passageway in the void. Void corridors existed everywhere in this world, but if one didn't understand the Tao of space, they wouldn't be able to detect them and wouldn't have the opportunity to enter here. Recalling the previous scene, Yang Kai immediately understood that the reason why he had come to this void corridor was because of the mountains and rivers Bell's sudden eruption, shattering the void with great power. The black hole was the most obvious sign. Suppressing the various discomforts and pains in his body, Yang Kai quickly released his divine sense and found Lan He not far from him. At this moment, Lan He's situation was worrying because she had been entangled by a void current and was trapped inside, unable to move. There were dangers everywhere in this void corridor, but the biggest one was this void current. This void current was similar to a river and was invisible, but it was formed by chaotic space force. Once a person fell into it, it would be very difficult to get out and could only wait to be swallowed up by this void current. Even Yang Kai had to be careful of these void currents when walking in this void corridor. Although Lan He's cultivation was high, she didn't understand the Tao of space, so after falling into the void current, she was helpless and could only wait for death. Yang Kai quickly came to her side and called out, "Sister Lan He." Lan He was slightly startled and immediately called out in a low voice, "Yang Kai." "Yes, it's me," Lan He replied. "I'm entangled by a strange force and can't get away. Don't come close." She was afraid that Yang Kai would follow in her footsteps, so she quickly reminded him. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Don't worry, this is a void current. I'll save you now." Lan He shook her head and said, "No, I've tried. The harder I try, the deeper I sink. It's like a swamp. If you continue to help, it will only backfire. If you have a chance to leave this place in the future, go to Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Eastern Territory and tell them that I, Lan He, have died here. She seemed to feel that she had no hope of surviving and even had to make arrangements for her funeral. Yang Kai remained silent, crouched down, and quietly sensed her. Lan He spoke for a while, but seeing that Yang Kai didn't respond, she said sadly, "Right, take my space ring and give it to my Heavenly Wolf Valley's people." Saying so, she was about to take off her space ring. Yang Kai suddenly stretched out his hand and patted her position. Space force instantly fluctuated, turning into an invisible force that affected the movement of the void current. After a short while, the surging void current was directly smoothed out, and Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pulled Lan He out. This how? Lan He seemed to be unable to believe that she had escaped so easily and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. But soon, she reacted and cried out involuntarily, "Are you proficient in the Tao of space?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, "I know a thing or two." Lan He was surprised. "Are you Master Li Wu Yi's disciple?" Li Wu Yi again. Yang Kai had heard this name more than once and already knew that he was a famous master in the Star Boundary. He was a powerful Third-Order Emperor Realm Master and was proficient in the Tao of space. It was not an exaggeration to say that this person was the strongest master under the 10 Great Emperors. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I've heard of him long ago, but I never had the chance to meet him." He was not going to continue talking about this topic and said, "I'll take you to a safer place first. I still need to heal." Hearing this, Lan He recalled that he had been attacked by Yin Lisheng before and hurriedly said, "That Azura Earth Demon is a secret technique of the Netherworld sect. Its corrosive power is extremely strong. Under the Emperor realm, anyone who gets hit by it will die without a doubt. How can you be okay?" Yang Kai chuckled and said, "I was just lucky, or that little brat Yin Lisheng's cultivation isn't good enough." This Azura Earth Demon was indeed terrifying. Yang Kai estimated that if it were any other Tao Source Realm cultivator, they would not be able to escape from it, but his strength was not comparable to an ordinary Tao Source Realm cultivator at all. Whether it was the quality of his physique, source chi, or spiritual energy, they were far beyond the level of a Tao Source Realm cultivator, so he was able to suppress this Azura Earth Demon. Even so, half of his arm was corroded beyond recognition. Chapter 2458. After shuttling through the void corridor with Lan He for a while, Yang Kai suddenly stopped. Lan He didn't know what was going on, but she didn't dare to disturb him rashly and just stood quietly to the side. After a while, Yang Kai said, "It's safe here. The space here is relatively stable. Miss Lan He, please rest here for a while. I need to heal my wounds. Once I've healed, I'll send you out." "Send me out?" Lan He was stunned, but when she remembered how Yang Kai had easily rescued her before, she immediately felt confident in him and nodded, "Good, you don't need to worry about me. It's more important to heal your wounds as soon as possible. The Azura Earth Demon's corrosive power is extremely strong. The longer you delay, the more troublesome it will be." Yang Kai stretched out his hand, circulated his space force, and waved it around her a few times before saying, "I've left a space imprint here. If anything happens, I'll be able to detect it immediately and come over immediately." After saying so, he turned around and flew away. After Yang Kai left, Lan He slowly sat down cross-legged and released her divine sense to investigate the situation around her. She found that, as Yang Kai had said, the space here was relatively stable. Without the strange power she had encountered before, she didn't dare to move and could only wait here. Not far away, Yang Kai also sat down cross-legged, took out a large number of healing pills from his space ring, and stuffed them into his mouth like he was eating beans. His current injuries weren't too serious, and the injuries caused by the mountains and rivers Bell were quickly recovering. The only troublesome thing was the Azura Earth Fiend. This thing was like a maggot in a tarsal bone, tightly wrapped around his arm. Yang Kai had to circulate his source chi to force the Earth Demon's power out of his body. Fortunately, his source chi was vigorous and pure. Even if this secret technique was extremely powerful, it couldn't stop him from expelling it. Time passed little by little. Yang Kai forced the Azura Earth Demon's power out of his body little by little, his expression meticulous and his movements methodical. After about 5 or 6 days, he finally let out a heavy sigh of relief. The Azura Earthly Demon had completely disappeared. Only the corrosive wound on his arm had not completely healed. However, with his strong physique and recovery ability, he was able to recover. However, with his strong physique, this kind of injury was actually nothing. After 5 or 6 days of recovery, the injuries caused by the mountains and rivers Bell had also healed. Yang Kai swung his arm, slowly stood up, and walked towards Lan He's location. Not long after, Yang Kai came to Lan He's side and found that she was still sitting cross-legged in the same place. The space seal he had set up before also showed no signs of being touched, indicating that this place had been calm for the past few days and had not been affected by the void's power. Sensing Kai Yang's arrival, Lan He, is Brother Yang. There's no problem. Yang Kai replied with a smile. That's good. Lan He also breathed a sigh of relief. After a pause, she said, Can we go out now? Yang Kai said, Of course, come, I'll send you out. What about you? You still want to stay? Yang Kai smiled faintly and said confidently, I am very familiar with this place. There won't be any danger. I want to find the mountains and rivers Bell. It also entered this void passageway, and I don't know where it is now. So it's like that. Lan He knew that she couldn't persuade him too much. After all, she wasn't very familiar with Yang Kai. Then I hope Brother Yang's wish will be fulfilled soon. I'll count on your auspicious words, Yang Kai grinned. Right. Lan He suddenly remembered something and said, You said before that you had something to ask of me? After being reminded by her, Yang Kai also remembered something and patted his head. It's like this, I have a friend. More than a year ago, he set out from the Northern Territory to your Heavenly Wolf Valley. Brother Yang's friend? Does he want to join my Heavenly Wolf Valley? But why did he set out from the Northern Territory? Lan He was surprised. If he was a cultivator from the Northern Territory, he should have chosen a sect in the Northern Territory first. There was no reason for him to travel to the Eastern Territory. After all, the distance between the two large territories was extremely far. If he didn't use a space array that could cross territory, he might not be able to get there in several years. It's a bit complicated, let's talk about it as we go. Yang Kai said as he took Lan He to find the weak point in the space while explaining to her. The friend he was talking about was naturally Ling Yinchin. When he heard Zhang Hao, the holy son of Brahma Holy Land, mention Heavenly Wolf Valley, Yang Kai felt like he had heard of this sect before, but he couldn't remember when. Later, a thought flashed through his mind and he suddenly remembered. Ling Yinchin had mentioned Heavenly Wolf Valley in front of him before. Because Ling Yinchin's dead husband was a disciple of Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Eastern Territory. The two met and fell in love in the solitary void-sealed world and later became husband and wife, but her husband was unfortunately killed in the process of saving her. Ling Yinchin cherished his memory to this day. The high-grade spirit-purifying array she lent to Yang Kai at that time was bought by her husband at a high price, and it was also the object of her yearning. Because of this, after the spirit-purifying array was damaged, Yang Kai put in a lot of effort to ask Sangda to repair it, which led to all the subsequent events. When Ling Yinchin came out of the solitary void-sealed world, she also brought out her husband's ashes. The last time they parted in the Northern Territory, Ling Yinchin said that she wanted to send her husband's ashes to Heavenly Wolf Valley so that he could rest in peace. After briefly telling Lan He about Ling Yinchin and her husband, Lan He also sighed and said, that Sister Ling must be an infatuated woman. If she wasn't infatuated, how could she be willing to go from the Northern Territory to the Eastern Territory just to send her husband's ashes back to the sect? One had to know that not only was the journey long, but it was also full of dangers. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. Big Sister Ling was a very good person, Yang Kai said solemnly. What was her husband's name? If he was really a disciple of Heavenly Wolf Valley, maybe I've heard of him, Lan He asked. Yang Kai shook his head. Big Sister Ling didn't mention this. It doesn't matter. When the time comes, if we can see Big Sister Ling, we can just ask her. Lan He didn't delve into this issue. Yang Kai said, Big Sister Ling was infatuated with her husband. I think that even if she sent his ashes back, she probably wouldn't want to leave his side. It's just that Big Sister Ling isn't a disciple of Heavenly Wolf Valley, so Heavenly Wolf Valley may not let her stay for long. This Yang wants to ask Sister Lan, if you can see Big Sister Ling in the future, please take care of her. If she can join Heavenly Wolf Valley and become a disciple, it would be best. If not, please let Big Sister Ling mourn for her husband from time to time to relieve her lovesickness. Since it's Brother Yang's request, there's naturally no problem. Lan He was also a straightforward person and agreed at once. Yang Kai was overjoyed. With Sister Lan's words, I can rest assured. Lan He was the great senior sister of Heavenly Wolf Valley. Her status was definitely not comparable to an ordinary disciple. Since she had agreed, she would definitely do it. Although this woman's appearance and figure were average, she had a heroic spirit that was not inferior to men. What's Big Sister Ling's cultivation now? Third Order Dao Source Realm. Although her strength isn't at the top, it's definitely not bad. Yang Kai gave a pertinent evaluation. Third Order Dao Source Realm? Lan He's eyes lit up when she heard this. She clapped her hands and said, then there's absolutely no problem for her to join our Heavenly Wolf Valley. If she's someone of unknown origin, she may need to be assessed, but since she's someone Yang Kai mentioned, she can be exempted from the assessment. I'll tell Master when I go back. Thank you very much. Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although he didn't have much of a friendship with Ling Yinchin, they had come out of the solitary void-sealed world together. With her cultivation, it wouldn't have been a problem for her to join Ice Heart Valley, and Bing Yun also wanted her to stay, but she was troubled by love and wanted to go to Heavenly Wolf Valley, so everyone could only let her. If she could join Heavenly Wolf Valley in the future, it would be a good place for her. This way, not only would she have a sect to rely on, but she could also accompany her husband day and night. Yang Kai believed Ling Yinchin wouldn't refuse. While the two were talking, Yang Kai suddenly stopped in his tracks, and Lan He also stopped. Yang Kai released his divine sense to check the surroundings and said, this is the place. I'll tear space later. Sister Lan He, you can rest assured that there won't be any danger. Lan He nodded and cupped her fists. Brother Yang, you must also be careful. If there is a chance in the future, you must come to my Heavenly Wolf Valley as a guest. Of course, of course. Yang Kai replied. After saying so, his expression turned solemn as he stretched out his hand and thrust it into the void in front of him. The force of space surged, and the laws of space fluctuated, causing the void corridor to distort and become unstable. Lan He's expression changed slightly as she held her breath, not daring to disturb him in the slightest. Open! Yang Kai shouted as his hands suddenly moved to the sides. Under Lan He's shocked gaze, the void in front of them was torn apart like a piece of silk, and a crack appeared in it in an instant. And as Yang Kai moved, this crack grew bigger and bigger. Lan He's eyes trembled as she watched in amazement. Tearing space with one's bare hands was something she had only heard of and had never seen with her own eyes. But now, this scene was clearly presented in front of her eyes, shocking her. From the void crack, Lan He clearly saw the dilapidated scenery of the Shattered Star Sea and immediately understood that they could return to the Shattered Star Sea through this crack. Let's go! Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. Lan He didn't dare to hesitate. Her figure flickered as she rushed towards the crack. In the blink of an eye, she had reached the other side. When she turned around, the crack had already closed quickly. Yang Kai stood in the void corridor and waved at her with a smile. Brother Yang, take care. Lan He shouted, but the crack had already closed. She didn't know if Yang Kai had heard her or not. Standing in place for a while, Lan He sighed and looked for a direction to fly towards the depths of the Shattered Star Sea. Although her contact with Yang Kai was short, it was as if a new door had opened in front of her, allowing her to see how powerful a Dao Source Realm cultivator could be. In front of a cultivator in the same realm, the elite disciples of top sects were as insignificant as ants that could be killed with a wave of his hand. She knew that she couldn't cultivate to this extent. If she wanted to become stronger, she could only break through to the Emperor realm. An urgent thought emerged from the depths of her heart. She wanted to break through as soon as possible and obtain more power. Chapter 2459. Inside the void corridor, Yang Kai quickly passed through it as if he was walking on flat ground, completely ignoring the ubiquitous void turbulence and the erratic void cracks. This place might be dangerous for others, but for Yang Kai, it was like his own back garden. When he was cultivating the Tao of space, he had entered this place countless times, comprehending the mysteries of space and experiencing the wonders of space force. He had a clear understanding of the characteristics of this place. Less than an hour after separating from Lanhe, Yang Kai suddenly felt a slight burning sensation on the back of his hand, which was the reaction between star seals. His expression changed and he immediately rushed in a certain direction. His current star seal was a 6-pointed star seal, which was a relatively high-end existence, so he could sense the location of most cultivator from a long distance. Not long after, he arrived at the place, but when he looked around, the scene he saw made him frown. Because the scene in front of him was bloody, with countless severed limbs and minced flesh constantly floating in the void undercurrent. There was not a single living person in sight. In that place, however, there were 7 or 8 ownerless star seals floating quietly. 7 or 8 star seals meant that 7 or 8 people had died here. They had not been killed by others, but had fallen into the void corridor and been swallowed by the void undercurrent, or had been killed by the void cracks here. When Yang Kai walked over, the ownerless star seal seemed to be attracted by something and flew towards the back of his hand, transforming into specks of starlight that imprinted themselves on the back of his hand, causing his 6-pointed star seal to become even brighter and warmer. He couldn't help feeling a little worried. Previously, everyone had been swallowed by the collapsed space and their futures were uncertain. He wasn't worried about the life or death of others. The only one he was worried about was Yin Lusheng. This guy had better not die before he found him. If he died, Yang Kai would have no way to find him to inquire about information. There were still some vague reactions coming from the front. Yang Kai didn't stop for long and continued on his way. The further he went, the more corpses Yang Kai encountered of cultivator corpses and star seals left behind. He didn't need to do anything at all. Along the way, he had already collected more than 20 star seals. In other words, of the more than 40 Tao Source Realm cultivator who had been swallowed here, half of them had died. And from what he observed along the way, they should all be together, probably trying to find a way out. Unfortunately, they didn't understand the Tao of space and couldn't break through the barrier of space, so they couldn't find an exit. According to this situation, this group of people would die sooner or later. Suddenly, Yang Kai heard a faint shout. His eyes flashed as he quickly rushed towards the source of the sound. After a short while, he arrived in front of a surging void undercurrent. Seemingly aware of Kai Yang's arrival, the person hurriedly shouted in Kai Yang's direction, "Friend, save me. Don't leave me behind. Save me." Yang Kai was indifferent Yang Kai Yang's divine sense. Yang, 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 and Yang, Yang. "Where is Yin Lusheng?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. When the man heard Yang Kai's voice, he was startled for a moment before calling out in a low voice, "Yang Kai." He obviously recognized Yang Kai's voice. "Where is Yin Lusheng?" Yang Kai asked. The man smiled bitterly, "Brother Yang, save me first. Everything else can be discussed." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Zhang Hao won't save you, why should I?" This man was Xianxia of Brahma Holy Land. He and Zhang Hao were both holy sons of Brahma Holy Land, so their strength was extraordinary. However, no matter how powerful he was still a Tao Source Realm cultivator. Falling into the void undercurrent, he could only wait for death. The more he struggled, the faster he would die. However, there was no trace of Zhang Hao here. It seemed that Zhang Hao had abandoned him. Zhang Hao. Hearing Yang Kai mention this name, Zhang Xian seemed to be touched. He gnashed his teeth and growled, "Don't mention that despicable villain's name in front of me. I will kill him sooner or later." Yang Kai didn't know what happened between these two holy sons, but Zhang Xian actually hated Zhang Hao to the bone. Yang Kai didn't bother to get to the bottom of it and just sneered, "Wait until you have a chance to get out of here." Hearing this, Xianxia's momentum fell to the bottom as he cried and begged, "Brother Yang, please be magnanimous and don't bother with me. Save me from here. I, Xianxian, will definitely repay your kindness. First, tell me where Yin Luxing went." Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Xianxian said, "If I tell you, will you save me?" Yang Kai asked back, "What do you think?" Xianxian was angry and said, "Then why should I tell you?" As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly realized that he didn't have the capital to be angry at this time, so he hurriedly said, "Brother Yang, don't be angry." Xianxian misspoke. Yang Kai snorted, "I don't have the heart to save you, and I won't save you. No matter what you say, it's useless." Xianxian panicked and his heart was filled with anger, but he didn't dare show it, so the bitterness in his mouth was like eating a gold thread. "Although I won't save you, I can avenge you." Yang Kai sneered, "Zhang Hao and Yin Luxing are together, right? Tell me where they went, and I will help you kill Zhang Hao." "Kill Zhang Hao?" Xianxian was stunned and was silent for a while before he suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter full of madness. Yang Kai didn't urge him and just stood to the side and stared at him coldly. After a while, Xianxian's laughter faded and he said with a ferocious expression, "If you can find Zhang Hao, tear him to pieces for me." "That's easy, I promise you." Yang Kai nodded, thinking that there must be some unknown grievances between these two holy sons, otherwise, Xianxian wouldn't be so hostile towards Zhang Hao. They went that way. Xianxian casually pointed in a direction. Yang Kai turned his head and nodded, his hand moving slightly as a moon blade slashed towards Xianxian. Xianxian was shocked. Although he felt the energy fluctuations coming towards him, he was now trapped in the void undercurrent and couldn't dodge even if he wanted to, so he could only ask in horror, "What are you doing?" With a light swish, Xianxian felt a slight pain in his arm. Yang Kai coldly said, "I'll take your star seal, consider it as interest for the two of you joining forces to attack me. As for the rest, you can count on your own luck." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and collected the star seal on Zhang Xian's severed arm before turning around and rushing off in the direction Zhang Xian had indicated before. "Bastard, bastard!" Zhang Xian covered his wound with his other hand and roared with a ferocious expression. Yang Kai, however, had long since disappeared. About half a day later, Yang Kai finally sensed the location of the others, but most of them were dead, either swallowed by the void undercurrent or strangled to death by the void cracks. Their corpses were in tatters, leaving only their star seals to guide Yang Kai. Another day later, Yang Kai had collected most of the star seals of the more than 40 people. After swallowing more than 30 star seals, the 6-pointed star seal on the back of his hand finally changed, turning into a 7-pointed star seal, allowing him to perceive further distances. It was rumored that if a star seal could be upgraded to the highest level, a 9-pointed star seal, one could find the inheritance of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Whether this was true or not, Yang Kai had no interest in the so-called inheritance, so he didn't insist on it. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly sensed the fluctuations of several star seals in front of him. After a little calculation, Yang Kai knew that the owners of these star seals were the last survivors. And Yin Luxing must be among them, because along the way, although Yang Kai found the corpses of the other 2 Netherworld sect disciples, he did not see Yin Luxing's. That guy was really lucky. He actually managed to survive until the end of the void corridor. How did he do it? Without hesitation, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he rushed over. After an incense stick worth of time, he arrived at the place where these people were. Sweeping with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that there were only 4 people left. Yin Luxing and Zhang Hao were among them, and the remaining 2 seemed to be top Dao Source Realm Masters, but Yang Kai was not familiar with them. Moreover, not only were the 4 of them here, but even the mountains and rivers bell, which had disappeared into the void, was also here. This unique treasure from the untainted land was responsible for the birth of an emperor and witnessed the war between emperors. After being silent for tens of thousands of years, it was now lying quietly in a corner of the void corridor. Its brilliance was restrained and it had no spirituality at all. It was like an old object that was quietly waiting for the arrival of its next owner. "You're not dead." Yin Lusheng turned his head and looked at Yang Kai in astonishment when he arrived here. Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, which Yin Lusheng knew. When the two fought in the Starlight Corridor, Yang Kai had used the Space Divine technique to shatter the Starlight Corridor. Yin Lusheng was stunned because Yang Kai had clearly withstood the shock of the mountains and rivers Bell at such a close distance and was struck by his Azura Earth demon, yet he could still survive. And now, it seemed that not only did he survive, but he was also alive and kicking. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "You're not dead either, why is Brother Yin so surprised?" Yin Lusheng's eyes lit up as he nodded, "Good, very good, you're not dead." He actually had a look of joy on his face for Yang Kai, but it was unknown what he was so happy about. Yang Kai looked at him doubtfully and said, "Brother Yin, it's easy to misunderstand what you're saying, it's as if we have a very good relationship." Yin Lusheng laughed, "No matter what your relationship with me is, it's a good thing that you're not dead." Yang Kai's face became cold as he said, "I'm not dead, but you're dead." Yin Lusheng said calmly, "There is no enmity between you and me, so why don't we just forget about it with a smile?" Yang Kai's eyes widened as he said, This, did I hear you right? Brother Yin, you actually want to forget about enmity with a smile? Is there something wrong with your head?" Zhang Hao and the other two also had strange expressions on their faces. After all, they had seen the conflict and resentment between Yang Kai and Yin Lusheng before. Both of them were itching to kill the other, so why did Yin Lusheng's attitude change so much in the blink of an eye? Chapter 2460. Yin Lusheng smiled and said, "My head isn't broken, and I'm actually quite clear-headed. Because I know that if I want to leave this place, Brother Yang's strength is indispensable." Yang Kai raised his brow and grinned, "I understand what Brother Yin means, but why do you think I will take you out?" Yin Lusheng quickly said, "Don't you want to inquire about that puppet? That puppet is of great use to you, isn't it?" Hearing him mention Xiao, Yang Kai's face sank and he shouted, "Where is it?" Yin Lusheng chuckled and said calmly, "Brother Yang really values it. Since Brother Yang has a request, and I have one, why don't we make a deal?" Yang Kai gritted his teeth. Although he wanted to rush over and beat Yin Lusheng up and then force him to tell him about Xiao Zhao's whereabouts, at this time, brute force couldn't solve the problem. As long as Yin Lusheng didn't tell him about Xiao, Yang Kai couldn't do anything about it, and even if he did, Yang Kai couldn't be sure whether he was telling the truth or not. Compared to killing Yin Lusheng, Yang Kai wanted to know more about Xiao. After pondering for a while, he nodded and said, "What kind of deal? Let's hear it." Yin Lusheng said, "You take me out of this damned place, and I'll tell you the whereabouts of that puppet." Yang Kai sneered, "How do I know you're telling the truth? Maybe you don't even know where Xiao is." "I know." Yin Lusheng's expression turned solemn. "I might as well tell you that your puppet did fall into the eastern territory with me, but with my strength at the time, I couldn't subdue it, so I followed it, trying to find a good opportunity, but unfortunately I never succeeded. Where did it go now? In this world, I am the only one who knows about this. There is no second person. Brother Yang, you'd best think clearly about whether you want to fight me here to the death, both of us suffering heavy losses, or make a fair trade where we each take what we need." Yang Kai's face turned cold. "Tell me first, and I'll immediately send you away. I promise I won't attack you." Yin Lusheng chuckled and said, "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Then what do you want?" Yang Kai shouted impatiently. The two of them kept arguing, causing the other three to be amazed. Although they didn't know what Yang Kai and Yin Lusheng were arguing about, they could more or less understand what was going on. Zhang Hao suddenly said, "Brother Yin, can he take us out of here?" Yin Lusheng glanced at him and said, "If he can't, then no one can." Yin Lusheng frowned. "Because Brother Yang Kai is proficient in the Tao of space." Proficient in the Tao of space? Zhang Hao was pleasantly surprised. The other two were also very excited, secretly licking their lips. "This young master is proficient in the Tao of space, it's none of your business." Yang Kai glared at the three men, his stomach full of displeasure. Zhang Hao smiled apologetically and said, Brother Yang, it can be said that we don't know each other until we fight. Now, only the few of us are still alive. How about you take us out with you? Don't worry, we will repay you generously in the future. Yes, yes, Brother Yang's kindness will be engraved in our hearts, and we will repay you in the future. Brother Yang, the more friends you have, the more options you have. If you come to my western territory in the future, this son will definitely welcome you. The two men also shouted along with Zhang Hao, looking at Yang Kai pleadingly. Scram! Yang Kai shouted impatiently. Zhang Hao's expression gradually became cold when he heard this, turning to Yang Kai and saying, Yang Kai, don't be too insensible. Although your strength is good, if the four of us join forces, you won't be able to defeat us. Don't force us to be rough with you. Yang Kai coldly snorted. This young master wasn't afraid of 40 of you before, but now there are only 4 of you left. What can you do to me? If you want to die, come up and try. Zhang Hao's face stiffened, but he also knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth. The previous 40 people couldn't do anything to Yang Kai, so even if the 4 of them joined forces, they might not be able to take him down. What's more, it was rumored that a cultivator proficient in the Tao of Space was the most difficult to deal with. Even if they couldn't win, they were first class at escaping. Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to Zhang Hao and the other two, turning to look at Yin Lisheng and saying, since you want to make a deal with me, then come up with an explanation that can convince both of us, otherwise you will die today. At worst, I will go to the Eastern Territory and slowly look for you. Yin Lisheng's face sank as he asked, Brother Yang, are you so confident that you can kill me? Yang Kai curled his lips and said, in this environment, I can make you die without a burial place with just a wave of my hand, so do you think I can kill you or not? Saying so, Yang Kai waved his hand, and an undercurrent suddenly appeared in the void, as if it had received a command, and like a long river, it rushed towards Yin Lisheng. Yin Lisheng was startled and quickly dodged to the side. After regaining his footing, his face was incomparably pale. He thought that since he had a trump card, there was no need for him to be too afraid of Yang Kai, but now it seemed that this special environment not only did not bind Yang Kai, but instead increased his strength imperceptibly. If he really fought here, his chances of winning were less than 20%. He had to get out of here quickly, lest something unexpected happened. Thinking of this, Yin Lisheng quickly said, Brother Yang, look at this. Saying so, he casually tossed something towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai wasn't afraid of him playing tricks, so after catching it, he swept it with his divine sense and asked in surprise, Oh, a soul contract? Yin Lisheng raised his brow and said, since Brother Yang recognizes this thing, it'll be easy. The spirit contract was a little toy that the Serene Soul Great Emperor, the palace master of the Serene Soul Palace in the eastern region, had come up with when he was bored. It was like a contract, and the people who signed the contract swore with their spirits. However, because the spirit contract contained a strange power, both parties who swore an oath could not violate the contents of the contract. Once they violated the contract, they would suffer the pain of having their souls devoured. Soul contracts were extremely rare in other places, and Yang Kai had seen one in the past, so he recognized it and knew the authority of this thing. As long as the two parties who signed the contract swore with their souls, after the contract took effect, they could no longer violate it, unless they wanted to court death. Because soul contracts were developed by the great emperors of the Serene Soul, and the Serene Soul Palace of the great emperors of the Serene Soul Palace was in the Eastern Territory, it was normal for Yin Lisheng, a disciple of the Eastern Territory, to have a soul contract. Is this enough to show my sincerity? Yin Lisheng looked at Yang Kai with a serious expression. Yang Kai nodded and said, since there is a soul contract, of course there is no problem. Yin Lisheng said, good, you send me out of here, and I will tell you the whereabouts of the puppet. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and nodded, no problem. Zhang Hao anxiously said, Brother Yin, take me with you. My Brahma Holy Land and your Netherworld sect are allied sects, you can't just stand by and watch us die. Yin Lisheng frowned and glanced at Yang Kai. Yang Kai snorted and said, Zhang Hao's life has been decided by someone, he must die here. Zhang Hao's eyes widened as he angrily shouted, Who? Who wants my life? Kai Yang coldly glared at him and snorted, Whoever you leave behind, that person will take your life. Zhang Hao was stunned and absent-mindedly said, Xianxia. Then he shouted angrily, impudent. I am brother, yet he wants someone to kill me. Simply a bastard. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, ignoring him and instead looking at Yin Lixing and said, Brother Yin, swear. Good. Yin Lixing nodded and immediately swore with his soul that if Yang Kai was willing to send him out of here safely, he must tell Yang Kai Xiao Zhao's whereabouts. Immediately afterward, Yang Kai also swore with his soul. As his spiritual energy surged, the soul contract suddenly shone brightly and split into two, turning into two streams of light that poured into Yang Kai and Yin Lixing's bodies, causing both of them to snort lightly as they felt a layer of shackles binding them. Both of them knew that this was the effect of the soul contract. Where is Xiao Xiao? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at Yin Lixing. Yin Lixing smiled slightly, his lips squirming as he transmitted a message. Yang Kai's expression changed as he asked in amazement, how could he be there? Yin Lixing was surprised. Oh, Brother Yang knows that place? Yang Kai calmly said, I heard someone mention it not long ago, are you sure he went there? Yin Lixing replied, I saw it with my own eyes, how could it be false? At first, I didn't know where it was, but after living in the Eastern Territory for a while, I realized how dangerous that place was. Fortunately, I didn't go in at that time, otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to see Brother Yang today. Yang Kai's face was ashen. Compared to not knowing Xiao Zhao's whereabouts, he was more worried now. Yin Lixing had already made a soul oath with him and was bound by the soul contract, so it was impossible for him to lie to him, but if Xiao Xiao went to that place, it would definitely be disastrous. His expression was extremely ugly. Yin Lixing, however, smiled and said, okay, this Yin has told Brother Yang the truth, now it's time for you to fulfill the agreement, right? Yang Kai glanced at him unhappily before suddenly stretching out his hand and inserting it into the void nearby. Yin Lixing stared intently, and when he saw a void crack being torn open by Yang Kai, a look of surprise and joy appeared on his face as he quickly said, Brother Yang is really amazing. If he breaks through to the Emperor realm in the future, he will definitely be the second Li Wui. Scram. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Yin Lixing laughed. Then this Yin will take his leave, I hope we will meet again. The day we meet again will be the day you die. Yang Kai ground his teeth. Yin Lixing didn't care and his figure flickered as he rushed towards the void crack, instantly arriving on the other side. On the other hand, Zhang Hao and the others impatiently followed closely behind him when they saw this, and they executed various divine abilities with the intention of escaping from here. Yang Kai just looked at them coldly and didn't stop them. Chapter 2461. Zhang Hao and the other two were overjoyed, thinking that Yang Kai had acquiesced, so they moved even faster. But just as the three of them passed through the void crack, Yang Kai suddenly clenched his hand. The spatial rift that had been torn closed with the speed of lightning. Caught off guard, the bodies of the other two were cut in half, blood and internal organs spilling out of their bodies. Their auras were instantly sucked dry, making for a terrifying sight. On the other hand, Zhang Hao reacted extremely quickly and retreated at the critical moment, avoiding this fatal blow. After standing firm, Zhang Hao glanced to the side with lingering fear before turning to Yang Kai and saying, You really want to kill us all? Yang Kai looked at him with a sullen face and said, No one who has provoked this young master has a good end. Don't be too arrogant, I, Zhang Hao, am also the holy son of Brahma Holy Land, don't think I'm afraid of you. Zhang Hao roared. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently, Are you done? Zhang Hao was startled and asked in horror, What do you want to do? If you're done, then be on your way. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly waved both of his hands. The surrounding undercurrents in the void suddenly boiled up, and as if they had received some kind of order, they all rushed towards Zhang Hao, surrounding him tightly in an instant, making it impossible for him to move. Zhang Hao's face changed wildly as he desperately urged his source qi to struggle, but he couldn't break free from the strange void undercurrents. Instead, the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. His face suddenly turned pale as he looked up at Yang Kai and said in a trembling voice, Spare me, I'm willing to pay any price, even if it means handing over my soul brand. Handing over his soul brand meant that he would have to obey Yang Kai's orders in the future. He would become Yang Kai's slave. As the holy son of Brahma Holy Land. Since he could put forward such a condition, it could be seen that he was really desperate. But at this moment of life and death, Zhang Hao only wanted to survive, so how could he care about anything else? Your strength is too low, what's the use of keeping you alive? Yang Kai raised his hand slightly, and under the fluctuations of space principles, countless tiny void cracks suddenly appeared around Zhang Hao's body. They were densely packed and innumerable. Your strength is too low. Zhang Hao's expression was dull. For the first time, he felt deeply insulted. Yang Kai was just a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Zhang Hao's cultivation was the same as his, but he actually said that his cultivation was too low. Enraged, Zhang Hao shouted hysterically, "I'll fight it out with you." As he spoke, his face flushed red, and his origin energy suddenly became restless. An extremely dangerous aura emanated from his body. Yang Kai's face darkened as he harumphed, trying to self-detonate? That depends on whether you have the chance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the tiny void cracks suddenly shot towards Zhang Hao as if they had been given a life of their own. After a series of light noises, Zhang Hao froze in place, his expression sluggish. His eyes were lifeless. His life force quickly dissipated, and the dangerous aura that came from his body also disappeared. After a short while, accompanied by a soft crashing sound, Zhang Hao's entire body turned into countless fragments, scattered all over the ground, and was swallowed up by the surging void undercurrent. Just as Zhang Xian had requested before, Zhang Hao was really torn to pieces this time. A six-pointed star seal shot out from where he stood and rushed straight towards the back of Yang Kai's hand, turning into specks of starlight that were absorbed by his seven-pointed star seal. After killing Zhang Hao, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. His gloomy mood improved slightly. He stood in place, frowning as he recalled the information Yin Luxing had revealed to him before. Xiao Xiao had actually gone to that kind of place. This was something he had never expected. However, if he had really gone there, there were pros and cons. Yang Kai had always been worried that Xiao Xiao would become the target of other people's pursuit. If he had gone there, he would not have this concern, because even cultivators rarely set foot in that place. But that place was full of danger, and he did not know if Xiao Xiao could survive there safely. It seemed that he still had to make a trip to the Eastern Territory. He secretly decided that after the matter in the Shattered Star Sea was over, he would set off to find Xiao Zhao's whereabouts. After making up his mind, Yang Kai adjusted his mood and turned his head, looking at the Mountains and Rivers Bell with fiery eyes. When the Mountains and Rivers Bell was born, dozens of cultivators had been eyeing it covetously and had chased it all the way to this place. Now, he was the only one left in this void corridor, and the rest had either left or died. He had a lot of time to try to refine this Mountains and Rivers Bell. Qi Hai had said that this Mountains and Rivers Bell was an ancient treasure that the Yuan Ding Great Emperors had brought out from the ancient wildlands. If he could refine it, then this trip to the Shattered Star Sea would not have been in vain. However, refining such a treasure was definitely not a simple matter. Yang Kai did not know how to refine it, so he could only try to use the method Qi Hai had mentioned before. The Yuan Ding Great Emperors had withstood 81 rings of the bell and not died. Only then did they obtain the approval of the artifact spirit and bring it out of the ancient wildlands. Yang Kai could only follow suit. Thinking of this, Yang Kai took a deep breath, adjusted himself to the best state, and walked towards the Mountains and Rivers Bell step by step. For some reason, the Mountains and Rivers Bell's brilliance was restrained at this moment, and even the mysterious patterns on its surface were no longer visible. It now looked like an ordinary, worn-out bell. Even if it was thrown in front of the world, no one would take a look at it. However, it still gave Yang Kai the feeling of a sleeping dragon, as if it would let out a monstrous roar once it was awakened. After a while, Yang Kai came to the front of the Mountains and Rivers Bell, but to his surprise, the Mountains and Rivers Bell did not show any reaction. Holding his breath and concentrating, Yang Kai carefully stretched out his hand and stroked the Mountains and Rivers Bell. The moment Yang Kai's palm touched the Mountains and Rivers Bell, the mountains and rivers bell suddenly shook slightly, and a world-shaking sound suddenly rang out in Yang Kai's mind. This sound contained a primordial aura and destructive power, causing Yang Kai to feel dizzy for a moment, as if he had been brought back to the ancient wildlands by a torrent of time. In his mind, inexplicable illusions appeared one after another. Among those illusions, there were scenes of the heavens collapsing and the earth splitting apart, tsunamis raging, as if the end of the world had arrived. There was a strong naked giant with his head touching the sky and feet stepping on the ground, walking proudly, and wherever he passed, all living beings would retreat. There was the first cultivator who moved mountains and drained seas, flying through the heavens and burrowing into the earth, using the great divine technique to fight against the disasters of the heavens and earth, seeking a slim chance of survival. There were countless divine spirits fighting with each other, fighting for territory, causing blood to spill all over the earth, shattering the heavens and earth. The sea changed into mulberry fields, and in an instant, it felt like thousands of years had passed. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as if he had been hit by a mountain, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying backwards, sliding through the void for tens of thousands of meters. His face was as pale as paper, and his aura was chaotic. After a while, he suddenly sat up cross-legged and silently circulated his secret art to heal his injuries. The pain in his mind was simply unbearable. It was a wound to his soul. If it had been anyone else, they would not have been able to recover and could only wait for their soul to dry up and die. Even if Yang Kai had the soul-warming lotus, it would not be easy for him to recover. Not only that, Yang Kai also sensed a strange power invading his body along with the mountains and rivers bells' vibrations. This power was indescribable, but it didn't do him any harm. It just gave him a vague sense of its existence. It took Yang Kaihua 10 days to completely heal the wounds on his soul, and he had also completely refined that strange power. Somehow, he seemed to have gained something, but it was extremely vague and he couldn't grasp it. After opening his eyes, Yang Kai pondered for a while before getting up and walking towards the mountains and rivers bell again. After a short while, just like the first time, he was sent flying by the mountains and rivers bell, vomiting blood and directly losing half his life. After getting up in a sorry state, he hurriedly healed his injuries. In the following days, Yang Kai repeated this process, being sent flying, healing, continuing to try to refine and subdue the mountains and rivers bell, then being sent flying again, healing. What he was most thankful for was that he had cultivated a powerful physique and possessed the 7-colored soul-warming lotus. No matter what he lacked, it was not enough to support him to carry out such an action. Even if he did not die on the spot, there would be hidden injuries, but his strong physique and the soul-warming lotus were enough to allow him to fully recover. Moreover, as time passed, the time it took for him to recover became shorter and shorter, and the injuries he suffered each time gradually became lighter. The accumulation of that strange power made him gradually realize what kind of power it was. 2 months later, Yang Kai was finally able to withstand the first blow of the mountains and rivers bell and come out unscathed, but he was sent flying again after the second blow. 3 months later, he was able to withstand 5 consecutive shocks. Half a year later, 20. A year later, 60. His progress was extremely fast. One day, a year and a half later, Yang Kai's face was full of vicissitudes, his clothes were ragged, his hair was disheveled, and his tattered clothes were full of blood residue. He looked extremely miserable, but his aura was more and more powerful and unfathomable. He closed his eyes and covered the surface of the mountains and rivers bell with both hands. At this moment, this ancient exotic artifact had once again returned to its original appearance when Yang Kai first saw it. Its whole body was shining brightly, and countless mysterious patterns on its surface were swimming back and forth like fish, filling the air with a rich ancient aura. The sound of the bell echoed in Yang Kai's mind, and each sound was enough to make a peak Dao Source Realm cultivator vomit blood and retreat. But the expression on Yang Kai's face was as if he was enjoying the hardship. Not only did he not feel the slightest pain, but he also looked like he had gained a lot. Hong hong hong. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times. Yang Kai did not move. 50 times, 60 times, 70 times. His expression finally became much more dignified, but he was still fine. After the 70 times, the sound from his knowledge sea made Yang Kai's face turn slightly pale, and his vitality surged, as if he could not hold on at any time. But he still did not move, bearing the violent shocks of the mountains and river's bell. It was not until the 80th time that Yang Kai suddenly groaned, blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth, and his whole body shook slightly, almost being sent flying. Chapter 2462. At this final juncture, Yang Kai forced himself to remain motionless. Kong. The 81st ring of the bell came as scheduled, and the violent impact almost completely tore him apart. The pain that penetrated deep into his soul made him unable to help but let out a beast-like roar. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, giving him a terrifying appearance. The ferocious savage force raged and boiled within his body, and the cracking sounds of bones dislocating rang out incessantly. Yang Kai felt as if he was about to die, and the aura of death made him feel cold all over, his hands and feet turning cold. With a loud shout, he surged his source chi and pushed his cultivation to the limit. In just an instant, Yang Kai felt as if thousands of years had passed. When the aftermath of the shock disappeared, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly bloomed with a dazzling light. Success! After a year and a half of hard work, he had finally withstood the 81st ring of the mountains and river's bell and remained unscathed. Although his appearance was somewhat miserable, at least he had not been sent flying. If what Chi-Hai said before was true, then his hard work and tenacity would be recognized by the mountains and river's bell artifact spirit, and he would become the new owner of the mountains and river's bell. Thinking of this, Yang Kai raised his head and looked at the mountains and river's bell with a face full of expectation. But what he saw made him dumbfounded, because the surface of the mountains and river's bell once again glowed with a dazzling light. Yang Kai's face suddenly turned pale and he was overwhelmed with shock. He had witnessed this situation countless times in the past year and a half. Every time the surface of the mountains and river's bell glowed, it was when the bell rang. Again! Kai Yang suddenly felt a sense of despair and powerlessness with his current strength. With his current strength, he had spent so much time. Withstanding 81 rings at a time was already his limit. If there was another one, he would definitely not be able to bear it and would most likely die. The first thought in his mind was to withdraw and retreat. It was more important to preserve his life first. Whether Chi-Hai's method was invalid or the ancient record was wrong, he had tried his best, so even if he failed, he would not regret it. But then, a trace of unwillingness surged in his heart. He had already worked so hard. If he were to give up now, wouldn't all his previous efforts be in vain? A surge of hot blood suddenly surged in his chest as Yang Kai let out a loud roar. Instead of retreating, he pushed his source chi and fiercely blasted it towards the mountains and river's bell. To his surprise, his source chi flowed smoothly into the mountains and river's bell in front of him. This was something that had never happened before. In the past year and a half, Yang Kai had tried to do the same. However, every time, the result was that his power was reflected back at him, causing him to suffer even more damage. But now, his source energy had been accepted by the mountains and river's bell. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed. However, in the next moment, a shock that came from the depths of his heart and soul. His vision turned black, his mind went blank, and he fainted. The mountains and river's bell radiated a dazzling light from the surface of the bell, enveloping Yang Kai and wrapping him up. A primitive aura filled the void. As time passed, this strange phenomenon gradually disappeared, and the mountains and river's bell also slowly shrank. In the end, it became the size of a palm and fell beside Yang Kai. Not knowing how much time had passed, Kai Yang slowly opened his eyes. All he could feel was pain all over his body. Even thinking about it caused his head to feel like it was being torn apart. He couldn't help but let out a cry. He clearly remembered the scene before he fainted. The first thing he wanted to do when he woke up was to check the situation of the mountains and river's bell. He really wanted to know if he had successfully subdued the unique treasure from the untainted land. But when he looked up, the original position of the mountains and river's bell was empty. He did not know where this ancient treasure had gone. Yang Kai's face darkened, thinking that it had broken through the void and disappeared again. A sense of loss suddenly surged in his heart. He had worked so hard in the void for so long for the mountains and rivers bell, but in the end he had gained nothing. It was not easy for anyone to accept this. But soon, Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong, because there was a strange feeling that was connected to him, making him involuntarily cast his gaze to the side. In his field of vision, a small palm-sized bell was floating quietly beside him. It looked simple and unremarkable. The mountains and rivers bell. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Although this ancient treasure had shrunk countless times, Yang Kai still recognized it at a glance. In surprise, he stretched out his hand and the mountains and rivers bell flew into his palm. The moment he touched it, the vague feeling became much clearer. Yang Kai was indifferent for a moment, and finally grinned. The method Chi Hai told him was correct. As long as he could withstand 81 shocks from this ancient treasure, he could gain its recognition and become its master. The great emperors Yuan Ding had successfully subdued it in this way, and so had he. However, when the great emperors subdued it, he was only a third-order emperor realm master. After obtaining the mountains and rivers bell, he was able to peer into the higher heavenly way and become one of the great emperors. And he was only in the third-order Dao source realm, so naturally, he could not compare with the cultivation of the great emperors, which was why it took him a year and a half to subdue it. Although it took a long time, Yang Kai felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. He played with the mountains and rivers bell in the palm of his hand for a while, and after confirming that he had subdued it, he happily wanted to put it away. But to Yang Kai's surprise, he could not take it into his body. Yang Kai was puzzled and tried to circulate his source qi to refine it, but strangely, he could not even refine it. In other words, although the mountains and rivers bell was now his and he could use its power, he could not refine it, let alone take it into his body. Is this a characteristic of this ancient treasure? After all, it was an artifact that was born at the beginning of the world, not artificially refined, so it was reasonable that it was somewhat different from today's artifacts. However, Yang Kai did not delve into it. He was still seriously injured, so it was not the time to study the mountains and rivers bell carefully. He could only slowly familiarize himself with it in the future. After putting away the mountains and rivers bell, Yang Kai began to heal his injuries. 5 days later, he had fully recovered. Compared to a year and a half ago, Yang Kai's aura was much more profound now. In the process of subduing the mountains and rivers bell, he had not grown at all. On the contrary, every time he was struck by the mountains and rivers bell, his divine sense would increase. Not only that, he could also feel the power of the mountains and rivers bell. It was a strange kind of power that made all living beings submit to it. It was hard to imagine how strong the Yuan Ding great emperors were when they possessed the mountains and rivers bell. But even such a powerful person was still no match for the heaven-devouring great emperors. In the War of Emperors, a total of 4 great emperors were killed by the heaven-devouring great emperors. Since ancient times, the strongest master in the star boundary was well-deserved. This reminded Yang Kai of the one-eyed giant demon. That one-eyed giant demon was also a master from ancient times. Countless ancient almighty masters had besieged it, but they had all been killed by it. In the end, even after they had died, the one-eyed giant demon was unable to be destroyed. It had been sealed outside Maplewood City by those ancient almighty masters. Whether it was the Cyclops giant demon or the heaven-devouring great emperors, they were all cruel people who regarded all living things as nothing more than grass. Life and death were only in their hands, but such slaughter was against the cycle of the heavenly way, so there was bound to be a calamity. Suddenly, a trace of enlightenment appeared in Yang Kai's heart. His future path seemed to have become much clearer, and the source qi in his body even began to undergo a mysterious change. Emperor Qi transformation. Yang Kai was overjoyed, realizing that he had taken another big step forward from the Emperor realm. When a Dao Source realm cultivator reached the Emperor realm, the power in their body would undergo another earth-shaking change. A Dao Source realm cultivator's power was Source Qi, while the Emperor realm's power was Emperor Qi. There was a huge difference in quality between the two. Generally speaking, after a cultivator reached the Emperor realm, the source qi in their body would gradually transform into Emperor qi, just like when an Origin King realm cultivator reached the Dao source realm. This transformation was a long process. Unlike a Dao source realm cultivator who could take source condensing pills to accelerate this transformation process, there was no shortcut to the transformation of Emperor qi. It could only be done through hard work and the accumulation of time. The Sky Illumination Palace's Qiu Zhe, whom Yang Kai had killed earlier, was a cultivator from the Emperor realm who had just reached the Emperor realm not long ago. Although he had the cultivation of an Emperor realm cultivator, his realm had not stabilized, and his Emperor qi had not transformed much, so he could not display the full strength of an Emperor realm cultivator. That was why Yang Kai had killed him so easily. If it had been someone like Gao Shueting, Yang Kai might not have been able to defeat her with his current strength. Gao Shueting had reached the Emperor realm for a few years now, so she had already transformed her Emperor qi completely. Her strength was not something Qiu Zhe could compare to. And now, the source qi in Yang Kai's body was transforming into Emperor qi, which was the most obvious sign that he was about to break through to the Emperor realm. Perhaps he only needed an opportunity, or perhaps he only needed to wait a little longer, but he would eventually be able to glimpse the mysteries of the Emperor realm. He had subdued the mountains and rivers Bell, touched the threshold of the Emperor realm, collected so much source qi, and even obtained a rare treasure like the Phoenix True Fire. Yang Kai felt that this trip to the Shattered Star Sea was not in vain. He did not know what others had gained, but for him, this trip had been worth it. For a moment he felt refreshed. He turned his head and looked around. Reaching out, he tore open the void barrier and walked out of the crevice in which he had stayed for a year and a half. What he saw was still the dilapidated and desolate scenery of the Shattered Star Sea. And this place was no longer the place where he had entered the void. Yang Kai did not know where he was in the Shattered Star Sea. There was no one around, but the seven-pointed star seal on the back of his hand could vaguely sense some energy fluctuations coming from a very distant location. He thought for a moment, then leaped up and rushed towards the location of those fluctuations. Since there was someone there, it meant that there should be something good there. He did not want to rob others, but he thought that he might be able to exchange information with others. Maybe he could learn something from them that he did not know. About 2 hours later, he saw a broken star in the distance, and those stars were the source of those star seal fluctuations. Chapter 2463. Before Yang Kai could get close, a wave of Emperor aura suddenly came from there. Yang Kai's eyes bulged as he exclaimed, "Another Emperor artifact?" When the mountains and rivers Bell was born, he had sensed similar energy fluctuations. Now that he had just subdued the mountains and rivers Bell, he encountered a similar scene again. He couldn't help but sigh at the countless treasures in the Shattered Star Sea. But soon, Yang Kai found that something was wrong. The Emperor aura fluctuations were not the traces of the birth of an Emperor artifact, because the situation there was completely different from when the mountains and rivers Bell was born. Not only that, but there were also crackling sounds of thunder and lightning as the terrifying power of heaven and earth gathered, demonstrating the vastness of the heavenly way. Breakthrough! Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he realized that someone was about to advance to the Emperor realm. He stared at the heaven and earth manifestation that had just begun to take shape over there, his blood surging. Although he knew that a cultivator in the Shattered Star Sea could break through the shackles and advance to the Emperor realm, Yang Kai hadn't seen anyone reach this step in the past 2 to 3 years. At this moment, there was such a person who was doing such a feat not far from him. The Emperor realm was the highest realm on the martial Dao, the ultimate pursuit of a cultivator's life. This realm symbolized great strength and extremely high status. So, although he didn't know who was about to advance, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little excited after seeing the heaven and earth manifestation. One day, he would climb to the peak of the martial Dao, and one day, he would also advance to the Emperor realm. Perhaps, he could secretly go and observe, to be able to witness the birth of the Emperor realm with his own eyes. This was an opportunity that no one could miss. In the process of observing, one could accumulate valuable experience for one's future. Of course, most people didn't want to be disturbed when advancing to the Emperor realm. However, Yang Kai was just going to observe and not cause trouble, so he didn't have any psychological burden. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. His figure moved and he rushed towards the source of the movement. Not long after, he arrived above the shattered stars. Just as Yang Kai steadied himself, before he could approach, 3 figures suddenly appeared from all directions. These 3 figures had hidden themselves extremely well. Yang Kai had focused all his attention on the heavenly anomaly, so he hadn't noticed them for a while. It wasn't until these 3 people rushed out that he suddenly woke up. The moment the 3 of them appeared, they unleashed their killing moves without mercy. As the sword light flickered, the concept of ice spread out, turning the surrounding land into frozen earth in an instant. Yang Kai couldn't help but shudder. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand and blasted in all directions. In an instant, the sky was filled with palm shadows. Boom, 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 boom. After a series of violent collisions, Yang Kai stood motionless in the same place, but the 3 people who had launched a sneak attack on him cried out in alarm and were sent flying backwards. Form the formation. One of them seemed to have realized Kai Yang's strength. Her eyes filled with shock and horror as she suddenly called out. The other 2 were obviously fellow disciples who had cooperated with her countless times. When they heard this, they hurriedly flew to her side and used some kind of secret technique to merge their auras. Yang Kai didn't have time to take a good look at the 3 people until now. What he saw caused him to raise his brow and hurriedly raise his hand. Wait! The 3 people who had formed the array looked at Yang Kai coldly. They didn't give him any chance to speak at all. Their 3 long swords slowly waved and an even fiercer chill descended. You're from Ice Heart Valley? Yang Kai shouted again. He had snuck into Ice Heart Valley before, so he was quite clear about the robes of Ice Heart Valley's disciples. The 3 women in front of him were obviously wearing the robes of Ice Heart Valley's disciples. However, Yang Kai hadn't expected that the people who had launched a sneak attack on him without saying a word and wanted to kill him were actually from Ice Heart Valley. There had to be some kind of misunderstanding here. Yang Kai's thoughts turned sharply. These 3 people were most likely guarding the person who had broken through to the Emperor realm, and his arrival had caused them to misunderstand, so they had attacked without any explanation. Yang Kai's question didn't cause them to stop moving. Looking at the 3 people's postures, it seemed that they were about to use some kind of shocking killing move. The surging energy fluctuations caused even Yang Kai to be shocked. Yang Kai had no choice but to introduce himself. My name is Yang Kai. I wonder if these 3 young ladies have heard of me. As soon as this statement came out, it really had an effect. The 3 women's movements paused as they stared at Yang Kai in surprise, the chill that had enveloped them gradually dissipating. The woman leading the group was stunned and asked, "Are you brother Yang Kai?" "Indeed." Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the 3 of them had indeed heard of his name. After all, back in Ice Moon City, he had done a lot for Ice Heart Valley. He looks a bit like you, whether it's his silhouette or figure. It's similar to the image Senior's sister showed us. It's just that he's too dirty. I can't even see his face clearly. His clothes are also tattered. The 3 women gathered together and whispered to each other for a while, constantly glancing towards Yang Kai, seemingly trying to confirm his identity. Although the 3 of them spoke softly, Yang Kai could still hear them clearly and could not help patting his head in embarrassment. He had spent a year and a half in the void, during which time he had been trying to subdue the mountains and rivers Bell. As a result, he had been injured time and time again, making him look like neither a human nor a ghost. After successfully subduing the mountains and rivers Bell, Yang Kai had been so happy that he had forgotten that he was still in a mess. If not for these 3 Ice Heart Valley disciples reminding him, he might not have realized it. Thinking so, Yang Kai pushed his source chi and shook off all the blood on his body. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and summoned his 5 elements indestructible sword chi, the water sword chi, and a water ball immediately appeared in his hand. He fiercely rubbed his face a few times, then raised his head and revealed a brilliant smile at the 3 people. He bared his pure white teeth and said, "The 3 of you take a closer look. It's really Brother Yang." "Yes, it's Brother Yang." After confirming that it was Kai Yang without a doubt, The three of them immediately cheered and retracted their hostility, walking over to Kai Yang with embarrassed expressions. The female disciple leading the group cupped her fists awkwardly and said, "Senior Brother Yang, please don't take offense. We senior sisters and junior sisters thought you were an enemy that was pursuing us, so we acted rashly just now. We hope Senior Brother Yang will be magnanimous and not bother with us." "It's fine." Yang Kai waved his hand and asked, "Is someone chasing you?" The woman nodded and said, "N. They have been chasing us for many days." The woman's face sank as she gritted her teeth and said, "Who else could it be other than Seeking Passion Sect's young sect master?" Yang Kai raised his brow and said in surprise, "Although Feng Shi's strength is good, you are not bad either. Why are you afraid of him?" The woman said, "If it was the previous Feng Shi, we wouldn't be too afraid, but a few days ago, eldest senior sister's aura fluctuated. Obviously, she is on the verge of a breakthrough. We don't dare to act rashly against Feng Shi, lest eldest senior sister miss the opportunity to break through." "Senior sister?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he glanced at the place where the heavenly manifestation was converging and said in surprise, "So, the one who is breaking through to the Emperor realm is Lady Ziyu?" "When we arrived here, eldest senior sister could no longer suppress her aura and could only choose to break through here. The three of us senior sisters were responsible for guarding and defending. When Brother Yang arrived, we thought he was from Seeking Passion Sect, so we..." Speaking of this, her face turned red. After all, they had acted a little rashly by attacking Yang Kai without asking for the reason. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "Lady Ziyu is truly a heavenly genius. Truly admirable." He didn't expect that the person breaking through to the Emperor realm here would be Ice Heart Valley's Ziyu. He had some dealings with Ziyu before, and although he wasn't too familiar with her, he knew that she was the most outstanding disciple of Ice Heart Valley. Now, she really lived up to the expectations of Ice Heart Valley's disciples. 2.5 years after entering the Shattered Star Sea, she had found an opportunity to break through. The female disciple from Ice Heart Valley said, "Eldest senior sister said that Brother Yang is the most powerful. Eldest senior sister rarely praises others. Even Feng Shi of Seeking Passion Sect is not worthy of her attention. However, she highly admires Brother Yang. So when we met in the Shattered Star Sea, she deliberately showed us your image and told us to treat you with respect if we met you." "Yes, we all heard about what Brother Yang did in Ice Moon City. Brother Yang is really amazing." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Lady Ziyu is not worse than anyone else. She said that just to give me some face. Don't you see that she is now breaking through to the Emperor realm while I am still in the Dao Source realm?" Hearing what he said, the three from Ice Heart Valley remembered that Yang Kai was still in the Third Order Dao Source realm while their eldest senior sister was breaking through to the Emperor realm. Regardless of whether Ziyu succeeded or not, at least she was ahead of Yang Kai. So, in the eyes of the three women, she was indeed not worse than Yang Kai. In fact, she was even more outstanding. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he said, "Breaking through to the Emperor realm is fraught with dangers. Since ancient times, countless geniuses have fallen at this juncture. Ziyu is in a hurry to break through." "How confident is she?" One of the Ice Heart Valley disciples said, "Senior sister said that she only has a 60% chance of success." The other two women also showed worried expressions. 60%? Yang Kai frowned. This probability was not high. Even if Ziyu failed to break through and died under the World Energy Baptism, it would not be strange. Also, the Seeking Passion Sect's people are still chasing us. I don't know if they will find us here. Yang Kai said, "Don't worry, since I am here, I will wait here with you. If the Seeking Passion Sect's people dare to come, I will make sure they don't return." When he said this, Yang Kai's face was filled with murderous intent. He still had old scores to settle with Feng Shi. Feng Shi's Emperor Authority bead had made him suffer a lot that day. If he hadn't retreated in time and had extraordinary strength, he would have been killed by Feng Shi. Chapter 2464. Emperor Authority beads had always been rare. Even if Feng Shi was the young sect master of Seeking Passion Sect, it was impossible for him to have many Emperor Authority beads. He had already used up the one he had, and without the Emperor Authority bead, Xianxia was nothing more than a sick cat. Yang Kai didn't need to worry about him at all. Before entering the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai could easily crush any cultivator in the same realm. He could be called an invincible existence in the Tao Source realm. In the Shattered Star Sea, he comprehended the divine technique of the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor and subdued the mountains and rivers Bell. Both his divine sense and source chi had grown tremendously. Yang Kai believed that if he were to face Xianxia's Emperor Authority bead now, he wouldn't be as embarrassed as he was last time. Brother Yang, don't be careless. Xianxia is no longer the same as before. The female disciple from Ice Heart Valley hurriedly reminded him when she saw that Yang Kai didn't put Xianxia in his eyes. But before she could finish her words, Yang Kai suddenly looked up in a certain direction and shouted, "They're here." "They're here?" The three female disciples from Ice Heart Valley were stunned when they heard this and looked in the direction he was looking, but even if they released their divine senses, they couldn't detect anything. Yang Kai smiled faintly. "My star seal is a 7-pointed star seal, so I can sense things much further away than you." Xianxia also has a 7-pointed star seal. One of the Ice Heart Valley disciples' pretty face turned pale. "Brother Yang can sense them, so Xianxia must have sensed us too. How many of them are here?" Yang Kai said, "I can sense 2, so there should be 3. If Xianxia had a 7-pointed star seal, Yang Kai naturally couldn't sense his existence. But there was one thing that puzzled him. Xianxia also had a 7-pointed star seal. How did he do it? Yang Kai had collected the star seals left behind by dozens of dead cultivators in the void to obtain a 7-pointed star seal. How could Xianxia kill dozens of cultivators? Although he was strong, he couldn't be that strong, right? Which one of the cultivators in the Shattered Star Sea was easy to provoke? While he was pondering, Yang Kai's divine sense had already detected the auras of the 3 people, and they were rapidly approaching. One of them was particularly familiar to him. It was indeed Xianxia. In the next moment, Yang Kai's eyes widened in shock. When did Xianxia ascend to the Emperor realm? He could clearly sense a clear Emperor's aura lingering around Xianxia. Although the power in his body was not very stable, there was no doubt that he had advanced to the Emperor realm. This discovery shocked him even more than when he learned that Violet Rain had made a breakthrough here. He had only stayed in the void for a year and a half, and such a huge change had happened outside. First, Ziyu had already begun to break through, then Xianxia had already become an Emperor realm master. What about the geniuses of the other sects? Could it be that they had already advanced or were in the process of advancing? It's precisely because Xianxia has already ascended to the Emperor realm. That's why we sisters were completely no match for him and could only flee in embarrassment. Fortunately, his realm is not very stable, otherwise, we would have nowhere to run, the Ice Heart Valley disciple said with a wry smile. Yang Kai suddenly understood why she had said that Xianxia was no longer the same as before. Although the difference between the Tao Source realm and the Emperor realm was only one realm, it was a huge difference. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. "Brother Yang, you'd better leave quickly," the Ice Heart Valley disciple said anxiously. "Xianxia has a grudge against you. If he sees you, he will definitely not let you go. What will you do if I leave?" Yang Kai glanced at her. The woman said, "Xianxia has been chasing us, but not to kill us. He just wants to force senior sister to submit, so our lives are not in danger." Yang Kai said, "Even if Xianxia doesn't want to kill you, Ziyu is currently breaking through. Do you think Xianxia will just sit back and watch?" Seeking Passion sect cultivated the Tao of Passion, so if Xianxia wanted to obtain Ziyu, he would have to have absolute strength to suppress her. No matter what, Xianxia would not just sit back and watch Ziyu successfully break through. Once Ziyu successfully broke through, he would have no advantage. But at such a critical moment, how could he let others interfere? If the person who intervened controlled the situation well, he should be able to make Ziyu fail in her breakthrough without any danger to her life. But if he didn't control it well, Ziyu would directly die under the world-defying tribulation. No matter what the result was, Ziyu couldn't accept it. The 3 female disciples of Ice Heart Valley had obviously thought of this as well, So after Yang Kai asked, all three of them wore worried expressions, not knowing what to do. Perhaps we can replace senior sister and make Feng Shi stop? One of them suggested bitterly. The other two women turned pale, but they remained silent. Yang Kai coldly snorted, "It's not that I want to discourage you, and it's not that you aren't beautiful. It's just that you think Feng Shi has countless wives and concubines. What kind of beautiful woman has he not seen? Since he has taken a fancy to Ziyu, he naturally won't give up easily. It can be said that Ziyu is already a hurdle in his heart, and he must find a way to cross this hurdle. The three of you can't replace Ziyu. Then what should we do? Fight with them?" Yang Kai sneered softly and said indifferently, "Don't worry, if they really dare to come, I'll make sure they don't return." As soon as these words came out, the three women looked at Yang Kai in astonishment, their faces full of surprise. If Yang Kai had said this before because he didn't know that Feng Shi had already broken through to the Emperor realm, then now that he knew Feng Shi's true strength, he still dared to say this, which made him seem arrogant and conceited. No matter how strong Yang Kai was, he was only a Dao Source Realm cultivator. How could a Dao Source Realm cultivator be an enemy of the Emperor realm? The two were not on the same level at all. If they really fought, Yang Kai would definitely die miserably. Yang Kai saw the strange expressions on their faces and knew what they were thinking, but he didn't explain. Instead, he said with a solemn expression, "The Emperor realm is very powerful, and Ziyu is at a critical juncture in her breakthrough. She can't be disturbed in the slightest, so I will think of a way to draw Feng Shi away. The three of you will do your best to protect Ziyu." "Brother Yang, are you planning to?" An Ice Heart Valley disciple suddenly covered her red lips with her hand and looked at Yang Kai with both gratitude and shock. She seemed to understand what he was planning to do. He was obviously disregarding his own safety to create space and time for Ziyu to break through. Her expression suddenly sank and she said, "Brother Yang, I'll go with you." Yang Kai frowned and said, "What can you do with me?" She bit her red lips and said, "Whatever Brother Yang can do, I can do." She looked as if she didn't care about her own life. Yang Kai laughed and said, "No need, I can do it alone." After saying so, without waiting for her to say anything else, Yang Kai directly flew into the void and said, "Keep an eye on Ziyu. Observing the Emperor realm's breakthrough at such a close distance will also be of great benefit to you. Don't miss this opportunity." By the time he finished speaking, he had already disappeared. The three Ice Heart Valley disciples looked at the void worriedly, wondering if they should go with him to help. But now, Ziyu needed someone to stay here and stand guard, so they didn't dare to act rashly. They were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. High up in the sky, the three Seeking Passion sect disciples who were rushing over were in high spirits. The one in the lead was none other than young sect master Feng Shi. Since Feng Shi broke through to the Emperor realm half a year ago, the three of them were simply invincible in the Shattered Star Sea. Thanks to Feng Shi, his two disciples had also upgraded their star seals to 6-pointed star seals. And Feng Shi even had a 7-pointed star seal. One could imagine how many people they had killed during this time and how many star seals and things they had robbed. The strength of the Emperor realm made Feng Shi's confidence soar. He felt that no one in this world was his opponent. While flying, Feng Shi suddenly frowned and stopped in the void, squinting his eyes as he looked ahead. "Young sect master, what's wrong?" Seeing this, the other two hurriedly stopped and looked at him suspiciously. Feng Shi said indifferently, "Someone is coming to greet us." One of the yellow-faced young men heard this and coldly snorted, "Who is it? How dare he offend young sect master?" Another middle-aged man dressed like a scholar also said, "It's probably some blind guy. Let's just kill him." Feng Shi gently nodded and said, "Naturally, we'll kill him. It's just that this person's aura feels familiar, as if I've met him somewhere before." As he spoke, Feng Shi suddenly felt an extremely uneasy feeling. His heart was beating wildly, causing his mind to become unsteady. This surprised him greatly. Ever since he broke through to the Emperor realm, no matter how many enemies he faced, he had never experienced such a situation. He thought that he had already reached the realm of imperturbability, but now ripples were appearing in his mind. "Who is it?" She suddenly became a little concerned and squinted his eyes as he looked over. After a short while, a ray of light shot over from the distance and landed not far from the 3 Seeking Passion sect disciples. When the light dissipated, a familiar and hateful face suddenly appeared in front of Shi. How is this possible? Shi's face changed drastically as he looked at Yang Kai in shock, unable to believe his eyes. 2.5 years ago, when he had just entered the Shattered Star Sea, he and Yang Kai were teleported to the same place. Knowing that he was not Yang Kai's opponent, he decisively summoned the Emperor Authority Bead. After one blow, Yang Kai's aura disappeared completely. Shi thought that Yang Kai had already died without a burial place. It turned out that he had never met Yang Kai again in more than 2 years, nor had he heard any news about Yang Kai. This loathsome guy had almost disappeared from Shi's memory. But now, he appeared in front of him like a ghost, seemingly unscathed. How is this possible? A Dao Source Realm cultivator took the power of my Emperor Authority Bead and didn't die. Shi was almost in a mess as he cried out involuntarily, "Are you a human or a ghost?" Yang Kai grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and said, "We haven't seen each other for more than 2 years, but young Sect Master is still as enthusiastic as ever. Asking such a sensitive question as soon as we meet, how do you expect me to answer?" Chapter 2465. Shi's expression was gloomy as he constantly scanned Yang Kai with his divine sense. All the humiliation he had suffered at his hands in the past suddenly surged into his mind, causing Shi's aura to become violent in an instant. More than 2 years ago, he wasn't Yang Kai's opponent, so he had to use the Emperor Authority Bead, but today, the situation was completely different. He had broken through to the Emperor realm, while this bastard was still in the Dao Source realm. The difference in strength was too great. Thinking of this, Shi's gloomy mood suddenly relaxed. He smiled coldly at Yang Kai and said, "Whether you are a human or a ghost, since you have met this young master today, you will not have a good end. Your soul is destined to scatter." "Oh, young Sect Master is so fierce. Do you want to eat me?" Yang Kai looked at him with a mocking expression and said, "Actually, I am quite curious about one thing. How did young Sect Master break through to the Emperor realm?" Shi smiled proudly and said, "This young master's talent is not something an ordinary person like you can look up to." Yang Kai said, "Is that so? But according to the uniqueness of your Seeking Passion sect's secret art, this Yang's existence should be your heart demon, right? If you don't get rid of your heart demon, how can you stabilize the Emperor realm?" Yang Kai grinned sinisterly and said, "Young Sect Master thought this Yang was dead, so you broke through to the Emperor realm with a clear conscience. Is it really okay for you to do this?" As soon as this statement came out, Shi's expression changed drastically. Under Yang Kai's burning gaze, he felt like he was hit by a sledgehammer, his body swaying slightly as he took 2 steps back. With a light crack, a sound that came from the depths of his soul, Shi's face turned pale. He felt as if something inside him had cracked. Dao Heart. A crack had appeared in his Dao Heart. And the origin of all this was only because of Yang Kai's words. As early as in Ice Moon City, Yang Kai's various provocations and methods had turned his existence into a heart demon for Shi. If this heart demon was not eliminated, Shi's cultivation would not be able to progress. He had thought that he had killed Yang Kai, so he was in a good mood and his thoughts were clear. Only then could he advance to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea. But reality proved that Yang Kai, the demon in his heart, was not dead. Instead, he once again appeared in front of him alive and kicking. Yang Kai's words stirred up the inner demon that he thought he had slain. It affected his Dao Heart and caused cracks to appear in it. Shi's face instantly turned pale. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Die, die, die. I want you dead." It was as if he had gone mad. His entire body was filled with an unimaginable ruthlessness. He raised his hand. A beam of Emperor's Qi blasted towards Yang Kai, and the aftermath of the impact even sent the 2 Seeking Passion sect disciples standing next to him flying. After stabilizing themselves with great difficulty, the 2 disciples stared at Shi in horror. The two of them had never seen Feng Shi in such a ferocious and terrifying state. At a glance, they knew that Feng Shi's heart demon was surging. It was a sign that he was about to become the demon race. They were so frightened that they hurriedly shouted. They wanted to pull Feng Shi back from the brink of becoming the demon race. Yang Kai laughed heartily. Facing Feng Shi's ferocious but disorderly attack, he easily dodged it with a flicker of his body. Looking at Feng Shi contemptuously, he hooked his finger and continued to provoke. "Young sect master, if you want to kill me, then come with me. Otherwise, I'm leaving." Saying so, he directly rushed into the depths of the void. Feng Shi's eyes turned red as he roared again and again. He followed closely behind. The yellow-faced young man and the Confucian scholar glanced at each other and also anxiously chased after him. Both of them cursed Yang Kai in their hearts for being despicable and shameless. He had deliberately rubbed salt on the young sect master's wound, causing the young sect master's mind to be in chaos. If he didn't calm down soon, the young sect master might really become the demon race. After all, the young sect master had just advanced to the Emperor realm not long ago, so his realm was still unstable. Now that Yang Kai had triggered his heart demon, it was a great omen. But in this situation, the two of them were powerless to help Feng Shi. They could only pray that Feng Shi would be able to recover from his anger. As the four of them fled, they soon left the shattered stars where Ziyu and the others were. The reason why Yang Kai did this was that he was afraid that the aftermath of their fight would interfere with Ziyu's advancement. However, he didn't expect that Feng Shi would be so easily angered by him. It seemed that this guy's temperament wasn't good enough, or he hated him too much, so he was enraged by his words. An hour later, when Yang Kai was far enough away from Ziyu and the others, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and coldly looked at the three Seeking Passion sect disciples chasing after him. What he saw made him slightly stunned, because during this 2-hour chase, Feng Shi had gradually calmed down. Although his face was still very angry, it was no longer as uncontrollable and violent as before. At this moment, Feng Shi's anger was mixed with some clarity. This made Yang Kai click his tongue in amazement, thinking that this guy really did have some skill. No wonder he could advance to the Emperor realm in such a short time. It seemed that he wasn't an idiot. Feng Shi stood 1,000 feet away from him. The yellow-faced young man and the Confucian scholar quickly caught up and stood beside him. Seeing that Feng Shi's condition had improved, the two secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The Confucian scholar whispered, "Young sect master, no matter what he says later, you must remember not to get angry so easily. This young master knows." Feng Shi shouted impatiently before looking at Yang Kai indifferently, "You led this young master here because you want Ziyu to break through in peace." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "Young sect master's IQ is quite high. You can even guess this." Feng Shi coldly snorted, "It's obvious. But it's meaningless." Yang Kai asked curiously, "How is it meaningless?" "Perhaps Ziyu has already advanced to the Emperor realm." Feng Shi sneered, "What do you think the Emperor realm is? A child's play? That anyone can break through at will? Ziyu still needs some time to break through to the Emperor realm, but this young master can kill you with a wave of his hand. It's not too late for this young master to find her after I kill you." Yang Kai said with a sullen expression, "Young sect master, you're making me very unhappy." The corners of his mouth rose as he ridiculed, "Last time, an Emperor Authority bead didn't take my life, so what makes you think you can kill me?" Hearing this, Feng Shi's face turned angry. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly took a deep breath and calmed his agitated mood. He said indifferently, "Last time, this young master was careless and let you escape with your life. But this time is different." His face was ferocious as he said in a cold voice, "This time, this young master will personally tear you to pieces." Yang Kai coldly said, "Young sect master, don't be so full of yourself. Be careful or you won't be able to clean up the mess later." Feng Shi smiled slightly and said, "Actually, this young master should thank you. If you hadn't appeared in front of this young master at the right time, I'm afraid I would have thought you had died long ago. If this young master had continued to cultivate like this and learned that you were still alive one day, this young master might have become the demon race and burned to death. But it's different now. This young master only needs to kill you to make up for my Tao heart and complete my cultivation. I might even be able to advance to the next level. When he spoke up to hear, his eyes glowed with divine light that was as bright as the stars. Yang Kai said solemnly, I didn't expect that I would be so useful to young sect master. How should young sect master thank me? Feng, she said proudly, make your move. Otherwise, don't blame this young master for not giving you a chance when you die. Yang Kai laughed. Since young sect master is so sincere, then this young master won't be polite. He raised his hand and the myriad sword appeared in his palm. As his source chi surged, the broad long sword slashed forward fiercely. A huge sword chi appeared in the air, as if it wanted to break through the void and slash horizontally. The power of this sword had already demonstrated Yang Kai's extraordinary strength. It was far beyond what a Tao Source Realm cultivator could display. The yellow-faced young man and the scholar standing beside Feng Shi were shocked. Facing this unparalleled sword chi, their hands and feet turned cold and their bodies shivered. Sure enough, you have some skill, Feng Shi was not afraid and sneered, but how can the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the bright moon? While speaking, he also summoned a long sword and pointed it forward with a slight shake. This sword pointed at the void and magically shattered the huge sword chi, causing it to fall apart in an instant. The yellow-faced young man and the scholar were overjoyed when they saw this and cheered loudly. Get lost! After Feng Shi resolved Yang Kai's attack with one move, he immediately became high-spirited and shouted at the two people who were in his way. These two people did not dare to disobey and hurriedly fled to the side and watched from a distance. Yang Kai, you are really not an ordinary Tao Source Realm cultivator. If this was Ice Moon City's arena, this young master would definitely not be your opponent, but this young master is a cultivator of this world. This young master's realm is one realm higher than yours. How can you compete with me? He kept talking, but his hands were not idle. As he waved his sword, the sword chi turned into a sword net and enveloped Yang Kai. Not only that, when he waved his sword, an indescribable aura suddenly filled the air. Affected by this domain, Yang Kai felt an extremely uncomfortable feeling well up within him. This feeling caused him to lose his will to fight, and his mind was constantly filled with all kinds of memories. He recalled the past with Su Yan, with Xia Ningchang, with Shanqing Luo, and with Shui Yu, all of which were both warm and intoxicating. Yang Kai was shocked. He knew that this was the strange divine technique of the Seeking Passion Supreme Art. It could affect his 7 emotions and 6 desires. It really couldn't be underestimated. He bit the tip of his tongue to dispel the discomfort in his mind. The myriad sword moved back and forth, and the sword chi fluctuated freely as it fought back and forth with Feng Shi. A strange light flashed in Feng Shi's eyes. He suddenly made a seal with one hand and wiped the sword with his finger, shouting in a low voice, "The life of an ant, what's the use of struggling?" Kong. The shocking sword chi rushed straight at him as fast as lightning. Yang Kai's face changed drastically. He found that he could not avoid this attack with his movement skill and speed. In a hurry, he could only use his Nihility secret technique to banish himself into the void. His body suddenly faded as the sword chi directly penetrated Yang Kai's body and flew out. Chapter 2466. After a short while, Yang Kai's body condensed again, but his face turned pale and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Although he had resolved Feng Shi's attack with his Nihility secret technique, he was still somewhat shaken. Feng Shi, on the other hand, was unforgiving. Taking advantage of Yang Kai's distraction, he flew up and wrapped his body in sword light, turning into a rainbow as he bombarded Yang Kai with unparalleled momentum. The emperor pressure spread out and Yang Kai's body was pressed down, causing him to stumble back with a look of panic on his face. How boring! This young master hasn't even warmed up and you're already at your limit. If you're reincarnated in your next life, remember to give the masters the respect they deserve. As he spoke, a rainbow-like sword chi slashed straight at Yang Kai. But at this moment, an inexplicable palpitation suddenly rose in Feng Shi's heart, causing his face to darken and become gloomy. When he looked up again, there was no trace of panic on Yang Kai's face. Instead, there was a mocking smile on his face. What's going on? This brat is just a Dao Source Realm cultivator, yet he's showing me such a strange smile in this life and death situation. Does he have some kind of trump card? As his thoughts raced, Xianxia gritted his teeth and followed his intuition. He tapped his foot and floated back. The moment he retreated, a huge moon blade suddenly slashed in front of his feet. The void crack that tore open gave off an extremely unsettling aura. Hiss! Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air as he stared at the moon blade with a look of disbelief on his face. This attack was extremely mysterious and soundless. Moreover, it was extremely lethal. He believed that if he hadn't dodged in time, this attack alone would have been enough to seriously injure him. What kind of power is this? Xianxia's face suddenly sank. He thought that Yang Kai's strength was only SOSO, but after this exchange, he discovered that what he had seen of Yang Kai's ability was not all. Young sect master's reaction is quite good. Yang Kai also looked at Xianxia in surprise and said, "If it was more than 2 years ago, facing such a blow from him, Xianxia was definitely dead, but now that he was in the Emperor realm, he was indeed different from before." Yang Kai also felt that Xianxia, who was in the Emperor realm, was more powerful than Qiuzhe, who he had killed that day. As expected of a disciple from a large sect. His foundation and the secret techniques he cultivated were not something Qiuzhe could compare to. Although Qiuzhe was the palace master of Sky Illumination Palace, Sky Illumination Palace was only a mid-tier sect in the Southern Territory. How could it compare to a behemoth like the Seeking Passion sect? The Seeking Passion sect had produced one of the great emperors. You were actually hiding your strength? Xianxia gritted his teeth and glared at Yang Kai. His face was filled with displeasure and humiliation. As a member of the Emperor realm, he thought that he could kill Yang Kai with a wave of his hand. But in reality, he was almost ambushed by Yang Kai. How could he not be annoyed? Especially when 2 of his junior brothers were watching from the side, which put him in an awkward position. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "Young sect master's words are interesting. You have grown in the Shattered Star Sea. Are you saying that others should remain stagnant?" Xianxia had advanced to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea and his strength had increased by leaps and bounds, but Yang Kai hadn't been idle either. In the year and a half after subduing the mountains and rivers Bell, his strength had greatly improved. Whether it was the source qi in his body or his divine sense, both had increased significantly. Very good. No wonder Father and Master said not to underestimate any opponent, no matter how high or low their cultivation is. Today, this young master has seen it firsthand, Yang Kai. You have taught this young master a lesson. Xianxia snorted coldly. I wanted to take your life directly, but since you are so stubborn, don't blame this young master for torturing you. Yang Kai snorted. Does young sect master still think he can kill me? Do you think I can't kill you? Xianxia's eyes widened, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. You can try. Yang Kai looked at him with a sullen face. As you wish. Xianxia shouted in a low voice, put away the sword in his hand, and took out another sword. This sword was blue in color and exuded an extremely cold aura. As soon as it appeared, wisps of white qi floated from the sword, and the surrounding space seemed to freeze. An emperor artifact. Yang Kai raised his brow and fixed his eyes on the blue sword, grinning. That's more like it. Young sect master's identity is honorable, so he should have an emperor artifact with him. Before, he didn't see Xianxia with an emperor artifact, so he felt a little strange, but now he understood that Xianxia did have an emperor artifact, he just hadn't taken it out yet. Now that he had taken out this emperor artifact, he was undoubtedly going to use his full strength. You're laughing now, but I'll make you cry later. Xianxia glanced at Yang Kai contemptuously, shook his sword, and an icy aura swept out in an instant as he shouted, Snow Sky asking love sword. Sword flowers suddenly bloomed, turning into layers of murderous intent visible to the naked eye, and bombarded Yang Kai. Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but shiver. He communicated with the space principles. and his space force fluctuated as he stretched out his hand and grasped forward, shouting, "Condense!" When a muffled sound suddenly rang out as the space within 1,000 feet around Feng Shi suddenly solidified and became incomparably viscous. The supreme sword technique he had executed was also frozen in the void at this moment. Feng Shi's eyes bulged and he almost fell to the ground. What's going on? The yellow-faced young man and the Confucian scholar, who were watching not far away, were also taken aback. They couldn't understand what was going on at all. They only saw Yang Kai stretch out his hand and directly suppress their young sect master's sword technique. Yang Kai shouted again. Walala, with a crisp sound, the sword flowers that Feng Shi had spent so much effort to condense shattered like a mirror, and the icy aura disappeared in an instant. Not only that, but with Feng Shi as the center, countless tiny spatial rifts as thin as a cow's hair suddenly formed, wrapping around him. The space became extremely unstable in an instant, as if it could collapse at any time. Yang Kai raised his hands and two huge moon blades suddenly appeared in his palms, as if they were real objects. He then looked at Feng Shi with a smile and said, "Young sect master, it seems that you haven't cultivated enough space force." Even if Feng Shi was stupid, he still knew what divine technique Yang Kai was using. He suddenly panicked and cried out in alarm. He looked at the countless void cracks around him, then looked at the two moon blades in Yang Kai's hands, and his face instantly turned pale. Yang Kai's face turned cold as he said, "This young master has killed more than one person in the Emperor realm. If young sect master thinks that he can do whatever he wants in front of this young master just because he has broken through to the Emperor realm, then he is gravely mistaken. Since he has made a mistake, he must be taught a lesson. Young sect master, this young master will discipline you on behalf of your father." Feng Shi vomited blood in his heart and was so angry that his whole body was on fire. He wanted to curse a few times, but he didn't know where to start. Yang Kai waved his hand and the two huge moon blades whistled towards him. Feng Shi was startled. Seeing the moon blades getting closer and closer, he knew that Yang Kai wanted to take his life. How was this discipline? In his horror, Feng Shi's face suddenly became solemn. He slowly rotated the Emperor artifact in his hand and an indescribable intense sword into the sky. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know what Feng Shi was going to do, it seemed that he wasn't willing to sit still and wait for death. This was not surprising. After all, it was not easy for him to break through to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea. With a great future in front of him, how could he be willing to die here? A solemn and dignified aura filled the air. As Feng Shi slowly swung his long sword, his aura underwent a great change. It was as if he had become a completely different person. His eyes were clear, but they were bone-chilling and emotionless. Seeking love is heartless. The heavenly way is tyrannical. A low voice rang out. Sword light suddenly flashed, and as the sword chi soared, a mysterious aura spread out. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and was shocked. He didn't expect Feng Shi to be able to make such a move. This move was clearly a move that only a true master could perform. It actually coincided with the heavenly way. If Feng Shi doesn't die, he will definitely achieve great things in the future. Yang Kai's face darkened slightly as he waved his hand again and punched forward. Exile! A dark black hole suddenly formed in front of Feng Shi, and an aura of nothingness and chaos came from it, making one's heart palpitate. His sword move was immediately disrupted, and flaws began to appear in it. Two moon blades finally arrived, and the tiny void cracks around them also attacked Feng Shi under Yang Kai's control. A scream rang out as Feng Shi's stable aura was disrupted. Feng Shi's figure was suddenly wrapped in space force, and blood spurted out. It was a horrifying sight. Young sect master. The yellow-faced young man and the scholar turned pale with fright and couldn't help shouting. They thought that Feng Shi could deal with Yang Kai easily, but they didn't expect that Yang Kai, who was only in the Tao Source realm, could suppress their young sect master. How could such a thing happen? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. However, at this moment, they didn't dare to rush to rescue their young sect master, so although they shouted loudly, they just stood there motionless, their eyes flickering as if they were ready to escape at any time. If their young sect master died here, they would definitely not be able to escape from Yang Kai's vicious hands. Yang Kai didn't stop after that attack. Instead, he shook the myriad sword and sent an overwhelming number of sword waves towards Feng Shi. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk strange sounds kept ringing out, and after all the sword waves disappeared, the void returned to normal. Yang Kai gasped for breath. On the contrary, Feng Shi was lying there in a bloody mess, looking extremely miserable. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Asterisk Gudong. Asterisk both the yellow-faced man and the scholars swallowed their saliva, their faces extremely pale. Both of them looked at Feng Shi with dull eyes. When they swept him with their divine senses, they found that Feng Shi was gasping for breath. Obviously, he had suffered an unimaginable injury. Chapter 2467. Run. I have to run. If I don't, it'll be too late. Just as the yellow-faced young man and the middle-aged scholar had this thought, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked at them coldly. Both of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Under Yang Kai's cold gaze, their legs went soft and they couldn't summon the slightest bit of strength. Do you want to come and die yourselves, or do you want me to cut you down? Yang Kai stood there with his sword in hand. His figure was calm and his clothes were neat, as if the battle just now hadn't consumed any of his energy. It was as if Feng Shi was just a Dao Source Realm cultivator, and he was the high and mighty emperor of the Emperor Realm. The situation was completely reversed, and they couldn't accept it. Monster! The yellow-faced young man and the middle-aged scholar's teeth chattered fiercely, making cracking sounds. They were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. It seems that you've chosen the latter, Yang Kai coldly snorted and stepped towards the two. The yellow-faced young man and the middle-aged scholar's breathing suddenly stopped. They wanted to escape, but they couldn't control their bodies at all. A feeling of despair instantly drowned them. But in the next moment, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and turned his head to look to the side. What he saw made Yang Kai's eyes bulge. Feng Shi, who should have been lying on the ground waiting for death, was slowly standing up. However, his state was extremely strange, as if he didn't have his own consciousness. His eyes were closed, and his body was stiff, as if he was a puppet being lifted up by someone. On the other hand, the source qi in his body was tumbling. Not only that, there was also an aura that made Yang Kai feel fear and horror. It was slowly waking up inside Feng Shi's body. Soon after, Feng Shi stood up straight again and opened his tightly shut eyes. His eyes were bone-chilling cold, but they were blooming with a divine light, as bright as stars. Yang Kai was shocked. The moment Feng Shi opened his eyes, the strange aura in his body suddenly rose to the extreme. A rich emperor pressure spread out, making Yang Kai's breathing stop. The blood in his body seemed to have stopped flowing. What the hell? Yang Kai frowned and exclaimed in a low voice. At this moment, Feng Shi gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. When he met Feng Shi's eyes, Yang Kai had the illusion that he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. It was very uncomfortable. On the other hand, Feng Shi's entire person had undergone earth-shaking changes. His previous image of a sect's young master had been replaced by a graceful and noble temperament. His eyes were filled with disdain, as if he wanted to rule the world. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. This feeling was somewhat familiar to him. He had experienced a similar feeling from third-order Emperor Realm Masters like Yao Changjun, Qi Ri, and Bing Yun. However, Feng Shi had just ascended to the Emperor Realm not long ago. How could he be a match for these three top-notch experts? Could it be a secret technique of the Seeking Passion sect? Yang Kai wondered. Suddenly he waved his hand. Two moon blades formed across and spun towards Feng Shi. They arrived in front of Feng Shi in an instant, sealing off all his escape routes. Feng Shi looked at the two cross-shaped moon blades and a trace of amazement flashed in his eyes. It was as if this was the first time he had seen Yang Kai use the space divine technique. There was a steadiness and maturity on his face that did not match his age. He had no intention of dodging. Instead, he slowly stretched out a finger. His finger pointed right at the center of the cross. There was no difference. Under the power of this finger, the two moon blades collapsed with a loud bang. They didn't cause any damage to Fengxi. What? Yang Kai was really shocked this time. He naturally knew the weakness of the secret technique he used better than anyone else. Although this was the first time he had used this cross-shaped moon blade, he had simulated it countless times in his mind, so it was quite easy for him to use it. The weakness of this secret technique was right at the spot Fengxi's finger had pointed. How did he know? Yang Kai's expression suddenly became gloomy. If Fengxi had such eyesight and ability, he wouldn't have been beaten so miserably just now. It seemed that in the short time between when he was unconscious and when he woke up, something shocking had happened to him. Who is your excellency? Yang Kai suddenly remembered a legendary secret technique, and his heart shook as he asked in a low voice. Fengxi looked at Yang Kai coldly, and the corners of his mouth rose as he said, "Junior is really amazing. This old master felt that you were extraordinary back then. Now it seems that this old master's vision is not bad." See? Yang Kai gasped and couldn't help taking a few steps back. Fengxi suddenly spoke to him in such a tone, which confirmed Yang Kai's guess even more. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and cried out, "Soul descent. You are Fengxian." He had long heard that some top masters would leave a trace of spiritual energy in the bodies of their descendants or disciples in order to protect them. Normally, it wouldn't be triggered, but when their lives were in danger, this spiritual energy would erupt and fight against the enemy. However, this secret technique came at a great cost, and once it was used, it would cause a lot of damage to the descendant or disciple, so very few masters would do this. Even if they did, they wouldn't reveal this spiritual energy unless they had no other choice. But now, this spiritual energy had appeared in Fengxi's body, which undoubtedly showed that Fengxi was at the end of his rope. "Boy, you're quite knowledgeable. It's this king," Fengxi shouted. "What? Sect master?" The yellow-faced man and the middle-aged scholar were also taken aback, but soon, the two were overjoyed. They rushed to Fengxi's side and knelt down, saying in a trembling voice, "Disciple greets master, sect master." Fengxi glanced at the two indifferently and coldly snorted, "Two good-for-nothings. You can't even protect the young sect master properly and forced this king to show himself. What use do I have for you?" The two's expressions changed drastically, but they didn't dare to say anything. The bitterness in their hearts was simply unbearable. Both of them were thinking, the young sect master is already the emperor realm and is much more powerful than us, but he was still seriously injured and unconscious by this Yang Kai in just a few moves. With our cultivation, what can we do? We'll just be killed with a flick of his finger. Although they were cursing in their hearts, the two didn't dare to say it out loud. They just lowered their heads, their foreheads dripping with cold sweat. Fengxi snorted and said, "Later, take the young sect master to a safe place to heal. If you can't bring the young sect master back to the sect in one piece, you don't need to come back." Since these two could enter the Shattered Star Sea, they were undoubtedly elite disciples of the Netherworld sect, but in Fengxian's eyes, their value couldn't even compare to a strand of his son's hair. Moreover, from Fengxian's tone, it was obvious that he would be able to deal with Yang Kai soon, so he asked them to take Fengxi to a safe place to heal. The two felt as if they had been granted amnesty and quickly said, "Yes." Fengxi turned his head and looked at Yang Kai again, coldly snorting, "Junior, is she's injury your masterpiece?" Yang Kai said with a dark face, "Would you believe me if I said no?" Fengxi said, "What do you think?" Yang Kai angrily said, "Then why the hell did you ask?" Fengxi's face sank and he said, "Junior, you're quite arrogant. How dare you yell at this king? I wanted to give you a quick death, but since you're so arrogant, don't blame this king for being impolite." Yang Kai sneered and said, "Fengxi also had the same intention before, but this young master beat him up very badly. Sect Master Feng, be careful not to follow in your son's footsteps." Fengxi said in a deep voice, "You dare to look down on this king?" Yang Kai said lazily, "If Sect Master Feng came in person, this junior would naturally not be your opponent and would immediately scram and run as far away as possible. What a pity. Sect Master Feng, you borrowed your son's body to descend, So how much of your strength can you display? It's enough to take your life. Yang Kai laughed. Sect Master Feng, be careful not to lose your integrity in your later years. Shut up. Feng, she shouted angrily. This king will take your dog life now. Seeking passion finger. Saying so, he pointed his finger towards the spot where Yang Kai was standing. An unimaginable force suddenly blasted over, invisible and formless, as if it wanted to tear the void apart. Wherever the finger passed, the void collapsed layer by layer, making for a terrifying sight. Although the power of this finger was not as strong as the Emperor Authority Bead Feng she had used before, it was not much worse. The reason why it was not comparable was not because Feng Xian's strength had declined over the years. When he condensed the Emperor Authority Bead, Feng Xian had just broken through to the Third Order Emperor realm. After so many years, his cultivation must have improved a lot. If Feng Xian used this secret technique with his real body, its power would only be greater. But now, he was in the body of a soul descender, so the strength he could display depended entirely on the limits of Feng Xi's body. Therefore, the power of this seeking passion finger was greatly reduced. Even so, it was not something Yang Kai could take head-on. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he hurriedly tried to dodge, but the power of this finger actually had the effect of sealing space and suppressing the world. When Yang Kai's figure paused, he was swept by the finger. As if he had been hit by a mountain, Yang Kai let out a muffled groan and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying, and the bones in his body creaked. It was unknown how many of them were broken, and the parts of his body that were grazed by the finger were badly mutilated. With just one move, Yang Kai was seriously injured. Feng Xian's astonishing strength was evident. Before Yang Kai could regain his balance, Feng Xi swept his sword over again and shouted, "Seeking Passion Sword." Separated by a distance of 1,000 meters, the sword wave fanned out and arrived in front of Yang Kai in an instant. Yang Kai could not avoid it. The yellow-faced young man and the middle-aged scholar could not help but rejoice when they saw this scene. They were excited by the strength of their sect master. No matter how strong Yang Kai was, he was still as fragile as a piece of paper in front of the sect master's soul descender. After the sword attack, Feng Xi's momentum also fell a lot. It seemed that these two moves had consumed a lot of his strength, and he was even slightly panting. However, this was enough. Feng Xian believed that Yang Kai could not take this move with his strength. In the next moment he would be torn apart by the sword wave. Feng Xian withdrew his sword and stood there, looking forward coldly, waiting for the moment Yang Kai died. Chapter 2468. But at that moment, Feng Xian's heart skipped a beat as a feeling of uneasiness suddenly welled up in him. It was a kind of intuition, and the higher one's cultivation, the more accurate it would be. He stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes, only to see Yang Kai's expression suddenly turn solemn as he quickly formed a strange seal with his hands. An indescribable aura lingered around him. This aura was so profound and mysterious that even Feng Xian was moved. He couldn't help but want to immerse himself in it and comprehend it. What secret technique is this? Feng Xian's expression instantly changed. Although he instinctively felt that something was wrong, he still couldn't restrain himself. He stared at Yang Kai, wanting to understand. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai completed his hand seals and a mysterious seal floated in front of him. He then sent it out with his palm. Flowing time, Great Emperor's withering glory, shuttle like a dream. Yang Kai's deep voice, like a soul-stirring voice from purgatory, rang in Feng Xi's ears. Feng Xi's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed in shock, "The flowing time, Great Emperor's divine technique, the flowing time, Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal." Unlike an ordinary cultivator, Feng Xian was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, the sect master of the Seeking Passion sect, and a descendant of the Seeking Passion Great Emperors. As such, he was extremely knowledgeable and experienced. As soon as Yang Kai made his move, he recognized that it was the famous divine technique of the Great Emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. Feng Xian's heart was beating wildly and his face was filled with shock, but his eyes were filled with excitement. The Flowing Time Great Emperor was rumored to be the only Great Emperors to have comprehended the principle of time. Throughout the star boundaries' billions of years of history, He was the only one. Since ancient times, countless masters had tried to comprehend the principle of time, but they couldn't even cross the threshold. This showed how strange and mysterious this principle was. Feng Xian originally thought that the flowing time great emperor had fallen with the great emperors. No one in this world could comprehend the principle of time. But now, he actually saw the unique divine technique of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor from Xianxia. Didn't this mean that Xianxia had obtained the inheritance of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor? Otherwise, how could he release the flowing time great emperor's shuttle seal? For a moment, Feng Xian's heart was filled with envy, jealousy, and shock. His mood was extremely complicated. As soon as the flowing time great emperor's swift shuttle seal appeared, Feng Xian knew that he had underestimated Xianxia's strength. Under the influence of this strange principal strength, he actually felt everything around him slow down. He knew that this was just his imagination. It was an incorrect feeling he had under the influence of the law of time. While his mind was in shock, he pulled the long sword in his hand, and the source energy in his body surged. Sword chi appeared on the blue longsword, and his entire body was filled with sword intent. His expression was solemn, the 6 desires in his eyes extinguished, and the 7 emotions dispersed. Asking for love is heartless, and the heavenly Tao is tyrannical. Merciless slash. It was the same secret technique, divine technique, displayed by the same body, but the power was incomparable. When Feng Xi had used this secret technique before, Xianxia had used the space divine technique to knock him unconscious. But at this moment, Feng Xian, who had used soul descent, was using it. But it was enough to shock the heavens and earth and make ghosts and gods weep. The merciless slash slashed across and collided with the flowing time great emperor's shuttle seal, which had crossed the barrier of time. 2 completely different principal strengths collided with each other, causing the void to collapse and the world to collapse. A rumbling sound rang out, and the aftermath of the impact erupted and swept out in all directions. Whether it was Xianxia or Feng Xi, they were like canoes sailing in the sea amidst strong winds and waves. Their bodies swayed as if they could capsize at any time. The yellow-faced young man and the middle-aged scholar, who were watching not far away, were in a miserable state. The 2 men's eyes were dull, and they seemed to be in a daze. However, wrinkles soon appeared on their skin and their hair turned white. The power of time flowed through them in an instant, turning them into old men in a very short time. Hong hong hong. Loud bangs rang out continuously as Xianxia was suddenly sent flying. This time, he was actually at a disadvantage. It was not that the flowing time great emperor's divine technique was inferior to the seeking passion sect's secret technique, but Xianxia's strength was not comparable to Feng Xian's. Seeing this, Feng Xian's pupils shrank and his face turned fierce. His body swayed as he urged the remaining power in his body to kill. Although he wanted to capture Xianxia alive and inquire about the inheritance and secret technique of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor from him, Feng Xi's current physical condition did not allow him to do so. After using soul descent, Feng Xi was greatly damaged. He had no choice but to use the Taoless ruthless slash. If he continued to entangle with Xianxia, Feng Xi's body would disintegrate without him needing to suffer any more injuries. Feng Xian was annoyed. That day in Ice Moon City, if he had disregarded his face and attacked Xianxia, there would not have been such trouble today. Perhaps he could have captured Xianxia. At that time, the inheritance of the flowing time great emperor of the great emperors would have been his. At that time, he would have the inheritance of 2 great emperors, and it would only be a matter of time before he became the overlord of the Northern Territory. Since I am ruthless, how can I seek love? Since there is no Tao, how can I pursue the martial Tao? As Xianxia retreated, he suddenly shouted with a ferocious expression, "Your seeking passion sect is deceiving itself, ha!" He suddenly burst into laughter. Feng Xian angrily retorted, "Junior, what do you know? Quickly accept your death." As soon as his words fell, he slashed his sword towards Xianxia. Xianxia angrily shouted, "You want to kill this young master? You're not qualified." Mountains and rivers bell, suppress. With a wave of his hand, A palm-sized bell-shaped artifact suddenly flew out. It was the mountains and rivers bell he had subdued not long ago. Even the flowing time Great Emperor's swift shuttle seal could not do anything to Feng Xian, so Yang Kai only had the mountains and rivers bell as his trump card. If even the mountains and rivers bell could not suppress Feng Xian, Yang Kai could only escape immediately. He believed that even if he was seriously injured, with the space secret technique he had mastered, it would still be difficult for Feng Xian to kill him. As soon as the mountains and rivers bell came out, Yang Kai immediately felt the source qi in his body and the spiritual energy in his knowledge sea rapidly drain away like a broken dam, drying up in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai was startled and his face turned pale in an instant as he felt a splitting headache. This was the first time he had used the mountains and rivers bell, so he did not expect to pay such a high price. In the past, when his cultivation was not high enough, he had a similar experience when he used the Annihilation Thunder Bead, but compared to this experience, it was simply like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. Yang Kai obviously felt like he was going to die at this time. As soon as this exotic artifact came out, it had not hurt the enemy, but it had already made him unable to take care of himself. He did not know what the result would be. Yang Kai forced himself to stay awake and stared at Feng Xi. Feng Xi's face changed drastically as he exclaimed, "Mountains and rivers bell? The Yuan Ding Great Emperor's natal artifact?" He was shocked to the extreme. When Yang Kai used his Space Force secret technique before, he was already amazed. After all, Space Force secret techniques weren't something just anyone could comprehend and cultivate. Later, Yang Kai used the divine technique of the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. Feng Xian could not imagine what kind of opportunity Yang Kai had to obtain something that countless masters could not obtain in their lifetime. At this moment, Yang Kai even used the Yuan Ding Great Emperor's natal artifact. Feng Xian almost bit off his tongue. "Fake, this is fake!" Feng Xian screamed in his heart, but when he focused his gaze, the mountains and rivers bell rapidly grew in size. The sound of the bell was transmitted to the depths of one's soul, causing one to palpitate uneasily. On the surface of the bell, mysterious runes were looming, flowing endlessly, and an aura from the Great Desolate Era filled the air, making it difficult for him to breathe. It was the real mountains and rivers bell. The aura of the Great Desolate Era was not something that could be imitated at will. Feng Xian's face instantly turned as pale as paper. Without even thinking about it, he turned around and tried to escape. However, a mysterious force suppressed the world and sealed the space around him. He could not move, and the power in his body was sealed in his meridians, unable to circulate. The mountains and rivers bell suppressed the mountains and rivers, and the emperor's rhythm changed the world. When the bell rang, it would be suppressed, and no one could escape. Even someone like Yang Kai, who was proficient in the Tao of space, could not escape once locked by the mountains and rivers bell, let alone Feng Xian. If not for this, it would not have been able to suppress the Phoenix True Fire for tens of thousands of years. Seeing the mountains and rivers bell coming down on him, Feng Xian felt his soul tremble and shouted in horror, "Junior, stop. If you dare kill my son, this king will chase you to the ends of the world and tear you to pieces." "Fuck you." Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed angrily. Hong. Without any suspense, Feng Xi's body was directly suppressed by the mountains and rivers bell and completely disappeared. The yellow-faced young man and the middle-aged scholar stood there trembling. They were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Yang Kai, a Tao Source Realm cultivator, had actually suppressed their sect master's soul descent. Is this something a Tao Source Realm cultivator can do? Both of them felt a chill in their hearts as a chill ran down their spines from head to toe. Young sect master, is he dead? The yellow-faced young man opened his mouth and all his teeth fell out. He could not even speak clearly. The same was true for the middle-aged scholar. Although the two of them were not hit directly by the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal, they were affected by the time principles and were no longer in their prime. Cough cough. Yang Kai kept coughing, looking extremely miserable. He slightly moved his finger and flicked the mountains and rivers bell. Hong. The bell rang again, and a huge impact spread in all directions. "Don't!" the yellow-faced young man and the middle-aged scholar shouted, trying to escape, but the sound waves directly drowned them. The two of them vomited blood, which was mixed with fragments of their internal organs. In the blink of an eye, they were no longer breathing. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and the enlarged mountains and rivers bell flew back to his hand, returning to the size of his palm halfway. At the place where the mountains and rivers bell had originally suppressed, Fengxi had already become a pool of flesh and blood. He had died in an extremely miserable manner. 3 star seals with different radiances flew out from the 3 corpses and fell on the back of Yang Kai's hand. These 3-star seals were of extremely high grade. Fengxi's was a 7-pointed star seal, while the other 2 had 6-pointed star seals. With such star seals, Yang Kai's star seal had taken a big step forward from upgrading. However, Yang Kai was not in the mood to care about this at the moment. He did not even have the strength to collect the 3 space rings. The aftereffects of summoning the mountains and rivers bells swept over him, making him weak and powerless. His vision turned black and he fainted. Chapter 2469. Northern Territory, Seeking Passion Sect. As one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, Seeking Passion Sect occupied a vast area with countless disciples. The buildings here were magnificent and extraordinary, and the world energy here was extremely rich. Suddenly, a deafening roar rang out from an inconspicuous building. In an instant, the entire Seeking Passion sect seemed to tremble as countless disciples looked towards the source of the sound, their eyes filled with horror. Because everyone could tell that this was the voice of the sect master, but no one knew why the sect master was suddenly so angry. Fengxian was already a 3rd-order Emperor Realm Master, so his mind was as calm as water, like an ancient well without ripples. If he hadn't encountered something unacceptable, it was impossible for him to be so emotional. So, what could make a 3rd-order Emperor Realm Master so angry? At that moment, a pale-faced person rushed into the building, pushed open the door, and knelt down while trembling. "Sect Master, this is bad." This subordinate just received a message, "Young Sect Master's soul lamp." Before this person could finish speaking, Fengxian suddenly sent a palm strike towards him. Although this person had a powerful cultivation in the 3rd-order Dao Source realm, how could he resist a master like Fengxian? Under a single slap, he was directly smashed into a meat patty. Yang Kai. Inside the secret room, Fengxian's face was pale as he shouted out a person's name with a violent expression, his eyes flashing with anger. His soul descent had taken place in Fengxi's body, so although he was in the Seeking Passion sect, he could more or less perceive what happened in the Shattered Star Sea. Although it was not comprehensive, he could clearly feel Fengxi's death. His son had finally broken through to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea. But in the end, he was killed by someone from the 3rd-order Dao Source realm. What's more, it was under the premise of his soul descent. This was a great humiliation to him and the Seeking Passion sect. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't enter the Shattered Star Sea, he would have already set out to settle accounts with Yang Kai. The enmity of his son's death was absolutely irreconcilable. Fengxian's heart surged with anger. Suddenly, he got up, turned into a stream of light, and flew out of the Seeking Passion sect, heading in a certain direction. Looking at the direction he was heading, it seemed to be the location of Ice Heart Valley. He couldn't find Yang Kai now, so he could only go to Ice Heart Valley to find Bingyun first. In any case, Yang Kai must die, and only by finding Bingyun would he be able to inquire about Yang Kai's whereabouts. Fengxian's sect he no longer cared about the dispute between the two sects. If Bingyun couldn't give him a reasonable explanation, he would massacre Ice Heart Valley. After Yang Kai's Yang sect of his Yang sect, he regained his consciousness. Yang of Yang Yang's Yangs. Kai Yang's heart moved. Then he realized that the one calling him was not someone else, but his Dharmakaya. There was always a soul connection between him and the embodiment, so even if they were separated by the sealed world bead, the embodiment could contact him at any time. Yang Kai had suddenly fainted earlier, and the embodiment didn't dare to pull him into the sealed world bead to heal him. Although he could do so, if he did, the sealed world bead would definitely be exposed to the void. There were countless masters in the Shattered Star Sea, and if someone saw the sealed world bead, it would definitely be troublesome. Therefore, the embodiment could only let Xianxia drift in the void. It kept calling out to him. "How long has it been?" Xianxia communicated with the embodiment with his divine sense and struggled to prop himself up. "Not long, just a few hours." Fortunately, Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief and examined his current condition. His injuries weren't too serious, but his back was a little bloody after being swept by Feng Xian's finger. The biggest problem now was that he was very weak. Using the mountains and rivers bell had consumed all his strength, so there was no way for him to fully recover in the next few hours. Even now, when he tried to use his divine sense, he felt pain in his head. If he encountered any danger at this time, he could only hide in the sealed world bead immediately. After thinking about it, Xianxia summoned his wooden boat and let it fly forward. He then sat cross-legged on the wooden boat, took out some restorative spirit pills, stuffed them into his mouth, and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. In the desolate Shattered Star Sea, Xianxia's figure was like a speck of dust, inconspicuous as he drifted without any particular target. 2 days later, he exhaled softly and stood up again, crackling sounds coming from all over his body. Although he hadn't fully recovered, his body was fine. Xianxia raised his eyes and looked around, but there was nothing special. Even his 7-pointed star seal didn't sense the existence of others. It had been 2 or 3 years since he entered the Shattered Star Sea. At first, he thought he had gained a lot, but after meeting the people from Iceheart Valley and Feng Shi, he realized that he had fallen behind. Even Feng Shi had advanced to the Emperor realm early, and Ziyu was at the critical juncture of her breakthrough. Perhaps she had already successfully broken through and reached the Emperor realm, but what about him? He hadn't sensed the aura of a breakthrough yet. The Phoenix True Fire and the Mountains and Rivers Bell were indeed very good. After all, they were once owned by the great emperors, but the strength of a cultivator was always based on their own strength. Other external aids were just icing on the cake. Without strong strength as a guarantee, even if one had good treasures, it would be difficult to play any role. Xianxia felt that if he was in the Emperor realm now, he wouldn't have been so embarrassed when using the Mountains and Rivers Bell. Ziyu and Feng Shi were already ahead of him, but what about the other sects' prides? What about the rising stars that he knew? Xianxia suddenly felt an urgent sense of crisis. If one's cultivation fell behind others, they would truly fall behind. No matter how many good things he found in this Shattered Star Sea, it would be useless. While thinking about it, he controlled the wooden boat to fly quickly, trying to find his own opportunity in this Shattered Star Sea. For several days, Xianxia didn't meet anyone, nor did he sense the aura of source strength. This made him feel a little strange because this phenomenon was very abnormal. He had been in the Shattered Star Sea for a while, but such a thing had never happened before. A few days later, Xianxia still didn't sense anything. This made him a little suspicious, wondering what had happened in the Shattered Star Sea. It wasn't until the 10th day that Xianxia suddenly felt a slight heat on the back of his hand. This made him feel refreshed, and he immediately realized that he had sensed the existence of a cultivator. Then, the warmth on the back of his hand became stronger and stronger. Xianxia raised his eyebrows and quickly flew in that direction. As he got closer, Xianxia was surprised because he sensed the aura of many cultivator. There seemed to be not only the aura of a cultivator, but also an extremely rich source aura. It was resonating with the star seal on the back of his hand. What was going on over there? Xianxia became curious and sped up a lot. Half a day later, the scene that entered his eyes made Xianxia slightly stunned. Because in the star field, who knew how many tens of thousands of kilometers in front of him, there was a large blue halo, showing an irregular oval shape. At first glance, it looked like a vast sea. Although this sea didn't seem too big now, Xianxia knew that it was because he was too far away from it. If he were really in it, he would definitely feel its magnificence. What the hell? Xianxia muttered in his heart. After a few hours, Xianxia had already flown to this strange place. After seeing the situation over there, Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air and said involuntarily, "So much source aura?" He could clearly feel the rich aura of source energy from the blue halo. The shattered source energy was hidden in the blue halo, like fish hiding in the sea. At this moment, when he looked closer, this place was like a real sea, and he couldn't see the end at a glance. The blue waves were blue, and the light was like the tide of the sea. It looked extremely strange. Through the star seal on the back of his hand, Yang Kai clearly felt the countless cultivator scattered in this huge blue light, and he didn't know if they were absorbing and refining the source aura. But how could there be so much source aura here? With so much source aura, if one person were to refine and absorb it, how much benefit would they get? Yang Kai didn't dare to think about it anymore. But this was basically impossible. No single cultivator had the ability to refine so much source aura. No wonder he hadn't met a single person or sensed any source aura after walking for more than 10 days. It turned out that all the source aura had gathered in this place. Yang Kai was excited. Although he wanted to snatch the source aura in front of him right now, he still carefully examined the situation of the blue light. To his surprise, his divine sense was not hindered in any way, nor did he detect the slightest danger. It was as if the blue light was just like the sea, a carrier of the rich source aura. Yang Kai's face lit up with joy, and he rushed forward and plunged into the light. "Ha, another fool!" There was a burst of laughter not far away. This person had obviously been observing Yang Kai, and when he saw him rush into the blue light, he laughed and said sarcastically, "How dare you be so reckless in the source sea, you really don't know how to write the word death." As soon as his voice fell, a figure suddenly shot out from the place where Yang Kai had rushed in. This person took a closer look and saw that it was Yang Kai. His eyes widened as he exclaimed in horror, "How is this possible? You're still alive?" Yang Kai grimaced in pain, and his whole body was in pain. There were sizzling sounds coming from all over his body, and his clothes were completely corroded in a very short time, revealing his strong body. His skin seemed to have been scalded by hot water, and countless pustules suddenly appeared all over it. It was a horrifying sight to behold. However, although his appearance was miserable, Yang Kai was not in danger of losing his life. He stimulated the source qi in his body to expel the corrosive force that had invaded his body. Chapter 2470. After a while, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief and took out a new set of clothes to wear. The corroded wounds on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the blood fell off, revealing new skin. "Gudong!" The onlooker could not help but gulp in horror. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the man before his figure flickered, and he suddenly appeared in front of him. This person was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. In the entire Shattered Star Sea, such a cultivation was neither high nor low, belonging to the lower middle class. This person had a strange appearance, and he looked a little like a rat. He didn't look like a good person. Seeing Yang Kai appear in front of him, he was startled and quickly took 2 steps back, asking in horror, What do you want to do?" Yang Kai looked at him unhappily and snorted coldly, "I just heard you say that this is the Source Sea?" "This is the Source Sea." The man seemed to be tongue-tied as he replied repeatedly, "What is the Source Sea? Tell me clearly." The man looked bitter and said, "The Source Sea is the Source Sea. A lot of source strength is gathered here, and this place looks like an ocean, so everyone calls it the Source Sea. There is no special name for it. How did you find this place? Why are there so many people here?" Yang Kai looked at him coldly. "I came with my brother from the same sect. My brother was called here by someone else. Friend, what do you want to ask?" The man seemed to have calmed down and saw that Yang Kai did not have much malice. He looked at him curiously and asked, "Tell me about the Source Sea. Tell me everything you know." The man suddenly asked suspiciously, "Friend, have you never heard of the Source Sea?" Yang Kai slapped him and said angrily, "If I had heard of it, would I need to ask you?" The man shrunk his head and was annoyed, but he did not dare to show it. He said in surprise, "That can't be. Friend, your cultivation is not weak. How can you not know about the Source Sea?" This place should be recorded in the ancient books of all the major sections. There are records of all of them? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Yes, the Source Sea is a very famous place in the Shattered Star Sea because there is a large amount of source strength here. We can absorb and refine it here. As long as we find this place, we don't have to look for the source strength of the shattered stars. However, the Source Sea did not appear every time. The time and location of its appearance were not fixed. However, there were 3 times when the Shattered Star Sea opened. One day, the Origin Sea will appear. This is a blessed land for us cultivators. There's only origin energy here? Then what is the blue halo here? Why does it have such a strong corrosive power? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. He had suffered a loss from that faint blue halo. It looked like seawater, and his spiritual force did not detect any danger at all. But when he dived in, he could feel an extremely strong corrosive force. If Yang Kai had not retreated quickly, he would have suffered more serious injuries. No one knows what this faint blue halo is. It has been here since the first appearance of the Source Sea, but it's very dangerous. If someone rushes in, they'll definitely die. Speaking of this, he suddenly remembered that Yang Kai was still alive, wasn't he? He smiled awkwardly and said, "Friend, you are amazing. You actually managed to retreat from there." "It's all thanks to you." Yang Kai laughed sarcastically. This guy was watching from a distance and did not warn him when he rushed in. Although he was not friends with this guy, it was immoral of him to just sit back and watch. If it was any other cultivator with slightly weaker strength who rushed in, they would not have survived. However, he could not blame others for this. Bystanders had the right to watch. The man could tell that Yang Kai was blaming him and could not help but smile awkwardly. "Go on." Yang Kai snorted. The man quickly cleared his throat and said, "There are great benefits to be gained from the Source Sea. Many people find this place and stay here to absorb and refine the Source Sea until the Shattered Star Sea closes. Friend, as you can see, the Source Sea is extremely vast, just like a real sea, so no matter how many people come here, it is impossible to refine all the source strength here. And, let me tell you a secret, there are not only fragments of source strength in the Source Sea, but also complete source strengths of stars and the 5 elements." Complete source strengths? Yang Kai's expression changed. He was a Star Lord himself, so he could naturally understand the huge gap between the fragments of source strength and the complete source strength. A complete source strength could allow a cultivator to easily sense the heavenly way and martial Tao, but a fragment of source strength would be greatly reduced. He did not expect that there would be complete source strength in the Source Sea, and not only the source strengths of stars, but also the source strengths of the 5 elements. Although the Phoenix True Fire he obtained before was also a fire attribute source, it was a divine spirit source, not a 5-element source. There was still a difference between the two. The reason why his sealed world bead could not allow people to break through to a great realm inside was that the world principles were incomplete. In order to complete the world principles, a complete source strength was indispensable. If he could find the complete source strength here and fill the small sealed world with it, perhaps the world principles of the small sealed world would become complete. If he wanted to break through in the future, he would be able to do so in the small sealed world without worrying about being disturbed. So, after hearing that there was a complete source strength in the Source Sea, Yang Kai was immediately excited. But soon, his face darkened again. This Source Sea is so dangerous. How can I safely absorb and refine source strength in it? Are you lying to me? How would I dare? The man shouted with a wronged expression. "Friend, you haven't entered the Source Sea, so you don't know the situation inside. In the Source Sea, there are many island-like places where people can settle down. In those places, you don't have to worry about being corroded by the Source Sea's corrosive power, and you can refine source strength with peace of mind." There's such a good place. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He just rushed into the Source Sea and did not go deep inside, so he did not find any island-like existences. But judging from the way this man spoke, it did not seem like he was lying to him. "Friend, you can fly over and take a look later. Don't rush into that thing that looks like seawater again." The man seemed to give a kind reminder, But after that, he looked at Yang Kai flatteringly. "I've said everything I need to say, so, Yang Kai said with a straight face, "Since the Source Sea has so many benefits, why are you still here and not going in? Is there any other danger?" The man hurriedly said, "I'm staying here to wait for my other brothers. It was Big Brother who told me to stay here. Otherwise, do you think I want to stay here? I also want to go in and absorb and refine source strength." He had an aggrieved expression on his face, probably cursing his big brother in his heart. Yang Kai nodded, turned around, and flew over the Source Sea. The man's voice came from behind. "You should be careful. There are now several people from the Emperor realm in the Source Sea. If you provoke them, no one can save you." Yang Kai's heart sank when he heard this. He found that things were as he thought. Many people had already advanced to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea, and Ziyu and Feng Shi were not the only ones. And this was only the situation in the Source Sea. What about the other masters scattered all over the Shattered Star Sea? Perhaps there were many who had advanced to the Emperor realm. The Shattered Star Sea was indeed an incredible sealed world. Yang Kai's mood was solemn as he flew over the Source Sea. When he looked down, he suddenly had a strange feeling of dislocation. Right now, it was as if he was flying above a vast ocean. Below him were blue waves and surging tides. Above this ocean, there were indeed some island-like existences. They were of different sizes. The small ones could only fit one person, while the big ones could only fit 4 or 5 people. These places were already occupied by cultivators. They sat there cross-legged, absorbing and refining the source energy that was escaping from the sea. On the surface of the sea, the tides were surging, sometimes calm, making it difficult to predict. In such a situation, it was impossible for a cultivator to refine source strength steadily above the sea. It seemed that he had to find a place to settle down first. Yang Kai had suffered from this sea before, so he knew how powerful it was. If he could not find a place to settle down, he would not be able to refine source strength in peace. Thinking of this, he scanned the area below, trying to find a suitable place. There were many cultivators like him who were looking for a place to settle down. They were all flying in the air, but none of them intended to fight each other. The source strength here was so rich that as long as they could absorb it steadily, they would surely reap great benefits. It was meaningless to fight here, unless they were fighting for territory. There were indeed people fighting for territory. When Yang Kai flew through the air, he saw at least a dozen groups of people fighting each other. Cultivator corpses were constantly falling from mid-air, and as soon as they fell into the Source Sea, they disappeared without even making a splash. After wandering over the Source Sea for an hour, Yang Kai still could not find a place to settle down. All the places had been occupied. This made him feel very helpless. He was not the kind of person who liked to snatch other people's territory for no reason, so he could only search patiently. Fortunately, the Source Sea was big enough, and there were still some places he had not searched. He believed that he should be able to find a good place. In the distance ahead, there was another group of people fighting for territory. The sky was dark and the earth was dark as energy surged. Yang Kai wanted to go around the battlefield, but at this moment, a low voice suddenly came into his ears. Falling thunder. The voice was accompanied by a burst of crackling sounds. In the sky over there, a blue lightning bolt suddenly cut across the sky and shot towards a certain place. His expression changed and he quickly looked in that direction. Chapter 2471. Earth Sword Falling Thunder was a secret technique, and it was a secret technique that Yang Kai knew. This secret technique was divided into 3 moves: Human Sword Revolving Annihilation, Earth Sword Falling Thunder, and Heaven Sword Star Shattering. Each move was stronger than the last, and the combined power of the 3 moves was infinite. And the one who cultivated this secret technique was Xiao Bai-Yi of Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai had fought with Xiao Bai-Yi in the Flowing Time Temple of the 4 Seasons realm and had experienced the power of this secret technique, so it was still fresh in his memory. Now that he saw someone using this secret technique in the Origin Sea, his attention was immediately drawn to it. When he turned his head, a figure in white fluttering in the chaotic battlefield suddenly came into view. Who else could it be but Xiao Bai-Yi? This guy had always been wearing a white robe since Yang Kai met him, looking chic and cold, but at this moment he seemed to be in a bad situation and was being besieged. His white robe was stained with red blood, which was very dazzling. And with him was another figure that Yang Kai was familiar with, Rong Xiao. These two elite disciples of Azure Sun Temple were standing on top of a small island at this moment, back to back, each casting a secret technique to resist the attacks coming from all directions. The island they were on was not big, just enough for the two of them to settle down. Both of them were elites among elites. After not seeing each other for a few years, both of them had reached the peak of the Third Order Dao Source realm, but they were outnumbered and in an extremely difficult situation. Xiao Baiyi's body spurted blood from time to time, while Murong Xiao Zhao's hair was messy and her clothes were wet with sweat, clinging to her exquisite and plump body. When Yang Kai saw this scene, he found that the people besieging them did not block the space. In other words, Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao still had a chance to escape. However, the two of them had no intention of escaping. One of them looked cold and determined, while the other looked angry and indignant. They stood their ground and unleashed their power. They were fighting for territory. Yang Kai could tell at a glance that the territories occupied by Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao had obviously been targeted by this group of people, so these people had come to snatch them. Yang Kai guessed that they wanted to rely on their numbers to bully Murong Xiao, but after fighting, they realized that Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao were not easy to provoke. The gap that was deliberately left open was for Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao to escape. Besieging a city was a necessity, so they did not want to engage in a life or death battle and only wanted to force the two of them away. Unfortunately, Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao had no intention of escaping, causing the battle to reach its climax. Yang Kai quickly turned around and ran in that direction. He was, after all, a registered disciple of the Azure Sun Temple. When Zishan and Gao Xueting had taken care of him in every possible way, and he had some friendship with Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao, so how could they not help him when he encountered such a situation? Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's actions, one of the long-faced old men who was besieging Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao said, "I'll give you one last chance, leave or not." Murong Xiao gritted her teeth. She shouted, "You want to take our place? Unless you kill us." Xiao Baiyi did not say a word, but the long sword in his hand blossomed like a flower, his fierce murderous intent giving a silent answer. "Good, there is a path to heaven but you don't want to take it, there is no door to hell but you want to throw yourself into it. In that case, don't blame us for being ruthless." While speaking, the long-faced old man gestured to the others with a gloomy expression on his face, obviously not willing to delay any longer. It was time to end this quickly. The others understood tacitly. Their momentum changed, and their attacks became much more decisive and fierce. Both Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao's faces sank as they felt immense pressure. The long-faced old man himself flickered and greeted Yang Kai, cupping his fists from afar and saying, "The Western Territories Pointed Star sect is handling some matters. Friend, please give us some face and take a detour." "You're from Pointed Star sect?" Yang Kai not only did not stop, but also sped up with a look of joy on his face. "Yes, Your Excellency is?" When the long-faced old man heard Yang Kai say this, he thought that Yang Kai was also a cultivator from the Western Territory and could not help but look at him suspiciously, wanting to know which sect he came from. Yang Kai said with a smile, "I'm from King of Hell's Palace." "King of Hell's Palace?" The long-faced old man had a suspicious look on his face because no matter how he thought about it, there was no sect called King of Hell's Palace in the Western Territory. But soon he reacted and his face sank. "Your Excellency, are you playing with this old master? How could a sect use a name like King of Hell's Palace that could easily provoke hatred?" Obviously, Yang Kai was just making things up. Yang Kai grinned and said, "How could that be? I'm really from King of Hell's Palace." At this point, his face sank and he said in a deep voice, "King of Hell sent me to take your dog lives." The long-faced old man's face changed and he shouted, "You're courting death, boy." He urged the source chi in his body and quickly formed a mysterious seal with his hands. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Yang Kai. It seemed that he wanted to give Yang Kai a show of strength. But to his horror, Yang Kai suddenly disappeared in front of his eyes. This strange scene shocked the old man because he did not know how Yang Kai disappeared at all. In an instant, a chill came from the soles of his feet and he could not help but wonder if he had really seen a ghost. But before he could finish this thought, Yang Kai's face appeared in front of him again. But at this time, Yang Kai was only 3 inches away from him and their faces were almost touching. See? The long-faced old man sucked in a breath of cold air and without even thinking about it, he quickly retreated. At the same time, source chi surged out from his body, turning into a visible barrier that lingered around his body as a form of protection. Yang Kai's lips curled into a sly grin as a white lotus bud appeared in his left eye and disappeared in a flash. Blossoming lotus. Over the past year and a half, Yang Kai's divine sense had greatly increased while subduing the mountains and rivers bell. Now, he could use this soul secret technique more skillfully and freely, and its power seemed to be much greater than before. The white lotus bud instantly turned into a mysterious force that tore through the long-faced old man's divine sense defenses and rushed into his knowledge sea. The long-faced old man, who was rapidly retreating, suddenly froze in place, his eyes glazing over as a look of pain appeared on his face. In his vision, all that was left was the white lotus bud, which quickly bloomed and swallowed his body and mind. Yang Kai suddenly threw a punch, and under the violent eruption of power, the long-faced old man directly burst into a cloud of blood mist, leaving no trace of his body behind as he fell towards the source sea. Ah! Exclamations suddenly sounded as the people who were besieging Xiao Bai and Murong Xiao Xiao were all horrified when they saw this scene. Although the long-faced old man was a little older, his strength was not to be underestimated. Among the Western Territories' pointed star sects Dao Source Realm Cultivator, he was ranked in the top 3, but such a person was defeated by a young man who appeared out of nowhere with a single punch, seemingly unable to fight back at all. Just now, he told them to end this quickly, so how did he suddenly die? Could the person who killed him be from the Emperor Realm? Although there were not many people from the Emperor Realm in the Shattered Star Sea, there were still quite a few of them. The bloody scene of the old man's death scared the Pointed Star sect disciples out of their wits, and the suspicion in their hearts made them tremble in fear. Seeing Yang Kai rushing towards them with a cold smile on his face, how could they dare to continue staying in place? They all left Xiao Bai and Murong Xiao Xiao and turned to flee. At this moment, they did not even have the courage to avenge the old man, and only wanted to escape from this place to save their lives. Condense! Yang Kai stretched out his hand and clenched it, and under the surge of space principles, the space in front of him instantly solidified. The few people who were fleeing in a hurry widened their eyes in horror, only to find that their speed was as slow as a turtle's crawl. They were so anxious that their foreheads were sweating and their bodies were cold. Xiao Bai and Murong Xiao Xiao were overjoyed when they saw this scene. The two of them still did not know who secretly helped them, and they did not have time to check the appearance of the person who came. The anger they had been suppressing at the hands of these Pointed Star sect disciples could finally be released at this moment. Human sword, revolving annihilation. Earth sword, falling thunder. Heavenly sword, shattering star. Xiao Baiyi's long sword suddenly unleashed 3 secret techniques at the same time, and when the 3 swords combined into one, the ferocious power caused even the world to tremble. Although Murong Xiao Xiao was a woman and gave Yang Kai the impression of gentleness and elegance, she showed no mercy at this moment. She summoned a pair of heavenly feather rings, and in an instant, 1 divided into 2, 2 divided into 4, and 4 divided into 8, layer by layer, shrouding the Pointed Star sect disciples. Screams rang out one after another. The Pointed Star sect disciples only wanted to escape and had no fighting spirit, so after being suddenly bound by Yang Kai, they could not even resist. As soon as the 2 great disciples of Azure Sun Temple attacked, these people fell like straws. In an instant, the sky was filled with blood, flesh, and broken limbs. In less than 10 breaths, several Pointed Star sect disciples died on the spot, and their bodies fell into the source sea. Star seals shot out from the backs of these people's hands, flying towards Xiao Bai and Murong Xiao Xiao, and were quickly divided up by the two. "Thank you, brother, for your help." "Hey, it's Brother Yang." Murong Xiao turned around and wanted to thank him, but when she saw Yang Kai's face, she immediately cried out in joy. She was still wondering who had helped her and Xiao Baiyi, but she did not expect it to be Yang Kai. Xiao Baiyi didn't say a word, just turning his head to look at Yang Kai with an expression that seemed to say, "I've already guessed it." After all, when he fought with Yang Kai in the Flowing Time Temple, Yang Kai used his Space Force, so when he noticed the fluctuation of Space Force just now, Xiao Baiyi guessed that Yang Kai had come. Now that he turned his head, he found that he was right. "Miss Murong, I haven't seen you for a few years, but you've become even more beautiful." Yang Kai flew in front of the two with a smile and greeted Murong Xiao. Murong Xiao blushed and stomped her feet. "Brother Yang, you're making fun of me." "I'm not making fun of you, I'm just telling the truth," Yang Kai said solemnly. Murong Xiao's face turned even redder. Chapter 2472. Xiao Baiyi suddenly snorted coldly. "Flirting with my junior sister in front of me, do you think I'm deaf or blind?" Yang Kai turned his head with a smile and said, "Xiao Bai, long time no see." Xiao Baiyi's face went black as he said, "I said, my name is Xiao Baiyi, Xiao. But, not Xiao Bai." The veins on his forehead bulged, obviously extremely annoyed by the name of Xiao Bai. After a pause, he said with a sullen face, "I heard that you are also a disciple of the temple. Although you entered the temple late, on the road of martial Dao, those who have reached the top are first. If you don't want to call me by my full name, you can call me Junior Brother Xiao. I don't want to hear the word Xiao Bai again." "I know, Junior Brother Xiao Bai." Yang Kai grinned. Xiao Baiyi's face suddenly turned white with anger. Murong Xiao pursed her lips and snickered. "Brother Yang, did you come to help because you saw our message?" "Message?" Yang Kai frowned and looked at her suspiciously. Murong Xiao asked curiously, "Brother Yang didn't see it?" Yang Kai said, "I don't have your communication beads or communication artifacts, how could I see?" Speaking of this, he suddenly remembered something and quickly took it out of his space ring. This was a golden token. It was the Azure Sun golden token that Gao Shueting had given him in Maplewood City. The holder of this Azure Sun golden token was an elite disciple of Azure Sun Temple. In the entire Azure Sun Temple, there were only a few disciples who possessed such a token. However, Yang Kai had never used this Azure Sun golden token since he obtained it, nor did he have the opportunity to use it. He probed it with his divine sense. Only then did he understand what Murong Xiao meant. This Azure Sun golden token had the function of a communication artifact. It allowed the disciples to communicate with each other because at this moment, there was only one message left in the token. It was the message that Murong Xiao had sent not long ago. Seeing his expression, Murong Xiao knew that this was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Pursing her lips, she smiled and said, "Brother Yang, you should check the information in the golden token more often in the future because you never know when you will come across a message left behind by your junior brother or junior sister." "I'll remember it." Yang Kai nodded and put away the Azure Sun golden token. Although he did not receive Murong Xiao's message in time, he did not receive it. However, he had come here by accident and saved her and Xiao Baiyi. "Where is Xiaxing? Why don't I see him?" Yang Kai looked around and asked suspiciously. Since Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao were together, there was no reason for Xiaxing not to be here, but there was no trace of Xiaxing here, and no one knew where he had gone. Xiao Baiyi said, "Big brother separated from us 2 months ago, saying that he was looking for a place to break through." Yang Kai raised his brow and said, "Oh? Xiaxing is going to break through to the Emperor Realm?" Murong Xiao said with a worried expression, "Big brother's cultivation has already reached the peak of the Dao Source Realm. It's just that he hasn't had an opportunity. This time, he finally came to the Shattered Star Sea and hurriedly went to prepare." "Then why didn't you follow him?" Yang Kai frowned. Since Xiaxing wanted to break through to the Emperor Realm, he definitely needed someone to protect him. Otherwise, if he encountered a sneak attack, he would not be able to resist. Xiao Baiyi sighed. "He wouldn't let us. We secretly followed him for a few days, but he managed to get rid of us using the cicada shedding carapace. Got rid of? Yang Kai's face darkened. But thinking about Xiaxing's character, it was possible that he would do such a thing. It seemed that Xiaxing did not have much confidence in breaking through to the Emperor realm. If he really had a lot of confidence, he would not have secretly prepared by himself and left his junior brother and junior sister behind. It was precisely because he was not sure that he would fall under the world energy baptism that he did not want Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiaoxiao to follow him, lest they see a shadow in their hearts. Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiaoxiao were also in the third order Dao Source realm. If they really had a shadow in their hearts because of Xiaxing, it was very likely that they would never be able to break through in the future. Yang Kai thought of this, and Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiaoxiao undoubtedly also thought of this. So both of them looked anxious and uneasy. Seeing this, Yang Kai quickly comforted them. Xiaxing has a strong foundation, so there shouldn't be much of a problem for him to break through. Along the way, I have already met people who have successfully broken through. Since others can do it, so can Xiaxing. You don't have to worry too much. I hope so. Xiao Baiyi also knew that there was nothing he could do at the moment, so he could only pray that Xiaxing would be blessed. Brother Yang, you came here to find a place to refine source strength, right? Murong Xiaoxiao asked. Yes, I happened to pass by here and found that the situation here was strange, so I came to have a look. Murong Xiaoxiao smiled and said, this is the famous Source Sea. Once you find this place, you don't have to go anywhere else to find source strength. Brother Yang, you can stay here and absorb the source strength with Brother Xiao. This place is just enough for 2 people. What about you? Yang Kai asked. This island was not big, only enough for 2 people. If Yang Kai stayed, there would definitely be no space for Murong Xiaoxiao. Murong Xiaoxiao smiled gently and said, I'll stand guard for you. Xiao Baiyi said, the 3 of us can take turns. It just so happens that one of us can watch from the side to avoid being sneak attacked. Yang Kai thought for a while, but shook his head and said, no, it's hard to find such an opportunity. You 2 just stay here and absorb the source strength. I'll go somewhere else to look for it. If there are any blind people looking for trouble, remember to send me a message and I'll rush over as soon as possible. Murong Xiaoxiao said, but there are no other places here, so many people are fighting for territory. No place? Yang Kai's face turned black when he heard this. Xiao Baiyi also said, basically, there's no place left. We also searched for a long time before we found a place to settle down, but we were targeted by those people before we could even find a place to stay. It's useless for you to continue looking unless what? Yang Kai looked at him in amazement. Murong Xiaoxiao bit her red lips and said, unless Brother Yang has the Emperor Realm's cultivation. Why does it have to be the Emperor Realm's cultivation? Yang Kai's expression became strange. Xiao Baiyi explained, in this Source Sea, the deeper you go, the richer the source strength is, and the easier it is to absorb and refine it. So, the deeper you go, the higher the cultivator's cultivation. Haven't you noticed along the way that the cultivator's cultivation at the edge is not very high? Yang Kai heard this, thought about it carefully, and found that it was indeed as he said, but he still asked curiously, what does this have to do with the Emperor Realm? Xiao Baiyi said, because in the deepest part, where the source strength is the richest, there are several cultivators from the Emperor Realm who occupy a large area. People who are not from the Emperor Realm are not allowed to get close. Many people who accidentally wandered in were killed by them. So overbearing. Yang Kai's face darkened when he heard this. Murong Xiaoxiao said, although there are many places to settle down there, and the source strength is relatively richer, no one dares to go there. Brother Yang, you must not go there, or your life will be in danger. I'll remember. Yang Kai nodded and did not explain too much to her. He was really not afraid of the newly promoted cultivators from the Emperor Realm. Even Feng Xian, who used soul descent, was killed by him, so how could these newly promoted cultivators from the Emperor Realm in the Shattered Star Sea make him afraid? But I still want to look for them if I really can't find them. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before grinning sinisterly, I can go and snatch one. Murong Xiaoxiao and Xiao Baiyi broke out in cold sweat when they heard this, But thinking about the strength Yang Kai just showed, they were not too worried. Yang Kai's strength seemed to have surpassed the level of the Dao Source realm, otherwise, he would not have been able to blow up the long-faced old man from Pointed Star sect with one punch. Anyway, you just have to be careful. Xiao Baiyi saw that he could not dissuade him, so he could only exhort. You have to be careful too. If there is any trouble, remember to send me a message. Yang Kai said, then cupped his fists to the two, turned around, and flew towards the deepest part of the Source Sea. Looking at his back, Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao were silent. After a long time, Xiao Baiyi said, hurry up and refine it, don't miss this opportunity. Murong Xiao nodded, and the two immediately sat down cross-legged. While flying, Yang Kai took out his Azure Sun Golden token from his space ring and kept it close to him. This way, he could sense the fluctuations of a message immediately. Before, he had been keeping it in his space ring, so he could not detect it at all. Along the way, the source strength became richer and richer. Yang Kai did not know how far he had flown, but he knew that along the way, he could see many Dao Source Realm cultivators sitting cross-legged on the islands below, refining and absorbing source strength. However, after a certain moment, no one could be seen anymore. Even if there were some empty islands below, there was no one occupying them. Instead, on those empty islands, there were some extremely miserable corpses lying there, as if they were a warning to those who came later. Yang Kai understood that these should be the masterpieces of the few people from the Emperor realm who occupied the best spots. Although this method was bloody, it was extremely effective because the people who died were the top Dao Source realm cultivators in the star boundary. Even their corpses were left here, so those who came later would definitely have to weigh their own abilities. If it were anyone else, they would have turned around and left immediately after seeing such a scene, but Yang Kai turned a blind eye and continued to rumble forward, not intending to hide at all. At a certain moment, a burst of Emperor intent suddenly shrouded him from somewhere below. Although this Emperor intent was not too pure or surging, it was still Emperor intent, which coincided with the heavenly way. Yang Kai's flying body paused slightly, and his breathing became a little irregular. A Dao Source realm trash dares to come here? It seems that you don't know how to write the word death. A low voice sounded, and immediately, from somewhere in the Source Sea below, a huge blood-red palm slapped towards Yang Kai. This palm was not only huge, but it also exuded a very strong bloody smell, as if it was formed from blood. It was extremely fierce and nauseating. Chapter 2473. Seeing that the blood-red palm was about to reach him, Yang Kai raised his hand and pushed the source chi in his body, sending out a similarly huge palm print to meet it. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk with a loud explosion, the wind and clouds changed and energy overflowed. In just a moment, the two palms disappeared, as if they had never existed. Yang Kai stood still like a mountain, quietly standing in place. Somewhere down below, there was a soft sound of surprise. A pure divine sense swept over and scanned Yang Kai back and forth, probably trying to see if he was hiding his cultivation, but no matter what, Yang Kai was still a Dao Source realm cultivator. This shocked the man from the Emperor realm who attacked Yang Kai. He really hadn't met a Dao Source realm cultivator who could take a palm strike from him. Although it hadn't been long since he broke through to the Emperor realm, he had already killed 7 or 8 Dao Source realm cultivators in the depths of the Source Sea. No matter who it was, they were all killed by a single palm strike from him. The difference in strength between an Emperor realm and a Dao Source realm cultivator was like heaven and earth. But when it came to Yang Kai, it did not work. Not only did it not hurt him, it did not even make him move. The man was secretly shocked. He did not know where Yang Kai came from to have such terrifying strength. He was not this strong when he was in the Dao Source realm. Yang Kai grinned and said, "This one is just passing by and just wants to find a place to stay. Friend, you don't have to be so enthusiastic, do you?" His divine sense also swept over the man from the Emperor realm who attacked him. This guy had red hair as if it was made of blood. His whole body exuded an extremely violent and bloody aura. Yang Kai did not know which sect he came from or what kind of evil arts he cultivated. Although Yang Kai was not afraid of him, there was no hatred between them, so Yang Kai did not want to fight if he could. The red-haired young man looked up at Yang Kai and was silent for a long time before saying, "Go, don't appear within 1,000 kilometers of me." "Many thanks." Yang Kai chuckled. He cupped his fists at him and left. However, after listening to this man, Yang Kai also understood why several people from the Emperor realm could occupy a large area with the richest source strength. This guy alone occupied 1,000 kilometers, so if there were a few more from the Emperor realm like him, where else would there be a place for others? However, there was no reason in this world. If you were strong, you could be unscrupulous. If any Dao Source Realm cultivator who dared to disobey him, they would end up like the corpses on the island. Half an hour later, Yang Kai was already more than 2,000 kilometers away from the red-haired youth, but he still couldn't find a place to settle down because he discovered that some of the small islands that originally existed in the depths of this place had been destroyed by the Emperor Realm Masters who came here first. They obviously didn't want to leave a place for the latecomers to absorb the source energy, so they did such a tyrannical thing. An earth-shattering spear light suddenly rumbled from below. It pierced through the void. Ignoring the barriers of space, it instantly arrived in front of Yang Kai. The piercing cold spear intent pierced through Yang Kai's skin, causing him to feel pain. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Sensing the power of this spear intent, he didn't dare to be careless. He raised his hand and took out the myriad sword, slashing it out. The dazzling sword ray came across and collided with the spear ray, creating a loud sound. A trivial Dao Source Realm cultivator can actually take this young master's blow? How strange. Only then did someone's voice come out from below. Like the red-haired young man from before, he was a little surprised. Yang Kai said with a dark face, "You people from the Emperor realm, it's fine if you occupy such a large area, but why do you have to sneak up on everyone? Do you have any shame?" The man laughed. "Those who dare to come here without strength can only die." He paused for a moment, then said, "You can come here. Did you pass Qi Gui's test?" Yang Kai's heart moved. "You mean that red-haired young man?" "He was the same as you, despicably sneak attacking me, but I blocked it and let me go," Yang Kai snorted unhappily. "No wonder." The man nodded lightly, but after a moment, waved his hand and said, "You can go. Since Qi Gui let you in, it means you are a promising talent. I won't attack you." Yang Kai curled his lips when he heard this. This man spoke as if letting him in was a special favor. He even boasted shamelessly that he was a promising talent. His tone was bigger than the heavens. "How many more from the Emperor realm are there? Are they all going to attack me?" Yang Kai asked with a sullen face. If that was the case, then he didn't have to hide his strength. He could just fight his way through and avoid trouble. Unexpectedly, this man's face changed faster than flipping a book, coldly saying, "Boy, you talk too much. If I tell you to go, then go. If you don't want to, then I'll make you stay." Yang Kai snorted and didn't bother to argue with him. He turned around and flew deeper into the Origin Sea. But this time, he changed his previous low-key attitude and directly stimulated his source Qi, making it extremely eye-catching. He believed that as long as those from the Emperor realm were not too focused on absorbing source Qi, they should be able to sense his existence from far away. Perhaps it was because Yang Kai was so confident and high-profile, but along the way, although he felt the aura of 2 more people from the Emperor realm, they did not attack him again. They just used their divine sense to scan him and then ignored him. Yang Kai was happy to see this. Half an hour later, his eyes lit up and he flew down to a certain place. Below it, there was a good place to rest. Furthermore, it was extremely spacious, with a radius of about 1,000 feet. It was rare to see such a large place to settle down in the Source Sea because the islets here were not really islets. For some unknown reason, they were not only few in number but also small in size. For example, the place that Kai Yang had found could accommodate up to 100 people and not feel crowded. After Yang Kai landed, he glanced around and was very satisfied with this place. He wanted to ask Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao to come and join him, but thinking about the methods of those from the Emperor realm before, Yang Kai decided against it. Unless he went out and brought them in with Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao's current strength, there was no way they could pass. After sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai tried to absorb the source qi here and was soon overjoyed because the source qi here was much purer and richer than in other places. It seemed to be easier to absorb. For any cultivator, this was simply a blessed place for cultivation. He did not rush to refine and absorb the source qi, but instead released his divine sense to check the surroundings. Within a radius of 1,000 kilometers, there was no one. With a wave of his hand, a behemoth appeared beside him. The huge figure seemed to be holding up the sky and stepping on the ground. The moment it appeared, the small island sank slightly. Embodiment. Yang Kai generally did not summon his embodiment out of the small sealed world because the embodiment's body was too big and it was not very convenient to move around. Summoning it required too much divine sense. But now was a good time to summon it out. There was no one here, so there was no need to worry about the strange existence of the embodiment being discovered. Moreover, there was so much source qi here that Yang Kai could not absorb it all by himself. Summoning the embodiment would also give him some benefits. Previously, the embodiment told him that his cultivation seemed to have reached a bottleneck, and this bottleneck may be related to the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle law he cultivated. Now that he was here to absorb and refine the source qi, he might have a chance to break through that bottleneck. There was no need to communicate with him. As soon as the embodiment came out, it knew what Yang Kai was thinking. It carefully sat down cross-legged and silently circulated its secret art. The embodiment also knew the star refining art. In the past, he used the star refining art to refine the source qi of the floating continent, and thus merged with the floating continent to form a huge body. The star refining art was a secret art that specialized in refining source qi, while the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle law devoured everything. When these two heaven-defying secret arts collided, Yang Kai was very much looking forward to seeing what kind of amazing sparks would be created. After summoning the embodiment, Yang Kai did not stop. He formed a few seals with his hands and pointed at the sealed world bead, opening a gap in the small sealed world so that the sealed world bead could absorb the source qi here to its heart's content. He wanted to make up for the world principles of the sealed world bead, so he could only pin his hopes on source qi. After observing silently for a moment, Yang Kai found that the source qi in the source sea was being crazily devoured by the small sealed world. Only then did he close his eyes and concentrate, urging the star refining art to refine the source qi himself. In an instant, this vast island seemed to have become a source of source qi devouring. The embodiment urged the star refining art, and its huge body was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much source qi came, it could quickly absorb, refine, and absorb it. Needless to say, the sealed world bead was even more terrifying than the embodiment when it came to devouring source qi. Compared with them, Yang Kai's movements were like a small wizard meeting a great wizard. However, the speed at which he refined source qi with the star refining art was not comparable to that of an ordinary cultivator. As time passed, the commotion here grew larger and more terrifying. Constant rumbling sounds could be heard as the source strength in the source sea was sucked into the source sea and then disappeared. The vast source sea was driven by this magical force and slowly flowed towards the island where Yang Kai was located. The movements here seemed to have affected the entire source sea, but Yang Kai, the initiator, seemed to be unaware of it. Slowly, the cultivator absorbing and refining at the edge of the source sea found that something was wrong because they were surprised to see that the source sea seemed to be getting smaller. They were still a little distance away from the edge, but gradually, the distance was getting closer and closer until the source sea was completely away from them. It was as if the entire origin sea was receding, leaving them on the beach even if they did not move from their origin sea. This discovery surprised many martial artists. They did not know why this was the case. Chapter 2474. The decrease in the size of the source sea also caused many cultivators to fight for territory again. For a time, the scene at the edge of the source sea was chaotic. Although this situation had not spread to the depths, it was conceivable that as time passed, the cultivator who was originally in the depths would encounter similar situations and eventually be unable to stay out of it. At the same time, on a broken star far away from the source sea, it seemed that a great battle had just taken place here. The surface of the cold star was in a mess, and the chaotic energy fluctuations had not subsided for a long time. A man and a woman were lying on the ground. Although they were not dead, they could not move. Their eyes were wide open as they stared in horror at a middle-aged man standing not far in front of them. This middle-aged man was burly and had a bold appearance. He exuded an extremely uncomfortable aura, and his eyes were shining with a divine light that made people shudder. There were also several deep wounds on his body. His flesh was torn open, revealing his white bones. Blood flowed all over the ground, looking extremely shocking. However, this middle-aged man did not feel any pain at all. Not only that, he even seemed to enjoy this feeling very much as he grinned hideously. "Who the hell are you?" The man lying on the ground was pale as he exclaimed in horror. The middle-aged man glanced sideways at him and snorted, "Why do you know so much when you're about to die? You want to kill us?" The man was shocked when he heard this and said angrily, "My brother and sister have no grievances with you. Why are you doing this?" Originally, the two of them were absorbing the origin energy here and were doing well. They did not expect this middle-aged man to suddenly descend from the sky and attack them without saying a word. The two of them relied on their advantage in numbers, so they weren't too afraid and began to fight with him. Who would have thought that the result would be extremely unexpected? Their brother and sister were no match for this guy at all. Although this middle-aged man was only in the third-order Dao Source realm and had not broken through to the Emperor realm. However, this young man's strength was not at the level of a Dao Source realm cultivator at all. In just a few moves, he had knocked them to the ground and used some kind of strange secret technique to render him and his junior sister completely immobile. "You're wrong." The middle-aged man smiled strangely. That smile made one's hair stand on end. He said indifferently, "I'm not going to kill you." "You won't kill us." The woman's heart relaxed upon hearing this, and she squeezed out a smile as she said, "Mister, please don't kill us. As long as you don't kill us, everything is negotiable." When the man from before heard this, his eyes bulged as he looked at her in astonishment, whispering, "Junior sister, you?" It was as if this was the first time he had met his junior sister. He had never thought that she would actually say such words to a strange man. There was a sharp pain in the depths of his heart. "Anything is negotiable." The middle-aged man smiled. His gaze shifted to the woman. The woman forced a smile and said, "Mister, you can do anything you want as long as you don't kill me." When that brother heard this, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Anger surged in his heart, but he didn't dare to say a word. The middle-aged man laughed evilly. "What if I want to eat you?" When that brother heard this, his face turned pale. What he was afraid of really happened, but he also knew that he had to lower his head under the eaves. If his junior sister was willing to sell her body and appearance so that they could live, it was not unacceptable. After all, it was most important to live. If they died, there would be nothing left. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. "Eat me." A trace of blush appeared on the woman's face as she said hesitantly, "Then you have to be gentle." The middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he seemed to be extremely excited. He nodded and said, "Don't worry, don't be fooled by this king's appearance. This king is a gentle person." As he spoke, he walked towards the woman step by step. Seeing this, the woman hurriedly said, "Not here. Can we find a more remote place?" Although she was willing to give herself to him, she was still under the eyes of her brother after all, so she was a little embarrassed. She just wanted this middle-aged man to take her to a place where there was no one. As long as she could survive, she would let him do whatever he wanted. The middle-aged man chuckled and said, "It's the same wherever we are." He seemed to have some perverted hobbies and insisted on doing what he wanted to do in front of her brother. The woman understood tacitly and couldn't help but glance at the senior brother worriedly, only to find that her senior brother had his eyes closed and his head turned to the side, but his body was trembling incessantly, seeming to be extremely angry. The woman knew that her brother must be in a bad mood, but now that their lives were at stake, she couldn't comfort him and could only grit her teeth and accept her fate. The middle-aged man walked in front of her and looked down at her condescendingly. His fiery eyes were not concealed in the slightest, as if he wanted to melt this woman. The woman's heart trembled, knowing that it was useless to say anything now that things had come to this. "Children, don't look, close your eyes," the middle-aged man ordered lightly. The woman sighed and obediently closed her eyes, but she felt funny in her heart. Although she looked young, she was not a child. It was not like she didn't understand the matters between men and women. This man's hobbies were really strange. Only then did the middle-aged man reach out and suck her over. He directly wrapped his arms around her soft and boneless waist and hugged her tightly. The woman was a little breathless in an instant and couldn't help but moan. She could clearly feel that the middle-aged man's breathing had become hurried, and that boiling hot air was blowing on her neck, causing her body to go soft and her cheeks to burn for no reason. But at this moment, she suddenly heard a voice that made her hair stand on end. Heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique. The next moment, she felt a sharp pain in her neck, as if she had been bitten by a fierce beast. The woman's beautiful face suddenly turned pale, and she quickly opened her eyes and turned her head. The scene of being molested and desecrated didn't happen as expected. Instead, the middle-aged man's eyes turned red, his head tilted, and his mouth bit his own neck, swallowing his own blood with gurgling sounds. Not only that, the middle-aged man seemed to have used some strange secret art, and the woman clearly felt that her vitality and cultivation were quickly draining away. "Ah!" The woman screamed in fright. Only now did she know that the middle-aged man's words before were not what she thought. He was really going to eat people. "Senior Marshal brother, save me!" She cried out in terror. On the other side, her brother, who had closed his eyes and endured the shame in his heart, also noticed the abnormality and quickly turned his head. What he saw shocked him, because at this moment, the man was biting his junior sister's pink and slender neck, and his Adam's apple was constantly squirming as he swallowed her blood. At a speed visible to the naked eye, his junior sister's beautiful face was rapidly aging, and even her beautiful hair was turning white. "Brother, save me!" The woman shouted again. Lying on the ground, her brother was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. He did not respond at all. Staring at this horrible scene in a daze, he only felt cold all over. "Senior brother." In less than 5 breaths of time, the woman looked haggard, and her whole body was surrounded by death chi. After spitting out these 2 words with difficulty, the light in her eyes became cloudy and lifeless. She died just like that. The middle-aged man waved his hand and pushed her body aside. Reaching out, he touched the corner of his mouth and took a deep breath, revealing a look of ecstasy. The terrible wounds on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye, they had been restored to their original state. His skin became even better than a newborn baby's. The brother had been scared silly by the scene just now and had no idea what he had just seen. Seeing the middle-aged man looking at him, he hurriedly said, "Master, please spare me, master." The tragic death of his junior sister kept flashing in front of his eyes, and he did not want to die like that. The middle-aged man coldly snorted and just stretched out a hand toward him from afar, shouting in a low voice, "Heaven-devouring great emperor technique." Circulating his secret art, an extremely terrifying suction force came from the palm of the middle-aged man's hand. The brother lying on the ground felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He could not help but cry out loudly, but the vitality and strength in his body uncontrollably rushed toward the middle-aged man and was absorbed by him. "If you kill me, my eldest brother will not let you go. My eldest brother has already advanced to the emperor realm." The man lying on the ground shouted, trying to make the middle-aged man hesitate. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man sneered and said, "The emperor realm? So what? This king has not eaten the emperor realm yet. If your eldest brother really comes to avenge you, this king doesn't mind sending him to meet you." Madman, you will die a horrible death." The man was grief-stricken. After gritting his teeth and cursing a few times, his voice gradually weakened and he followed in his junior sister's footsteps. 2 star seals flew out from the 2 corpses and imprinted on the back of the middle-aged man's hand. The star seal of this middle-aged man was the same 7-pointed one as Xianxia's, but its light was even stronger than Xianxia's. It seemed to be showing signs of being promoted to an 8-pointed star seal, which showed how many people he had killed in the Shattered Star Sea. After killing the two, the middle-aged man stood in place and silently sensed for a while. Suddenly, his expression became violent. He raised his hands high and roared to the sky, not feeling the slightest joy after killing, but furious. After a long time, the roar subsided. With a gloomy face, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said, "Bottleneck, bottleneck. Why can't this king advance to the emperor realm? 700 years. This king has worked hard for 700 years, but why can't I break through? Damn heaven, why are you so unfair? I refuse to accept this." After cursing for a while, he suddenly shouted angrily, "A bunch of trash, none of you can withstand the backlash of your secret art. You are not even as talented as this king, all of you are trash." While cursing, he wantonly released his power, blasting the surroundings into a mess. No one knew what was wrong with him. Chapter 2475. At a certain moment, the middle-aged man suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction, as if he had discovered something. His eyes widened, and his originally furious mood suddenly calmed down and was replaced by excitement. His body even began to tremble. "Ha!" He suddenly laughed loudly. "The seed has matured. Finally, a seed has matured. Pooh." He shouted crazily for a while, unable to control his excitement. Soon, he summoned a warship and rumbled towards the depths of the Shattered Star Sea. Judging from the direction he was flying, he was actually heading towards the Source Sea. Time continued to pass by. Although Yang Kai divided a part of his mind to pay attention to the situation around him, and planned to immediately withdraw his embodiment and sealed world bead once he found someone approaching him, he did not delay his absorption and refinement at all. The sealed world bead and embodiment also absorbed more and more fiercely, causing Yang Kai to tremble with fear. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, 10 days. The area of the Source Sea had shrunk significantly compared to the beginning, and not only that, but the origin energy contained in the remaining Source Sea was also countless times thinner than before. Not only did the cultivator at the edge discover the problem, but even the cultivator in the depths also discovered the problem. The deepest part of the Source Sea was the territory occupied by the Emperor Realm. The red-haired young man who had attacked Yang Kai earlier suddenly frowned and looked up into the sky. He saw a man standing alone in the air, looking at him coldly. The red-haired young man grinned and looked back fearlessly. "You're not the one behind this?" The man looked at the red-haired young man for a while. He suddenly said something without rhyme or reason. The red-haired young man pondered. He said, "I also want to know who's behind this." The two looked at each other and then turned their eyes in the same direction. The red-haired young man said, "The source strength seems to be flowing in that direction." The man nodded and said with a solemn expression, "That direction is where Hyoji is." "Hyoji?" The red-haired young man narrowed his eyes and revealed a trace of fear. It seemed that this Hyoji had a great background. Even as the ruler of the Emperor Realm, he didn't dare to treat them lightly. "Do you want to go and take a look?" the person asked. The red-haired youth smiled disdainfully and said, "So this is the reason you came to me? Are all the cultivator in your southern territory so cowardly?" The man snorted but didn't deny it. He only said, "Hyoji is the son of the great emperors after all." The red-haired youth sneered, "Isn't there also a son of the great emperors in your southern territory? Why don't you look for her instead of this young master?" That person said, "She's not in the Emperor Realm yet, so it's useless to look for her. If you're scared, I'll go and check it out myself." "Who says I'm scared?" the red-haired youth said angrily. He stood up as he spoke. He said fiercely, "How dare you steal this young master's origin power? Even if it's the son of the great emperors, I'll spit it out." He flew up and flew in the direction of Hyoji. Seeing this, the other person hurriedly followed. Not long after, the two of them suddenly discovered an unusual situation. Not far away, on a vast island, there were 3 newly ascended rulers of the Emperor Realm gathered. Not only that, Hyoji, who they were looking for, was also among them. And standing in front of the three rulers of the Emperor realm was a young man from the Third Order Dao Source realm. It was unknown what these four people were doing at this moment. They were staring at each other, but they didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. And what surprised the two of them was that the young man from the Third Order Dao Source realm didn't change his expression when facing the three rulers of the Emperor realm. There was no fear at all. "It's him!" The red-haired youth couldn't help but exclaim softly. The other person asked in astonishment, "Do you know him?" The red-haired youth's face darkened as he replied, "This guy passed by this young master's place half a month ago and took a blow from this young master without suffering any injuries." Hearing this, the other person's face changed slightly, as if he couldn't believe it. The red-haired youth said, "This young master didn't hold back. This person is quite interesting. If he can break through to the Emperor realm, his future will be limitless. I don't know which territory he is from, but he's not from my eastern territory." The other person didn't answer, but the shock in his heart couldn't be calmed down for a long time. His eyes were fixed on the young man in the Dao Source realm. "Let's go down and take a look." The red-haired youth called out and took the lead to fly towards the island. On the island, Yang Kai had a look of displeasure on his face. Just as he was enjoying absorbing the source strength, he suddenly felt that someone was approaching him. In a panic, he hurriedly put away the sealed world bead and his embodiment, but before he could react, three people from the Emperor realm suddenly appeared in front of him, all of them staring at him with gloomy faces, as if they wanted to eat him alive. These three people from the Emperor realm had undoubtedly just broken through in the Shattered Star Sea, so it seemed that their realms were unstable, but in the end, they were from the Emperor realm, so they had the dignity of a master. Yang Kai could more or less guess why they came to find him. It was nothing more than him making too much of a commotion by absorbing the source strength here, so others noticed it and came to check on the situation. This was inevitable. Yang Kai didn't expect the sealed world bead and his embodiment to be able to make such a big commotion. Holding on for half a month was already beyond his expectations. In this half a month, whether it was the embodiment, the sealed world bead, or Yang Kai himself, all of them had obtained unimaginable benefits. Perhaps all the cultivator in the entire Source Sea combined would not be able to absorb as much source strength as he did. At this moment, the source strength contained in the Source Sea had also shrunk significantly and was no longer as rich as before. Two more people flew over and landed directly on the side. Yang Kai glanced at them and his eyes suddenly lit up. He greeted one of them, "Hey, Brother Wuchang, long time no see." He had some impression of the red-haired young man. Half a month ago, he was attacked by this red-haired young man. This person seemed to be called Qi Gui. And the person who came with Qi Gui was Wu Chang of the Heavenly Martial Holy Land, one of the top rising stars in the Southern Territory. Yang Kai was not surprised that Wu Chang could advance to the Emperor realm, but he was a little surprised to meet him here. Yang Kai was a little surprised. Qi Gui immediately turned to look at Wu Chang and asked, "Do you know this boy?" "I don't know him, I've never seen him before." "Don't ask me," Wu Chang said with a cold face. Although he had no grudges with Yang Kai, there was no friendship between them. At this moment, Yang Kai looked like he had angered everyone, so Wu Chang did not want to have anything to do with him. Yang Kai said with a dark face, "Why is Brother Wu Chang so heartless? Back in the Four Seasons realm, we cooperated well and the ending was a happy one. Even if Brother Wu Chang does not care about our old friendship, you don't have to be so cold." Wu Chang said angrily, "What cooperation? It was nothing more than a mutually willing transaction. Why are you making it sound so nice?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "A transaction is also a cooperation. Didn't Brother Wu Chang benefit from it? You being able to advance to the Emperor realm so quickly is more or less due to me, right? Xianxia is still working hard to prepare for his breakthrough." He looked at Wu Chang with scorching eyes, implying something. Wu Chang naturally knew that he was talking about the extraordinary treasure pill and immediately snorted coldly, "A transaction is a transaction. We have nothing to do with each other from now on. Brother Wu Chang, you might as well change your name to Wu Qing," Yang Kai said disappointedly. Qi Gui, who was standing to the side, asked in surprise, Boy, speak clearly, what did you trade that could help someone break through to the Emperor realm? The other 3 from the Emperor realm who had arrived first also showed interested looks. Although they had all broken through now and might not need that mysterious thing, how could something that could help someone break through to the Emperor realm be ordinary? If they could obtain some of it, it would be of great benefit to their sect. Which one of these people from the Emperor realm was not a descendant of a top master? Naturally, they had the support of a great sect behind them. What kind of boy is this? Yang Kai's face sank as he glared at Gu. You red-headed ghost really don't like the way you speak. You actually called me red-headed ghost? Gu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The others were also shocked as they looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. After all, among the 6 people here, only Yang Kai was a Dao Source Realm cultivator while the others were all Emperor Realm masters. However, Yang Kai did not show the slightest fear and instead spoke with confidence. He was not even polite when speaking to Gu. This was too shocking. One of the 3 from the Emperor Realm laughed and said, Gu, you are being looked down upon. Gu glared at Yang Kai with an unhappy expression before snorting, It's not that this young master is being looked down upon, it's that he doesn't look down upon himself. Everyone heard this and understood that Gu was saying that Yang Kai did not feel inferior just because his cultivation was lower, so he spoke without the slightest scruple. I heard that he took a blow from you before? The young man in the black suit spoke again. Gu snorted, That's right. This young master's attack with 70% of his strength was completely blocked by him. Another young man surrounded by black chi raised his brow and looked at Yang Kai up and down a few times, as if he was trying to get to know him again. 70% of Gu's strength was not something an ordinary Dao Source Realm cultivator could take. Even the best Dao Source Realm cultivators would definitely be seriously injured, but Gu actually said that Yang Kai had completely blocked it. The meaning of this was intriguing. Haha, it seems that the people from your Ahan temple are only SOSO. The young man in the black suit laughed. Gu was immediately unhappy and said angrily, You speak as if you can do anything to him. Don't tell me this little brat didn't pass through your territory. The young man in the black suit suddenly curled his lips. This person was the one from the Emperor realm who had sent a spear wave at Yang Kai. He was one of the only 2 people who had taken action against Yang Kai, and it was unknown which sect he came from. Gu waved his hand and said, If it's nothing important, let's not talk about it. I want to know, what are you guys doing here? The last chubby, charmingly naive man from the Emperor realm asked, Didn't you notice anything unusual about this source sea? This person was extremely fat, and the fat on his face was piled up together, almost to the point where his eyes could not be seen. Moreover, he was not tall, and if someone were to look at him from a distance, they would probably think that this person was a winter melon. However, despite his funny appearance, this person was also from the Emperor realm. Chapter 2476. As soon as Fatty asked, Gu answered, It's precisely because we noticed the abnormality that we came to check the situation. Fatty said, So did we. Gu was stunned when he heard this. He glanced at the man from the Emperor realm wrapped in black chi and asked, Isn't this your doing, Hyoji? The man from the Emperor realm named Hyoji coldly snorted and said, Why do you think I did it? I guessed. Gu sniffed. The strong young man said, It's not Brother Hyoji's fault. The source strength in the source sea is flowing in this direction. This island seems to be the source of the problem. As soon as this statement came out, 5 pairs of eyes looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face darkened and said, Why are you all looking at me? I don't even know what you're talking about. What the hell is going on? Why aren't you staying in your own place to absorb and refine source strength? Why are you all making trouble here? The strong young man frowned and said, The source strength in the source sea has been greatly reduced in the past half a month, and the flow of source strength is all pointing to this place. Why do you think we're here? Yang Kai's eyes widened as he showed a harmless expression and said in shock, Really? That can't be, right? This statement was as fake as it could be. After all, the decrease and flow of source strength was clearly visible. Not to mention that Yang Kai was a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Even a lower cultivation cultivator would be able to detect it. But now, he looked like he didn't know anything, which was obviously a lie. But looking at his expression, it didn't seem like he was lying. Especially his eyes. Clear and bright, without the slightest suspicion of pretense. The five of them couldn't help but feel doubtful. They didn't know if they were mistaken. But the flow and decrease of source strength had strangely stopped just now. It really has nothing to do with you? Qi Gui frowned and asked. Yang Kai snorted, I'm just a Dao Source Realm cultivator, how could I do such a thing right under your noses? If the reduction of source strength here is really due to someone's actions, then why would I do such a thing? That has nothing to do with me. It must be one of you who did something, but you want to frame me. You can't be so despicable. Who did it? Step forward. Seeing Yang Kai speak so righteously, everyone couldn't help feeling puzzled. Although everyone felt that the source of the problem was this island, what Yang Kai said wasn't wrong. He was just a Dao Source Realm cultivator, so how could he do such a thing? The young man said thoughtfully, the abnormality in the Source Sea began half a month ago. In the beginning, it wasn't very big, but later on, it became more obvious. And you, kid, came here half a month ago. Hearing his words, the other four people looked at Yang Kai with strange expressions, their faces full of suspicion. After all, the timing was too coincidental. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Yang Kai stared at him and said, Friend, if you continue to talk nonsense, I'll kill you. Be careful or I won't be polite to you. You won't be polite to me? The young man's eyes widened. As if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, he grinned and said, I'd like to see how you'll be rude to me. He was a cultivator from the Emperor realm, and although Yang Kai had taken a blow from him earlier and showed his strength, he really didn't think that Yang Kai could be his enemy. If it was a life or death battle, he believed that he could take Yang Kai's life in 3 moves. Okay, since it's not the problem here, it must be something abnormal in the Source Sea. Wu Chang didn't know what he meant. At this time, Wu Chang actually stood up to mediate the situation, helping Yang Kai out of this situation. Yang Kai glanced at him suspiciously, but he pretended not to notice and just said, instead of getting entangled in this baseless matter, it's better to go back and absorb and refine it. Although the Source Sea has decreased a lot, it hasn't completely disappeared. I believe it's enough to meet everyone's needs. The fat man nodded and said, you're right. The young man and Qi Gui didn't seem to have any good ideas, but Hyoji, the son of the great emperors, said in a deep voice, Boy, regardless of whether the change in the Source Sea is your problem or not, you must leave this place now. This is the Emperor Realm's territory, and with your current strength, you are not qualified to set foot here. Yang Kai turned to look at him and sneered softly, Do you think I'm not qualified just because you say so? Have you asked for my opinion? Since this guy wanted to drive him away, Yang Kai naturally didn't want to cooperate. Although he had taken away most of the source strength in the Source Sea, there was still a lot left. The world principles in the sealed world bead hadn't been completed yet, and his embodiment showed no signs of breaking through to the Emperor realm. He also hadn't sensed any opportunity to break through. If he left now, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? Hyoji narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Either leave or die. I'll give you 3 breaths to choose. Why don't you try? Yang Kai squinted at him. Everyone was shocked as they stared at Kai Yang in amazement. If it were any other newcomer from the Emperor realm, it would be fine. Although Yang Kai was only from the 3rd Order Dao Source realm, he seemed to be quite strong and had the right to be arrogant. But who was Hyoji? He was the son of the great emperors. The descendant of the great emperors of the Eastern Territories' serene soul. Everyone from the Emperor realm present was afraid of him. Although they weren't timid in front of him, they still didn't dare to speak to him like this. But Yang Kai actually dared him to try. Where did this boy get the courage to speak to the son of the great emperors in such a tone? The young man was particularly stunned, thinking that this guy was a fool. Why did he have to compete with a fool just now? He slowly shook his head, feeling that Yang Kai was definitely going to die this time. If one offended him, he might not kill Yang Kai, at most teaching him a lesson, but if one offended Hyoji, How could one still be alive? Wu Chang's expression also changed slightly, but he didn't say anything. The reason he could help Yang Kai out just now was because they were both from the Southern Territory. In the Southern Territory, he could compete with Yang Kai, but that was considered an internal battle, so it didn't matter if they fought to the death. But in the Shattered Star Sea, in front of the masters from the other 3 territories, he couldn't just sit back and watch Yang Kai be bullied. But now he found that Yang Kai was simply unreasonable. Provoking the son of the great emperors like this, what good would come of it? What was hard was easy to break. This boy was still too young and impetuous. For a time, the atmosphere suddenly froze, and even the void was filled with cold, murderous intent. Hyoji looked at Yang Kai indifferently, his eyes cold as if he was looking at a dead man. To his surprise, Yang Kai didn't show the slightest fear, and his burning gaze shook his mind slightly. Hyoji's face sank, and just as he was about to attack Yang Kai, a streak of light quickly flew over from the distance, as fast as lightning, and arrived above everyone. Everyone's eyes shrank as they looked up, wondering who this person was and why he was so arrogant. When the streak of light dissipated, a burly middle-aged man suddenly appeared. He opened his eyes wide and looked down. His expression was extremely excited. His eyes were shining, like a beast that had been starving for countless years and finally saw its prey. But soon, he trembled and swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his expression stiff. The 6 people below were eyeing him covetously, and 5 of them were actually from the Emperor realm. He came here in high spirits, but he didn't expect to see such a scene as soon as he showed up. He was so scared that he almost turned around and left immediately. Although he didn't put the Emperor realm in his eyes, there were as many as 5 people here. If they really fought, he would definitely not be their opponent. "Ha!" Yang Kai exclaimed in a low voice, looking at the newcomer in high spirits, his heart filled with surprise and joy. He was surprised because he knew this person, and he was happy because he planned to look for this person after this trip to the Shattered Star Sea, but he didn't expect him to deliver himself to his doorstep. Wu Mengchuan, the sect master of Blue Feather Sect, the descendant of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and the Great Emperors. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method was taught to Yang Kai by Wu Mengchuan, but Yang Kai didn't dare to cultivate it, so he left it to his embodiment. The embodiment was happy to cultivate it, and his cultivation increased very quickly. But recently, the embodiment felt that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and he guessed that it was because of his secret art. Perhaps, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method that Wu Mengchuan taught to Yang Kai was not complete. Yang Kai wanted to find Wu Mengchuan to ask about the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method and get the complete secret art from him. Otherwise, the embodiment's cultivation was very likely to remain stagnant. Back then, Yang Kai was only a 3rd-order origin king and was not Wu Mengchuan's opponent, but now he was in the 3rd-order Dao Source realm, so there was naturally no need to fear him. Both of them had different thoughts, but they were extremely surprised to meet here. Why does any Tom, Dick, or Harry dare to come here? The young man curled his lips in displeasure when he found that Wu Mengchuan was also from the 3rd-order Dao Source realm. He let Yang Kai in earlier because Yang Kai had taken a blow from him. He was eager to absorb and refine the source strength here, so he didn't want to waste time and energy on Yang Kai. But now, another Dao Source realm cultivator had come to the Emperor realm's territory. Just kill him. Qi Gui snorted coldly. Wu Mengchuan was shocked when he heard this. Although he did not know what the 6 people below were doing, it was obvious that the 5 Emperor realm masters were looking at him with malicious intent. He hurriedly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and apologized. My apologies, this one has mistakenly intruded upon your precious land. I will withdraw now, please calm down." Saying so, he glanced over at Yang Kai, intentionally or unintentionally, with a strange expression on his face before turning around to leave. Although he recognized Yang Kai and remembered that he had taught Yang Kai the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method in the bone prison, he couldn't detect any trace of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method from Yang Kai at close range. This puzzled Wu Mengchuan. Because he had sensed that the mature seed was emitting fluctuations from this place, but when he hurried over, the fluctuations had disappeared, and he was surprised to see Yang Kai. He was confused and didn't know what was going on. Chapter 2477. Big Cousin, don't go. Since you're already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Yang Kai suddenly shouted towards Wu Mengchuan's position, full of enthusiasm. Wu Mengchuan staggered and almost fell from the air. He hurriedly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said angrily, "Who's your big cousin?" Yang Kai said sternly, "Big cousin, you're too mean. You're pretending not to know me even though you've met me here. I'll tell your mother later, be careful that she doesn't beat you up." Wu Mengchuan was furious and said, "Boy, don't talk nonsense. He's your big cousin?" The well-dressed young man looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression and said, "Why doesn't he look like one?" Yang Kai said, "He's just like that." While speaking, he looked up at Wu Mengchuan and said, "Big cousin, someone here wants to bully me, shouldn't you stand up for me or something?" Wu Mengchuan said with a dark face, "Boy, if you talk nonsense again, be careful that I won't be polite to you." Yang Kai immediately said angrily, "Everyone wants to be rude to me. Do you think this young master is so easy to bully? Believe it or not, I'll go up now and beat you until your mother can't recognize you." Seeing Yang Kai keep saying your mother, Wu Mengchuan was so angry that smoke came out of his body, but since there were 5 people from the Emperor realm below, he didn't dare to act rashly, so he just sneered and said, "Come here if you have the guts, let's see who will beat who. Just you wait." After Yang Kai said this, he immediately flew up and threw a barrage of punches at Wu Mengchuan. "Boy, you've got guts." Wu Mengchuan was furious. Although he was afraid of the 5 people from the Emperor realm below, it didn't mean that he was afraid of Yang Kai. Seeing Yang Kai come up and attack without any hesitation, he immediately counterattacked. However, he couldn't figure out the relationship between Yang Kai and the 5 people below, so he didn't dare to kill him and only used 50% of his strength to defend. In an instant, there was a rumbling sound in the air as the 2 people exchanged punches and kicks. Although the scene looked very lively, in fact, no one showed their true abilities. Suddenly, Yang Kai quietly winked at Wu Mengchuan. Although Wu Mengchuan didn't know what Yang Kai meant, he had lived for so many years, so he had some understanding. While fighting Yang Kai back and forth, he cooperated with Yang Kai to quickly move the battlefield away. In a short while, the 2 of them had already left the field of vision of the 5 people from the Emperor realm. After a while, even his divine sense could no longer detect them. Hyoji snorted coldly. With a cold expression, he turned around and flew back to his original position. Although Yang Kai had annoyed him, Yang Kai was now fighting with someone. It wasn't convenient for him to chase after them. He could only ignore it. Chi Gue looked in the direction where Yang Kai disappeared and chuckled softly, "This little brat found a good way out for himself." The young man nodded and said, "I'm afraid that person was his helper. He was just putting on an act to get us out of here." Although Wu Chang did not say anything, he obviously felt the same way. Although Yang Kai's attitude was tough and arrogant just now, as if he did not put anyone in his eyes, in the end he was just a Dao Source Realm cultivator. If he really fought with Hyoji, there was no way for him to survive. Now it was just as well. If he fought with his so-called eldest cousin while escaping, Hyoji wouldn't be able to do anything to him. It was just that such a scheming person would make others look down on him. Soon, the 5 people from the Emperor realm who had gathered here dispersed, but strangely enough, in the following days, they did not encounter any significant reduction in source strength. This made them even more convinced that the previous anomaly was caused by Yang Kai. Tens of thousands of kilometers away from the source sea, above a broken star, 2 people stood in the air, looking at each other from a distance. One of them was burly, with a strong body and a burning gaze, like a hungry wolf that had seen its prey. The other stood in the wind, his clothes fluttering in the wind, his eyes bright like the stars. These 2 were none other than Wu Mengchuan and Yang Kai. They had retreated from the source sea all the way to this uninhabited star, each with their own ulterior motives. I didn't expect that you could cultivate to the 3rd order Dao Source realm in such a short time. Wu Mengchuan looked at Yang Kai in surprise and said with a little excitement, "The secret art this king taught you is not bad, right?" He thought that Yang Kai could achieve such a cultivation in such a short time because of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art. After all, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art was too heaven-defying. As long as one could withstand the backlash of the secret art, it was extremely easy to increase one's cultivation. This young master is talented and intelligent. What does it have to do with your bullshit secret art? Yang Kai curled his lips. Wu Mengchuan chuckled and said, "This king was once your sect master and saved your life. Is this how you talk to this king?" Yang Kai said with a sullen face, "If I remember correctly, it was this young master who saved your life." Wu Mengchuan said, "Even so, but are you going to deny that this king taught you a secret art?" Yang Kai heard this and suddenly became angry. "You have the nerve to mention that? I have a question for you about that bullshit secret art." "What?" Wu Mengchuan raised his eyebrows. "Is the cultivation method you imparted to me incomplete?" Wu Mengchuan's eyes suddenly lit up and his breathing quickened as he exclaimed, "You really have cultivated a secret art." His expression was like a pervert who had seen a naked beauty, his eyes shining brightly, causing Yang Kai to have goosebumps all over his body. Yang Kai said impatiently, "What does it have to do with you whether I cultivate it or not?" Wu Mengchuan smiled slightly and said, "If you didn't cultivate it, how could you have noticed this problem?" Yang Kai said with a dark face, "That secret art is really incomplete. You are despicable. This young master risked a great danger to release you from the bone prison and give you back your freedom. Not only did you not know how to repay kindness, you even taught me an incomplete secret art. Where is your conscience? Where is the justice? Damn it, this young master can only blame himself for being too naive to believe you, you bastard." He cursed bitterly, beating his chest and stamping his feet. He had a regretful look on his face, almost wanting to buy some regret medicine to eat. Wu Mengchuan's face was filled with a cheerful smile as he waited for him to finish cursing before saying, "The secret art this king taught you is not incomplete, it is complete." "Bullshit." Yang Kai saw that he still did not admit it and spat at him. Wu Mengchuan easily dodged and said lightly, "Boy, don't be so rude. Didn't your master teach you to respect the old and love the young?" "Sorry, I was born like this," Yang Kai said with an arrogant expression. Wu Mengchuan snorted, "This king won't lower himself to your level, but about that secret art, do you want to listen to this king explain it to you?" "Speak." Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Wu Mengchuan didn't care and said lightly, "In the past, my ancestor created the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art, which was an extraordinary secret art. The great emperors were able to achieve supremacy in the heaven and earth, and were invincible in the universe. Unfortunately, in the end, the tree that stood out from the rest was feared by the other great emperors, and they joined forces to kill it. It's really the heavens who are jealous of heroic talents." Yang Kai sneered, "How come the version I heard is different from what you said?" Wu Mengchuan glared at him and said, "Do you still want to listen? If you don't want to listen, this king won't say it." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and stretched out his hand to pull his mouth, making a sewing gesture, indicating for him to continue. Wu Mengchuan snorted unhappily and continued, "When my ancestor created the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art, he had already noticed that there was a huge flaw in this secret art. Guess what it is?" Yang Kai pointed to his mouth and made a few hitch sound, but he didn't say anything. Wu Mengchuan said helplessly, "Although this secret art is heaven-defying, it goes against heaven and earth, so the backlash is extremely strong. Only those with great perseverance can cultivate it and bear the backlash. Otherwise, it won't be long before they become the demon race and burn themselves to death." Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat when he heard this, knowing that Wu Mengchuan was not lying. This was because the embodiment had once mentioned this problem, but because the embodiment was a stone mongoose, it was born with the ability to refine and expel all kinds of impurities, so this drawback of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art did not affect it much. In addition, when this secret art is cultivated to a certain limit, a bottleneck will appear. If this bottleneck is not broken, it will never be possible to advance. Speaking of this, Wu Mengchuan's expression turned solemn as he stared at Yang Kai. "And this bottleneck is the third-order Dao source realm, which is why you and I can't break through to the Emperor realm. Yang Kai thought that his failure to break through was not because of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art, but he was willing to listen because he felt that Wu Mengchuan would tell him a solution to this problem soon. This guy seemed to feel that he had already defeated him, so he was now chattering away and revealing a lot of information. Sure enough, Wu Mengchuan said, in order to solve this problem, my ancestor came up with an ingenious solution. Let another person also cultivate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art. When this person reaches the bottleneck of the third order Dao source realm, they can devour him and break through the bottleneck in one fell swoop, thus advancing to the Emperor realm. His tone gradually became excited, and his face became ruddy as he said excitedly, my ancestor is truly a peerless genius. I am not as good as him. Yang Kai said in shock, so, you taught me the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art because your ultimate goal was to devour me. Wu Mengchuan grinned, revealing his white fangs. Naturally, otherwise, do you think this king, as a descendant of my ancestor, would easily teach this secret art to others? Despicable, shameless. Yang Kai said angrily. Wu Mengchuan snorted coldly, you are not the only one this king has taught. Over the past few hundred years, this king has found hundreds of qualified cultivator and taught them the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art, but you are the only one who has been able to cultivate to the third order Dao source realm. As for the others, they are all dead. He paused for a moment before continuing, the secret art this king taught you is not incomplete, it is just a copy. Copy? Yang Kai frowned. Yes. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art created by my ancestor is divided into two types, the main one and the copy. This king cultivates the main one, while what I taught you is a copy. Chapter 2478. You've really played a big game of chess. Yang Kai was slightly shocked. He did not expect that Wu Mengchuan would teach so many people the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. However, those who cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique had all died from the backlash. After all, not everyone had a body like the embodiment. He secretly rejoiced that he had resisted the temptation back then and did not cultivate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. Otherwise, he would not even know how he had died. Although he was confident in his perseverance, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was too strange. Wu Mengchuan's ability to cultivate to the third order Dao source realm was definitely not as simple as having strong perseverance. Perhaps the heaven-devouring Great Emperor had left behind some cultivation experiences for him to refer to. If I can recreate the glory of my ancestors, what is a few hundred years of waiting? Wu Mengchuan's body shook as he shouted loudly. Yang Kai's expression turned ugly as he asked, I want to ask, what is the difference between the main version and the instance version? Hehe, the two are basically the same, but naturally there are some differences. The cultivator who cultivates the instance version is just a seed. Once the cultivator reaches the peak of the third order Dao source realm, the seed will mature and can be swallowed by the cultivator of the main version. That way, they will be able to advance to the Emperor realm. Moreover, if the seed matures, the cultivator of the main version will be able to sense the other party from a very far distance. Wu Mengchuan's tone gradually became excited. Yang Kai suddenly understood, no wonder you could find me in the Shattered Star Sea. You could have sensed me. Previously, in the Source Sea, he had also released the embodiment, so Wu Mengchuan probably sensed it at that time. Wu Mengchuan raised his arms and shouted, this king has waited for hundreds of years for this day. Finally, this king has seen the light of day. Yang Kai nodded. He had asked what he needed to ask and understood what he needed to know. The reason why the embodiment had reached a bottleneck but could not break through was really because of the secret art. However, the secret art was not incomplete, but it had always been like this. He pondered for a moment, then said, if the person who cultivated the copy devours the person who cultivated the main copy, what should we do then? Wu Mengchuan was taken aback when he heard this, but soon understood what Yang Kai meant. He grinned and said, young people are quite ambitious, very good. With your aptitude, if you didn't cultivate the divine technique, you would definitely become a great talent in the future. Unfortunately, you are now just a stepping stone for my advancement. You haven't answered my question yet. Yang Kai looked at him with a sullen face. Wu Mengchuan snorted, if you can really swallow this king, then you should naturally advance. What's there to ask? I see. Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. That would be for the best. Boy, what else do you want to ask? Wu Mengchuan shouted in a low voice. Ask all at once, and then we can set off on our way. This king can't wait any longer. No more. Yang Kai grinned at him. This strange smile startled Wu Mengchuan, causing him to grit his teeth and spat. You're deliberately mystifying things. While speaking, Source Qi suddenly surged from his body, as if he was preparing to attack Yang Kai. Wait. Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand. What do you want to do? Wu Mengchuan shouted impatiently. Yang Kai looked at him with a strange smile. He said, aren't you going to ask? Why can't you sense the mature seed now? Wu Mengchuan looked stunned, thinking that this was right. He was wondering why he couldn't sense the fluctuations of the mature seed before, but after being asked this and that by Yang Kai, he had forgotten about it. Now that he was reminded by Yang Kai, he suddenly remembered. He hurriedly asked, why? Heh. Yang Kai grinned, spread his hands, and said, because this young master hasn't cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique at all. What? Wu Mengchuan was shocked. Haven't cultivated it? Impossible. If Yang Kai hadn't cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, how could he have been promoted to the Third Order Dao Source realm in such a short time? Moreover, judging from Yang Kai's expression and aura, it seemed that he had been promoted for a long time, and his cultivation was extremely dense. If Yang Kai hadn't cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, then how could he explain the fluctuations of the seed he had sensed earlier? He had clearly flown over quickly after sensing the fluctuations, and then saw Yang Kai. Yang Kai said, the one who has cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique is someone else. Who? Wu Mengchuan's eyes narrowed. Yang Kai waved his hand, and a behemoth suddenly descended from the sky. The huge figure suddenly blotted out all the light in the sky, casting a shadow over a large area. After it landed on the ground, the earth trembled slightly. Wu Mengchuan opened his mouth wide and looked up at the mountain-like existence, only to feel a sense of suffocation that made him unable to breathe for a long time. When this mountain-like being appeared, the feeling that had disappeared appeared once again. This time, Wu Mengchuan clearly sensed that this fluctuation was not coming from Yang Kai, but from this monster. Taking a closer look, Wu Mengchuan couldn't help but gasp. This huge monster actually had hands and feet, and its entire body was covered in a thick rock armor. It looked like a huge stone man, but this stone man also had a pair of intelligent eyes that kept rolling around. In the stone man's hand was a pitch-black warhammer that was wrapped in pitch-black darkness. The warhammer was filled with an extremely uncomfortable aura. A demon armament. Wu Mengchuan's eyes widened as he stared at the warhammer in a daze. His heart was filled with extreme shock, and he couldn't believe his eyes. This was a demon armament, a genuine demon armament. There were still demon armaments in the world today? Shouldn't this thing have disappeared long ago? Could it be that those ancient great demons and great demons had not gone extinct yet? Did you hear what this guy said just now? Yang Kai pointed to Wu Mengchuan and asked. The embodiment waved the demon armament warhammer in his hand and said, I heard it very clearly. Devour him and you can break through the current bottleneck. Yang Kai smiled softly. The embodiment also smiled heartily, I can't wait. Saying so, he took a step forward. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk a loud noise rang out, and a huge footprint was left on the solid ground by the embodiment. What the hell is this? Wu Mengchuan finally recovered and couldn't help shouting, where did you get this thing? It was impossible for such a big monster to be taken out from a space ring. He only saw Yang Kai wave his hand and this thing appeared on the scene. Moreover, Wu Mengchuan didn't know whether this thing was alive or not. If he said it was dead, it could speak and communicate, but if he said it was alive, it didn't give off the slightest fluctuation of life. After living for so many years, Wu Mengchuan never thought that he would be able to gain some insight today. Why do you care where I got this thing? Just accept your death obediently. If you don't resist, I can give you a quick death, but if you resist, Yang Kai stood aside and sneered. You want this king to die? Wu Mengchuan's eyes flashed fiercely as he said angrily, Boy, I'm afraid you haven't figured out the situation yet. Who dares act presumptuously in front of this king? Speaking of this, he suddenly opened his hand, pointed it at the embodiment and shouted, Heaven-devouring great emperor, devour for me. A mysterious power suddenly spread out and enveloped the embodiment as if it was going to devour everything. The embodiment's huge body staggered and fell to his knees, a look of pain on his face as he let out a wail. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed in a low voice, What's going on? He knew best how strong the embodiment was. The Stone Mongoose clan was born with strong bodies, and over the years, the embodiment had refined countless treasures. With the demonic warhammer in hand, he could even fight the Emperor realm head-on. If it weren't for his large body and inconvenient movements, Yang Kai wouldn't have hidden him so often. But now, such a powerful embodiment was actually knocked to the ground by Wu Mengchuan in a single exchange, and it didn't even seem to have the strength to fight back. How could Yang Kai not be shocked? How could this old thing be so powerful? Yang Kai was also dumbfounded. Die, die, die. The embodiment wailed and screamed in pain, My power is being devoured, ha! Wu Mengchuan laughed maniacally, his eyes filled with madness as he shouted, How dare you be so arrogant in front of this king? Watch this king devour you. Visible to the naked eye, pure energy overflowed from the embodiment and was absorbed into Wu Mengchuan's body. Wu Mengchuan's whole body became flushed, as if he had received great nourishment. Secret art suppression. Yang Kai's face sank as he suddenly understood something. He no longer dared to let the embodiment stay outside and waved his hand, sending it back into the sealed world bead. On the other side, Wu Mengchuan was devouring happily, but all of a sudden, the source of power disappeared, and when he looked around, his embodiment also disappeared without a trace. His face suddenly became gloomy as he gritted his teeth. Where is that thing? Hurry up and release it, or this king will make you beg for death. Yang Kai looked at him coldly and snorted, Old dog, you're good at scheming. Is there a natural suppression between the main and copy secret arts? Wu Mengchuan said with a sullen face, So what if there is? Yang Kai clicked his tongue and said, If that's the case, then no matter how strong the cultivator who cultivates the copy is, it is just a dish in front of you. Boy, don't be so long-winded. Hurry up and release that thing. After this king breaks through to the Emperor realm, this king may be able to help you a little. Wu Mengchuan shouted impatiently. The opportunity to break through to the Emperor realm was right in front of him, but Yang Kai had hidden it away, so how could Wu Mengchuan not be anxious? He didn't even know how Yang Kai had managed to summon that thing back. If he hadn't figured it out, he would have attacked Yang Kai right away instead of discussing any conditions with him. Yang Kai snorted. The heaven-devouring great emperor was heartless in the past. He slaughtered all living beings, devoured the stars, and destroyed the territory of the great emperor, provoking the wrath of the heavens. In the end, he was killed by the great emperors. Wu Mengchuan, what do you think you can do even if you break through to the emperor realm? You will just follow in the footsteps of your ancestors. Nonsense. Wu Mengchuan's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted angrily, The great emperors were just narrow-minded people. They were jealous of my ancestors' strength and set up a trap, but unfortunately, my ancestors still managed to defeat them. How could someone as powerful as my ancestors die so easily? At this point, Wu Mengchuan suddenly closed his mouth, and his originally excited mood seemed to have calmed down a little. Chapter 2479. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at him in horror, asking in a trembling voice, What do you mean? You don't mean to say that the master, he's not dead yet, right? Wu Mengchuan knew that he had a slip of the tongue due to his emotions just now, so he just stared coldly at Yang Kai with a murderous look on his face. A chill suddenly came from the soles of his feet, causing Yang Kai to shiver uncontrollably. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor was a legend, but this legend was killed by the joint forces of the Great Emperors in the Shattered Star Sea. But now, Wu Mengchuan actually revealed some unusual information. If it was someone else who said this, Yang Kai might not take it seriously, but Wu Mengchuan was the descendant of the Great Emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, so his words were more or less justified. If the Great Emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor were not dead, then all this was just too crazy. After tens of thousands of years of dormancy, what were the Great Emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor doing? And for what? Yang Kai swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This king didn't want to kill you so easily because you are a promising talent, but now it seems that you must die. Wu Mengchuan shouted in a deep voice as he suddenly clenched his fist and blasted it in the direction of Yang Kai. The fist intent broke through the barrier and crushed the void with infinite power. His eagerness to kill made Yang Kai feel more and more uneasy, wondering if his guess just now was correct. After Wu Mengchuan made his move, Yang Kai could not help but be shocked. Because this guy's strength was extremely good, definitely not something an ordinary Dao Source Realm cultivator could compare to. It could even be said that he had surpassed the level of Dao Source Realm. Even Wu Chang and Xia Sheng, who were rising stars of the younger generation. They might not necessarily have Wu Mengchuan's heritage. As expected of the descendant of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Even if he had been cultivating on his own all these years, he was not necessarily worse than those elites. However, although Wu Mengchuan was powerful, Yang Kai was not to be trifled with. Seeing the fist coming towards him, he did not dodge but met it with a punch of his own. Asterisk hong long 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 long. Asterisk the sound of an explosion rang out, and the chaotic energy swam between the two of them. They collided. Wu Mengchuan was taken aback and was slightly shocked. Yang Kai's strength had also surprised him. He was well aware of his own strength. Ordinary Dao Source Realm masters were no match for him, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill so many people in the Shattered Star Sea, snatch so many star seals, and upgrade his star seal to a 7-pointed star seal. But it was precisely because of this that Wu Mengchuan's eyes lit up as he shouted, "What kind of opportunities have you had over the years?" It's really an eye-opener for this king to grow so quickly from an origin king back then. Although he didn't know what kind of fortuitous encounter Kai Yang had, but to be able to let a person become so strong in such a short period of time, Kai Yang's luck was definitely not shallow. But no matter what kind of fortuitous encounter Kai Yang had, as long as he could kill him, everything would belong to him. While he was talking, he had already rushed in front of Yang Kai, his fists raining down like a storm, his eyes filled with a trace of clarity. Yang Kai looked solemn as he quietly circulated his 5 elements indestructible sword qi. The power of the 5 elements lingered around his body as he fought back fearlessly. Previously, in the Source Sea, the fight between the two was just for show, so neither of them used their full strength. Neither of them knew where the other's bottom line was. But now, in this life and death battle, neither of them held back. For a time, the two exchanged punches and kicks, creating a series of clanging sounds. In terms of physique and cultivation, Yang Kai was undoubtedly superior, and coupled with the 5 elements indestructible sword qi, Wu Mengchuan quickly fell into a disadvantage in this battle. Yang Kai's fists landed squarely on Wu Mengchuan's body, leaving him in a sorry state. Wu Mengchuan was also extremely shocked. He found that he had still underestimated Yang Kai's ability. In less than 30 breaths, Wu Mengchuan's body was stained with blood, looking extremely miserable. But his eyes were extremely bright. Yang Kai also faintly noticed that something was wrong. Because if it were someone else being beaten by him like this, that person's aura would have already weakened, but Wu Mengchuan's aura showed no signs of weakening, and instead showed signs of increasing. In contrast, Yang Kai's consumption was not light. Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he shouted, "Old dog, you're actually devouring my power." Under his careful observation, he finally found some clues. Every time his power hit Wu Mengchuan, a part of it would strangely disappear, and this part was obviously being devoured by Wu Mengchuan. Wu Mengchuan laughed and said, "This king has cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques and is invincible. Unless you can kill this king in a single blow, just accept your death obediently. Killing Wu Mengchuan in a single blow was absolutely impossible for an ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Only a master above the Second-Order Emperor Realm could do it. Yang Kai sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly tried to retreat. Wu Mengchuan's voice was fierce as he shouted, "In front of this king, you can't come and go as you please. Heaven-devouring Great Emperor's territory, open for me." Hong. An invisible territory field expanded with a bang, directly wrapping Yang Kai in it. In this territory field, Yang Kai found that the power in his body was gushing out of his meridians uncontrollably, turning into a trickle of energy that flowed towards Wu Mengchuan. Not only that, his vitality was also showing signs of being devoured by Wu Mengchuan. And this speed was getting faster and faster. Yang Kai was shocked. Only now did he realize the horror of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. Although the embodiment also cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques, his secret art was undoubtedly much worse than Wu Mengchuan's, so there was no territory field that could devour everything. In this territory field, everything was the source of Wu Mengchuan's power, and it was inevitable that he would devour it. If someone fought with him, Wu Mengchuan could easily win and kill his opponent. Yang Kai was now in this awkward situation. What a rich blood qi! What a pure origin energy! Wu Mengchuan's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in surprise while fighting with Yang Kai, "Boy, you've tempered your body? Good, this is a great tonic. This king will have more confidence in breaking through to the Emperor realm." Yang Kai snorted, "You really want to devour me? Be careful not to choke to death." As he spoke, he urged his space force, causing the surrounding void to tremble and become strange and unpredictable. Wu Mengchuan's eyes widened in shock. This is space force. It was as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight and was shocked beyond words. But in the next moment he was overjoyed. "You're proficient in space force." Seeing this, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, thinking that this guy couldn't possibly. Before he could finish this thought though, Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong and exclaimed in horror, "Bastard, you can even devour principal strength?" Wu Mengchuan showed a look of ecstasy on his face as he opened his mind and body to devour everything around him, constantly praising, "Wonderful, wonderful, the space force turns out to be so mysterious, no wonder not many people can cultivate it." By devouring Yang Kai's space force, he had comprehended a trace of the mysteries of Space Force. If this continued for a long time, once he really understood the mysteries of Space Force, he would definitely be able to cultivate Space Force like Yang Kai and obtain the Space Divine technique. Only now did Yang Kai truly realize the horror of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. This secret art was really a peerless secret art, capable of devouring everything. Just think about it, no matter how mysterious the principal strength was, once it was used by someone, the one who cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique could comprehend and cultivate it by devouring it. This was simply robbing, and the opponent could do nothing about it. It was no wonder that during the War of Emperors in the Shattered Star Sea, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor was able to drag 4 top Great Emperors to the grave with him. With a secret art like the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, who in this world could be his opponent? This was simply cheating. This king is a little reluctant to kill you. Wu Mengchuan looked at Yang Kai excitedly and shouted, "Boy, this king will give you one more chance. Stop here, open your knowledge sea, and let this king brand his soul brand. When this king dominates the territory of the aspiring star and reproduces the glory of our ancestors, I will let you rule the world. How about it? Is there such a good thing?" Yang Kai gritted his teeth and glared at him, but while speaking his hands were not idle. With a wave of his hand he sent 2 huge moon blades towards Wu Mengchuan. Wu Mengchuan's eyes lit up again as he stared at the moon blades, as if he had seen something novel. When the moon blades were about to reach him, he twisted his body to avoid them, licked his lips, and said with an impatient look, "This king likes your space principles very much. As long as you can help this king cultivate and comprehend this principal strength, this king will not treat you unfairly. Okay, I'll give you whatever you want. I only want one thing. Yang Kai sneered softly. Wu Mengchuan said with a sullen face, "If it's this king's life, then forget it." Yang Kai asked, "You're so smart, do your parents know?" Wu Mengchuan retorted angrily, "My parents died long ago, what does it have to do with them?" Scorching flame. While shouting angrily, Wu Mengchuan suddenly waved his hand and sent a stream of flames straight towards Yang Kai. This stream of flames contained the principle of fire and seemed to be able to burn everything. Yang Kai was shocked, knowing that this principle of fire was not something Wu Mengchuan had comprehended on his own. He should have devoured the principal strength of others through the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. But even so, this divine technique should not be underestimated. Exile. Yang Kai stretched out his hand, and a black hole immediately appeared in front of him and swallowed the stream of flames directly. Stubborn. Wu Mengchuan's face became angry, and he suddenly spread out his hands, releasing two completely different principle fluctuations. His left hand was covered in flames, while his right hand was covered in ice. The principles of ice and fire spread out, but strangely, they did not cancel each other out, but instead merged perfectly. Wu Mengchuan shouted in a low voice, "I'll let you have a taste of this king's unique 9 heavens of ice and fire." He clapped his hands together, and in an instant, the power of ice and fire erupted fiercely, sweeping through the void and shattering the world. Chapter 2480. A violent force swept out, and Yang Kai was the first to bear the brunt and was immediately submerged. Hong Long Long. The ice and fire 9-layered heaven's secret technique rolled over and gradually disappeared, its power dissipating. Wu Mengchuan, however, stood in place with a dignified expression, staring ahead. When the dust settled, Yang Kai stood in the void in ragged clothes. Although he was in a sorry state, he was not in any danger of losing his life. His expression was solemn as he formed a series of hand seals. A mysterious aura filled the air. Wu Mengchuan suddenly felt extremely uneasy, a feeling that made his heart beat wildly. For some reason, he had a feeling that time had slowed down, as if his perception was being suppressed. Everything around him seemed to have come to a standstill, and only Yang Kai's movements were as fast as lightning. A dazzling handprint suddenly formed, and Yang Kai stretched out his hand and clapped it towards him, shouting in a low voice, "Flowing time, Great Emperor, shuttle art." Wu Mengchuan was shocked, instinctively sensing a dangerous aura. He wanted to dodge, but he could not move at all, and even his thoughts seemed to have frozen at this moment. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret technique did not play any role. The dazzling handprint pressed directly towards Wu Mengchuan. At this critical moment, Wu Mengchuan suddenly bit the tip of his tongue, spat out a mouthful of blood essence, and with a flick of his wrist, a blood-red bottle appeared in his hand. The bottle did not look big, only about a foot tall, but as soon as it appeared, an extremely strong bloody aura filled the air. A bright red light suddenly bloomed from this bottle, and this light was so thick that it was almost tangible. Not only was the smell of blood pungent, but it also flowed out, turning into a crimson light that shrouded the front. As far as the eye could see, it was as if a blood-red sea had suddenly spread out. It filled a vast expanse of space. Hong. The flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle art blasted into the sea of blood. Monstrous waves were set off, causing the sea of blood to roil and tumble. Wu Mengchuan let out a muffled groan as he staggered back. Even though he had summoned this strange artifact, he was still inevitably hit by the divine technique of the flowing time Great Emperor, and his face rapidly aged, seemingly seriously injured. However, his expression had calmed down and was no longer as panicked as before. Gritting his teeth and glaring at Yang Kai, Wu Mengchuan growled, "I didn't expect you to have such a divine technique." Yang Kai frowned and kept looking around. It had only been 3 breaths since Wu Mengchuan summoned the blood-red bottle, but now, the environment he was in had undergone earth-shaking changes. The surroundings were filled with the thick smell of blood, and the sea of blood below was constantly churning. Bubbles appeared, and faint cries of ghosts and wolves could be heard coming from them. The surrounding space seemed to have been isolated by this sea of blood. Even though Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, he could not detect anything beyond the sea of blood. It was as if this place had suddenly become a small world similar to the sealed world bead. It was completely isolated from the outside world. What the hell was that? Yang Kai was puzzled. The only thing he was certain of was that the blood-red bottle was an emperor artifact. Moreover, it was most likely an emperor artifact left behind by the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, the Great Emperors. After all, Wu Mengchuan was not an Emperor Realm Master yet, so it was impossible for him to have his own Emperor artifact. If it really was an Emperor artifact left behind by the Great Emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, then it would be a big problem. Yang Kai's face sank for a moment. Boy, what kind of divine technique is that? It's completely different from the space principles you just used. Wu Mengchuan shouted again. Yang Kai glanced at him coldly and snorted, "You're about to die. Why are you asking so many questions?" Wu Mengchuan was taken aback for a moment before he burst into laughter. "Boy, your tone isn't small, but you should be proud of yourself for forcing this king to use the blood spirit bottle." Blood spirit bottle. Yang Kai raised his brow, knowing that this was the name of the emperor artifact. "That's right," Wu Mengchuan said triumphantly. "This is an emperor artifact left behind by our ancestor. Only those with the Wu family bloodline can use it. Others can't use it at all. Although the blood spirit bottle is not the ancestor's best work, it's enough to deal with you, boy." Sure enough, this is an emperor artifact left behind by the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor for his descendants. Yang Kai was shocked. Wu Mengchuan continued, "Inside this king's blood spirit bottle, even if you are proficient in the Tao of space, you can forget about escaping. Today, you can either submit to this king or die here." Yang Kai sneered, "You'd better worry about yourself first. After being hit by this young master's flowing time Great Emperor's divine technique, how long can you live?" Although the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal did not have the desired effect, it did injure Wu Mengchuan. His gradually aging face was the best proof of this, and the principles of time that had invaded his body could not be easily resolved. The principles of time would continue to corrode Wu Mengchuan's vitality until he eventually died of old age. "What can a trivial secret technique do to me?" Wu Mengchuan coldly snorted and stretched out his hand, causing the blood below him to rush towards him. As the blood flowed in, Wu Mengchuan's old face quickly regained its luster, as if he was no longer eroded by the principles of time. However, Yang Kai keenly noticed that Wu Mengchuan's brow furrowed as a look of shock appeared on his face. His face, which had recovered, quickly aged once more. "What kind of power is this?" Wu Mengchuan finally asked in shock. His method of using the blood to restore his vitality was actually treating the symptoms but not the root cause. Unless he continued to absorb the blood here, he would eventually die. After realizing this, Wu Mengchuan finally became afraid. Yang Kai laughed and sneered, "Can't you devour all things? Why don't you try devouring it yourself and you'll know." "Boy, you're courting death. I wanted to keep your life for my own use, but now it seems that I have no choice but to kill you." Wu Mengchuan was furious and waved his hand, causing the blood sea to suddenly tumble and a blood dragon to emerge from it. This blood dragon was lifelike, staring at Yang Kai with its house-sized eyes, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. To Wu Mengchuan's surprise, in the face of such a fierce attack, Yang Kai just stood in place and sneered softly. "What the hell is this boy doing?" Wu Mengchuan was bewildered. He didn't know what Yang Kai was planning, but in order to avoid any accidents, he suddenly took action again. Several blood dragons suddenly shot out from the blood sea and surrounded Yang Kai from all directions. Yang Kai snorted, "Wu Mengchuan, your strength is also beyond this young master's expectations, but you should be proud of yourself for forcing me to use this treasure." He actually returned Wu Mengchuan's words to him. Wu Mengchuan was furious. "Boy, how dare you be so arrogant? Inside this king's blood spirit bottle, what can you do? Just accept your death obediently." Yang Kai said indifferently, "The one who's going to die is you." As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and summoned the mountains and rivers' bell, pouring his source chi and divine sense into it. The mountains and rivers bell rapidly grew in size, and the complex patterns on its surface suddenly came to life, constantly moving around as a wild aura filled the air. This is... Wu Mengchuan's eyes widened as he stared at the mountains and rivers bell in horror, almost biting off his tongue in shock. As a descendant of the heaven-devouring great emperor and great emperors, he was naturally more concerned about everything that had happened in the Shattered Star Sea than others. He knew which great emperors had fallen here and what kind of treasures they had left behind. So as soon as the mountains and rivers bell appeared, he immediately recognized it. "This is impossible," Wu Mengchuan shouted. In any case, he could not believe that Yang Kai had subdued the mountains and rivers bell. This was the natal emperor artifact of the Yuan Ding great emperors. It was an ancient relic that the Yuan Ding great emperors brought out from the ancient wildlands. However, wasn't the mountains and rivers bell suppressing the phoenix true fire and escaping into the void? Why would it appear in Yang Kai's hands? If the mountains and rivers bell was here, then where was the phoenix true fire? If this was the real mountains and rivers bell, then his life was in danger today. Guang. A melodious bell sound suddenly rang out, and shock waves visible to the naked eye spread in all directions. The sound waves were mixed with a power that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth, enough to suppress everything. The blood dragons that pounced at Yang Kai suddenly disintegrated, turning back into blood and dripping down. Wu Mengchuan's whole body shook, and he could not help but take a few steps back. When he stood still again, blood was oozing out of his ears and nose. This was the real mountains and rivers bell. Wu Mengchuan only saw a snowy white in front of his eyes, and under the shock of his mind, he could no longer see anything, his head buzzing. After personally enduring the shock of the mountains and rivers bell, he no longer had any doubts. After the appearance of the mountains and rivers bell, Wu Mengchuan's body stiffened, as if he was being suppressed by an invisible force. Even the churning blood around him suddenly calmed down, no longer causing any ripples. The mountains and rivers bell sound suppressed the mountains and rivers, and the Emperor's aura changed the world. If the heaven-devouring great Emperor's battle technique could devour everything, then the mountains and rivers bell could suppress everything in this world. Pooh! Wu Mengchuan finally could not hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face suddenly becoming much older. Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Wu Mengchuan, today, this place will be your burial place. Obediently accept your death." As he shouted, he suddenly waved his hand, and the mountains and rivers bell suddenly fell down rapidly into the blood sea, disappearing without a trace. But in the next moment, the entire blood sea began to boil, and at the same time, there was a crisp cracking sound coming from all directions. Wu Mengchuan turned pale with fright and shouted, "Stop! Stop, you will destroy this king's blood spirit bottle." This space had been sealed when he summoned the blood spirit bottle, and now that the mountains and rivers bell was pressing down, the blood spirit bottle could not bear it at all. If this continued, this emperor artifact left by the heaven-devouring great emperor and great emperors would definitely be damaged. Yang Kai sneered, "You're about to die, yet you still have the leisure to care about the bottle." If the blood spirit bottle could be used by him, Yang Kai would not be so ruthless. After all, this was a treasure left by the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, and its value was immeasurable, but Wu Mengchuan had said before that this thing could only be used by those with the Wu family bloodline, so even if Yang Kai obtained it, it would be useless. So he showed no mercy. Kacha. More and more sounds came out. Wu Mengchuan's face was pale as he roared, "Stop, let's talk things over." Yang Kai coldly said, "It's pointless to say even half a word." Walla. With a sound, the blood sea that filled the world was suddenly broken, and the power that sealed the space suddenly disappeared. Chapter 2481. In the void, the blood sea collapsed, and blood splashed out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the crimson light that filled heaven and earth disappeared. Wu Mengchuan stood somewhere with a pale face, as if he had lost his soul. The destruction of the blood spirit bottle had caused him to suffer a huge backlash. Coupled with the fact that he had been hit by Yang Kai's flowing time great emperor's shuttlecock seal, He was only half alive at this moment. Spitting out blood, he staggered and seemed to be unable to even stand steadily. Young Kai was not much better off. This was the second time he had summoned the mountains and rivers bell. After the first strike, his vision turned black, his head spun, his ears buzzed, and his heart thumped like a war drum. He gritted his teeth, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He raised his hand, and the myriad sword turned into a rainbow and shot towards Wu Mengchuan. Accompanied by a soft thud, the myriad sword directly struck Wu Mengchuan's abdomen, nailing him firmly to the ground. Blood instantly dyed the earth red. Wu Mengchuan struggled hard, but was unable to break free. The next moment, Yang Kai waved his hand again and released the embodiment, saying with difficulty, "I'll leave him to you." Although the embodiment did not participate in this battle, he could clearly see what was happening outside from the sealed world bead, so as soon as he appeared, he immediately came in front of Wu Mengchuan and slapped him. Rumble. The earth shook, and the place where Wu Mengchuan was standing was completely covered by the huge palm. The embodiment's eyes burst with light, like two bolts of lightning piercing through the past and present, and he shouted excitedly, "Heaven-devouring Great Emperor technique." The divine art was activated, and an extremely pure energy overflowed from Wu Mengchuan's old body. It was absorbed into the embodiment's body. Not long after, the embodiment let out a strange cry, which was mixed with great joy and excitement, and a mysterious power pervaded his huge body. Seeing this, Yang Kai knew that the embodiment was about to break through his bottleneck. Wu Mengchuan was right. If the embodiment could devour him, then the embodiment could advance. This had nothing to do with who cultivated the main dungeon or who cultivated the dungeon. It was just that Wu Mengchuan had never thought that he would end up benefiting someone else. If he had known that there would be such an outcome, he probably would not have taught Yang Kai the heaven-devouring Great Emperor technique back then. But then again, who in this world could have an embodiment that could cultivate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques without suffering any backlash? And how many people in the Dao Source realm could defeat Wu Mengchuan? Just the blood spirit bottle alone was enough to make 90% of Dao Source realm cultivators retreat. Other people who practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics encountered Wu Mengchuan. It was just a dish. As his mind relaxed, endless exhaustion hit him. Yang Kai forced himself not to faint. He slowly sat down cross-legged, took out a large number of spirit herbs, and stuffed them into his mouth. Then, he closed his eyes and began to adjust his breathing. The Dharmakaya continued to let out excited and strange cries. His voice was like thunder. As the avatar devoured, the avatar began to devour. Wu Mengchuan's aura was getting weaker and weaker, as if he could die at any time. Suddenly, the embodiment let out a cry of surprise, as if it had discovered something, and its huge palm slammed down. Accompanied by a crisp crack, Wu Mengchuan's body exploded like a watermelon, his flesh and blood mangled, and he couldn't be more dead. The Dharmakaya continued to devour. After a while, the Dharmakaya stopped and stood still. Her lively eyes flashed with a hint of thoughtfulness. She stood there quietly and did not move for a long time. His eyes became brighter and brighter, and after a flash of enlightenment, the Dharmakaya sat down cross-legged and formed a seal with his hands, motionless. Without the baptism of world energy or the gathering of world energy, the Dharmakaya seemed to have fallen into a state of deep sleep. Time passed slowly, and 2 days later, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. Although his body was still a little weak, it no longer hindered his movements. He first took back the mountains and rivers bell and myriads sword before looking at the Dharmakaya. Although he had been adjusting his breathing before, he had also been paying attention to the situation of the Dharmakaya, so he knew exactly what was happening over there. After observing for a while, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. This was because he noticed that the Dharmakaya's aura was constantly weakening. Not only was the aura of the Dharmakaya's body like this, but even the fluctuations of his spiritual energy were gradually becoming undetectable, as if he had really fallen asleep. Yang Kai didn't dare to rashly disturb him. After all, the Dharmakaya was not made of flesh and blood. Its promotion was very different from that of an ordinary cultivator. Without the baptism of world energy, Yang Kai didn't know if this was normal, The only thing Yang Kai could do was to provide the Dharmakaya with some source crystals so that he could have enough world energy. Thinking of this, Yang Kai quickly took out a small mountain of source crystals from his space ring and piled them up beside the Dharmakaya. But as soon as these source crystals were put down, they were swallowed by a mysterious force, and all of their world energy was drained and turned into dust. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. He had taken out at least 30 million source crystals, but they were all gone in an instant. This kind of consumption was too terrifying. Fortunately, he didn't lack source crystals, so he quickly took out some more. This cycle repeated over and over again. After throwing out hundreds of millions of source crystals, all of which were high, middle, and low rank, the Dharmakaya's speed of devouring source crystals slowed down. In the following days, Yang Kai had been paying attention to the Dharmakaya's situation. Once the source crystals were consumed, he would take out some more. More than half of the wealth that Yang Kai had swindled some time ago was consumed at once. After a full month, the Dharmakaya stopped absorbing the world energy in the source crystals. At this time, no matter how many source crystals Yang Kai put around him, he stopped devouring them. Yang Kai estimated that he had reached some kind of limit. Perhaps success or failure would depend on this move. At a certain moment, Yang Kai, who was paying close attention to the Dharmakaya's movements, suddenly heard a cracking sound. He was slightly surprised, not knowing what had happened, so he quickly released his divine sense to investigate quietly. What he saw shocked Yang Kai, because a crack had appeared on the Dharmakaya's body, as if a wall that had not been repaired for many years could not bear the burden. This discovery surprised Yang Kai. Although the Dharmakaya had devoured Wu Mengchuan, logically speaking, it should have been able to break through the bottleneck of his secret art and obtain greater power. However, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art was for people to cultivate, so who knew what the consequences would be if the stone mongoose cultivated it? Just as Yang Kai was feeling bewildered, the cracking sound came again, and this time it was continuous. Looking around, Yang Kai saw crisscrossing cracks all over the Dharmakaya's body. That's as well as a star. After a while, large pieces of gravel fell from the Dharmakaya's body. Yang Kai's eyelids twitched fiercely and he was worried. After so many years of cultivation, the Dharmakaya's body had basically taken shape. Every part of his body was as hard as an emperor artifact, and ordinary attacks could not hurt him at all. But now, the things on the surface of his body were constantly cracking and falling. What's going on? Yang Kai was very anxious in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He did not know what he could do to help him now. The crashing sound continued. In less than 10 breaths of time, a circle of gravel had been piled up around the embodiment. However, these gravel were very strange. After falling down, they immediately disintegrated as if they were not hard at all. After a while, Yang Kai suddenly showed a look of surprise as he stared at the Dharmakaya in a daze. He found that after peeling off the layer of gravel on the surface of his body, the Dharmakaya had shrunk a lot. Although the previous behemoth was shocking enough, it was too inconvenient to move, but now that it had shrunk a lot, the Dharmakaya would undoubtedly become more agile. Could this change be a good thing? Natural selection. The Dharmakaya was a special existence. But since it could exist in this world, it was reasonable. Its growth and evolution would definitely develop in the direction of excellence. The current situation might be the result of its evolution. Asterisk crack, asterisk another crisp sound was heard, and Yang Kai found that cracks had appeared on the shrunken Dharmakaya's body again. With his previous experience, Yang Kai didn't seem to be too nervous this time, instead quietly paying attention to the subsequent changes. As expected, after the cracks appeared to a certain extent, the layer on the surface of the Dharmakaya's body peeled off again, and his body shrank a second time. This situation lasted for several days, and the Dharmakaya had experienced 6 changes of body shrinkage. It was not until this time that it finally settled down. At the same time, the aura and spiritual energy fluctuations in his body began to rise again, eventually reaching a level that shocked even Yang Kai. This was definitely an aura and spiritual fluctuation that could only be possessed in the Emperor realm. Although there was no earth-shattering promotion process, and although there was no baptism of heaven and earth energy, The Dharmakaya now undoubtedly had a powerful strength comparable to the Emperor realm. With the support of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique and the demonic Warhammer, the Dharmakaya with a special physique could definitely unleash incredible power. At this time, the Dharmakaya suddenly opened his eyes. His lively eyes were full of spirit, and it was obvious that he had gained a lot. Although he had seen the result, Xianxia could not help but go forward and ask, "How is it?" The Dharmakaya slowly stood up. Although the embodiment had shrunk a lot after going through 6 body transformations, it was still as tall as 3 people when it stood up. It had a huge body, an extraordinary aura, and a body as shiny as a rock that had been washed by the sea for countless years. Even Xianxia couldn't help but feel a sense of oppression when he looked at it. "It doesn't feel bad." The Dharmakaya grinned, but with the naturally chiseled face of the stone mongoose, this smile looked charmingly naive. After a pause, he continued, "Although I can feel that I'm many times stronger than before, but I have to familiarize myself with this lower body first." As he spoke, he reached out and clenched his fist. The Dharmakaya's body had undergone a huge change, and he could not get used to it for a while, so he had to go through a period of adjustment. Xianxia nodded and said, "Then you should familiarize yourself with it during this period of time." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and prepared to put the Dharmakaya into the small sealed world. Chapter 2482. Before entering the sealed world bead, the embodiment suddenly threw something to Xianxia. "Take a look at this thing. I snatched it from Wu Mengchuan before. Before he died, he seemed to want to destroy this thing, but I don't know what secret it holds." Xianxia took it and looked at it carefully, only to find that it was just a jade slip. However, this jade slip seemed to have been passed down from a very long time ago. Moreover, there were many restrictions placed on the jade slip. Xianxia tried to crack them, but he couldn't find a way to open it at all. The restrictions were extremely ancient and complicated. Xianxia studied them for a while but still couldn't figure them out. The embodiment said that he had snatched it from Wu Mengchuan, and that Wu Mengchuan wanted to destroy this jade slip before he died. It seemed that this jade slip had a great origin and should contain some secret. Wu Mengchuan didn't want Xianxia to obtain this jade slip and unravel the secret. What kind of secret was it that Wu Mengchuan wanted to destroy it before he died and didn't want others to know about it? Wu Mengchuan was a descendant of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, and this shattered star sea was the burial place of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Xianxia thought about it and felt that this jade slip was related to the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Solemnly putting away the jade slip, Xianxia jumped away from this shattered stars. After Wu Mengchuan's death, his 7-pointed star seal was obtained by Xianxia, and his space ring naturally belonged to Xianxia. However, there was nothing good in his space ring. The only thing in his space ring was the blood spirit bottle passed down to the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, which should have been a priceless treasure. Unfortunately, it was destroyed by the mountains and rivers Bell. After devouring Wu Mengchuan's 7-pointed star seal, Xianxia's star seal still showed no signs of upgrading. Rumor had it that if one could upgrade their star seal to the highest level, the 9-pointed star seal, you can find the inheritance of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Xianxia estimated that this was just a rumor. Not to mention how many people a person would need to kill to upgrade their star seal to the peak, the inheritance of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor was not something that anyone could obtain. Xianxia had already experienced the power and terror of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. Even if someone obtained the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques here, it might not necessarily be a blessing. Therefore, Xianxia didn't pay much attention to this matter from beginning to end. Moreover, he estimated that no one would be able to upgrade their star seal to the highest level. A day later, Xianxia returned to the Source Sea again. Last time, he ran into Wu Mengchuan. Xianxia was eager to find him to inquire about the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques, so he left the Source Sea. But now that his embodiment had broken through the bottleneck, he naturally had to return. There was still a lot of source strength in the Source Sea that he had not absorbed and refined, and he had not seen the legendary complete source strength, so how could he miss it? But when Xianxia came to the Source Sea, Only then did he realize that time had passed and everything was very different from before. Looking around, the area of the source sea had been greatly reduced, and the number of cultivators who came here had increased. He did not know what had happened in the source sea in the month after he left. In the sky above the source sea, there were countless battles of various sizes. Countless cultivators gathered here, and cultivators were constantly being killed. They fell from the sky and disappeared into the source sea. Compared with before, there were obviously a lot more battles here. Xianxia could not help but frown. With so many people coming to the source sea, it was obvious that someone had spread the news, which was why so many cultivators rushed here. This also proved that the source sea was indeed a good place. But with so many people, there would naturally be more disputes. In such a chaotic situation, it was very precious to be able to absorb and refine the source strength in peace. Xianxia flew all the way here. He found that the situation was worse than he had thought. Not only were there more battles between cultivators, but the entire source sea was also exuding an extremely strange aura at this moment. Xianxia clearly noticed that the source sea was slowly flowing in a certain direction, and this movement was even bigger than the one he had caused before. Could it be that there was someone else who had a treasure like the sealed world bead? Otherwise, how could there be such an anomaly in the source sea? His heart was full of doubts. However, he did not intend to stay outside for a long time. Instead, he planned to go deeper to see the situation like last time. The source strength in the depths was richer and purer, and absorbing and refining it for a day was equivalent to absorbing and refining it for a month outside. Suddenly, Xianxia seemed to have sensed something and looked in a certain direction. And over there, a pair of bright eyes happened to be looking in his direction. When their eyes met, Xianxia's eyes lit up and he immediately turned around and rushed in that direction. Because the person who was looking at him was Lu Yen. A year after entering the Shattered Star Sea, Xianxia was separated from Lu Yen and the others. Sister Hua also went out to find her own opportunities, so he had been alone and felt a little lonely from time to time. But unexpectedly, they met again in the source sea at this moment. Although it was a coincidence, it was also inevitable. At this moment, 70 to 80% of the surviving cultivator in the Shattered Star Sea had gathered in the source sea. Lu Yen and the others must have heard the news about the source sea, so they came here. The little girl from the Zhang family was also standing next to Lu Yen at this moment. She looked slender and elegant, and her complexion was good. When Xianxia flew over, Lu Yen quietly poked Zhang Ruoxi and whispered something to her. The next moment, Zhang Ruoxi turned her head and looked at Xianxia, her eyes suddenly shining. When Xianxia came in front of her, she immediately shouted, "Sir." Perhaps it was because she saw Xianxia again, but Zhang Ruoxi's little face was flushed, and the corners of her eyes were overflowing with a cheerful smile. She seemed extremely happy. Xianxia smiled slightly, but just as he was about to speak, his eyes suddenly widened as he swept them over Zhang Ruoxi. The little girl was embarrassed by Xianxia's gaze. Third Order Dao Source Realm. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air, almost unable to believe his eyes. In less than 2 years, Zhang Ruoxi had advanced from the First Order Dao Source Realm to the Third Order Dao Source Realm, and it was in an environment with thin world energy like the Shattered Star Sea. Even Xianxia himself had to admit defeat at such a cultivation speed. Although Xianxia had long known that Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline was special and most likely contained a shocking secret, and that as long as she had enough resources, her cultivation speed would be ridiculously fast, he still couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. On the other hand, Lu Yan's strength did not seem to have increased much. He was still in the Third Order Dao Source Realm, but his aura was undoubtedly more solid and pure. During this time, without Xianxia's care, they seemed to be doing well. Big Sister Lu Yen gave me all the cultivation resources, so I was able to advance to the Third Order Dao Source Realm. Zhang Ruoxi explained in a low voice, "This is all thanks to Big Sister Lu Yen." Lu Yen smiled softly and did not speak. Xianxia nodded and said, "You have to have the talent first. Without talent, no matter how many resources one had, one would not be able to achieve so much in such a short time." Yang Kai was suddenly looking forward to what kind of achievements this little girl of the Zhang family could achieve in the future. Master, have you seen Big Sister Hua during this time? Lu Yen suddenly asked. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I haven't seen her. Zhang Ruo, she was a little worried. I wonder how Big Sister Hua is doing during this time. The three girls often accompanied each other in the sealed world bead, so they had a deep relationship. Now that they met Yang Kai again, but without Hua Qingxi, they could not help but worry about her safety. In less than 2 years after leaving Yang Kai, Lu Yen and Zhang Ruo, she had seen too much ugliness. Many times, they had relied on Lu Yan's white tiger heaven puppet to avert danger, especially Zhang Ruoxi. Her naive edges had been worn away, and there was a faint hint of maturity. You don't have to worry too much about Big Sister Hua. Although Yang Kai was worried about her in his heart, he could only comfort her. Sister Hua is different from you. She's experienced in the world and is a disciple of Star Soul Palace. She also has the 5-colored spear. Most people are not her opponent. But now many people in the Shattered Star Sea have advanced to the Emperor Realm, Zhang Ruoxi whispered. There are Emperor Realm masters, but not many. Big Sister Hua won't be so unlucky. Moreover, those who can advance to the Emperor Realm are all elite disciples of their respective sects. They won't bully others for no reason. After comforting them for a while, Yang Kai changed the topic. What are you doing standing here? It's very dangerous up here. Go down and find a place to refine and absorb source strength. Little sister Xiaoqi is here. Lu Yen said. Xiaoqi? Which Xiaoqi? Yang Kai looked at her blankly, not understanding who she was talking about for a while. Lu Yen pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai followed her finger and couldn't help but open his eyes wide as he exclaimed, Mo Xiaoqi. Who else could it be but Mo Xiaoqi? Who else could it be? The butterfly-shaped birthmark on her face was still as obvious as when Yang Kai first saw her. When Yang Kai first came to Maplewood City, he only made 2 friends. One was the shopkeeper of Spirit Pill Plaza, Kong Si Ran, and the other was the mischievous little girl, Mo Xiaoqi. Unfortunately, Kong Si Ran broke through to the Dao Source realm and was transferred away by Purple Source Chamber of Commerce, while Mo Xiaoqi suddenly disappeared without a trace one day, leaving only a strange message. Auntie Feng is here to catch me, so I'll be leaving first. Yang Kai had seen this so-called Auntie Feng before. She was a powerful Third-Order Emperor Realm Master, and the power of her palm had shattered Yang Kai's artifact ship without injuring him at all. The wooden boat he was using now was a gift from Auntie Feng as compensation. That was also the first time Yang Kai had seen the power of a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. Facing such a master, Yang Kai felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Fortunately, Auntie Feng didn't have any malicious intent towards him, otherwise, Yang Kai wouldn't be here today. Back then, Yang Kai didn't know much about Mo Xiaoqi's origins and background, only knowing that her background was definitely not small. However, after struggling and exploring the star boundary over the years, Yang Kai gradually gained a better understanding of the various great forces, allowing him to vaguely guess Mo Xiaoqi's true identity. She was the daughter of the martial beast from Spirit Beast Island in the Eastern Territory. In the Eastern Territory, there were 2 magical islands. One was Spirit Beast Island, the place where the 10 great emperors, the martial beast, lived in seclusion. Although it wasn't a sect, its name shook the entire star boundary, and everyone knew about it. And the second one was the legendary Dragon Island that was elusive and traceless. It was rumored that there were many dragon race living on Dragon Island, and most people didn't know its specific location, or even if it existed. However, the name of Dragon Island was still well known. Chapter 2483. Martial Beast was one of the 10 great emperors. He had enslaved thousands of beasts and possessed extraordinary strength. However, because he was relatively low-key, very few people knew about his life's deeds. He had not established a sect like the Great Emperor's Bright Moon or the Great Emperors of Serene Soul. He had simply lived in seclusion on Spirit Beast Island. Mo Xiaoqi was Martial Beast's daughter, so her identity was extraordinary. Who would dare to fight with her here? If anything were to happen to her, wouldn't that be terrible? Even a guy like Feng Xian could use soul descent on his son. Once Mo Xiaoqi's life was in danger, the martial beast would also use soul descent. Who here could withstand his wrath? So when he saw Mo Xiaoqi fighting with someone, Yang Kai became anxious and said with a bitter face, "Why aren't you going to help?" Lu Yen said lightly, "We can't help." Yang Kai was stunned. Only now did he see clearly who was fighting with Mo Xiaoqi. The opponent who was fighting Mo Xiaoqi back and forth, seemingly evenly matched, was also a woman. What's more, she was radiant, her dress fluttering in the wind, giving her an extremely beautiful appearance. Yang Kai also knew this woman. She was the daughter of the great emperor's bright moon of Star Soul Palace in the Southern Territory, Princess Lan Sun. Yang Kai's face darkened. The identities of these two girls were very sensitive, and they were both daughters of the great emperors. Only they would dare to fight with each other. Why are they fighting? Yang Kai asked hurriedly. I don't know. They looked at each other inexplicably and then started fighting, Lu Yen replied. Such a thing happened. Yang Kai broke out in cold sweat when he heard this. However, it seemed that the two girls knew each other. They also knew the other party's identity. Perhaps it was because of the competitive nature of the young girls, which made them, who were of similar birth and status, want to compete with each other. But even if they wanted to compete, they should at least consider the time and place, right? This was the Shattered Star Sea, not a place to compete. After not seeing each other for a few years, both Mo Xiaoqi and Lan Sun had reached the Third Order Dao Source realm. The aptitude of these two daughters of the great emperors was obviously extraordinary, which was why they could achieve so much in such a short time. Yang Kai knew that Lan Sun had inherited the bright moon phantom body of the bright moon great emperors. Although Mo Xiaoqi didn't have a special physique, she was born with the ability to control all kinds of monster beasts to fight for her. Moreover, as the daughter of a martial beast, she had learned an extremely profound and mysterious secret technique, the divine technique, since she was young. At this moment, the two girls were engaged in a lively fight. Compared with Lan Sun's elegance and calmness, Mo Xiaoqi appeared much wilder. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of secret technique she had used, but her entire body was as agile as a leopard. Moreover, there were traces of beast-like patterns on her face, and the aura she was exuding was extremely wild. Neither of them intended to use their artifacts, simply relying on what they had learned in their lives to compete. With just a few glances, Yang Kai knew that neither of them could do anything to the other. Lan Sun's bright moon phantom body had some kind of magical ability that allowed her figure to change constantly. Mo Xiaoqi attacked wildly for a while, but still couldn't break through her defense. When she was exhausted, she would switch from offense to defense, and Lan Sun would take the opportunity to attack. Not far away, there was a man watching nervously, shouting from time to time, "Princess, be careful, don't get hurt." Xiaochen. As Princess Lan Sun's escort, this guy was bound to appear wherever Lan Sun was. At this moment, he was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. If anyone else dared to fight with Lan Sun, he would have already taught them a lesson. But Mo Xiaoqi was not an ordinary person, so even though Xiaochen had already broken through to the Emperor realm, he could only watch from the sidelines, unable to intervene at all. Just as he was feeling anxious, Xiaochen felt someone flying towards him. When he turned his head, he saw Yang Kai standing in front of him with a smile on his face. He looked Yang Kai up and down and snorted coldly, "It's you." He obviously remembered Yang Kai. After all, back in the Four Seasons realm, Yang Kai had refined the extraordinary treasure pill and caused a great disturbance. Of course, Xiaochen would have a deep impression of such a person. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Brother Xiao, long time no see. Congratulations on breaking through to the Emperor realm." Xiaochen said proudly, "What's there to congratulate? This young master is a genius, so it's only a matter of time before I break through to the Emperor realm." His shameless boasting made Yang Kai's face turn black. But then again, although Xiaochen was a bit arrogant and domineering, he did have some aptitude. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to break through to the Emperor realm. Xiaochen said, "I remember that you took an extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm, so why are you still in the Dao Source realm?" TSK, Isn't your aptitude a little too lacking? You've wasted that divine pill for nothing. Yang Kai smiled indifferently and said, yes, if I had given that extraordinary treasure pill to Brother Xiao back then, perhaps Brother Xiao would have already broken through to the Emperor realm. Of course, Xiao Chen said triumphantly, but soon he asked suspiciously, why are you looking for me? Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he looked at the battle between the two girls and said, Brother Xiao, why are you standing here and watching? Princess Lan Sun's identity is so noble, yet you let her fight with someone else. If this matter reaches the ears of Bright Moon Master, how could he let you off so easily? If anything happens to you, it will be even worse. Hurry up and separate them. Xiao Chen's face turned bitter, his previous pride and smugness suddenly disappearing as he complained, if I could separate them, I would have done so long ago. Do you know who the woman fighting with the princess is? Yang Kai stared at him innocently. What a country bumpkin, you don't even know who she is. Xiao Chen curled his lips and said, however, this young lady's identity is not something an ordinary person would know. Forget it, this young master will broaden your horizons today. Listen well, that young lady is the daughter of the martial beast great emperor. Martial beast? Yang Kai looked surprised. Xiao Chen snorted and said, are you afraid? Now you know why this young master can only watch but can't step forward to intervene, right? These two are both the princess and the master. If you offend either of them, you won't have any good consequences. Being a man is really difficult. He sighed, a bitter expression on his face. Yang Kai said, but you can't let them fight like this anymore. Right now, the two of them are just exchanging pointers, but once they really get angry, the consequences will be very bad. You also know that little girls have a strong desire to win. If they remain in a stalemate for a long time, it may become a life and death situation. Xiao Chen trembled when he heard this, as if he had already foreseen that terrifying scene. His face turned pale as he said, is there really such a thing? Don't lie to me. Yang Kai said seriously, anything is possible. Right now, separating them is the most important thing. Xiao Chen swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, how do we do that? Her Highness the Princess won't even listen to what I say, unless I directly intervene. Then go directly intervene and separate them. Yang Kai said solemnly, Brother Xiao, you are now also a strong person in the Emperor realm. How difficult would it be to separate two fighting little girls? Of course it won't be difficult. Xiao Chen snorted and looked at Yang Kai with deep meaning. He said, but why do I feel like you are trying to frame me? Is it because I'm more handsome than you that you're unhappy about it? How could that be? Yang Kai said righteously, I am just considering the safety of the Princess Master. I am also a cultivator from the Southern Territory. Naturally, I don't want to see the Princess Master suffer any harm. The Princess Master is such a perfect person, any harm is blasphemy to her. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. His eyes were fiery as he said, you are right. The Princess Master can't be hurt in the slightest. We must separate them quickly. Brother Xiao, hurry up. Yang Kai urged. Xiao Chen grabbed Yang Kai's arm and said, since you are so enthusiastic and loyal, then come with me. I will be responsible for stopping Princess Lan Sun, and you will be responsible for stopping the other princess. It's decided. While talking, he dragged Yang Kai and flew forward. Regardless of whether Yang Kai was willing or not, his speed was as fast as lightning. Yang Kai was stunned and cursed in his heart. He originally wanted to trick Xiao Chen into intervening to solve this meaningless battle, but he didn't expect that this guy, who seemed stupid, was actually shrewd enough to drag him into the fray. But now that things had come to this, Yang Kai didn't have time to care so much. He could only cooperate with Xiao Chen as he said. When he got close, Xiao Chen threw Yang Kai directly towards the center of the battle between the two women while shouting, two princesses, please stop. Let's talk things out, don't be so violent. Xiao Chen, your ancestor. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. He never thought that Xiao Chen would be so despicable and insidious, actually using him as a hidden weapon. This was obviously done to divert Lan Sun and Mo Xiaoqi's attention, making it much easier for Yang Kai to intervene. In mid-air, Yang Kai twisted his body and stabilized himself. He didn't dare to act rashly and could only urge his source qi to protect himself. In the next moment, he rushed into the center of the battle between the two women. A few rumbling sounds rang out, mixed with Yang Kai's muffled groans. Both Lan Sun and Mo Xiaoqi withdrew their hands in astonishment and retreated a few dozen meters, staring at Yang Kai in a daze. Neither of the two women were indiscriminate murderers, so when they saw someone break into the battle and accidentally injure him, they immediately stopped. Mo Xiaoqi looked at the newcomer with some uneasiness, not knowing if his life was in danger, but in the next moment, her beautiful eyes lit up and the beast tattoo on her face disappeared completely. Big brother Yang. She looked at Yang Kai in surprise and joy and called out tenderly. Yang Kai grinned at her and rushed over while hugging her, putting some distance between him and Lan Sun. *C*. On the other side, Xiao Chen, who was rushing over after Yang Kai, couldn't help but gasp when he saw this scene. He was shocked and impressed at the same time. He just wanted Yang Kai to help separate the two princesses, but he didn't expect this little brat to reach out and hug Mo Xiaoqi. Did this little brat eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? How dare he be so rude to a princess master? Chapter 2484. What kind of status was Martial Beast's daughter? Even many masters from the Emperor realm had to be polite when they saw her, yet Yang Kai dared to reach out and hug her. If this matter reached Martial Beast's ears, even if Yang Kai fled to the ends of the world, he would still be cut into pieces. Not to mention Martial Beast, even the princess would not let this matter rest after being molested by a man like this. That brat is dead meat. However, Xiao Chen was soon surprised to find that after being hugged by Yang Kai, the princess did not resist at all. Instead, she reached out and hugged Yang Kai's neck, pressing her tender body tightly against Yang Kai's body. Xiao Chen's eyes turned red as he felt both envy and jealousy. How could there be such a good thing in this world? Strangely, Xiao Chen grinned and showed a gentle smile. While quickly approaching Lan Sun, he stretched out his broad arms to embrace Lan Sun. But just as he approached Lan Sun, before he could make a move, Lan Sun suddenly turned around and threw a pair of pink fists at him. With a bang, even though Xiao Chen had already broken through to the Emperor realm, he was still hit in the nose by this punch. However, he did not dare to use any of his strength to resist it, so he saw stars and felt dizzy. "What are you doing?" Lan Sun looked at him coldly and asked with a displeased expression. "Nothing, nothing." Xiao Chen stood in place awkwardly as 2 lines of blood flowed down from his nose. On the other side, after Yang Kai took Mo Xiaoqi to a safe distance from Lan Sun, he felt the amazing softness of the 2 lumps on his chest. He could not help but blush a little as he patted Mo Xiaoqi's back. He said, all right, let's talk first before others see us make a fool of ourselves." Hearing this, Mo Xiaoqi realized that something was wrong and quickly jumped down from Yang Kai, blushing slightly as she said, "Big brother Yang, it's really you." Yang Kai chuckled and looked her up and down. "I haven't seen you in a few years, but you've grown up a lot." Mo Xiaoqi wrinkled her nose. She said, "Rogue." Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "I said I've grown up, what are you thinking?" Mo Xiaoqi looked at Yang Kai seriously and nodded. Big brother Yang has also become a lot stronger. When she left Maplewood City, Yang Kai was in the First Order Dao Source realm. Now they met again. Yang Kai was already in the Third Dao Source realm. Was a cultivator without a sect of his own and backing? Was extremely amazing. Mo Xiao Yang Kai's of the Beast sect was of the heaven of the sect. Of heaven of spirit of heaven was of a sect had a martial beast sect. Spirit chi cultivator had? To cultivate martial? Yang sect Yen Lu Yen and Zhang Ruo she also flew over. Mo Xiaoqi smiled. "When I first entered the Shattered Star Sea, I thought I would meet Big Brother Yang, but I couldn't find you even after 2 years. It wasn't until I met elder sister Lu Yen not long ago that I realized you were really here." Lu Yen knew Mo Xiaoqi. The 2 women had also met in Maplewood City, but Lu Yen was still an artifact spirit at that time. Although she was very different from her current self, her aura had not changed much. So when they met, Mo Xiaoqi quickly recognized her. Then they came to the source sea together. Yang Kai also knew what happened after that. Yang Kai glanced at Lan Sun quietly and said, "Xiaoqi, why are you fighting with Princess Lan Sun?" Mo Xiaoqi glared at them unhappily and snorted, "It's an old grudge." Yang Kai's face darkened. "How old are you two? What old grudge can there be?" Although Mo Xiaoqi and Lan Sun both had powerful cultivations in the Third Order Dao Source realm, they were really young, in their early 20s at most. Only the descendants of the great emperors could achieve such cultivation at such an age. Why not? When she went to Spirit Beast Island with Master Ming Yu as a guest, she snatched a very beautiful dress from me. That's it. Yang Kai's eyes widened. That's my favorite dress. Auntie Feng sewed it for me personally. I cried for many days because of it. Mo Xiaoqi cried aggrievedly. Yang Kai looked helpless, thinking that he really couldn't understand this little girl's mind. While they were talking, Lan Sun and Xiaochen slowly walked over. When they were not far away, Lan Sun looked at Mo Xiaoqi with a smile and asked, "Little sister Xiaoqi, do you want to continue?" Mo Xiaoqi glared at her and said, "If you want to fight, I'll keep you company. Who's afraid of you?" Lan Sun's beautiful eyes flashed as she smiled. It seems that little sister is not convinced. Mo Xiaoqi snorted, "You speak as if you won. You're really thick-skinned." Lan Sun said, "Isn't that so? Elder sister beat you by half a move." Mo Xiaoqi's face flushed red as she gritted her teeth. "You're older than me. When I'm your age, I will definitely not lose to you." The smile on Lan Sun's face suddenly disappeared as the temperature in the void seemed to drop sharply, chilling them to the bone. Yang Kai and Xiaochen shuddered at the same time, both realizing that the situation was not good. Although Mo Xiaoqi and Lan Sun were basically the same age, Lan Sun should be 2 or 3 years older. A 2 or 3 year difference was actually not that big of a deal, but the word old from Mo Xiaoqi undoubtedly touched Lan Sun's sensitive nerves. The two women, who had just stopped fighting, glared at each other as sparks seemed to fly in the void. A great battle seemed to be on the verge of breaking out. Yang Kai looked at Xiao Chen and kept winking at him. Xiao Chen sniffed, wiped the blood under his nostrils, and turned his gaze to the side. "Waste." Kai Yang cursed in his heart, but could only brace himself and stand up. Smiling, he said, all right, we've already fought. You two don't need to be so calculative. You two are childhood playmates. This friendship is very precious. Come, let's all shake hands, we're still good friends." "Who's good friends with her?" The two women gritted their teeth bitterly. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Kai Yang said, "Even if you're not good friends, you shouldn't fight. Girls should be reserved. If you use your hands and feet, it's not proper." Mo Xiaoqi pursed her lips, an unhappy expression on her face. Lan Sun's eyes suddenly lit up as she gently opened her red lips and said, "Brother Yang is right, Lan Sun was wrong. I shouldn't have been so calculative with little sister. Little sister Xiaoqi, don't be angry, elder sister will apologize to you." Mo Xiaoqi directly turned her head to the side, looking like she was unwilling to talk to her. Lan Sun didn't care and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "Brother Yang actually knows little sister Xiaoqi, this is really surprising. Little sister Xiaoqi lives in the Eastern Territory and even I have only met her once when I was a child. How did Brother Yang know her?" He didn't know why this girl was inquiring about this, but Yang Kai could feel a sharp glint in her eyes, so he could only laugh and say, "It's just a coincidence, nothing special." Mo Xiaoqi, on the other hand, glared at Lan Sun warily and said, "You old woman, don't tell me you've taken a fancy to my big brother Yang? Why are you asking so many questions?" As soon as this remark came out, Zhang Ruo, she couldn't help but cry out, covering her red lips with her little hand. Lan Sun also blushed slightly and frowned, but Lu Yin didn't seem to care. Lan Sun said, "Little girl, how dare you say anything without thinking?" Mo Xiaoqi made a face at her and said, "A straight foot is not afraid of a crooked shadow. Why are you so nervous?" Lan Sun was angry. She was just curious about how Yang Kai knew a person like Mo Xiaoqi, and the two of them seemed to be very close, but she didn't expect to be ridiculed by Emo Xiaoqi, so she couldn't take it anymore. Annoyed, she gritted her teeth and said, "Yes, elder sister has taken a fancy to your big brother Yang and is going to take him back to master so he can have a good son-in-law as soon as possible. Little sister, do you have any objections?" This time, it was Emo Xiaoqi's turn to be dumbfounded. She looked at Lan Sun in amazement, then at Yang Kai, and suddenly stomped her foot and said, "You bad woman, why do you always steal from me? When we were children, you stole my clothes and now you want to steal my big brother Yang." Saying so, she hugged Yang Kai's arm, ignoring the fact that her plump breasts were being squeezed by Yang Kai's arm, gritted her teeth, and said resolutely, "If you dare steal from me, I'll fight you." Lan Sun suddenly laughed and giggled. "That depends on which one your big brother Yang likes. Does he like an unreasonable little girl like you, or does he like a knowledgeable and understanding woman like elder sister?" While speaking, she used some kind of secret technique and her whole body exuded an extremely eye-catching aura. Xiao Chen swallowed his saliva as he watched from the side, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He wished he could pluck his eyes out and stick them on Lan Sun's body. Emo Xiaoqi's face flushed with anxiety as she hugged Yang Kai's arm tightly, as if she would not let go until the end of time, and said angrily, "What's so great about you? What's so great about you? Auntie Feng is a million times prettier than you." Senior 9 Phoenix? Lan Sun suddenly looked serious. Emo Xiaoqi raised her head and said proudly, "Yes, how can you compare to Auntie Feng?" With a snort, she said to Yang Kai, "Big brother Yang, don't pay attention to this old woman. If you like beautiful women, come to Spirit Beast Island someday, and I will introduce you to Auntie Feng." The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He didn't know how to respond at all. Lan Sun looked at Emo Xiaoqi in amazement. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she heard what she said. She knew that this girl lived on Spirit Beast Island all year round and was well protected by the master. She didn't even know about the matters between men and women. She cared so much about Yang Kai, but it was probably just an instinctive reaction to go against her. "Why am I competing with her?" Lan Sun suddenly felt bored and nodded. "Compared to Senior 9 Phoenix, I am naturally not as good." "Well, little sister Xiaoqi, you win this time." Emo Xiaoqi was overjoyed when she heard this and said happily, "You are not bad, although you are a little worse than me." Lan Sun shook her head with a wry smile. Chapter 2485. Would you like to go deeper and take a look? The source strength inside is extremely rich and pure. If you can absorb and refine it, it will be of great benefit to your future cultivation, Yang Kai quickly suggested when he saw that the atmosphere had eased. Lan Sun nodded and said, "I was just about to take a look. If Brother Yang doesn't mind, how about we go together?" Since she had said so, how could Yang Kai refuse? He could only nod and say, "It is an honor to be invited by the princess." Lan Sun smiled slightly and said, "Brother Yang, just call me Lan Sun the way you call little sister Xiaoqi. There is no need to mention the word princess, Tian." Last time in the Four Seasons realm, she had some contact with Yang Kai. At that time, she felt that this person was extremely extraordinary, and now it seemed that she was right. Although Yang Kai was now in the Third Order Dao Source realm and his cultivation was a little behind Xiao Chen and the others, Lan Sun had a feeling that Yang Kai's future achievements would definitely be much higher than Xiao Chen's. Unlike Emo Xiaoqi, who was inexperienced, Lan Sun had an extremely accurate eye for people. Immediately, the group headed towards the depths of the Source Sea together. Not long after flying, they suddenly heard a burst of exclamations in front of them. Immediately afterward, a dazzling light slowly rose from the Source Sea, as dazzling as a bright moon. Incomparably clear fluctuations of source strength spread out all of a sudden. "The source strength of the stars!" Xiao Chen exclaimed. Yang Kai's eyes also lit up as he shouted in a low voice, "It's the complete source strength of the stars." After entering the Shattered Star Sea for so long, although he had absorbed and refined a lot of source strength, Yang Kai had not seen the complete source strength of the stars yet. The source strength he had absorbed and refined in the past few years was all in fragments. Although it was also beneficial to him, It was undoubtedly much worse than the complete source strength of the stars. When he first came to the source sea, Yang Kai heard that there was a complete source strength of the stars in this source sea. He did not expect to see it now. As soon as this complete stars source appeared, even Lan Sun, the daughter of great emperors, breathed a little faster and her pretty face showed a fanatical look. It was obvious how attractive this thing was to a cultivator. However, before Yang Kai and the others could fight over anything, countless cultivators flew over from all directions and locked their gazes on the complete source of the stars. Chasing, competing, fighting, the scene suddenly became bloody. In just 5 breaths, more than 20 cultivators screamed as they fell from the sky into the source sea. 5 breaths later, the complete source of the stars suddenly disappeared. It was unknown who had snatched it away. The remaining people felt indignant and began to curse loudly. There really is a complete source of stars here. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh as he watched the scene from beginning to end. The Origin Sea is a very special place. How did it form and how did it contain so much origin energy? No one could say for sure. However, there has been a rumor about the Origin Sea since ancient times. Only a few people know about it. Lan Sun said with a solemn expression. What rumor? Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. She was the daughter of great emperors Mingyu, so there should be very few things in this world that she did not know. Yang Kai had always had doubts about the Origin Sea, so when he heard her mention it, he could not help but become interested. Xiaochen also cast an inquiring look at Lan Sun, obviously not knowing about the rumor about the Origin Sea. Lan Sun did not answer immediately. Instead, she turned to look at Mo Xiaoqi and said, "It's a rumor." Little sister Xiaoqi should have heard about it from the beast warrior master, right? Mo Xiaoqi's expression also became serious, which was rare for her. She nodded and said, "Before coming to the Shattered Star Sea, my father did tell me something. He said that the formation of the Origin Sea was directly related to the master who was besieged and fell here." What? Yang Kai and Xiaochen were both shocked. Although Mo Xiaoqi did not directly say who the fallen master was, her meaning was obvious. The heaven-devouring great emperor, the great emperors. Who else could it be but him? Lan Sun said, "Back then, the master was invincible in the star boundary, acting recklessly. He even broke through the world boundary barrier and went to the territory of low-level stars. Wherever he went, the territory of those stars was destroyed, and the star sources of those cultivation stars were devoured. The territory of more than a dozen large and small stars were destroyed in his hands alone, which shows how many star sources he had devoured. Later, during the Battle of Emperors in the Shattered Star Sea, he was killed here, but after his death, the star sources he had devoured strangely remained, forming this vast Origin Sea." "Is that so?" Xiao Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Yang Kai also turned pale when he heard this and asked in amazement, "So, the Origin Sea is actually the place where the master fell?" Lan Sun nodded. "You could say that, but the location of the Origin Sea is uncertain, and it doesn't appear every time, so no one knows where the master fell. However, the formation of the Origin Sea should be directly related to him. No wonder there is so much star sources, no wonder even complete star sources exist." Yang Kai sighed a few times, suddenly understanding the doubts that had been plaguing him for the past few days. He had been wondering how such a strange existence like the Origin Sea could form in such a dilapidated Shattered Star Sea, but after listening to Lan Sun's explanation, he understood what was going on. The heaven-devouring great emperor devoured countless star sources, but after his death, those star sources remained, and the Origin Sea appeared. In other words, everyone was enjoying the legacy of the heaven-devouring great emperors at this moment. Lan Sun smiled slightly and said, "It was precisely because of the tyrannical actions of the master that many world passages were sealed by the great divine technique by several masters. Masters in the star boundary can no longer go to low-level stars' territory at will. If not for this, the star sources would not be so rare today." Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat when he heard this and asked, "But why do I hear that there are still masters who can go to those low-level stars' territory?" When he was in the Hengluo star field, Yang Kai encountered a master who went down from the star boundary. Fortunately, Yang Yan was there at that time, and before that master could do anything, Yang Yan subdued him. Lan Sun nodded and said, "Although the world passages are sealed, it is not impossible to go to the low-level star's territory. I heard from my father, the master, that every star's territory has its own guardian. These guardians guard the entire star's territory and prevent the star's territory from being disturbed by powerful external forces. These guardians can enter and leave the star's territory they guard at will. If others want to enter, they can only find those extremely dangerous passages. However, these passages are extremely rare in the entire star boundary, and most of them cannot withstand too much power and can collapse at any time. If those people want to go down, they can only cut off their cultivation." Star's territory's guardian. Yang Kai's dusty memory was opened with Lan Sun's words. He had heard Yang Yan mention this term before. Yang Kai once thought that when he cultivated, he would become a guardian of the Heng Luo star field. He quickly asked, "How can one become a guardian of a star's territory?" Lan Sun shook her head and said, "I don't know. My father, the master, never mentioned it to me." After a pause, she looked at Yang Kai suspiciously and said, "Brother Yang, did you come from one of those stars' territory?" Yang Kai was so enthusiastic about this kind of thing, so it was inevitable that Lan Sun would think of something. Junior sister Lan is really smart. Yang Kai smiled slightly and did not deny it. "Is Brother Yang really a cultivator from one of those stars' territory?" Lan Sun was slightly surprised, and even Xiaochen could not help glancing at him. It was rumored that the cultivator who could come to the star boundary from a low-level star's territory all had heaven-defying aptitude and a bright future. They had always been the target of competition among the major forces. Although there were indeed many such people in the star boundary, compared to the native cultivator of the entire star boundary, the number of these people was still small. Lan Sun had only heard of them and had never seen them. No wonder Yang Kai's cultivation speed was so fast. It seems that the rumors are true, she thought to herself. While talking, the group had already reached the depths of the Source Sea. There were only a few people from the Emperor realm here, but now there were obviously many more people. Yang Kai took everyone to the island where he had landed before, only to find that the island was already full of people and there was no place to stay. Yang Kai's face could not help but darken. At this moment, a clear ripple of origin energy suddenly appeared from a certain location. "Another complete source strength of the stars has appeared," Xiaochen exclaimed in a low voice. Everyone looked over and saw that not far away, a ray of light was slowly rising from the bottom of the sea, forming a strange scene of a bright moon on the sea. Before the source chi had fully appeared, countless cultivators had already swarmed over. This was not the end. After the complete source strength appeared, another ray of light appeared in another place, followed by a third, a fourth. In an instant, the sea was densely packed with these dazzling bright moons. At a rough count, there were at least 100 of them, and more were appearing. So many! Xiao Chen's face was full of shock, but he was also extremely excited. Lan Sun, however, frowned and said with some unease, "There must be something wrong. Such a situation has never happened in the Source Sea." Yang Kai also had a bad feeling, but with so many complete source strengths in front of him, who would not be tempted? "Master!" Lu Yen called out in a low voice. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "Let's grab them first." While speaking, he greeted Lan Sun and said, "Junior sister Lan, let's split up." Lan Sun nodded and said, "Brother Yang, be careful." "You too." Yang Kai nodded, then led Mo Xiaoqi, Lu Yen, and Zhang Ruoxi to rush forward. The situation in the Source Sea was extremely chaotic, and people were dying at any time. In front of them, 4 or 5 people were fighting over the source strength of the stars. These people seemed to belong to different forces and were fighting fiercely for a while. However, no one was interested in the source strength of the stars. Yang Kai moved and arrived in front of the source strength. Under the star refining art, he directly absorbed the source strength of the stars and threw it into the sealed world bead. Chapter 2486. Broken star sources were already very difficult to refine and absorb, let alone complete star sources, so Yang Kai could only snatch them now and deal with them later when he had time. After succeeding, Yang Kai immediately teleported and disappeared. It was only then that the people who were fighting realized that the star sources of the stars had disappeared. Looking around, they couldn't see any trace of the thief at all. They immediately flew into a rage and cursed one after another. At this moment, Lu Yen, Zhang Ruoxi, and Mo Shaoqi had already rushed towards the other star sources of the stars. Mo Shaoqi no longer hid her strength. When she fought with Lan Sun earlier, she only used the secret technique she had learned and didn't even use half of her strength. Now that she wanted to compete for the star sources of the stars, she summoned an army of monster beasts with a wave of her hand. Silver-maned lion tiger beast, heaven-escaping bat beast, red fire qilin, blue eyes black scale flood dragon, all kinds of monster beasts surrounded her, their roars rising and falling one after another as they rushed forward aggressively, scaring the cultivators in front of them into dodging again and again. Lu Yan's white tiger heaven centipede was also released. Although it might be a little inferior to the real the Emperor realm, it wasn't something a Dao Source realm cultivator could compete with. The unique aura of the Emperor realm made countless cultivators tremble in fear. Although Zhang Ruoxi didn't have any powerful assistance, her aura was still extremely dense. What's more, she had used some kind of secret technique to suddenly exude an astonishing aura. This inexplicable aura gave off a strong sense of oppression that not only forced the nearby cultivators to retreat, even Mo Shaoqi's monster beasts were trembling. Mo Shaoqi glanced at Zhang Ruoxi suspiciously, shocked. As the daughter of martial beast, Mo Shaoqi was born with the ability to communicate with monster beast, so at this moment, she could clearly feel the panic and fear of her pet beasts. These pet beasts of hers all had extremely noble and pure bloodlines. Many of them had the bloodline of ancient holy spirits. Although their bloodlines were thin, they were still incomparable to the average monster beast. They were all personally handpicked by the martial beast. These pet beasts could even put up a fight against the Emperor realm. There would be no fear at all. However, after Zhang Ruoxi released her unique aura, these pet beasts trembled in fear, as if they were being suppressed by some innate force. Some of them even whimpered at Zhang Ruoxi. Mo Shaoqi was completely shocked, because these whimpers were obviously trying to please her. Sometimes, when she threw a tantrum and deliberately ignored her pet beasts, they would make such noises to make her pity them, thus gaining her attention. This was a tried and tested method. But now, his pet beasts wouldn't cower even in the face of the Emperor realm. He was actually trying to curry favor with an inconspicuous little girl. What was going on? Mo Shaoqi didn't pay much attention to Zhang Ruoxi before because the latter hadn't spoken much. She seemed to be an unknown person, but after such a commotion, Mo Shaoqi suddenly realized that Zhang Ruoxi seemed to be hiding some secret, and this secret was obviously related to Monster Beast. Her heart was full of doubts, but it was not convenient for her to ask, so she could only hide these doubts in her heart. She would find out in the future. Although the three women had different means, they were unstoppable when they joined forces. Wherever he passed, everyone retreated one after another. In a short while, they snatched a cluster of stars' source. Mo Shaoqi didn't know what the three of them discussed, but she put the star's source into her space ring with a smile. Yang Kai watched from the side for a while and felt that the three of them didn't need his attention, so he let go of his hands and feet to compete with others. At this moment, the source sea seemed to be boiling. Complete stars' sources were constantly rising from below, and countless cultivators were fighting for them. Yang Kai relied on his proficiency in the Tao of space to move erratically, and with the help of the star refining art, every time a new star source appeared, he could rush to the place immediately, snatch it, and run. Those cultivators who were preparing to compete for the star's sources didn't understand what was going on, but the sources had already disappeared. As time passed, Yang Kai galloped alone in the source sea, obtaining more and more stars' sources. His harvest alone was more than anyone else's. In such a chaotic place, speed was the most important thing, and he, who was proficient in the Tao of space and could teleport, undoubtedly had an advantage that no one else had. Half a day later, the number of stars' source sources appearing from below the source sea gradually decreased. Every time a source appeared, hundreds of cultivators rushed over. In such a situation, even Yang Kai couldn't perform well. After several attempts, he finally snatched a source from the crowd, leaving hundreds of cultivators to suspect and fight each other. After another half a day, the sea gradually calmed down. Everyone waited for a long time, but no more stars' source sources appeared. It seemed that all the complete stars' source sources had been snatched away. But the bloody battle was still going on. All the cultivator who had snatched the stars' source sources had become the target of others. For a time, screams rose one after another in the source sea, and the blood of countless elite cultivators spilled here, dyeing the source sea below red. Yang Kai's figure flickered a few times and found Lu Yen and the others above the chaotic source sea. Perhaps because they were afraid of the terrifying strength displayed by Lu Yen and the others, the three of them were safe and sound, and no one paid them any attention. After seeing Yang Kai, Mo Xiaoqi immediately greeted him with a smile and called out, Big Brother Yang, we got a lot of source sources." As soon as these words came out, countless burning gazes were cast on them from all directions. Thousands of cultivator had gathered in the source sea now, but in comparison, only a small number of people had obtained stars' source sources. Most of them had not even seen the complete stars' source sources. So Mo Xiaoqi's words had undoubtedly touched the sensitive nerves of these people. Mo Xiaoqi obviously knew that she had said something wrong, so she couldn't help sticking out her tongue. Yang Kai glanced around and snorted coldly. He pushed his aura without reservation, and with a bang, the void seemed to tremble. The faces of the cultivator who was eyeing Mo Xiaoqi changed. They weighed their own strength and looked at Yang Kai's lineup before reluctantly withdrawing their gazes. Only then did Mo Xiaoqi whisper, "Each of us got 2 or 3 star source sources." She had an excited expression on her face, while Zhang Ruoxi and Lu Yan's faces were also flushed. Obviously, they were very satisfied with their harvest. Not bad, not bad. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Each of them had obtained 2 or 3 star source sources. In other words, the 3 of them had snatched at least 7 or 8 star source sources in total. Such a harvest was already very rich. If they could find time to refine them, it would be of great help to their future growth. But in comparison, Yang Kai's harvest was even greater. Although he did not count it in detail, he had snatched at least 30 stars source sources. A cultivation star would only give birth to 1 source. More than 30 star source sources meant that there were 30 cultivation stars in total. And the number of stars source sources that appeared in the entire source sea in just one day was more than 300 to 400. In other words, the heaven-devouring great emperors had devoured at least 300 to 400 cultivation stars in the past to leave behind such a rich legacy after death. This kind of behavior, this kind of way of doing things, simply could not be described as heartless. "We can't stay here for long. Since there are no more stars source sources, we'd better leave first." Yang Kai glanced around and said with a frown. Mo Xiaoqi said, "I'll follow Big Brother Yang." Yang Kai nodded. Just as he was about to lead them away from this troublesome place, a strange movement suddenly came from the source sea below. The crimson seawater seemed to be attracted by something and began to slowly rotate. After a while, the entire source sea began to rotate. A subtle pulling force came, causing the faces of all the cultivator above the source sea to change. Looking over, a series of gasps could be heard. At the center of the source sea, a huge whirlpool gradually formed, and as the source sea rotated, the crimson seawater continued to pour into the whirlpool before disappearing without a trace. The vortex seemed to be able to devour the void, causing everyone who saw this scene to feel their scalps tingle and their bodies turn cold. The seawater poured in faster and more violently. In just a few breaths, the size of the source sea had shrunk by more than half. After a while, the entire source sea disappeared. The seawater that originally filled the void disappeared, leaving only a black hole-like existence in the center. Through the black hole, a skeleton could be vaguely seen sitting cross-legged inside. It was extremely pale, and it was obvious that this skeleton had been dead for many years. It would be fine if that was all, but there was a remnant of a space ring on one of the fingers of the skeleton. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. Pairs of fiery eyes stared at the space ring like locusts. Asterisk gulp gulp. Asterisk swallowing sounds could be heard. What's with this skeleton? Who died here? It looks like this person has been dead for at least tens of thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years. The Battle of Emperors happened tens of thousands of years ago. A total of 5 great emperors fell in that battle. This is the skeleton of the great emperors. That ring, it's the space ring of the great emperors. The cultivator continued to gather near the black hole. In a short while, there was a sea of people around, and bursts of discussion could be heard from all directions. Most of them were guessing which great emperors left this skeleton behind. Yang Kai, however, felt a chill in his heart. He had heard from Lan Sun that the Source Sea was the place where the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor fell. Now that he saw a skeleton left behind tens of thousands of years ago, he could not help but speculate. Shao Qi. Yang Kai called out softly and cast an inquiring look at her. Mo Xiaoqi's face turned slightly pale as she said nervously and excitedly, "I'm afraid this is really the skeleton of that master." Chapter 2487. Hearing Mo Xiaoqi's words, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Although he knew that this was not a good place to stay for long, he was reluctant to move his legs. He had gained enough benefits in the Shattered Star Sea, but when he heard that this skeleton might be the corpse of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, he could not help but feel a little greedy. Even he was like this, let alone the other cultivator. The space ring worn on the skeleton's finger had attracted everyone's attention. "Get out of my way, trash!" A low roar suddenly rang out as a long spear appeared out of nowhere, piercing through the void and heading straight for the crowd. The invincible spear intent covered a large area, and all the cultivator who sensed this spear intent turned pale and retreated one after another. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk the long spear moved back and forth leisurely, directly clearing an extremely spacious area on one side of the black hole. Most of the cultivator had already run away when they saw that the situation was not good, but there were still a few who reacted slower and were swept by the long spear, exploding into a cloud of blood mist before they could even scream. Yang Kai's face darkened slightly as he looked over and saw a man standing there with a spear, looking majestic and insufferably awe-inspiring. This man was tall and heroic, with extremely clear fluctuations of emperor intent lingering around his body. "It's this guy." Yang Kai recognized this person at once. It was the young man with a spear he met in the depths of the Source Sea last time. "Liang Qiu, you bastard, what's wrong with you? Fuck your grandfather. How dare you kill my junior brother, I'll kill you." The cultivator who had been forced to retreat shouted. Looking at the young man in the martial arts suit, some of the people who recognized him already called out his name. There were also people who shouted that they would take revenge for their junior brother, but they were only shouting, they didn't dare to actually go forward. The other party's cultivation was in the emperor realm, so wouldn't they be courting death if they went up against him? Liang Qiu snorted coldly, rested the long spear on his shoulder, and said arrogantly, "What? Not convinced? Whoever is not convinced, I'll beat them until they're convinced." He swept an imposing glance over them. All the cultivators who looked at him could not help but look away. Only then did Liang Qiu spit to the side and said disdainfully, "A bunch of trash, how dare you covet the treasures of the great emperors? You really don't know what you're talking about. If you don't want to die so early, quickly scram." "Liang Qiu, don't be too arrogant. Even your 100 barbarian mountain can dominate the Western territory. You dare to be so arrogant in the Shattered Star Sea? Do you really think that everyone in this world is afraid of you?" A shout came from somewhere in the crowd. It was hard to tell who was sowing discord in the dark. However, this person was clearly afraid of Liang Qiu and the strength of the 100 barbarian mountain behind him, so he didn't dare to reprimand Liang Qiu directly, lest Liang Qiu settle the score with him in the future. Liang Qiu sneered softly, "In the Shattered Star Sea. With so many heroes gathered, my 100 barbarian mountain alone is naturally unable to become an enemy of the entire star territory." He raised an eyebrow and snorted, What if we include these friends? As soon as his voice fell, 7 or 8 people stood out from all directions and came to Liang Qiu's side. Hiss! There was a burst of gasps, and everyone couldn't help but take a few steps back with a look of horror on their faces. Because the 7 or 8 people who stood out were all from the Emperor realm. Moreover, each of them had a strong aura. At first glance, one could tell that they were not to be trifled with. Yang Kai frowned slightly. Glancing around, he found that he knew most of the 7 or 8 people from the Emperor realm. Qi Ge, Hyoji, Wu Chang, and the fat man he had seen in the Source Sea before were naturally among them. Although Yang Kai didn't know the rest, they were undoubtedly the elite disciples of the major sects in the star boundary who had obtained opportunities in the Shattered Star Sea and advanced to the Emperor realm. These people gathered together, although not many in number, had a strong deterrent force because they were from the Emperor realm. You're bullying the weak. Someone shouted angrily. Yes, treasures belong to those who are fated to obtain them. What right do you have to drive us away? We're not leaving. Kill us all if you dare. Don't be afraid of them, there are only a few of them. We have thousands of people. Martial artists of our generation should advance courageously and never back down. Shouts came one after another. Obviously, these cultivators were unwilling to retreat. Even if they were facing 7 or 8 people from the Emperor realm, they still wanted to stay here and see if there was a chance to obtain the skeleton space ring. If they were really fated to obtain the space ring, it was very likely that they would be able to make a comeback and soar to the 9th heaven. Such an opportunity was rare and was definitely worth the risk. Since you're not retreating, then die. Hyoji suddenly said faintly. He opened his hand and black chi suddenly filled the surface of his body. Accompanied by a burst of frightening wails, black chi shot out of his body like living creatures. As soon as the black chi left his body, it turned into ferocious-looking things that bared their fangs and claws at the surrounding cultivators. None of these cultivators were weak. Those who could enter the Shattered Star Sea were at least from the First Order Dao Source realm, and after nearly 3 years of experience, each of them had made great progress. So when they saw Hyoji take action, they were naturally unwilling to just sit and wait for death and began to resist. For a time, the light of artifacts and secret techniques shone brightly. But what was extremely strange was that all the attacks didn't have much effect on those evil spirits. Only a few people relied on their shocking cultivations and deep foundations to block the black chi, while the others had the black chi invade their bodies as soon as they came face to face with it. In the blink of an eye, they went crazy, their eyes wide open as if they had seen something extremely terrifying, and they shouted and screamed endlessly. A moment later, these shouting cultivators fell on their backs, bleeding from their 7 orifices and their auras cut off. As soon as Hyoji took action, he directly took the lives of hundreds of cultivators, and from the looks of it, he seemed to be just testing his skills and hadn't used much strength. Everyone was aghast. If it was someone else who took action, they would have dared to curse a few times and take advantage of the situation to encourage others to fight back. But who was Hyoji? He was the son of the great emperors of Serene Soul. Cursing him in front of his face was the same as cursing the great emperors of Serene Soul. Who would dare to do that? Let the lone fight back. For a time, all the cultivators retreated in horror. Liang Qiu coldly snorted, I gave you a chance, but you didn't want to leave and just had to suffer a little. What a bunch of wretches. Many cultivators were scolded with ugly expressions. Anger surged in their hearts, but they didn't dare to refute. Hyoji's action directly caused everyone to retreat dozens of meters, leaving only a few people around the black hole. Qi Gui, who had long fiery red hair and looked wild and unruly, chuckled and said, There are still some blind fellows who stayed. Are they not going to cry until they see the coffin? Liang Qiu snorted, Since they dare to stay, they naturally think they have the ability. Since they have the ability, they can't blame others if they are killed by me. While speaking, his pair of hawk-like eyes looked around with a malicious look, as if he was looking for someone to kill as an example to others. After looking for a while, he was slightly stunned and said, Damn, they are all really capable people. He gloomily found that the cultivators who stayed here were basically from the Emperor realm or were protected by the Emperor realm. Although he was strong, he didn't want to have any conflicts with the Emperor realm. After all, his realm was not stable yet, and if he suffered a little injury, his realm might slip. Yang Kai also took the opportunity to take a glance. Soon, his eyes lit up and he looked in one direction. Because he saw Xianxia of Azure Sun Temple over there. More than a month ago, when he came to the Source Sea, he met Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao. From them, Yang Kai learned that Xianxia was advancing to the Emperor realm, but he didn't know where. Now, he saw him, and Xiaoxiang's aura was so strong that it was obvious that he had broken through to the Emperor realm. Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao stood next to Xianxia. When there were many people before, Yang Kai didn't notice them, but now that most people had retreated, Xianxia and the others were extremely conspicuous. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's gaze, Xianxia and the other two also looked over. When their eyes met, Xianxia grinned, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Murong Xiao and Xiao Baiyi also nodded slightly at Yang Kai, but in this situation, it was not appropriate for them to greet him. In the Southern Territory, in addition to the three from Azure Sun Temple, Xiao Chen and Princess Lan Sun were among the cultivators left behind. Xiao Chen was now also in the Emperor realm, and Princess Lan Sun's identity was extraordinary, so the two of them were not afraid of Hyoji and his group. Yang Kai, however, did not see Zhuangbu Fan of Orthodoxy Temple or Luo Yuan of Octagonal Door. Both of them were elites among elites in the Southern Territory. Their performance in the Four Seasons realm was extraordinary, so Yang Kai did not know why they did not come to the Source Sea. However, with their aptitude, even if they did not come to the Source Sea, their future achievements would not be too low. This was especially true for Luo Yuan. Octagonal Door was just a small sect in the Southern Territory, and was even inferior to Thousand Leaves sect. However, Luo Yuan, who came from this small sect, had heaven-defying aptitude. He was able to fight evenly with Wu Chang in the Four Seasons realm. Now that Wu Chang was an Emperor realm master, Luo Yuan was not far behind. There were not many people left behind, either alone or in groups of 2 or 3. There were only a dozen or so people in total. Except for those from the Southern Territory, Yang Kai did not know the others. He also did not see Ziyu from Ice Heart Valley in the Northern Territory or Lan He from Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Eastern Territory. Big Brother Yang. Just as Yang Kai was looking around, Mo Xiaoqi suddenly poked Yang Kai and whispered, "Look, it's that old swindler." What? Yang Kai was stunned and looked in the direction of her finger. In the next moment, his eyes widened as he stared at the person in front of him with a look of disbelief. "This? Am I seeing things?" While speaking, he rubbed his eyes hard. "Big Brother Yang, don't tell me you don't remember this old swindler?" Mo Xiaoqi could not help asking in a low voice when she saw his strange reaction. "I remember, of course I remember." Yang Kai nodded quickly, slightly absent-minded, but why is he here? Chapter 2488. There was only one person who would be called an old swindler by Mo Xiaoqi. It was an old man who had cheated her of source crystals in Maplewood City. This old man had been in the black market of Maplewood City all year round and had mastered the art of swindling. When the Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda opened, this old swindler had also entered and sold his so-called ancestral 9 Revolutions soul restoration pill to many cultivator. As an emperor-grade alchemist, Yang Kai had never heard of the 9 Revolutions soul restoration pill. Later, Yang Kai had also dealt with this old swindler several times. The most recent time was when Maplewood City was surrounded by the demonic Qi. This old swindler had come from the nearby forest city to ask for help. This old man gave Yang Kai a very strange feeling. There was something strange about him everywhere. Kai Yang had always felt that this old man was hiding some kind of secret, but this old man came and went without a trace, like a dragon showing its head but not its tail. Even if Kai Yang wanted to investigate, it was impossible. As time passed, Yang Kai gradually forgot about this old man. He never thought that he would see him again in this Source Sea. But this time, the old swindler's image was very different from before. In the past, this old swindler's clothes were ragged, his hair was dry and yellow, and his mouth was full of disgusting yellow teeth. But now, this old fellow's clothes were bright, and his hair was combed well. He wore a black robe, and coupled with his benevolent appearance and gentle gaze, he actually gave off an otherworldly aura. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He never thought that a person could change so much. He also didn't know where this old swindler had made his fortune in the past few years. His face was glowing with health and vigor. What shocked Yang Kai even more was that this old swindler had already reached the third order Dao source realm, which was comparable to him. Yang Kai couldn't believe this discovery. When he was in Maplewood City, this old man was just an origin king. How could he have such a powerful cultivation in just a few years? How could his talent be so heaven-defying? If that was really the case, why did it suddenly erupt when he was old? If his aptitude was really so great, he should have revealed it when he was young. Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the old man was strange. As he thought about it, Yang Kai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as he realized a problem that he had overlooked. When Yang Kai was looking around earlier, he didn't know why he hadn't found Yang Kai's figure until Emo Xiaoqi reminded him. Or rather, he saw it. However, he didn't realize that it was someone he knew. Yang Kai found it inconceivable that such a situation would happen to him. Just when Yang Kai was wondering who this old swindler was, a loud shout suddenly came from the other side. "It's you again, you brat!" Yang Kai turned his head and saw Liang Qiu from the 100 Barbarian Mountain in the Western Territory glaring at him. He laughed coldly and said, "Where's your big cousin? He didn't come with you?" "Big cousin has something to do, so he left first." Yang Kai said casually, "Why are you looking for him?" Liang Qiu snorted, "Father has nothing to do with him." "But you have something to do with him." Yang Kai asked curiously, "What could possibly happen to me?" Liang Qiu said, "Boy, don't think that you can disregard all the masters in the world just because you have some ability." This young master was in a hurry to refine and absorb the source energy, so he didn't want to lower himself to your level. Now that you dare to appear here, don't blame this young master for being impolite. While speaking, he shook his spear and pointed it directly at Yang Kai. Spear intent suddenly spread out. Yang Kai sneered in his heart, knowing that this guy couldn't find the right person to attack. He could only find a pushover like him to make an example out of him. Yang Kai didn't show any fear and just looked at Liang Qiu indifferently. "Why are you pointing your spear at me? Are you going to attack me?" Liang Qiu said angrily, "Boy, you already know the answer. This young master sees that you have good aptitude and cultivation is not easy, so I'll give you a chance. Now, take your female companions and get out of here. Otherwise, you will lose face later, and don't even think about raising your head in front of these beauties for the rest of your life." While he was shouting, he was also cursing in his heart. Because at this moment, Kai Yang was surrounded by a group of beautiful women, and even a 7 or 8-year-old girl. It really made him envious, jealous, and hateful. You want to bully the weak with numbers? This young master is not afraid of you. If you have the guts, come and fight me. Let's see who will be the one to lose face later. Yang Kai resisted Liang Qiu's power and shouted righteously, "You want this young master to leave? Dream on. We cultivators would rather die standing than live kneeling." "Well said, little brother, we support you." "Little brother, don't be afraid of him. If he dares to attack you, we will go up and fight him. Yes, we are all your backup. Don't be afraid of him." The group of cultivator who had been driven away in the distance shouted. It was unknown whether they were jeering or really cheering for Yang Kai, but it was probably the former. No matter what Yang Kai's background was or what ability he had, he dared to resist Liang Qiu's atrocities, which was naturally inspiring and extremely encouraging. As for whether Yang Kai would live or die in the end, it was not something they cared about. Liang Qiu's face was gloomy and his nose was crooked from anger. He felt embarrassed in front of everyone and shouted angrily, "Well, since you have such backbone, this young master will grant you your wish." His long spear shook and a burst of light burst out. Wrapped in the light, he stabbed towards Yang Kai like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the void as if he had come from ancient times. Xiaxing's face changed slightly. He had now broken through to the Emperor realm, so he could naturally feel the ferocity of Liang Qiu's move. Even he himself was not 100% sure that he could take it. Not to mention Yang Kai, who was only in the Dao Source realm. Moreover, Yang Kai had several female companions around him. Under this blow, Yang Kai would either die or be injured. In a flash, he was about to save him. But before he could do anything, Yang Kai had already flashed and charged towards Liang Qiu instead of retreating. The distance between the two quickly narrowed. A look of astonishment flashed across Liang Qiu's eyes as he did not know what Yang Kai was doing. Big brother Yang. Mo Shaoqi was startled and hurriedly shouted, "Don't be reckless." Zhang Ruoxi's face turned pale and her body fell limply. Lu Yen raised his hand to support her with an indifferent expression. Only she was full of confidence in Yang Kai. She did not think that Yang Kai was worse than those from the Emperor realm. Since Yang Kai dared to rush over like this, he must have something to rely on. Seeing that Yang Kai and Liang Qiu were about to collide, Mo Shaoqi immediately shouted at the top of her lungs, "If you dare to hurt my big brother Yang, I will ask my father to slaughter your entire 100 barbarian mountain." Mo Shaoqi, who had always been docile, suddenly burst out with an unimaginable hostility. Her exposed skin was instantly covered with beast marks, making her look extremely wild. Liang Qiu laughed and said, "Where did this little girl come from? How dare you boast so shamelessly before your hair is even fully grown? So what if this young master kills your big brother Yang today?" As the chief disciple of the Western Territory's 100 Barbarian Mountain, he was very proud of himself. Among his peers, very few could enter his eyes. Mo Shaoqi's threat was like a breeze to him. It was nothing at all. Not only did he not fear her, he became even more ruthless. The tip of the spear was shining brightly with murderous intent. Yang Kai shouted angrily, "Eat my overlord fist!" While speaking, he threw a punch at Liang Qiu's spear. Is this boy crazy? He dares to fight against Liang Qiu's spear artifact with his flesh and blood? He's courting death. It's over, it's over. I'm afraid there won't be anything left of him this time. How pitiful. He thinks he has some ability, but he is so arrogant. He is destined to have a miserable end. Junior brother, you must remember, in the future, when you walk the star boundary, you must never be like this person. We are men, we must know when to yield and when not to. Big brother is right, junior brother will remember. The cultivator, who had shouted in support of Yang Kai and was his strong backup, not only did not help, but also sighed in place, thinking that Yang Kai was doomed. Not only did they think so, even those from the Emperor realm thought that Yang Kai was doomed. After all, no matter how strong his flesh and blood was, how could he compete with an artifact head-on? Liang Qiu's spear was a Dao Source grade high-rank artifact and was extremely sharp. Coupled with his current powerful cultivation in the Emperor realm, he could even shatter a mountain with a single strike of his spear, let alone Yang Kai's body. Xiaxing was anxious, but he had no chance to help because Yang Kai and Liang Qiu were too fast. There was no time for him to make a move. Ridiculous. Hyoji coldly snorted and turned his gaze away. He was too lazy to pay attention to a person who was about to die. On the other hand, Mo Shaoqi, who was in an abnormal state, made him narrow his eyes slightly as an uneasy feeling suddenly welled up in him. Boy, even if you want to die, you can't do this. Liang Qiu looked in the direction of Yang Kai in a daze and muttered. Although he was provoked by Mo Shaoqi's words and really wanted to kill Yang Kai, seeing Yang Kai's determined posture, he could not help but hold back a little. Hong. There was a loud explosion as a bright light engulfed Yang Kai and Liang Qiu, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Liang Qiu, who thought that victory was in his grasp, suddenly widened his eyes and shook his spear fiercely, creating a series of spear flowers that suddenly covered a large area in front of him. Peng peng peng. The fist shadows that filled the sky also burst out, colliding with the countless spear shadows. Liang Qiu cursed angrily as his face suddenly turned solemn. He desperately urged his source qi, but he still felt a huge force coming from the front and could not help but retreat more than 100 meters. Another figure also retreated quickly at the same time. By the time the dust settled, everyone in the void was staring with their eyes wide open. The scene of Xianxia being blown to pieces as they imagined did not happen because Xianxia was fine at the moment. Except for the bloody flesh on his fist, there were no other injuries. The wound on his fist had also healed in an extremely short amount of time. Chapter 2489. Silence, a ghostly silence. Walla the entire void burst into an uproar. Everyone was shocked and their eyes glazed over. Was that Dao Source Realm young man really fine after taking Liang Qiu's fierce blow? Wow, it can't be, right? He blocked it? My eyes have been blinded by your brilliance. Is he really a Dao Source Realm cultivator? Did he hide his cultivation? Liang Qiu, you've lost a lot of face this time. Liang Qiu only felt his hand go numb, his whole body go cold, and he felt dizzy in his head. He glanced at his spear in a daze, then looked at Xianxia and said with difficulty, "Boy, are you human?" There was a hint of horror in his voice. Obviously, he still couldn't believe that Xianxia could really fight back with his fist. How could he do such a thing? And he was a Dao Source Realm cultivator. I don't like what you're saying. If I'm not a human, am I a ghost? Xianxia snorted coldly. The people of the Emperor Realm around also looked at Xianxia again at this moment, as if they wanted to know him again. A Dao Source Realm cultivator could fight against the Emperor Realm. They had never even heard of such a thing. Even they couldn't do what Xianxia did when they were in the Third Order Dao Source Realm. How strong was this boy's physical body? He could actually fight head-on with Liang Qiu's spear, and the speed of his recovery was a bit too amazing. Previously, his fist was clearly a bloody mess, but in the blink of an eye, it was as good as new. Moreover, the blood flowing out of this kid's body was not red, but a pale gold color. That blood contained an unimaginable vitality and blood energy fluctuation. Hyoji's eyes trembled slightly. For a long time, as the son of the great emperors, he felt that he was superior and didn't put any cultivator of the same generation in his eyes. Because whether it was aptitude, strength, or background, no one in this world could surpass him. When Liang Qiu attacked earlier, he also thought that Xianxia would definitely die, so he didn't pay much attention to him. But now, he found that he was very wrong. There might be people in this world who couldn't surpass him in terms of background, but in terms of aptitude, in terms of strength among cultivators of the same level, he definitely couldn't look down on them. This Dao Source Realm young man in front of him was the best example. You are really weird. Liang Qiu looked at Xianxia seriously for a while, then shook his head and said. Xianxia snorted, "Do you want to come again? If you do, this young master will accompany you to the end." No. Liang Qiu shook his head like a rattledrum. "You have the right to stay here." The reason why he attacked Xianxia earlier was because his cultivation wasn't at the Emperor Realm. Everyone who remained here was either from the Emperor Realm or had companions from the Emperor Realm. Only Xianxia's group of Dao Source Realm cultivators stood out. Naturally, he wanted to teach Xianxia a lesson. It was a good show for those who had been driven away, to let them know the serious consequences of staying here without strength. Who would have thought that it would fail? Instead, he was shocked by Xianxia. If they continued to fight and he won, it would be an unfair victory, but if he lost, he would no longer have the face to walk the star boundary in the future. Liang Qiu had no confidence in defeating Xianxia at all. "Thank you for letting me win." Xianxia cupped his fists casually. At this moment, Lu Yan suddenly shouted, "Master, there's something wrong with little sister Xiaoqi." Xianxia hurriedly turned his head to look. He saw Imo Xiaoqi's beautiful eyes glowing with a bone-chilling light, her gaze extremely sharp. An amazing aura spread out from her tender body. This aura was somewhat similar to the mountains and rivers' bell, as if it came from the ancient wilderness. Everyone who sensed this aura had a slight change in expression. Because no matter what it was, it would become extraordinary when it was related to the word ancient wilderness. At this moment, Imo Xiaoqi was staring straight at Liang Qiu, her murderous intent so thick that it was almost tangible, causing the space around her to sizzle. Her sharp eyes suddenly became indifferent, as if she was looking down on the world with indifference and disdain, making anyone who looked at her tremble in fear. At the same time, the ugly butterfly mark on her cheek fluttered as if it was alive, flapping its wings as if it wanted to fly away. As the butterfly wings flapped, an extremely violent aura spread out, making everyone feel suffocated, as if a mountain was pressing down on their chests. What's going on? Yang Kai was shocked. He didn't know why Mo Xiaoqi suddenly showed such an abnormality. There were no signs at all before, and he only noticed it when he heard Lu Yan's shout. Not good. Princess Lan Sun, who was standing not far away, turned pale as she looked at Mo Xiaoqi with trembling eyes and exclaimed, "Good heavens!" Liang Qiu couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on his head as he said with a guilty conscience, "Why is this girl looking at me like she wants to eat me?" Even though he had advanced to the Emperor realm, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle and his hands and feet go cold from Mo Xiaoqi's stare. A feeling of impending death lingered in his heart, making him nervous. "It's all because you want to deal with her big brother Yang." Lan Sun shouted, gritting her teeth. "Xiaoqi must have thought that big brother Yang would be killed by you, so she became like this in a hurry." Liang Qiu swallowed his saliva and said, "It's none of my business. That little brat rushed over himself, so even if he dies, he can't blame anyone. Speaking of which, where did this little girl come from? She was so boastful before, saying that she would slaughter my 100 barbarian mountain. What a joke!" Although he was smiling, his smile was extremely stiff, and it was obvious that he was frightened. Mo Xiaoqi suddenly seemed to have become a different person, and the aura she was exuding was so amazing. Obviously, she had a great background, but he didn't know where she came from. Lan Sun glared at him bitterly and said word by word, "Her surname is Mo, and she comes from the Eastern Territory." Eastern Territory? Liang Qiu's expression changed slightly when he heard this. After muttering to himself, he suddenly understood something and exclaimed in horror, "No way could she be that master's. It's good that you understand." Lan Sun replied angrily. At this moment, she was so anxious that she felt dizzy and even the tip of her nose was covered in sweat. She looked at Mo Xiaoqi anxiously and kept calling her softly while talking to Liang Qiu, but to no avail. "Brother Hyoji, you're so mean." Liang Qiu looked at Hyoji with a sad face. "You're both from the Eastern Territory, so why didn't you warn me?" Hyoji was the son of the great emperors of Serene Soul, and Mo Xiaoqi was the daughter of Martial Beast. The two great emperors both lived in the Eastern Territory, so Liang Qiu didn't believe that Hyoji didn't know Mo Xiaoqi, but this guy didn't say anything before and just let him ridicule Mo Xiaoqi. Remembering that he had said before that Mo Xiaoqi's hair was not even fully grown, Liang Qiu suddenly broke out in cold sweat. If these words were to reach Martial Beast's ears, he would definitely be skinned alive. If he had known that Martial Beast's daughter was in Yang Kai's camp, how could he have done such a stupid thing? Hyoji said lightly, "Although we are both from the Eastern Territory, I have never seen her, so how could I warn you?" He really didn't seem to know Mo Xiaoqi, but he knew Lan Sun. With Lan Sun's identity, it was naturally impossible for her to lie. Lan Sun called out for a while, but when she found that Mo Xiaoqi still didn't respond, she couldn't help but stomp her feet and say, "Liang Qiu, if anything happens to Xiaoqi, your 100 barbarian mountain will definitely be slaughtered." Liang Qiu's face changed, and his mood sank to the bottom. Mo Xiaoqi had said the same thing before, but he didn't take it seriously, but now that Lan Sun said it again, he had no choice but to take it seriously. It was just that, this matter really had nothing to do with him. Liang Qiu felt wronged. "Junior sister Lan, what's wrong with Xiaoqi?" Yang Kai observed for a while from the side, but he still couldn't figure out what was happening to Mo Xiaoqi. He only knew that her aura was getting more and more amazing, and the butterfly mark on her cheek was becoming more and more vivid. Moreover, the mark had already flown out of her cheek and was constantly fluttering around her delicate body. With the passage of time, the pitch-black butterfly rapidly changed. It was now the size of a person and looked extremely strange. Lan Sun said, "Little sister Xiaoqi has unlocked the Divine Soul Seal." Divine Soul Seal? A group of people looked at her curiously, wanting to know what was going on. In his early years, the martial beast master accidentally obtained the soul of an ancient divine spirit, the heavenly illusion butterfly. The heavenly illusion butterfly's physical body had been lost, and only its soul remained intact. After experiencing the vicissitudes of the flowing time Great Emperor, it was extremely weak. The martial beast master signed a soul contract with it and sealed the heavenly illusion butterfly in little sister Xiaoqi's body when she was 3 years old, so that the heavenly illusion butterfly's soul could protect little sister Xiaoqi before she grew up. As a price, the heavenly illusion butterfly's soul could devour a little of little sister Xiaoqi's soul to survive. This is the divine soul seal. The soul of an ancient divine spirit. Xianxia gasped. The rest of the people's faces also changed drastically. Ancient divine spirits had always been legends, and the number of people present who had seen them with their own eyes could be counted on one hand. But now, in this void, the soul of an ancient divine spirit had appeared, and it was sealed in a person's body. No one knew how strong this soul was, but inferring from the commotion caused when it was unsealed, its strength was not something these people present could contend with. And to be able to seal this soul into his daughter's body and let it protect Mo Xiaoqi's growth, what kind of amazing cultivation did the martial beast have? Only at the most dangerous time will little Qi unlock the seal. This should be the first time she has unlocked it, so she can't control it at all. When Lan Xun said this, she glanced at Yang Kai, intentionally or unintentionally, with a hint of blame in her voice. She was also shocked in her heart. Previously, Mo Xiaoqi had shown great concern for Yang Kai, so she thought this little girl was simply acting against her, but now she knew that she really cared about Yang Kai, otherwise, she would not have unlocked her seal. She probably thought that Yang Kai was dead for sure, so she unlocked the seal to avenge Yang Kai, but how could she have known that Yang Kai was unscathed while she herself had lost consciousness and was being controlled by the heavenly illusion butterfly's soul? Chapter 2490. What's so powerful about this heavenly illusion butterfly? Can we join forces to suppress it? Liang Qiu asked nervously while wiping his sweat. Lan Xun sneered. Among the ancient divine spirits, the heavenly illusion butterfly's attack power is the weakest. It can't even compare to an ordinary 10th order monster beast. Really? Liang Qiu was overjoyed when he heard this. If it couldn't even compare to an ordinary 10th order monster beast, then what was there to be afraid of? With so many powerhouses present, any one of them could suppress it. Lan Xun continued, but it is naturally proficient in illusions. When it appears in its complete form, it can turn the universe upside down. Even the great emperors would find it difficult to guard against its illusions. Which ancient divine spirit is easy to deal with? Liang Qiu said with a dark face, I think I should run away. This little girl keeps staring at me, making this young master's hair stand on end. Run away? Lan Xun looked at him coldly. Where can you run to? Xiaoqi has already identified you at this moment. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you will still die. If I don't run away, am I supposed to wait for death? Liang Qiu said angrily. Lan Xun said, if you don't run away, you will be the only one to die. If you run away, everyone present will suffer first. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. Xia Xing exclaimed, Princess Lan Xun, are you serious? Lan Xun said, don't be fooled by the heavenly illusion butterfly's beautiful figure. Among the ancient divine spirits, it is also the kind that kills by nature. Then what should we do now? Hyoji asked. Although he was the son of the great emperors, he really didn't know much about the divine spirit seal. He didn't know why Lan Xun knew about this. Lan Xun was silent for a moment, then said, there may be a way to stabilize the situation. As she said this, she turned her beautiful eyes to Liang Qiu. Liang Qiu frowned. What are you looking at me for? Although her becoming like this has something to do with me, it doesn't matter much, right? Moreover, I don't have the ability to reseal the divine spirit soul. Lan Xun smiled faintly. You don't need to reseal it. Xiaoqi just wants you to die. If you die, maybe her emotions will calm down by themselves. You want me to die? Liang Qiu was horrified and couldn't help but take a few steps back. He stared at Lan Sun and asked, "You want me to die? Why do you want me dead?" Lan Sun snorted, "This is the only way I can think of." Liang Qiu said angrily, "A wasp's stinger. A viper's mouth and fangs are not poisonous, but a woman's heart is the most poisonous." Lan Sun's proposal was naturally unacceptable to Yang Kai. It was not easy for him to advance to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea, so how could he die so easily? "Brat, watch your words," Xiao Chen shouted in a deep voice. "Her Highness is giving you face by asking you to die. Don't be ungrateful." Liang Qiu sneered, "Then if she wants you dead, will you die?" Xiao Chen said, "Her Highness has always been well-educated and reasonable. She would not make such a request of me." Avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial, "You cowardly rat. What right do you have to tell me what to do?" Liang Qiu sneered. Xiao Chen flew into a rage and swung the sword in his hand. Pointing at Liang Qiu, he said, "Today, you will die whether you want to or not. It's not up to you." Liang Qiu still wanted to say something, but Hyoji suddenly flashed, stood in front of him, and said indifferently, "Brother Liang is my friend. Whoever wants his life will have to go through me first." Liang Qiu, who was standing behind him, did not expect that Hyoji would stand up for him at this time. His heart warmed slightly and he whispered, "Thank you, Brother Hyoji, but this matter is more or less related to me. I'd better run quickly. It would be best if I could lead this girl away, but if not, you should be careful." Hyoji said, "Although it is somewhat related to you, it is even more related to that brat surnamed Yang." Liang Qiu was startled and said, "That's right. This girl became like this entirely because of that brat." While speaking, he shouted angrily at Yang Kai, "Brat, you can't stay out of this." Yang Kai snorted, "When did I say I was going to stay out of this?" Liang Qiu said, "Since this girl values you so much that she even unsealed her divine soul, why don't you go up and comfort her? Maybe she can recover her consciousness." Liang Qiu was just casually mentioning it, but he did not mean it. Yang Kai's expression changed as he looked at Lan Sun. "Junior sister Lan, will this method work?" Lan Sun frowned slightly. "I don't know, maybe we can give it a try, but we have to do it as soon as possible. This seal is about to be completely unsealed." Yang Kai nodded, and without any hesitation, flew towards Mo Xiaoqi. In the void, countless pairs of eyes were looking at Yang Kai nervously. The conversation between the crowd here naturally reached the ears of the Dao Source Realm cultivator. Although most people did not understand what was going on, it seemed to be very serious. Now that Yang Kai took the initiative to approach Mo Xiaoqi and seek a solution, it naturally attracted everyone's attention. Yang Kai called out to Mo Xiaoqi softly as he approached, but after calling out a few times, there was no response, so he immediately knew that Mo Xiaoqi should have really lost consciousness at this moment. He could only carefully release his divine sense, hoping to attract the attention of Mo Xiaoqi's consciousness. Soon, Yang Kai arrived not far from Mo Xiaoqi and stretched out his hand to touch her. In the void, silence reigned as everyone held their breaths. Only the sound of their heartbeats could be heard as pairs of eyes stared at Yang Kai's movements, unwilling to miss a single detail. Just as Yang Kai's hand was about to touch Mo Xiaoqi's body, Mo Xiaoqi's tender body suddenly trembled. The heavenly illusion butterfly flying around her spread its wings, and an invisible force suddenly spread out. Yang Kai instantly froze in place, his eyes losing focus. Oh no! Lan Sun's heart sank. She could tell at a glance that Yang Kai had fallen into an illusion and was unable to extricate himself. Waste, this young master still has to run away. Liang Qiu shouted angrily, a disappointed expression on his face. At this moment, Yang Kai's lifeless eyes suddenly moved. Immediately after, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he quickly retreated 1,000 meters away from Mo Xiaoqi. After standing still again, his face was pale and his clothes were soaked in sweat. Amazing! Yang Kai looked at Mo Xiaoqi with lingering fear. He clearly did not feel anything before, but the scenery in front of him had suddenly changed. The whole world was left with a huge butterfly fluttering about, completely attracting his attention. He knew that it was the heavenly illusion butterfly's illusion technique, but he could not get rid of it. If it were not for the soul-warming lotus playing a role at the critical moment, allowing him to clear his mind, he would not have had a good end. His spiritual energy was extremely strong, even weaker than the average cultivators of the Emperor realm, but even he could not resist the heavenly illusion butterfly's illusion technique. No one present could resist it. And it seemed that Mo Xiaoqi's seal had not been completely undone yet. If it was completely undone, this place would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. If all the elites of the 4 territories of the star boundary died here, the entire star boundary would not be able to recover its yuan qi for at least 500 years. Junior sister Lan, is there no other way to seal her? Yang Kai immediately asked Lan Sun after taking a breath. Lan Sun looked desperate and slowly shook her head. Let's run quickly. Life and death are predestined, wealth and honor are in the hands of the heavens. Liang Qiu said with a black face. Among everyone, he was the one who wanted to escape the most. After all, Mo Xiaoqi had been staring at him since the beginning. The others did not have any good ideas, so when they heard this, their expressions became solemn as they secretly circulated their source qi, preparing to flee at any time. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from afar. If you don't mind, how about letting this old master try? As soon as this statement came out, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. After seeing who the speaker was, everyone could not help showing a strange expression. Because this person was actually the old swindler. Among everyone present, except for Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi, who had dealt with this old swindler a few times, this was the first time the others had seen him. However, at this moment, he looked like a transcendent being, so he had nothing to do with being a swindler. If he had stood up and said this with his previous appearance, he would have been immediately blown to pieces. Lan Sun looked at the old swindler, a trace of doubt flashing in her beautiful eyes. She faintly felt that she seemed to have seen this person somewhere before, but when she thought about it carefully, her mind went blank. Hyoji's expression also turned solemn for an instant. Although he had a different feeling from Lan Sun, this old man gave him an extremely uneasy feeling. When he swept out with his divine sense, he was shocked to find that the old man was empty. In other words, with his cultivation in the Emperor realm, he could not detect the existence of this old man. This was even more shocking to him than Yang Kai taking Liang Qiu's blow with his physical body. Where did you pop out from, old man? Why didn't I see you before? Liang Qiu's eyes were bigger than eggs. If the old swindler had not taken the initiative to speak, Liang Qiu would not have noticed him. This old master has been here all this time. With my insignificant cultivation, I'm afraid that young master wouldn't notice me. The old swindler smiled slightly. Strange. Liang Qiu looked puzzled. There were really strange things every year, but this year, there were especially many strange things. As the old swindler spoke, he walked towards Mo Xiaoqi step by step. Having learned his lesson from Yang Kai's mistake, his fearless expression was quite admirable. Yang Kai, however, asked with a sullen face, "Old sir, aren't you selling spirit pills and spirit medicines? How do you know about the divine spirit seal?" Unlike others, Yang Kai had a little understanding of this old swindler, so he was very worried about him. This old man's ability to swindle people was top-notch. Who knew what he was up to now? It didn't matter if he died or not, but if he implicated Mo Xiaoqi, or even worsened her condition, it would be troublesome. The old man smiled slightly and said, "I've lived for a long time, so I've learned a little bit of everything. This old master has long sold out of spirit pills and spirit medicines, so naturally, I have to change my profession." Yang Kai asked with a dark face, "Now you've changed your profession to studying seals? You know him?" Lan Sun glanced at Yang Kai in amazement. Chapter 2491. Yang Kai quickly said, "I've seen him a few times. He was active in Maplewood City before, and when your Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda opened last time, he was selling a kind of ancestral 9 revolutions life restoring pill that can bring the dead back to life. He even tricked Xiaoqi into giving him some source crystals." "Really?" Everyone was shocked at that time. Lan Sun's expression turned ugly. Isn't he a swindler? What 9 revolutions soul return pill? Lan Sun had never heard of it at all, let alone talk about bringing the dead back to life. Spirit medicines with this kind of effect had always been treasures of heaven and earth. She would rather hide them away, so how could she sell them to others? Originally, when this old man stood up confidently, Lan Sun thought that he had encountered some kind of extraordinary person, but after hearing Yang Kai's words, her heart sank to the bottom. Judging from this old man's previous performance, he obviously didn't have any real ability. At this moment he was clearly just spouting nonsense. What would happen if he was allowed to get close to Mo Xiaoqi? Liang Qiu shouted angrily, "Old dog, get out of this young master's way." In any case, he had a little bit of responsibility for Mo Xiaoqi's current situation. Although the responsibility wasn't great, if something really happened to Mo Xiaoqi, Martial Beast might not listen to his explanation. So, when he saw that the old swindler was not far away from Mo Xiaoqi, he hurriedly thrust his spear, trying to force the old swindler back, lest he act recklessly and worsen Mo Xiaoqi's situation. Mo Xiaoqi was only unsealing her seal now, so there was no harm to her, but if someone tried to do something to her, she might die. This was a risk. How could Liang Qiu dare to take this risk? With a thrust of his spear, an amazing burst of power erupted, seemingly able to penetrate the void and ignore the barriers of space, instantly arriving in front of the old swindler. However, although Liang Qiu's spear was amazing, it did not contain the slightest murderous intent. He had no intention of killing the old swindler, he just wanted to force him back. But in the face of a blow from the Emperor realm, this old swindler was actually calm. As if he didn't notice the approaching danger at all, his pair of slightly narrowed eyes shone brightly as he stared straight at Mo Xiaoqi. When the spear intent arrived, he waved his hand gently. His expression was relaxed and his movements casual, as if he was just casually swatting a mosquito. A shocking scene appeared. With a wave of the old swindler's hand, the astonishing spear light was instantly annihilated, and the powerful fluctuations of power caused by the spear style were also instantly smoothed out. It was as if Liang Qiu had not just attacked an old man from the Third Order Dao Source realm, but a Third Order Emperor realm master. The old swindler's every move was filled with the demeanor of a master. It was unfathomable. The clear visual conflict stunned everyone, and they all stared at him with wide eyes. They were shocked beyond words. Liang Qiu could not believe his eyes. After being stunned for a moment, he rubbed his eyelids hard, trying to see more clearly. But on the other side, the old man stood there unscathed. Even his clothes were not wrinkled. "What the hell?" Liang Qiu exclaimed. While he was shocked, he also felt a huge blow to his heart. Inexplicably, he felt disheartened. Previously, he had wanted to teach Yang Kai a lesson by relying on his cultivation in the Emperor realm. In the end, Yang Kai resolved his attack with a single punch. Now, he wanted to force the old man to retreat, but the old man casually dispersed the spear light. If it had not happened to him, Liang Qiu would never have believed that such a thing could happen in this world. Nowadays, a Dao Source realm cultivator is so arrogant. He can easily resolve an attack from the Emperor realm? If that's the case, then what's the point of everyone trying so hard to break through to the Emperor realm? Why not just stay in the Dao Source realm for the rest of their lives? Or, is this the Emperor realm fake? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Liang Qiu's mind. He no longer had the joy and enthusiasm of breaking through to the Emperor realm. Instead, his face was ashen. Yang Kai was also shocked. Although he had blocked Liang Qiu's attack earlier, he still could not deny Liang Qiu's strength. If it was a life or death battle, even if he could win, it would not be too easy. After all, Liang Qiu also had extraordinary aptitude. He was the chief disciple of the Western Territory's 100 Barbarian Mountain, a 1-in-a-million genius. He more or less knew the power of that spear attack. Although it would not be too difficult for him to resolve it, he definitely could not do it as easily as the old swindler did. What's going on with this old man? Could it be that some master was hiding his cultivation? But on second thought, it was unlikely because when the Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda opened, only a cultivator at the Origin King realm could enter. Since this old man could enter, it meant that he was indeed at the Origin King realm at that time. Over the years, he was able to break through to the Third Order Dao Source realm, which was already fast enough. It was basically impossible for him to hide his cultivation. However, Yang Kai did not understand how he resolved Liang Qiu's attack. Not only did Yang Kai not understand, but everyone present did as well. The shocking scene made everyone unable to calm down. But after this, no one dared to underestimate this old swindler anymore. Even if he was really a swindler, being able to resolve the Emperor Realm's attack with a wave of his hand showed that he was a capable swindler. Young man, don't be so impulsive. This old master is old and weak, and his energy is not as vigorous as yours. He can't afford to be tormented, the old man said lightly after resolving Liang Qiu's attack. Liang Qiu's face darkened when he heard this. He felt that this old man was mocking his incompetence. Senior. Lan Sun looked at the old man and shouted in a trembling voice, "Do you really have a way to solve little sister Xiaoqi's problem?" After seeing the old swindler's amazing means, Lan Sun regained some confidence in him. In this world, there were always some strange people who hid in the wilderness and hid in the city. Usually, they did not look special, but when it came to critical moments, they would bloom with amazing brilliance. Perhaps, the old swindler that Yang Kai spoke of was such a strange person. In her excitement, Lan Sun changed the way she addressed him. Although they were both from the Third Order Dao Source realm, she still called him senior. Unexpectedly, the old man accepted it with a clear conscience, smiled slightly and said, "I can give it a try." Lan Sun's beautiful eyes lit up and she exclaimed, "Does senior know the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal? I heard from my father, Master, that the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal was the Beast Martial Master's method of sealing the heavenly illusion butterfly. It is extremely mysterious and complex. In this world, only the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal can seal the divine spirit soul." The old man shook his head and said, "The Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal is a secret of the beast martial arts. This old master has no chance to see it." Lan Sun's expression darkened. "Then what should we do?" She thought that this senior knew the method of sealing, but now that she heard him say this, she suddenly felt a chill in her heart. The great emperors of the Bright Moon continent had told her personally that there was no other way to seal the divine spirit's soul except for the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal. Since this senior did not know the mysterious seal, how could he seal it? Thinking about it, the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal was an original creation of the martial beast. Even when her father, the master, asked him for advice, he did not want to reveal the slightest bit. "This beast martial beast is very stingy." The words of the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent echoed in Lan Sun's ears. This beast martial beast, although his strength is good, is naturally stingy. He is even reluctant to share the good wine at home with his friends, so how could he be willing to share the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal with others? The old man muttered a few times with an unhappy expression. Although his voice was soft, it was clearly heard by the people of the Emperor realm nearby. With a crash, everyone fainted. The martial beast was one of the 10 great emperors. His cultivation was sky-high and his identity was transcendent. For the entire Star Boundaries cultivator, he was a godlike existence. When his name was mentioned, no matter who it was, they would feel a sense of reverence and worship. He was almost the symbol of the Star Boundaries' supreme force, yet in this old man's mouth he had become a guy. This was too disrespectful to the great emperors. Lan Sun, on the other hand, had a strange expression, because these words were exactly the same as what her father had said. The old man seemed to realize that what he had just said was a bit too shocking and quickly changed the subject. This old master does not have the ability to reseal the divine spirit soul. Yang Kai heard this and his face sank as he angrily said, "If you don't have the ability, why are you acting so confident? Aren't you just deceiving this young master's feelings?" The old man grinned and said, "Although this old master doesn't have the ability, someone else does." Who? Yang Kai frowned and suddenly glanced around before his eyes finally fixed on Hyoji. If there was anyone here who could reseal the divine spirit soul, it would be the children of the 2 great emperors who shared the same status as Emo Xiaoqi. Lan Sun definitely couldn't do it, but Hyoji didn't know if he had the ability. Seeing Yang Kai looking at him, Hyoji said lightly, I can kill people, but saving people is not my strength. Do you want to try? Yang Kai glared at him before turning to the old man and saying, Don't be so fussy, hurry up and find that person to help. The old man chuckled and said, Young people are always impatient. Don't worry, it will take some time for this seal to be completely undone. After all, this is the first time it has been undone, so the divine spirit's soul will need to fuse with this little girl for a while before it can move freely. Seeing Yang Kai's expression becoming more and more ugly, the old man finally stopped chattering and raised his head, looking at a certain person with a solemn expression and beckoning, You there, little girl, come and help this old master. Following the direction he pointed, everyone turned their heads and saw a young girl standing there with a pale face, her source qi fluctuating erratically. No one knew what was wrong with her. Yang Kai turned his head in amazement, his expression extremely strange. He didn't expect that the person the old man was talking about was actually Zhang Ruoxi. Having said that, since Emo Xiaoqi's mutation, Zhang Ruoxi's situation also seemed to be a little abnormal, but because the divine spirit's soul seal was too important, Yang Kai didn't have time to carefully investigate Zhang Ruoxi's situation, only secretly telling Lu Yen to take good care of her and to tell him at any time if there was anything wrong. At this moment, the old man was clearly beckoning to Zhang Ruoxi, asking her to come over and help. What does this old man mean? Yang Kai was completely confused. Chapter 2492. Zhang Ruoxi was stunned for a while before she realized that the old swindler was calling her. Under everyone's gaze, she couldn't help but feel a little timid. Her face became paler and paler, and the fluctuations of power in her delicate body became more and more fierce as time passed. She turned her head and looked at Yang Kai with an inquiring gaze. Yang Kai asked in a deep voice, Old man, you're not joking, are you? The old swindler said solemnly, How could this old master joke about such a thing? Then tell me clearly, how can Ruoxi help you seal the divine spirit soul? It wasn't just Yang Kai who had this question, everyone had the same question. After all, Zhang Ruoxi looked unremarkable, and her cultivation was only at the third-order Dao source realm. With so many Emperor Realm Masters present, the old swindler wouldn't ask her for help. Unexpectedly, the old swindler shook his head. I can't say. If you believe this old master, let her come over. If you don't, this old master can't do anything. Yang Kai snapped, How can I believe you if you don't explain? The old man spread his hands and said, Then there's nothing you can do. When her seal is completely undone, she may have to kill in this shattered star sea for a while before the divine spirit's soul falls asleep again. At that time, you'll have to pray for yourselves. Yang Kai's expression turned ugly. This old man was deliberately mystifying, but he couldn't do anything about it. It was really annoying. At this moment, Zhang Ruoxi suddenly said, Sir, if you can help little sister Xiaoqi calm down, I'm willing to try. But your current situation? Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know what was wrong with Zhang Ruoxi, but she seemed very uneasy. The aura in her body had also become strange. Although her situation wasn't as serious as Emo Xiaoqi's, it wasn't optimistic either. I'm fine, Zhang Ruoxi pursed her red lips and said, Sir, let me go. The old swindler urged, If you hesitate any longer, you won't be able to save her once the seal is completely undone. I might as well reveal something to you. The situation of the two girls is ultimately due to a chain reaction. Once the seal problem is solved, the other's problem will also be solved. Yang Kai listened with a confused expression. But seeing the old liar's sincere expression, he couldn't help but believe him a bit. So, he asked in a deep voice, What harm will your method cause to Ruoxi? It's not life-threatening. This old man only needs a drop of her blood essence. Blood essence? Yang Kai's expression froze, and he increasingly felt that the old liar was not talking nonsense. This was because Zhang Ruoxi had a strange bloodline power in her body. Yang Kai had never figured out what that bloodline power was. Now that the old swindler said that he wanted to take a drop of Zhang Ruoxi's blood essence, it was obvious that he knew that Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline was extraordinary. Her bloodline might have some strange effect that could help him seal the divine spirit soul. How could he see that? Alright, I agree. Yang Kai responded in a deep voice and flew over with Zhang Ruoxi. A short while later, the two of them arrived before the old swindler. The old man smiled at Zhang Ruoxi and said gently, "Little girl, relax, I won't hurt you." Zhang Ruoxi nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and prepared herself. The old man suddenly glanced at Zhang Ruoxi again and said in surprise, "Your clothes aren't bad. Where did you get them?" As soon as he said this, Yang Kai was shocked, because Zhang Ruoxi was wearing a defensive emperor artifact, the Pink Cloud's Phoenix robe. This defensive emperor artifact was extremely valuable, and its defense was amazing. Zhang Ruoxi had been wearing it since she got it. When the old man said that her clothes were good, he was definitely not talking about her outer clothes, but the Pink Cloud's Phoenix robe hidden inside. What is this old man doing? How can he see through this? Yang Kai couldn't help but be vigilant. Zhang Ruoxi didn't have any vigilance and just said lightly, "A friend gave it to me." The friend? The old man's mouth twitched obviously and he chuckled. "If you see your friend next time, help this old man say hello to him. Tell him that this old man misses him very much." Zhang Ruoxi was surprised. "Senior knows him?" "I haven't seen him in a long time," the old man replied kindly. While the two of them were chatting, Kai Yang's heart was in a perilous situation. His eyes were wide open, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He suddenly realized that this old man was definitely not as mysterious as he looked on the surface. Instead, he was somewhat unfathomable. Because Zhang Ruoxi's Pink Cloud's Phoenix robe was obtained from the Four Seasons realm, and according to her, the one who gave her this emperor artifact was the ancient divine spirit Xianxia. Xianxia seemed to be the mount of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, the Great Emperors. After the Flowing Time Great Emperor fell, Xianxia had been sleeping in the Four Seasons realm until the appearance of the Flowing Time Temple. After that, Xianxia also left the Four Seasons realm and no one knew where he went. Xianxia was an ancient divine spirit, and killing was his second nature. When he came out of the Four Seasons realm, he scared Gao Shueting and the others who were guarding the exit. Fortunately, Xianxia had no intention of hurting people, otherwise, Gao Shueting and the others would have died. But now, this old man actually said that he knew Xianxia. Who the hell is this old man? Yang Kai already felt that this old man was strange, but now he was even more confused. Why is such a strange person only at the Third Order Dao Source realm? How should I address Senior? Zhang Ruoxi and the old man seemed to get along well, and her uneasy and nervous mood gradually relaxed. Yang Kai also quickly perked up his ears and listened attentively. The old man opened his mouth and spat out a few words. Yang Kai was at a loss because he didn't hear what the old man said at all. Zhang Ruoxi nodded and said, "Junior will remember. If I meet him again, I will tell him. It's just that I don't know where he went. I don't know where he went after he gave me these clothes last time." While speaking, Zhang Ruoxi suddenly swayed slightly and almost fell down. Fortunately, Kai Yang's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast enough to support her. "Okay, the blood essence has been taken. You can rest for a while," the old man said with a smile. Only now did Yang Kai notice that there was a drop of blood floating above the old man's finger. That drop of blood seemed to be alive as it danced on the old man's fingertip, appearing extremely unstable. Furthermore, there was an extremely strange aura coming from that drop of blood. Yang Kai didn't know when the old man took the blood essence. The reason why Zhang Ruoxi suddenly swayed was obviously because she had injured her Yuan Qi. However, a drop of blood essence was not a big deal, and she would recover after a few days of rest. After taking the blood essence, the old man's expression suddenly became extremely serious. The source qi in his body surged and wrapped around the blood essence. He then pointed his finger at Mo Shaoqi's forehead as fast as lightning. Asterisk qi qi, asterisk the heavenly illusion butterfly's soul essence suddenly became extremely uneasy, as if it had encountered its natural enemy. It kept flapping its wings and emitting waves of illusion. Yang Kai had suffered a big loss before, so he naturally knew how powerful this illusion was. Just as he was about to hurriedly retreat, He found that the illusion was completely blocked by Zhang Ruoxi's blood essence. It didn't even cause the slightest ripple. Without encountering any resistance, the old man tapped the blood essence on Emo Xiaoqi's forehead. The blood essence burst out at once, forming a red mark on Emo Xiaoqi's forehead before it entered her body. With the disappearance of the blood essence, Emo Xiaoqi's aura quickly stabilized. The heavenly illusion butterfly was also gradually sucked into Emo Xiaoqi's body by an inexplicable suction, turning back into a brand butterfly on her cheek. With a soft groan, Emo Xiaoqi collapsed softly with her eyes closed. Yang Kai stretched out his other hand and hurriedly supported her. Looking closely, he saw that Emo Xiaoqi's breathing was stable. She should have just fallen asleep and wasn't seriously injured. A shocking crisis that came inexplicably and was solved inexplicably left everyone in a state of panic for a while. After it was resolved, everyone found that their backs were drenched in cold sweat. "Sir, I'm so sleepy," Zhang Ruoxi suddenly said before following in Emo Xiaoqi's footsteps and fainted. "Boy, not bad at all. You have two beauties in your arms. You really make this old master envious." The old man looked at Yang Kai with a smile and teased. Yang Kai's face darkened as he said, "Old sir, is it really okay for you to be so disrespectful?" The old man said, "This old master was also young once. It's not a big deal." While speaking, he winked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said in a serious tone, "Old sir, I won't beat around the bush in front of you. In the past, I misunderstood you and thought you were a swindler, but now I know that old sir really doesn't show his true colors." "Ha!" The old man laughed and said, "This old master's deception is just better than others. Don't mind it." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Old sir, since you can see that Ruoxi's blood essence can suppress the divine spirit soul, you must know what kind of bloodline she has. Can you tell me?" As soon as this was said, the old man's expression suddenly became serious. After a moment of silence, he said, "I can't tell you this. Wait until she becomes stronger in the future, then she will figure it out herself. But this old master has a word of advice. What? Lead her to do good. If she does evil, then the star boundary will be in chaos." The old man said solemnly. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "Is it that serious?" The old man looked at the sleeping Zhang Ruoxi, his seemingly turbid eyes bursting with light as he said in a deep voice, "If she grows to her limit, the power she can summon will be even more terrifying than the Wukong." "Huh? Which Wukong?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. The old man said one word at a time, "Heaven. Devouring. Emperor. Gudong. Yang Kai couldn't help but gulp and say in horror, "Old sir, you know the name of the heaven-devouring great emperor great emperors?" If this old man hadn't mentioned it, Yang Kai wouldn't have known the name of the heaven-devouring great emperor. The heaven-devouring great emperor was just a title, not a taboo name. Wu Mengchuan claimed to be a descendant of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Yang Kai had guessed that the surname of the heaven-devouring great emperor was Wu. But he never expected to learn the name of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor from this old man. How did he know? Yang Kai said with a bitter expression, "Old sir, who the hell are you?" Chapter 2493. This old man could see that Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline was extraordinary and even used his blood essence to seal the divine spirit soul. He also knew Xianxia and knew the name of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Yang Kai would never believe that this old man was just an ordinary third-order Dao source realm cultivator. "Well, I can't tell you that either." Yang Kai was furious and shouted, "Then what can you tell me?" The old man thought for a while before reaching out and patting Yang Kai on the shoulder, saying earnestly, "Cultivate well and become an Emperor Realm Master as soon as possible. The future of the star boundary depends on you. Get lost." The old man wasn't annoyed in the slightest and just glanced at him with a smile, then turned around with a solemn expression and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, if you can listen to this old man, please leave this place quickly. This place is very dangerous, and if you continue to stay here, your lives will be in danger." Liang Qiu smiled and said, "You're really interesting, old man. We naturally know whether it's dangerous or not. There's no need for you to remind us." Earlier, the power of his spear attack was easily neutralized by the old man, so he knew that although this old man was only a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, his strength was unfathomable, so he did not dare to underestimate him. If it were any other Dao Source Realm cultivator speaking like this, he would have already shot him. You seem to be very knowledgeable. Why don't you tell us which great emperors left this skeleton behind? Liang Qiu changed the topic and mentioned the skeleton hidden in the black hole. Previously, because of the sudden release of Mo Shaoqi's divine soul seal, everyone's attention was drawn to it and no one was in the mood to pay attention to the skeleton and space ring of the great emperors. But now that the crisis of the divine soul seal had been lifted, everyone's attention naturally shifted to the space ring again. Liang Qiu's question undoubtedly hit the nail on the head. Everyone looked at the old man curiously, expecting him to give an explanation. The old man's expression was solemn as he said, "No matter which great emperor left it behind, it's no longer important now. Back then, during the War of Emperors, the situation was tragic, and the sun and moon were dim. Apart from a few things that were left behind, the rest of the secret treasures were all destroyed. There can't be anything good in that space ring, so please don't worry about it." "Do you think I'll believe you?" Liang Qiu coldly snorted. "I believe you." Lan Sun suddenly, Yang Kai stood up and shouted. Liang Qiu glanced at her and curled his lips. Lan Sun was the daughter of the bright moon great emperor. At this time, she stood up to support the old man, so he could not sing a different tune. Lan Sun asked, "Senior, what kind of dangers are there? If it's convenient, can you tell us?" The old man frowned and said, "Your life is in danger. Miss Lan, it's important to take your people and leave this place quickly." Lan Sun Master Lan nodded and nodded. "Since Senior Junior is Senior Junior will leave first. Take care of yourself, Senior." While speaking, she looked at Yang Kai and saw that he was indifferent, so she didn't try to persuade him. Instead, she just looked at the cultivators who were watching in the distance and shouted, "Senior brothers and senior sisters from the Southern Territory, if you believe in this Lan Sun, then I, Lan Sun, will help you. Then leave this place quickly." After saying that, she immediately flew off into the distance. Although Xiao Chen was a little unwilling, as a qualified flower protector, he naturally would not leave Lan Sun's side and also left. As soon as she left, among the cultivator who were watching in the distance, many elites from the Southern Territory summoned their artifacts and left. It could be seen that Star Soul Palace's appeal in the Southern Territory was still very great. No one else could have such an effect. Thousands of people were reduced by a few hundred. Xia Sheng, Xiao Baiyi, and Murong Xiao whispered to each other for a while. They seemed to feel that the old man was not deliberately mystifying them, so they secretly sent a message to Yang Kai and quickly left. If it was just Xia Sheng alone, he might not have left. After all, he was also from the Emperor realm. However, Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao were with him at this moment, so he had to consider their safety and did not dare to take their lives lightly. "Hyoji, you go too." The old man turned his head, looked in the direction of Hyoji, and shouted lightly. Hyoji raised his brow and said indifferently, "This young master will go wherever he wants, no one can order me around." As the son of the great emperors, he was naturally extremely proud. Although the old man's performance before was somewhat shocking, it was still too early for him to order him around. Hearing this, the old man sighed and suddenly waved his hand, sending a stream of light towards Hyoji as fast as lightning. Hyoji's expression changed and he hurriedly pushed his Emperor Qi, at the same time retreating quickly, trying to avoid this attack. But what shocked him the most was that this stream of light was so fast that he couldn't dodge it at all. Even his protective Emperor Qi didn't have the slightest effect on it. The stream of light blasted directly on him. Hyoji could not help but take a few steps back, his face pale. "Old man, how dare you sneak attack someone?" Liang Qiu was angry and shocked. He was angry because this old man was too shameless, attacking without any warning. He was shocked because even Hyoji could not resist his sneak attack. This kind of strength was too terrifying. Qi Gui Wuchang and the others from the Emperor realm also had ugly expressions on their faces. They had broken through to the Emperor realm in this shattered star sea and thought that they would be able to roam the star boundary freely from now on, but before they could even leave the shattered star sea, their morale had been crushed by an old man one after another. If he could sneak attack Hyoji so casually, wouldn't it be easy for him to sneak attack them? In the future, when they encountered a Dao Source Realm Master, they could not underestimate him or they would die without even knowing how. On the other side, Liang Qiu was furious and had already summoned his spear, as if he wanted to fight to the death with the old man. Earlier, Hyoji said that he was his friend, which touched Liang Qiu very much. Now that Hyoji was in trouble, he naturally would not stand by and do nothing. Before he could do anything, Hyoji suddenly stretched out his hand, stopped him, and shouted, "I'm fine, don't be impulsive." Liang Qiu turned his head and looked at Hyoji in astonishment. Hyoji, on the other hand, looked down at his palm with a solemn expression. The next moment, his body trembled as he looked at the old man in horror and exclaimed, "You are—" The old man raised a finger and made a soft, hush sound with his mouth. Hyoji understood and quickly swallowed the rest of his words, cupped his fists solemnly, and said, Hyoji did not know the immensity of heaven and earth before and spoke without thinking. "Master, please don't lower yourself to this junior's level." As soon as these words came out, the audience was in an uproar. Everyone looked at him incredulously, shocked to the extreme. Hyoji was the son of the great emperors of Serene Soul. His aptitude was extraordinary, and now he was in the Emperor realm. It could be said that in the entire star boundary, only a few people could make him bow his head and submit. Even if others were stronger than him, it was impossible for them to make him say such words. But now, when he faced this old man, his demeanor and tone were respectful, and even a little humble. A son of the great emperors was humble in front of an old man from the Third Order Dao Source realm, calling himself a junior. What was going on? But this way, everyone understood that the old man's previous attack was not a sneak attack, but a message to Hyoji. It was through this message that Hyoji knew his identity and became so respectful. The old man chuckled and said, "I had no choice. Young Master Hyoji, it's fine as long as you don't mind this old man acting recklessly." Hyoji said in a deep voice, "Senior is too serious." The old man nodded and said, "Well, you can take them and leave now." Hyoji said, "This junior will obey Master's order." While speaking, he glanced up and said lightly, "If you don't want to die, come with me." Liang Qiu said unwillingly, "Do you really want to leave? There's still a—" Before he could finish speaking, he found that Hyoji was staring at him with a pair of cold eyes. The coldness in his eyes was bone-chilling and without the slightest emotion, causing Liang Qiu's heart to skip a beat. The corners of his mouth twitched as he said, "Let's go, let's go." Hyoji withdrew his gaze and his figure flickered as he rushed off into the distance. Although Qi Gui and the others were full of doubts, they had no choice but to follow. If they stayed at this time, they would not be giving face to Hyoji. Qi Gui's Ahan Temple was also in the Eastern Territory, so if they offended Hyoji, they would definitely not have a good time in the future. After a while, almost all the people from the Emperor realm left. Wu Cheng thought about it for a long time before finally leaving as well. After all, even the descendants of the two great emperors, Lan Sun and Hyoji, were persuaded to leave by this old man, and judging from Hyoji's reaction, this old man was probably an extraordinary existence. There was no need for people like him to be alarmist. If they stayed, their lives might really be in danger. Not only did the people from the Emperor realm leave, but a large number of the remaining Dao Source realm masters also left. In the blink of an eye, there were less than 1,000 Dao Source realm masters left. These Dao Source realm masters probably did not get many benefits in the Shattered Star Sea, so despite the old man's earnest persuasion, they still could not leave. The skeletons of the great emperors and space rings in the black hole were what attracted them the most. "You're not leaving?" The old man saw Yang Kai still standing in place and could not help but frown. Yang Kai quickly said, "Tell me first, what is the situation with Ruoxi's bloodline, and I will leave immediately." The old man said, "You will find out in the future. If you don't tell me, I'll follow you." Yang Kai looked like a rascal. The old man looked him up and down a few times and grinned, Boy, you're really thick-skinned. How did Wen Zishan accept a disciple like you? Yang Kai's face changed slightly and said, How do you know I am from Azure Sun Temple? Ever since he arrived here, he had never divulged this piece of information. The old man chuckled and pointed to a certain place on his body. Yang Kai suddenly understood that it was the Azure Sun golden token he kept close to him that revealed this secret. Previously, in order to conveniently sense the information of Xiao Bai Yi, Murong Xiao Xiao and the others, he took out the Azure Sun golden token from his space ring and kept it close to him. He did not expect that even such a small detail would be noticed by the old man. The old man shook his head and said, If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. If this old master meets Wen Zishan someday, he will definitely expel you. Chapter 2494. The old man's tone was louder than the sky, as if Wen Zishan was under his command. Yang Kai snorted, You speak as if you are the great emperors of the secular world. Temple Master Wen Zishan seemed to have been brought up by the great emperors of the secular world. If there was anyone in this world who could order him around at will, it was undoubtedly the great emperors of the secular world. However, the great emperors of the secular world were people who played around and wandered the world. They came and went without a trace, and no one knew where they were. There had been no news of them in the star boundary for a long time. The old man's eyes widened as he exclaimed, How do you know this? Yang Kai said contemptuously, You're so full of yourself. This old swindler might really be an extraordinary person. He knew so many secrets, knew so many people, and even made Hyoji treat him with respect. He was definitely not an ordinary person. But Yang Kai would never believe that he was one of the great emperors of the secular world. There was no other reason, because this was the Shattered Star Sea. Only a Dao Source Realm cultivator could enter the Shattered Star Sea, and the Emperor Realm could not enter at all. With the amazing cultivation of the great emperors of the secular world, it was impossible for them to come here. If they forcibly broke through the barrier and entered, it would only make the Shattered Star Sea unstable and collapse. The old man smiled slightly and no longer paid attention to Yang Kai. Instead, he turned his head to look at the remaining Dao Source Realm cultivator and sighed, Men die in pursuit of wealth, just as birds die in pursuit of food. The reason why these people still stayed here was obviously to get some benefits, especially now that the Emperor Realm cultivators had all left. They had lost many strong competitors, so they were a little excited. They were eager to try. After pondering for a while, the old man said loudly, You all stayed because you wanted to get that space ring. In that case, this old master will fulfill your wish. When everyone heard this, they looked at him suspiciously, not knowing what this old man meant. At this moment, the old man suddenly walked directly in front of the black hole and made some mysterious seals, causing one of his hands to shine brightly. He reached his hand directly into the black hole. This old man, what is he doing? He's not trying to take out the space ring, is he? He has such ability? Look, his hand really reached in. What's going on inside? Wow, the light is so dazzling, I can't see what's going on inside. Everyone stared at the old man's actions with their eyes wide open. Yang Kai was especially shocked. Ever since the black space ring. In other words, there was another strange space inside the black hole, but this space was extremely unstable, so even a master of the Tao of space like Yang Kai did not dare to casually intrude. But this old man was actually able to reach his hand into that space. Was he too space? Space was space. Space then the space. After taking a closer look, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. After a short while, the old man suddenly let out a low shout and abruptly withdrew his hand. When the light dissipated, there was an ancient space ring in his hand. Everyone was in an uproar, staring at the ring with fiery eyes. Swallowing sounds could be heard one after another. Looking around, there was nothing on the finger of the skeleton in the black hole. He really took out the ring. He can do this. It's amazing. What's in the ring? Old man, hand over the space ring and we'll spare your life. After the old man took out the space ring, the crowd suddenly went into an uproar. While shouting, they silently urged their source qi, ready to pounce and snatch it at any time. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "Old man, you've gone too far. Let's see how you're going to deal with this." Although he was strong now, facing thousands of Dao Source Realm cultivators, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. If so many people pounced on him, he could only run away. Although the old man was unfathomable, Yang Kai didn't think he could fight thousands alone. The old man smiled slightly and said, "They only have eyes for this ring. Since that's the case, I'll give it to them." Give it to them? Yang Kai was stunned. Before he could react, the old man had already thrown the space ring into the void and shouted, "If you want it, go grab it yourself." Yang Kai didn't know what method the old man used, but the space ring burst into light and flew off into the distance with the force of thunder. "Old man, you're courting death. You threw the ring away. Just you wait, this young master will deal with you when he gets the space ring." "What are you talking about? Hurry up and chase after him. You can save 500 years of cultivation with this space ring." Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk rays of light bloomed as all the cultivators turned into streams of light and chased after the space ring. In the blink of an eye, all the thousands of cultivators had disappeared. The old man looked at the backs of those people and clicked his tongue. If I had known this method would work so well, this old master wouldn't have spent so much effort. With a chagrined look, he turned his head and looked at Yang Kai. "Boy, aren't you going to chase? That's the space ring of the great emperors. There are countless emperor artifacts and pills inside. If you can get it, breaking through to the emperor realm is just around the corner." His tone was full of bewitchment, obviously trying to get Yang Kai to leave here as well. Yang Kai sneered, "Old sir, you said before that during the Battle of Emperors, except for a few things, everything else was smashed. There is nothing good in that ring, so why should I chase after it?" After a pause, he smiled slyly, "What's more, the space ring is still here, and the one that flew out is just a fake. Why should I chase after it?" The old man stared at Yang Kai. "How did you see through it? This old master's camouflage shouldn't have been seen through by you." Yang Kai nodded. "Old sir's camouflage is indeed superb, but you didn't even put your hand into the black hole, so how could you take out the ring? What's more, the skeleton and the ring seem to be right in front of us, but in fact they are far away from us. How can you reach out and take them? What seems to be right in front of us is just an illusion caused by the superposition of space." The old man was surprised. "You have good eyesight. So you are still here because you want the ring?" Yang Kai said, "I just want to know what Ruoshi's bloodline power is like. I really can't tell you this. You will understand in the future." Yang Kai didn't know why, but when it came to Zhang Ruoshi's bloodline power, the old man kept his mouth shut. "This old master is going to do something. You should leave this place quickly. It's really dangerous here. It doesn't matter if you die or not, but the two girls in your arms can't have the slightest accident." "Do something? What do you want me to do?" Yang Kai was stunned. The old man had already rushed straight towards the black hole with a solemn expression. Yang Kai didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he actually saw a trace of determination and tragedy in the old man's eyes, even a hint of disregard for life and death. When he arrived in front of the black hole, he quickly formed a seal with his hands and slammed it towards the black hole. A layer of ripples spread out in front of the black hole, as if an invisible door had been opened. The old man directly passed through the door and rushed into the black hole. After the ripples passed, the old man's figure disappeared, and the skeleton also disappeared strangely. Looking around, only the black hole remained in place. A different kind of power fluctuation came from the black hole, one that Yang Kai was somewhat familiar with. Yang Kai's heart stirred, and he quickly took out a jade slip from his space ring. This jade slip was snatched from Wu Mengchuan's hands by the embodiment when he killed him. According to the embodiment, Wu Mengchuan seemed to want to destroy this jade slip before he died, and Yang Kai didn't know what secrets were hidden in it. There was a mysterious barrier on the jade slip, and Yang Kai had tried to crack it before, but to no avail. At this moment, Yang Kai was surprised to find that the power fluctuations coming from the black hole were exactly the same as the aura on the jade slip, as if they had been left behind by the same person. The moment Yang Kai took out the jade slip, it bloomed with light, and then the barrier on the jade slip opened on its own, forming a strange resonance with the power fluctuations coming from the black hole. An extremely powerful suction force suddenly came from the black hole, trying to swallow him. Yang Kai was shocked, and his face changed wildly as he tried to leave this place. But to his horror, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move an inch. The black hole was like the open maw of a beast at this moment, trying to swallow him in one gulp. After only holding on for a few breaths, Yang Kai was powerless. Just before he was swallowed, he waved his hand and threw the unconscious Zhang Ruoxi and Mo Shaoqi into the sealed world bead. At the same time, he also took in Lu Yen. After doing this, Yang Kai's vision went dark, as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. He kept falling with no light around him and no end under his feet. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly felt pain all over his body, as if he had stepped on something solid under his feet. With a bang, he found himself falling into an inexplicable world. In this world, there was no sun, moon, or stars, and even the world energy was extremely thin, but the whole world was a strange red color. As far as the eye could see, there was blood flowing on the ground under his feet. This blood was extremely fresh, exuding a strong bloody smell, and was slowly converging in a certain direction. On the ground around him, there were countless broken limbs and corpses. It was a horrifying sight. These are... Yang Kai looked around for a while, and his face changed as he whispered, "The cultivator who died in the Source Sea?" The blood and broken limbs he saw were obviously left behind by the cultivator who had died not long ago, because all the broken limbs and corpses were very fresh and showed no signs of decay. They were all swallowed here. Yang Kai's face turned ugly as he found it hard to believe. Chapter 2495. Previously, in the Source Sea, countless cultivators fought over source strength, and countless people died. Those dead cultivators all fell into the Source Sea and disappeared. Unexpectedly, they were all swallowed here in the end. The jade slip no longer existed. When he had been swallowed, Kai Yang had felt the jade slip in his hands suddenly burst apart, turning into a strange energy that lingered around his body, as if it was protecting him. By the time he entered this place, the energy had also disappeared. It seemed that the function of the jade slip was to protect him from entering this place. Without the jade slip, Yang Kai didn't know what would have happened to him if he had been swallowed here. Before Wu Mengchuan died, he desperately destroyed the jade slip. Obviously, he did not want the jade slip to fall into the hands of others and enter this place. What secrets were hidden in this place? Why did the old man enter this place? Yang Kai's expression was uncertain as he looked around but found nothing. He also released his divine sense but couldn't detect the old man's aura. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai shifted his gaze to the blood on the ground and rushed in the direction where the blood was converging. No matter where this place was or what secrets were hidden, the direction in which the blood was flowing was probably the source. This strange world seemed to be very big. Yang Kai walked for more than an hour, but the surrounding scenery did not change at all. If it weren't for his extraordinary perseverance, he would have thought that he was still in the same place. After an hour, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed and he looked up in a certain direction. He heard some bursting sounds from that direction. Looking around, there were some faint rays of light blooming, and some powerful fluctuations of power were transmitted from that direction. Someone was fighting over there. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as a look of surprise appeared on his face, because he only saw the old man enter this place alone. If there were really people fighting over there, then one of them must be the old man, but who was the other person? Judging from the fluctuations of power, the strength of the person fighting seemed to be extremely high. Yang Kai didn't know how strong the old man was, but he was certain that the average cultivator in the Emperor realm was no match for him. How could someone who could fight with him in full swing be an ordinary person? How could there be experts in this godforsaken place? Yang Kai was getting more and more confused. Out of curiosity, he couldn't help but speed up. At the same time, he used the Nihility secret technique to conceal his aura. The closer they got, the more obvious the aftermath of the battle became. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Yang Kai hid behind a small hill and stuck his head out to look ahead. What he saw caused his expression to change drastically. His mind was filled with shock. The old man was indeed there, standing in the air. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. His back carried a sense of indifference and vicissitudes, a sense of true aloofness and indifference. Not far in front of him, the skeleton that he had seen through the black hole was sitting cross-legged. However, it was different from what he had seen before. There was actually some flesh on the bones of the skeleton. Those pieces of flesh were dark red, absorbing the blood that flowed from all around and constantly wriggling and growing. All the blood in the world seemed to be gathering towards the skeleton. At this moment, there wasn't much flesh on the skeleton, and it seemed that it had just begun to grow. Even the bones were not completely covered, but this made the skeleton look even more terrifying. The skeleton's hand formed a mysterious seal, and an astonishing suction force came from the white bones, constantly swallowing the surrounding blood. Every time this happened, the old man would launch an extremely fierce attack, blocking the flow of blood so that the skeleton could not devour it. The powerful aftermath of the attack slammed into the skeleton, but it remained motionless. This situation continued for an unknown period of time. The old man tirelessly waved his power, evaporating a large amount of the blood that had gathered. However, there was simply too much blood in this world. Even though the old man kept trying to stop it, there was still more blood coming from all directions, wanting to enter the skeleton. Yang Kai suppressed the shock in his heart, his face slightly pale. This was because he actually felt an aura of life from the skeleton. Although it was very weak, like a candle flame that could be extinguished at any time in the wind and rain, it was undoubtedly a life force. In other words, the skeleton was alive. No one knew which great emperors this skeleton belonged to, but according to the various clues obtained by Yang Kai, he guessed that it was the skeleton of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. It was rumored that the heaven-devouring great emperor's soul was destroyed in the war of great emperors tens of thousands of years ago and could not be more dead, but now it seemed that this rumor was wrong. If this skeleton really belonged to the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, it meant that the heaven-devouring great emperor was not dead, but had fallen into some kind of deep sleep. The blood that had gathered here might be the opportunity for him to wake up again. Yang Kai suddenly remembered something that Wu Mengchuan had said when he was fighting a life-and-death battle with him. He said that how could a person like his ancestor die so easily? It seemed that Wu Mengchuan knew some inside information. After all, he was the descendant of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, so it was not too strange for him to know that his ancestor was still alive. He even knew that his ancestor was hiding here, and was waiting for the right time to use the jade slip to enter this place. Unfortunately, he was killed by Yang Kai in the end, and before he died, he wanted to destroy the jade slip. Various thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind, and he was almost certain that the skeleton belonged to the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. If the blood here really gathered here and allowed him to regrow his body, then the heaven-devouring great emperor might be resurrected again. In order to kill him, for great emperors died here. If the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor were resurrected, the star boundary would be in danger. Thinking of this, Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, a strange aura suddenly rippled out. At first, it was extremely weak, but as time passed, it gradually became stronger, as if a sleeping dragon was slowly waking up. The old man standing in the void obviously noticed this aura as well, and his expression turned solemn as his hands suddenly moved a lot faster. All kinds of incredible but incomparably powerful secret techniques bloomed from his hands and blasted towards the skeleton. In an instant, the place where the skeleton was located collapsed, and the void seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The old man narrowed his eyes and looked forward, and after a while, he coldly snorted. When the dust settled, a thick wall of blood light appeared in front of the skeleton. The wall was full of cracks, and the attack just now seemed to have been blocked by the wall of blood light. It did not hurt the skeleton at all. Translator, Naibo Studio Editor. Naibo Studio. A sharp gaze suddenly shot out from behind the wall of blood light. It seemed to have come from the ancient era, and it made the world turn cold. You're awake. The old man curled his lips and said with an unhappy expression. The skeleton stared at the old man with a pair of unformed eyes, and there was a bright ghost fire flickering in his eye sockets. After staring at the old man for a long time, he opened his mouth and said in a creepy voice, Duan Hongqin? The old man laughed and said wildly, Yes, it's this old master, Wing. It's rare that you still remember this old master after sleeping for so many years. The skeleton said in a cold voice, How can this king forget your cheap face? I'm really unlucky to see you first when I woke up. Duan Hongqin smiled faintly and said, Are you disappointed? Then who do you want to see? Tell me, this old master can disguise himself as him. You also know that this old master's disguise technique is unparalleled in the world. The skeleton was indifferent, and after a moment of silence, he said, How long has this king been asleep? Duan Hongqin's expression turned solemn as he said, Tens of thousands of years, but this old master can't remember exactly how long. The skeleton sighed and said, It seems that it's really been a long time. The man and the skeleton were chatting like old friends who had not seen each other for many years, and there was no tension at all. Yang Kai, who was hiding on a small hill in the distance, felt a storm in his heart. The old man called the skeleton Wukong, which meant that he was indeed the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. The great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor were actually not dead, but had used a mysterious secret technique to sleep in this strange space for tens of thousands of years, waiting for the moment of resurrection. If this news were to spread, the entire star boundary would be in an uproar. But what shocked Yang Kai even more was the old man's name. Duan Hongqin. Yang Kai had never heard of this name, but he had heard of another honorific title. The Great Emperors of the Mortal World. The Great Emperors of the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor, Wukong, knew the old man, which meant that the two of them were people of the same era and status. Only the Great Emperors could match the name Duan Hongqin. Was he really the Great Emperors of the Mortal World? Yang Kai was so shocked that he could hardly breathe. Previously, when the old man said that the next time he saw Wen Zishan, he would ask Temple Master when to expel Yang Kai from the sect, Yang Kai had even ridiculed him. Who would have thought that this ridicule would actually come true? It was possible to say that the old man was the great emperors of the mortal world, because it was rumored that the great emperors of the mortal world had always been unrestrained, and the style of the old man that Yang Kai knew was consistent with the rumors. The reason why Hyoji obediently left, and even showed a humble expression, was probably because he knew his identity. But what was the matter with his cultivation? The great emperors of the mortal world were extremely powerful, so how could they only be in the third-order Dao source realm? Not only was Yang Kai puzzled by this question, but Wukong was also very curious. How did your cultivation drop so much? This old man cut off his own cultivation. Duan Hongqin smiled slightly, not caring at all. Cut off your own cultivation? Wukong's eyes lit up and he said in a low voice, You're actually willing to do this? You can't catch the wolf without risking the child. Wukong seemed to understand something and said, Did you cut off your own cultivation to come here to find me? Duan Hongqin nodded and said, Of course. You may not know, but after you died, the realm barrier here became a little fragile, and the Emperor realm can't enter this place. If you want to enter, you can only do this. Chapter 2496. A Hero Cuts His Wrist. Wukong stared at Duan Hongqin in a daze. Amazing, this king admires you the most among all the emperors back then. You really didn't disappoint this king. Duan Hongqin laughed and said, Same to you, you are also the one this old master admires the most. Wukong sighed, It must have been hard for you to maintain your Dao source realm cultivation for so many years. You're wrong. Duan Hongqin raised a finger and shook it slowly, saying in a serious tone, I didn't deliberately maintain my cultivation, I just cut off my own cultivation countless times. Countless times? Wukong exclaimed in horror, truly shocked. You can cultivate again every time? You didn't damage your foundation? Duan Hongqin said lightly, It's all thanks to you. Although it was indeed dangerous a few times, I managed to survive. I remember one time when I made a mistake and lost all my cultivation. It took this old master 2,000 years to cultivate again. During those 2,000 years, this old master didn't live a good life. As if recalling that incident, Duan Hongchen had a look of lingering fear on his face. Wukong murmured with a dull look in his eyes, "Was it really worth it, to do this?" Duan Hongchen's expression turned solemn as he shouted in a low voice, "Yes. As long as I can enter the Shattered Star Sea, find you, and destroy your soul, anything is worth it." Wukong's eyes flashed as he said in a deep voice, "It seems that you hate this king." Duan Hongchen smiled lightly and said, "This old master doesn't hate you. Everyone has their own aspirations, and people who walk different paths cannot work together. It's just Qing Lian. Yuan Ding, Yen Wu, and Song Hai are all dead, so if you don't die, it will be a bit outrageous. So you're here to avenge those old friends of yours." Wukong nodded in understanding. Duan Hongchen sighed softly and said, "If revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it? This old man also feels that this matter is very troublesome. Why don't you obediently stop resisting and let this old man send you to meet those old friends of yours?" Wukong snorted coldly and said, "My soul was almost scattered by you all back then. If he hadn't faked his death to escape at the critical moment, how could he have woken up today? I thought that everything was flawless. How do you know that I'm still alive?" Duan Hongchen said solemnly, "Your methods are indeed impressive. At that time, almost everyone was fooled by you, thinking that you were really dead. But have you forgotten that there is a person who can see through the mysteries of heaven? He saw through the past and saw the future. He was the one who told me that you weren't dead and told me to be more vigilant." Wukong's eyes flashed wildly as he said ferociously, "Heaven's revelations." Duan Hongchen nodded and said, "That's right. It was heaven's revelations. So every time the Shattered Star Sea opened, this old man would come in to take a look. Tens of thousands of years have passed, and everything has been peaceful. I never thought that this time, you would finally be unable to bear the loneliness and prepare to make a comeback. It's not that this king can't bear the loneliness, it's just that the time has come." Wukong snorted coldly, seeing through the mysteries of heaven. This king also has the ability to see the past and the future. What heaven's revelations can see, this king can also see. What heaven's revelations can't see, this king can also see. Since this king has chosen to wake up at this time, naturally, I won't repeat the same mistakes." Duan Hongchen said in a deep voice, "That depends on how much ability you have in the past." Wukong laughed loudly, "Even if it's only 1% of what it was in the past, what can you do to stop me in your current state? 1%? Wukong has also learned to talk big. Your body hasn't taken shape yet, so I'm afraid you can't even use 1% of your strength, right? This old man doesn't need to fight with you. I just need to block the blood flow to stop your resurrection. Duan Hongchen, you really want to be this king's enemy?" Wukong shouted angrily. Duan Hongchen said seriously, "It's you who is the enemy of the world, the enemy of the common people. If you are reborn, the star boundary will be in chaos. You're just enjoying your time in the mortal world, but you've actually learned to care about the common people. Duan Hongchen, if you dare to stop me, this place will be your burial ground. Since this old man has come in, he has no intention of leaving alive." Duan Hongchen's face was resolute, and he suddenly changed his hand seals and shouted, "Break!" In an instant, his aura rose to the limit, and there was no sign of it stopping. It still continued to climb, *Kong long, star. A wave of qi visible to the naked eye erupted from the body of the great emperors of the mortal world, sweeping in all directions and causing the blood to churn. At the same time, Duan Hongchen's cultivation broke through from the Third Order Dao Source realm directly to the First Order Emperor realm. This breakthrough was as simple as piercing through a thin layer of paper. It was unbelievably simple, and there wasn't even a world energy baptism. It happened in the blink of an eye. Good. The higher your cultivation, the more useful it will be to this king when I devour you later. Wukong was not surprised when he saw Duan Hongchen's breakthrough. Instead, he was delighted. He shouted loudly, and a concept of devouring all things spread out, enveloping Duan Hongchen in it. The surrounding blood seemed to be attracted by something and madly gathered towards Wukong's skeleton. The territory of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Yang Kai, who was watching from afar, immediately recognized that this was the territory of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. He had used this move in his previous battle with Wu Mengchuan. Within the territory of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, everything was devoured, and even the mysterious principles and concepts were not spared. The territory of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor displayed by Wukong was not something that Wu Mengchuan could hope for. It really had the concept of devouring the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's land. Just looking at it made one feel insignificant. Duan Hongchen was suddenly wrapped in the territory of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, and his aura suddenly weakened. His face changed drastically, and he clasped his hands together and slammed them forward, chanting in a low voice, "Boundless mortal world, 3,000 worries." The huge seal slammed down, and before the attack arrived, it had already set off monstrous waves in the surrounding blood. Wukong's eyes narrowed as he quickly said, "Not bad, not bad, it's a bit like back then, but it's impossible for you to defeat this king." Heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, Devour. As soon as his voice fell, the skeleton seemed to have turned into a bottomless pit, not only devouring the surrounding blood, but also Duan Hongchen's secret technique. Wukong laughed loudly, his laughter full of disdain. Duan Hongchen's face remained impassive as he pushed his Emperor Qi to maintain his secret technique to resist this attack. A moment later, Wukong's body shook, and the blood flowing into his skeleton was suddenly cut off. Not only that, the regenerated flesh fell to the ground and turned into a pool of dirty water. He shouted angrily, "Old thing, you cheated!" Duan Hongchen chuckled and said, "Keep devouring, why did you stop? Isn't your heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique supposed to be able to devour everything under heaven-devouring Great Emperor? Why did you stop?" Wukong angrily said, "What kind of concept does this secret technique of yours contain? It can actually hurt this king secretly. This is unforgivable." Duan Hongchen coldly snorted, "Do you think this old master has severed his cultivation countless times over the past tens of thousands of years just to enter the Shattered Star Sea to find you? Since this old master is known as the mortal world, it is natural for this old master to experience the power of the mortal world. This old master is no longer the old master of the past. The power of the mortal world, the power of heaven and earth?" Wukong's eyes flashed as if he had comprehended something, and said fiercely, "You actually comprehended a trace of the power of heaven and earth. No wonder you are so confident. Wukong, this time you will definitely die, so don't resist." What a joke! There is no one in this world who can kill this king. This king is the heavens and the earth. Those who resist this king are violating the will of the heavens and earth, and can't be tolerated by all laws. Duan Hongchen shook his head and said, "Wukong, you are confused. Under the heavens and earth, all living things are ants. How dare you compare yourself to the heavens and earth? The heavens will not tolerate you. I am the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, and the heavens will not tolerate me." Of these two great emperors, one had an incomplete body, and the other had cut off his own cultivation. Neither of them was at their peak, but in this strange world, they were fighting to the death and did not hold back at all. When the energy surged, they were even more fierce, and the heavens and earth trembled. Their words sounded ordinary, but they seemed to contain a very deep truth, which triggered the pattern of the heavens. When it reached Yang Kai's ears, it made his mind tremble violently, and the qi in his body was tumbling. This was the Tao. This was the heavens Tao that countless cultivators were bitterly searching for but could not touch. The two great emperors were secretly fighting with their own Tao, trying to suppress each other. In such a battle, the one with the firmer heart and deeper understanding of the heavens Tao would undoubtedly have the upper hand. Yang Kai was immersed in it all at once. After carefully thinking about it, he only felt that what these two people said was very reasonable. It was like a gem, and it was priceless advice that benefited him a lot. Suddenly, Yang Kai's heart moved, and a look of realization appeared on his face, as if he had understood something. The tumbling qi in his body also reached its peak at this moment. Yang Kai was shocked and suddenly recovered from that kind of enlightenment. With an ugly expression, he whispered, "Oh no!" He did not expect that he would feel the opportunity to break through at this time. It had been almost 3 years since he entered the Shattered Star Sea. Recently, he had seen many new cultivators from the Emperor realm and fought with many of them. Although he was confident that his strength was not inferior to any new cultivator from the Emperor realm, he was still only a Dao Source realm cultivator. Without a high enough realm, one could never be called an emperor. He had been looking for an opportunity to break through, but unfortunately, this kind of thing could not be rushed. When the opportunity came, it would naturally come naturally. If the opportunity did not come, it would be useless to force it. And at this time, this opportunity suddenly fell on Yang Kai. If it were anywhere else, Yang Kai would have been ecstatic. He had long been mentally prepared to break through to the Emperor realm. His source qi also showed signs of transforming into Emperor qi, so it was only a matter of time before he broke through to the Emperor realm. But there were 2 great emperors not far from here in a life and death battle, so how could he break through with peace of mind? If he was caught in the middle of the battle between these 2, the consequences would be unimaginable. He wanted to suppress it, but found that he could not at all. The feeling of breaking through was getting stronger and stronger. If he forcibly suppressed it, his foundation would be destroyed and his cultivation would be lost. Chapter 2497. Now that the arrow was knocked on the string, Yang Kai gritted his teeth, waved his hand, and scattered countless source crystals from his space ring around his body. Immediately, he sat down cross-legged, emptied his mind and body, ignoring all the unstable factors, and only comprehending the fluctuations of the heavenly way brought about by the battle between the 2 great emperors. This kind of promotion was something that no one had ever done before in history. Yang Kai had no choice but to do so. But he soon discovered that this might be an opportunity for him, because the 2 great emperors' every move and even their words carried a trace of mysterious power that coincided with the truth of the heavenly way. It was as if he was absorbing the 2 great emperors' perception of the heavenly way, using it as a cornerstone to spy on his own path of martial Tao. The benefits were simply indescribable. Yang Kai soon forgot everything around him and was completely immersed in it. The source crystals around him were shaken violently and turned into dust. Pure and rich world energy escaped from the source crystals and slowly gathered above Yang Kai's head, gradually forming a heavenly vision. Oh, there's a little bug. Although the 2 great emperors were fighting fiercely and seemed to be distracted, at their level of cultivation, their perception was extremely sharp. They noticed the slightest movement on Yang Kai's side. Wukong took a moment to look at Yang Kai, then his eyes flashed with disdain. A trivial 3rd-order Dao Source realm was nothing in his eyes. Not to mention when he was at his peak. Even now, he could easily crush a Dao Source realm cultivator like crushing an ant. How did this boy come in? Duan Hongchen was slightly surprised. This was the place where Wukong had faked his death, so the entrance to the black hole had been set up with his own unique barrier. Let alone coming in, it was impossible to even discover it. Otherwise, Duan Hongchen would not have only found this place today after so many openings of the Shattered Star Sea over the past tens of thousands of years. He already knew that the Origin Sea was Wukong's hiding place. However, he did not know exactly where it was hidden until the Origin Sea changed and the black hole formed, devouring a large amount of the cultivator's flesh and blood essence. Only then was he able to enter this place. It was thanks to his understanding of Wukong that he was able to break the restriction on the entrance. If it was any other place in the Emperor realm, even a 3rd-order Emperor realm master would only be able to look on helplessly. How did Yang Kai have the ability to enter this place? Could it be that after he entered, the restriction at the entrance loosened, giving him an opportunity to take advantage of it? Duan Hongchen was a little annoyed. If he had known this would happen, he would have destroyed the entrance after coming in. But he didn't know. The only reason Yang Kai could enter this place was because of the jade strip left behind by Wu Mengchuan after his death. The jade slip could be said to be a key. The person holding the jade slip would be able to ignore the restriction at the entrance and enter this place. This was what Wukong had left behind for his descendants. Everything was a coincidence. To Duan Hongchen's relief, he only found Yang Kai's trace and did not see Mo Shaoqi or Zhang Ruoxi. If those two girls were also here, then today's matter would be troublesome. You dare to be distracted while fighting with this king? Duan Hongchen, you deserve to die today. Wukong shouted. He clasped his hands together and pushed them forward. Asterisk, hoo. Asterisk, a strange sound was heard as a violent wind suddenly swept out from his palm and swept towards Duan Hongchen. This wind did not seem to be an ordinary one. It actually contained the aura of the elemental sources. Wherever it swept, the world collapsed and space shattered. It was extremely terrifying. Primordial astral wind. Duan Hongchen's face changed drastically as he said in horror, "You have lost your physical body, but you can still use the primordial astral wind." Wukong smiled contemptuously. The primordial astral wind is the power of the elemental sources. It is invisible and formless, and it is connected to this king's mind. Who told you that you can't use it after losing your physical body? Ha! You dare to look down on this king? You will pay the price. Even if this king is only a skeleton left, he is still not someone you can look up to. As he spoke, the primordial astral wind had already arrived in front of Duan Hongchen and was about to engulf him. At this moment of crisis, the panic in Duan Hongchen's eyes suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a solemn look. He formed a seal with his hands and suddenly rose from the ground as he shouted in a low voice, "Prison circle." Asterisk walala. Asterisk, a dark green light suddenly bloomed and enveloped Duan Hongchen. At the same time, the phantom image of a huge tree appeared and stretched across the world. This dark green phantom image was similar to the primordial astral wind, exuding pure elemental sources. Bang, bang, bang. The primordial astral wind rushed over and caused the dark green tree to sway unsteadily, causing its leaves to rustle, yet it was unable to invade Duan Hongchen in the slightest. All of its might was actually resisted and didn't injure him in the slightest. Divine Wood Barbarian! Wukong cried out in shock when he saw this scene, and he seemed to look at the dark green phantom image with slight disbelief. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Duan Hongchen, you dare to play tricks on this king?" Earlier, Duan Hongchen revealed a panicked expression, and Wukong thought that Duan Hongchen was unable to do anything against his primordial astral wind. But never had he imagined that in the blink of an eye, Duan Hongchen actually utilized the phantom image of the Divine Wood Barbarian to completely block off the primordial astral wind. Duan Hongchen was obviously toying with him, causing him to experience a huge drop from joy to disappointment. It was simply unforgivable. Duan Hongchen urged his Emperor Qi to support the phantom image of the Divine Wood Barbarian while wiping the cold sweat from his forehead and said with a grin, "You really scared this old master to death." Fortunately, this old master was prepared, otherwise, I'm afraid I really would have failed miserably. "Bastard, how dare you slander this king? Duan Hongchen, you've got guts. And isn't this primordial astral wind from that bastard Ironblood? He has always regarded it as a treasure, so how could it have fallen into your hands?" Wukong roared again and again, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Suddenly, his expression changed and he said, "Could it be? Ironblood has fallen." Duan Hongchen coldly snorted and said, "Although this old master wishes Ironblood to die early and reincarnate, what's disappointing is that that bastard doesn't even show any signs of aging. Instead, he's getting younger and younger. It's really enviable. Recently, he seems to have taken in a little disciple and spent a lot of effort to teach her, but I don't know what he's after. Disciples are meant to be deceived by their master. It's really sad to talk about it." It was unknown if he was thinking of Wen Zishan when he said this, but he seemed to be gnashing his teeth in anger. Wukong said angrily, "Since he's still alive, why would he hand over the Divine Wood Origin to you? How could he bear to?" Duan Hongchen grinned and said, "Because this old master told him that if he didn't hand over the Divine Wood Origin, this old master would find hundreds and thousands of young and strong men and form a group to seduce his precious disciple. Let's see if his disciple can control herself." He obediently gave in. Wukong's face darkened when he heard this. He was speechless and said, "You can do that?" Duan Hongchen curled his lips and said, "You don't know how much he cares about his precious disciple. That little girl seems to have a special constitution and is extremely suitable to inherit his legacy. This old master has seen that little girl before. She's amazing. Young people nowadays are amazing. At such a young age, she vaguely has the demeanor of iron blood back then. She can kill her master with one punch. When this old master left Iron Blood Castle, he punched me. My eyebrows were cracked and my blood spilled everywhere." Wukong laughed and said, "You deserve it. I'm afraid no one in this world can be more shameless than you." "You flatter me, you flatter me." Duan Hongchen smiled slightly. Wukong said, "So what if you have the Divine Wood Origin? After all, you're not the first owner of the Divine Wood Origin. How can you win against this old master's primordial astral wind?" "Whether or not I can win, I still have to try. Don't tell me this old master should just sit and wait for death?" As the two fought, they exchanged words. One moment, they acted like old friends reminiscing about the past, and the next moment, they acted like they were mortal enemies. If there was anyone else here, they would have been confused by this scene. However, the two elemental origins collided madly without rest, causing the space to shatter and fill the sky with the power of wind and wood. It was extremely shocking. The sweeping primordial astral wind was extremely powerful. Even if the Emperor realm was swept into it, there would be nothing left of them. However, the Divine Wood White Barbarian's shadow was impregnable. No matter how strong the wind blew, it would not move. The leaves rustled as it guarded Duan Hongchen tightly. Within a radius of 100 miles, the space and line of sight had been distorted. The blood on the ground had all evaporated. This kind of competition was a competition of the two's control of their respective elemental origins. Moreover, the result could not be determined in a short period of time. With such a situation, whether it was Wukong or Duan Hongchen, it was difficult for them to back down. If Wu Guang withdrew the primordial astral wind, Duan Hongchen would definitely take the opportunity to counterattack. In his current state, there was no way he could resist the attack of the Divine Wood Origin. Whether it was the primordial astral wind or the Divine Wood Origin, they were both treasures comparable to the true Phoenix Fire. Not only were they precious and difficult to find, but they were also infinitely powerful. In particular, Wu Guang was still a skeleton at the moment, so the Divine Tree's origin was especially lethal to him. Once the Divine Tree's origin power invaded his body, he would never be able to reconstruct his body. He did not dare to let his guard down. At the beginning, he was dismissive, but now he had to treat this battle seriously. Duan Hongchen had waited for tens of thousands of years to enter this place to deal with him. How could he not be prepared? And judging from the results, everything that Duan Hongchen had displayed was deliberately aimed at him. The two great emperors were fighting fiercely here. Although they knew that Yang Kai was still advancing to the Emperor realm, they did not intend to pay attention to him. They did not even deliberately restrain the aftermath of their attacks. Wukong did not care about Yang Kai's life or death, but Duan Hongchen had no choice. Although he knew that Yang Kai was a disciple of Azure Sun Temple and had the idea of protecting him as much as possible, he could not spare the slightest thought to consider other things when fighting the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. He could only do his best to fight against Wukong. Chapter 2498. While the two great emperors were fighting fiercely over there, Yang Kai was gradually entering a good state. Traces of emperor intent spread out from his body. At first, it was not obvious, but as time passed, this emperor intent became clearer and clearer. To advance to the emperor realm, condensing one's own emperor intent was the most basic standard. Only by having one's own emperor intent could one touch the threshold of the emperor realm and open the door to the supreme martial Dao. Rich world energy gathered above Yang Kai's head, forming an extremely terrifying world energy manifestation. The dense world energy gathered into a cloud, as if the sky was about to collapse. Thunder and lightning constantly flashed through the cloud of world energy, giving off a deafening rumbling sound. Yang Kai sat cross-legged, motionless. In his mind, all the experiences of his life flashed. It was not that he wanted to recall them, but these experiences appeared in his mind involuntarily. He could not control them at all. Joining High Heaven Pavilion, cultivating hard, but not finding the right way. Being bullied by many brothers, but unwilling to give up on pursuing the martial Tao. Occasionally obtaining the wordless black book, peeking into the inheritance of the demon god, soaring to the heavens from then on. Fighting in Central Capital, walking Tong Xian Realm, entering the Star Field Corridor, breaking through Hung Luo Star Field, entering the Star Boundary. Passion with Su Yen, tenderness with Xia Ning Chong, emotional entanglements with Shan Qing Luo, friendship without discord with Shui Yu, tirelessly pursuing the peak of the martial Tao, the road to the Tao, accompanied by beauty, although occasionally lonely, there were thoughts in his heart. In this life, no regrets, no resentment. On this road, no hatred, no regrets. No demons in the heart, no external force can invade. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were clear and bright, shining like stars, and he let out a long roar. The tumbling qi in his body reached its peak in an instant. Kacha. A dense sound suddenly came from all over his body. His bones, meridians, flesh and blood wriggled to the limit at this moment. His meridians became wider and tougher, and his flesh and bones became more solid. Even his divine sense. It also seemed to have expanded a lot. Rumble, in the sky, a bolt of lightning thicker than a bucket suddenly struck down. It contained the power of the heavens and seemed to be able to destroy everything. With the force of thunder, it blasted towards Yang Kai's head. Along with the lightning, there was also an incomparable amount of spiritual qi. It was as if it wanted to drown Yang Kai. Crack, as Yang Kai's body trembled violently, he could not help but let out a muffled groan. His clothes were torn to shreds, revealing his muscular body. His skin was cracked and blood was flowing out. The Supreme Martial Emperor. The Heavenly Tao did not tolerate it. Only by enduring the condemnation of the Heavenly Tao and withstanding the baptism of the energy of heaven and earth. Only then could one truly advance to the Emperor realm. Since ancient times, countless proud sons of heaven and countless elite cultivators had fallen at this stage, their souls scattered. This was also the reason why there were so many Tao Source Realm cultivators in the entire Star Boundary but so few in the Emperor Realm. Those who could truly advance to the Emperor Realm were those who were extremely firm in their own path of martial Tao and would not be disturbed by external forces. They were those who could go against the current, firm in their beliefs, and not waver in the slightest. The World Force Baptism in the Emperor Realm was more terrifying than any that Yang Kai had encountered before. When the first strike fell, Yang Kai was already injured. However, his physical body was extremely strong, and the golden blood in his body had an extremely strong self-healing ability, so his cracked skin quickly began to repair itself. The world energy that poured into his body was also swallowed up by him at once, causing his aura to increase instead of decrease. Before his injuries could recover, the second baptism had already arrived. Compared to the first one, the second one was even more terrifying. As the lightning fell, the aura of extinction spread out, making Yang Kai smell the scent of death. He focused his mind and did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. He formed seals with his hands and urged his strength to resist. Hong Long Long. Yang Kai's injuries suddenly worsened. His entire body was dripping with blood, making him look extremely terrifying. The raging world energy invaded his body, rampaging through his flesh and meridians, making him suffer unspeakably. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and endured, absorbing the world energy that poured into his body as much as he could while constantly comprehending the heavenly way, sweeping away the barriers that blinded his eyes and prying into his own path of martial Tao. Hong Hong Hong. The third wave of baptism came crashing down without stopping. In the distance, the two great emperors, who were doing their best to resist, could not help but be attracted by the commotion and turned their heads to look. After watching for a while, Wukong's eyes suddenly flashed and he shouted in a low voice, "This little brat is not simple." He was one of the great emperors of heaven-devouring great emperor, the strongest master in the Star Boundary since ancient times. He did not dare say that there would be no one to surpass him in the future, but there was definitely no one before him. Even though he was also one of the great emperors, he did not put them in his eyes. For him to say that Yang Kai was not simple was already an extremely high compliment. He is indeed a little strange. Duan Hongchen's eyes narrowed slightly as he nodded in agreement. If he was simple, how could he have suppressed the Emperor realm with just a Dao Source realm cultivation? If he was simple, how could his cultivation have increased so quickly in just a few years? Duan Hongchen and Yang Kai had known each other for some time now. Although they did not have a deep relationship, Duan Hongchen's vision was extremely good. Ever since he saw Yang Kai in Maplewood City, he felt that he would become a great man in the future. Although he had tried to overestimate Yang Kai as much as possible, he found that he had still underestimated this boy. Hongchen, when you and I broke through to the Emperor realm, was there such a phenomenon? Wukong suddenly asked in a deep voice. Duan Hongchen grinned. If the world energy baptism was as terrifying as this when I advanced to the Emperor realm, there would be no bustling world great emperor in this world. Wukong nodded lightly and said, "This boy has the characteristics of great emperors." Duan Hongchen laughed and said, "I think this boy has more than just the characteristics of great emperors. He will surpass you sooner or later." Surpass this king? Wukong sneered when he heard this. Dream on. No one can surpass this king's ability. Duan Hongchen chuckled and said, "Whatever you say. You won't have the chance to see it anyway." Wukong's voice turned cold. "Are you so confident that you can kill this king?" Duan Hongchen said in a deep voice, "This old master has said it before. Since I have come here, I have no intention of leaving alive. Today, even if my soul is destroyed, I will eliminate you completely." "Good, since you've said so, this king won't be polite when dealing with you, As he spoke, Wukong's expression suddenly changed as he turned his attention to Yang Kai again. Duan Hongchen also seemed to have noticed something wrong. When he turned his head, he saw the heavenly vision change again. The world's might gathered above Yang Kai's head turned into an inverted funnel, connecting the sky to the earth. The terrifying world's might made the two great emperors' faces turn solemn. As soon as the funnel appeared, it madly blasted down and directly connected with Yang Kai's body. At the same time, Yang Kai's body seemed to have turned into a bottomless pit, swallowing up the rich and surging world's might. A clear aura of the Emperor realm rippled out, growing stronger and stronger. This. Duan Hongchen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What's going on? Is this brat courting death? Ha! Wukong laughed loudly. He overestimates himself and dares to compete with the heavenly might. Hongchen, this brat probably won't have the chance to surpass this king. He will definitely die like this. Duan Hongchen heard this and didn't refute. He just sighed and said, "What a pity, what a pity." Normally, when he saw this scene, he might have helped Yang Kai because of his love for talent. However, at this moment, he was engaged in a fierce battle with Wukong, so he didn't have the spare energy to care about Yang Kai's business. Under this terrifying world's might, how could Yang Kai possibly survive? As he spoke, the commotion on the other side became more and more violent. The entire earth was shaking, and bottomless ravines appeared in this strange world, crisscrossing with each other. A roar suddenly came from the other side. At the same time, accompanied by a resounding dragon roar, a golden dragon phantom suddenly shot out from Yang Kai's body, shaking its head and wagging its tail as it met the world's might head-on. Golden divine dragon source. Wukong cried out in alarm, his voice trembling as if he had been greatly shocked. Impossible! Duan Hongchen also looked like he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. As soon as the golden dragon phantom appeared, it attracted most of the attention of the two great emperors, causing their focus to shift to Yang Kai, causing their expressions to change greatly. Who the hell is this kid? How can he have the golden divine dragon source? Wukong shouted. For some reason, he suddenly became very agitated. Duan Hongchen was absent-minded for a while before he said, "How would this old man know about this?" The golden divine dragon is the ancestor of the dragon race. Rumor has it that it was the one who gave birth to the entire dragon race. However, after giving birth to the dragon race, it turned into ashes. How can the golden divine dragon source still exist in this world? TSK. Wu Kuang's hollow eye sockets twitched like will-o'-the-wisps. He had an extremely greedy look on his face. If those old dragons on Dragon Island knew about this, I'm afraid they would go crazy. What the hell are you planning? Duan Hongchen suddenly became alert and turned his head to glare at Wukong. Wukong coldly snorted, "Even if this king has any plans, I'll have to kill you first." While the two were talking, the golden divine dragon roared towards the sky, facing the terrifying world energy head-on. From the dragon's mouth, an unparalleled suction force emerged, sucking in the world energy in large mouthfuls before transmitting it to Yang Kai. The pressure on Yang Kai suddenly lessened a lot. Previously, he had felt that he could not hold on any longer, so he had been forced to use the golden divine dragon source, but he had not expected it to have such a miraculous effect. It could resist the world energy. This golden holy dragon origin source was truly extraordinary. As the dragon's mouth continued to swallow, the aura in Yang Kai's body grew stronger and stronger, and his strength increased exponentially. He could not help but feel a sense of heroism, and his entire spirit seemed to have been refreshed. He did not know what it was like for others to break through to the Emperor realm, but he felt that if the other emperors from the Emperor realm he had encountered before had done the same, they would have all died long ago. He was probably the only one who could cause such a huge commotion when breaking through. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.